And the Giants lead 3-0. Home run number 2.
What a difference a day makes. And, he sees him well. The one guy in the Giants lineup that had good numbers, lifetime against him. But the most important thing, 2-strike damage with runners in score position. The hit they couldn't get yesterday, they get here in the first inning. And, man, he nutted that thing.
Kirk is fired up. And boy, did Converto nut that thing. Giants nutted a lot of baseballs yesterday.
He nutted that thing.
16-6 against the White Sox to win their first series of the season. They're now 3-3 as they head back home today for the home opener against the Kansas City Royals. Michael Conforto goes yard. Wilber Flores goes yard. Mike Yastrzemski goes yard. J.D. Davis goes yard. Blake Sable, 3 for 6 in the 9-hole. He goes yard. And it was home run derby at Guaranteed Rate Field. Giants roll. Let's just gets lit up. And again, feast or famine offense. They're going to strike out one day. They're going to strike out 13 times one day. They're going to hit 5 home runs the next day. The key is the pitching. Well, the pitching didn't matter yesterday as the Giants was just hitting the ball all over the place. 20 hits in all. 20 hits in all. They scored it all but 2 innings, Shasky. I know you're excited about that. As we say, oh, baby, good morning to everybody out there. Small business owners, graveyard shift workers, you know the drill. Spinoni, love it. And you, Joe Shasky, as you get ready for your home opener today. No, Masters is on, too. We'll get to that.
I would argue, and for a Bay Area sports fan, this is about as good as it gets in terms of a sports day. So you've got the Masters on in the morning. You got the Giants home opener, and it's supposed to be dry by 10:30. And then you got Kings, Warriors.
Well, you may have the Stockton Kings instead of the Sacramento Kings.
If I rolled out the Daly City Kings against the Golden State Warriors this year, I would still want to tap in the fourth quarter because it might still be a game.
It still might be a game up in Sacramento. Still might. But we'll see.
At War Memorial Gym, it's the Daly City Kings.
The Stockton Kings, man, may be in the building. Is Mike Brown has listed everybody questionable. We got the NBA tiebreaker system. It's so damn confusing, but we'll try to break it down as simple as we can. Yesterday, the Pelicans beat the Jazz. So I just heard Spinoni. Utah's eliminated. Not the Pelicans, the Thunder. Oklahoma City Thunder win by 16 at Salt Lake City. Phoenix just kind of went through the motions, beat the Nuggets by 4. What are they going to do this weekend? Nobody's talking about them.
Do you have a feel for it?
Are they playing their guys against the Lakers tonight?
I don't know.
Why would they play their guys against the Clippers on Sunday?
I don't know.
All right, so
you've been kind of on this though, like regarding like schedule, and I agree with you to a degree. Like the schedule could be 25 games,
right?
And someone would be locked in at the top, and they would rest somebody toward the very, very, very end of the year. The schedule could be 1,000 games, and someone would end up resting. Like having the play-in tournament, because this was not just the season length, but also the play-in tournament. Like, okay, you eliminated Utah. Couldn't we have eliminated Utah after that 2-month period where they were really good to start off the season?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Utah fans are.
I'm not trying to poo-poo it.
No, I'm sure Danny Ainge is like, damn it, we went 36-44. I wanted Victor Wembanyama. This is supposed to be a tank here. But they lose. They're eliminated. Dallas will probably be eliminated because Oklahoma City plays Memphis on Sunday. You got to think that Memphis will rest their guys, although there's still a chance they could slip to the 3 spot. What happens with the Memphis Grizzlies tonight? And they take tonight the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, the Milwaukee Bucks have wrapped up the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. So will Milwaukee rest their guys and give Memphis that win to basically secure the number 2 spot? And so, therefore, we get Sacramento. And they could be scoreboard watching. 6:30 rolls around, Memphis up 15. Hey, De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, hit the showers, put your street clothes on. You're not playing tonight. That could happen.
I didn't have that on my flow chart in October.
No,
Kings resting people because they're the 3 seed locked in.
Right.
Warriors fighting for their life.
Now, I had some fun yesterday. And Kenny Caraway, he's going to join us later today, ESPN 1320. A lot of people were giving Sacramento grief because they're saying, oh, they want the Warriors. They don't want the Lakers. Kings are doing what's best for the Kings.
Wait, people are saying that they're trying to avoid the Lakers on purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to do whatever the hell they want. They've earned the right to do it.
They can do whatever
they not?
want. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think they're ducking the Lakers. I don't think they're ducking the Clippers. I don't think they're ducking the Warriors. Kings are like, bring on anybody. You guys have already disrespected us left and right. You underrated us.
I think you're right.
You think our gimmick is a joke, lighting the beam and everything like
I think
that.
it's one of the more organic, fun things I've seen in sports.
It's been a fun thing. Really fun for them.
Yeah.
Seeing folks in the stadiums, opposing stadiums, light the beam. Now, I don't want to hear that at Chase Center if they meet up. That's going to drive me crazy. But it's fun for them. Good for the Kings. Good for them, but we'll see what happens tonight. It's going to be all confusing, but we get Bobby Witt Jr. and the Kansas City Royals, who can't win a freaking baseball game. They've got one win on the season, so forget Kansas City for a second. It's home opener in San Francisco. And, last year I was a little disappointed with Brandon Belt coming in on the captain shit, the boat. I was just like, all right.
They want you to be in your seats by 12:45 for the opening day festivities, and I'm thinking to myself, is Gabe Kapler going to come in like in an Uber? Like what? How are they going to top the captain's boat?
Yeah, I don't know. But home openers are fun. The pageantry,
yes,
the bunting, trying to figure out how to leave the city, how to come back into the city around that area. But it's going to be a lot of fun for a lot of people, man. Home openers are special. You should be.
I'm excited. And I'm going to be down there early. Me and Loveman are going to jam over there right after the show. And I'm excited. I heard from a lot of people are going to go. This is one of those, kind of like events, if you will. I think opening day, very different than the NFL opening day weekend. The opening day weekend of the NFL, you got to win. You know what I mean? Like there's all this pressure, like starting 1-0 feels like starting 4-0.
Right.
Whereas in like Major League Baseball, it's more like, hey, let's do a lap around the stadium. Hey, let's go grab something to eat. Let's sit down, let's have that. I don't, but most people, let's go sit down and have that first beer. And it sounds like it's going to be dry. It'll be a little cold, but it'll be dry around 11 o'clock in the morning. I get geeked out for it because it's not just the baseball portion, Bonte. To me, it's like, hey, summer's here. It's coming. Like, we're on a sprint to summer.
I don't get the summer feel yet. I don't, but I do get the feel of, all right, now we got baseball games to go to at home.
Okay.
And this is the sort of a special home slate. What are the special things they're going to do this season? Are they going to trot out, for example, Willie Mays one day? Are they going to, you have the Willie Mack Award. What's going to be the best giveaways? What's the days we got to look forward to? Is there going to be a Tim Lincecum day? Is there going to be a Matt Kate? You know what I mean? Those are the things I look forward to.
Dante Wiley, Kapler's going to show up in the pregame ceremony in a driverless car.
I was driving behind a driverless car just out of Embarcadero.
Dude, were you?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you smash all the way around it?
No.
And then look into the My favorite is when someone's driving like an idiot, and I'll drive by and I'll just look at them as I'm driving by. I like to give them the look.
The driverless cars drive exactly at the speed limit, which drives you crazy because who drives the speed limit?
But see, that's the problem. If you're driving at the speed limit and everyone else isn't, well, now you're actually
slowing down everything.
Exactly.
Slowing down everything.
There's a feel to driving. It's not just the speed limit. Yes, you want to stay within the limits, but like if everyone's pacing, then you got to be pacing. If everyone's slowing, then you need to be slowing.
Sorry, I had to talk to Lovett for a second. No, the driverless cars, they drive me crazy. I saw a guy yesterday, 280. I'm driving down 280 South.
Okay.
Coming from the zoo. And this guy was in the fast lane, all the way to the left. Mm-hmm. We just passed up Chick-fil-A. Just passed up Chick-fil-A.
So you're starting to make that turn.
I didn't go to Chick-fil-A. No,
I'm saying you're going around and you're going to see Westboro on the
Chick-fil-A, right before Chick-fil-A. And this guy in the fast lane says, oh, no, I need to get off the Ceremony.
Oh, so he went flying over five lanes.
Flying over 5 lanes.
The worst person.
And I was just like, I'm just looking like, this is incredible.
And he could take the next exit, Gellert, and he could have gone to the same way, just back in.
Smashed over. Some dude had to stop. It was
just so reckless.
So reckless. Got kids in cars.
And that's where, like, I wish that in real, it's not. But my Grand Theft Auto version of myself, I would, like, go and make it a point to pull that person out of their car, shake them a little, and tell them, why are you being an idiot?
So you got that. Yesterday, we're driving into the zoo parking lot.
Okay.
Here's another beef I have. Scooters. Guys on scooters.
Is that a new? I haven't noticed too many of them.
Well, I haven't. So one time, right here on the corner.
Are those, you talking about the rental scooters or whatever they are?
Rental scooters.
The tech
Lime,
scooters.
whatever they are.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they just leave them everywhere.
Well, one time I was walking on the block right here on the corner of Vallejo and Battery. And I get to the corner. Guy zooms past. Almost knocks me out completely. I yell some things I probably shouldn't have yelled. But I was pissed off. He didn't wreck me.
Yeah.
Yesterday I'm driving. Driving in the parking lot. Guy just zooms past. Doesn't look left. Doesn't look right. Doesn't have his headphones on. I mean, he has headphones on, So it's not even looking.
The most dangerous thing you could do, whether you're a bicyclist, a motorcyclist, you do not wear headphones.
Yeah, no, it's
because you're not aware of your environment.
I mean, just common sense is a lost art in America.
I totally agree.
Nobody, not nobody, but common sense just, a lot of people don't have it.
How many times a day, and I'll tell you my number, I put the over-under at 5 times a day. I have to honk the horn at someone, headphones in or face down into their phone, walking through a red light for them onto a busy street.
Oh, yes. Dude, it happened yesterday. It happened again on the way home.
It's unreal.
Somebody up, it's a green light. She's just lollygagging. And I stop. And she goes, oh, my bad.
No, it isn't your bad, because if I hit you accidentally,
it's my bad.
It's my bad.
And I'm the bad guy.
Exactly, even though you're the idiot.
So anyway.
No, I like this. I like this. We should do this like every day.
Yeah, common sense. It's
a lost art. I want to create the common sense party where you're neither Republican nor Democrat. You just take things like, you be reasonable and you actually like think about, does this make common sense?
Right.
Is this fiscally responsible?
Right.
Is this socially responsible? That's the party I would like to create, the common sense party.
The common sense party.
Because I do feel that America, many more of us are actually more in the middle than on the extreme ends.
Who was that that brought up the airports where they're right? People in the airport are just, they're walking around with their luggage. They're just dumb. It's just like we just all it's like we all take a stupid pill once we go through the metal detector. And it's like, oh, let's take the stupid pill and let's become idiots.
No, it's become selfish and inconsiderate. That's what it is.
Yeah. Anyway, home opener, Giants, Royals. Giants have yet to play a National League team yet. It's all good. They'll play the Royals, and they should get fat and happy.
People are asking if my new party that I'm creating comes with health benefits and a 401k.
Probably not.
Probably not. Have a choice?
I'll tell you this. No.
Probably not.
I'm paying my taxes right now, and let me tell you, I'm out. I'm out on all the taxes.
Oh, my gosh.
He nutted that thing.
I'm out on all the taxes.
Taxes.
What are you doing with my taxes?
Taxes. Family credit card. Bill hit today.
Oh, did it? I'm sorry.
Paid a lady for the taxes. Had to pay a cleaner. I'm just like, Saturday, the family's supposed to go down to the Sharks game. I'm just like, dude, go down to San Jose, right? Nice. Maybe San Jose will see the Sharks and do the whole Shark thing. Yeah. I'm ready to pull the plug on that. I'd be like, we just need to save a buck. I'd rather just order USC tomorrow.
Baby Chess, you are going to be interning in journalism school immediately, and we're going to get media credentials, and it's going to be a fully free experience. Let me show you how College Bonte got it done.
Baby Chess, you will be working at the age of 6. You'll be busting dishes down the street of Hashes and Bruce. All right? All right.
Well, let's get into sports. I honestly believe this, Bonte. This is one of my favorite days of the year. Nah, it's not like playoff level or anything, but in terms of just a fun sports day, having the Masters on in the morning, going to the Giants game, I have my ritual, and then get home, have a nice dinner. It'll probably be something that I'll regret later on, some sort of takeout or whatever, but, whatever. And then watch you on television and watch the Kings versus the Warriors. I am ready. I'm ready for today. What are the rituals?
Hey, it's Tiger.
Oh, Tiger.
Tiger update. He's 2 over right now.
Struggling.
At the Masters. Tied for 53rd place.
Told you he'd be right around that 50 mark, didn't I?
The projected cut. 1 over. Right now, he wouldn't make that cut. He's teed off at 9:54 a.m. It's a big day for Tiger. Shot a 74 yesterday. Shoot another 74, 75.
Yeah, he's done.
And you're taking your ass back to Jupiter, Florida.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Does he still live in Jupiter?
Yeah, the Jupe Life?
Yeah, the
Jupe
Life.
Ricky, they're all there.
They're all there.
Justin Thomas.
So Tiger needs a big day.
Yeah, Jupiter's actually, I don't care much for Florida, but it's an excellent place to live.
The houses look amazing.
They're incredible.
Tiger Woods golf game right now? It's the opposite of incredible.
He hasn't played, B. What do you expect? Did you watch the Masters coverage yesterday?
I watched a little bit of it.
Yeah, doesn't it present really well?
It always does. It always does. And Brooks Koepka tore the course up.
Did I not call that?
You said Brooks. I got Tony Finau.
That's okay.
It's 3 over.
Do you care as a casual golf fan, do you care even at all about Live versus PGA and at least some sort of a showdown where you get somebody representing Live and somebody representing the PGA to kind of be in the mix at the top of the leaderboard on Sunday? Does that even matter to you?
Not really, but I'm here for the chaos.
Okay, good.
I'm open to the chaos. I'm open to see what is said after the Masters if Brooks Koepka does win. Or, if Scotty Scheffler does stick it to him.
You didn't watch any of the Netflix stuff, did you? The golf Netflix?
No, what happened on the golf Netflix?
They had this whole deep dive. It was basically like was it Drive to Survive? Is that the name of it? Oh yeah, so Drive to Survive basically set up this whole same exact. And that was F1. What is that, guys? Come on, Formula.
Yeah, Formula One.
Formula One.
It was this Formula One documentary.
Oh, on Netflix.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was very popular.
Yep,
so the same people that made this golf thing,
okay.
And they go in on Brooks, and Brooks has been weird for quite some time, and it was into the he basically Kobe, Steph Curry, all the greats, his obsession with winning. And then when he doesn't win, how depressed he gets.
Yeah.
It made me like Brooks so much more. And everyone's like, he's a weirdo. I'm like, no. The guy is so mad at himself because he can't win.
Right.
He was searching. And so the psychology of sports, I don't know, man. There's something about it that I find fascinating. And I'm rooting for him to win.
No doubt. This would be a fun day. Then you got the Giants hitting home runs, everything. And look, we called this.
Alex Wood, 3 innings.
Look, the pitching's going to be the key. Can I get 5 innings, Alex?
Well, Jacob Junis is giving you 4. He's giving you those Yasmero Petit vibes.
What? If you're going to use Alex Wood days, hey, we're going to go Junis, Wood. Okay, fine.
Junis 2-0.
Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do.
If he
do what you got to do. Just come on.
Has anyone won double-digit games and not started 30-something games?
What, with the Giants?
I can't think in Giants history as a guy who's come in and won, let's say, double-digit. Junis could win double-digit games as a swing guy.
He could.
Because of how the rules are, where you got to go 5 to get the win.
Yasmero Petit never won 10?
I don't think. Well, he started games too. You know, he was kind of like their 6th swing guy and would be the bridge. I really like Junis, but I don't think he's a starter per se.
Yeah, but you know what? Do what you got to do to win baseball games. So that's what the Giants did yesterday. 2-strike approaches. You heard Kruko. He was fired up after that 2-strike home run by Michael Conforto to set the tone to give the Giants a 3-0 lead. Then they just kept hitting.
He nutted that thing.
Yaz hit a bomb. Blake Sable hit 452 feet.
First career home run for him.
Dude, he
busted out.
Dude, he smacked that ball.
Yeah. He's 25. If you were to bet right now, sure feels like he's got more of an impact on the Giants' future than Joey Bart. Huh?
Oh, he's already feels like he's done more than Joey Bart.
Right?
In one swing.
That's kind of sad.
Hey, Joey Bart, if he's not part of the future, Giants pivot, don't panic, and they bring in Blake Sable. So look, 16-6, they're coming back home with a chance to go over 500. You can get fat and happy against the Royals are not a good baseball team. This is not. They're going to struggle. They're going to struggle. And I heard you, Spinoni, talk about Zach Greinke, whether or not he's a Hall of Famer. I think we know why Schilling's not in the Hall of Fame. There's some things that happen. And I think people have taken their personal reasons to keep Schilling out of the Hall of Fame. That's what they do in baseball. That's why Barry Bonds is not there. That's why Roger Clemens is not in there. But Zach Greinke, Kurt Schilling, they've had great careers with Shaska. I heard you make a good point about Schilling. It's the postseason that separates Schilling from Greinke. Because Greinke, from what I recall, has not had really good postseasons.
I think I think Greinke has been better in the regular season than the data suggests, and I actually think his regular seasons are better than Schilling's. Schilling's postseason is not even close.
Not even close.
You're not even close. But Greinke, I think people have forgotten. Greinke was in the Royals for so long at the beginning of his career,
but he wanted Cy Young with the Royals.
I know, but he was so sick. Like if you were putting together a rotation in the AL at that time, a 5-man, the best 5-man, he was a part of that.
No, he was sick. He was sick. I mean, he had a couple good years in Milwaukee. With the Dodgers, of course, he was dominating. Arizona. Then he just, his fastball left him. He doesn't pitch with a lot of velocity. It's tough for him to strike out guys.
But
in the postseason, look at these ERAs.
Yeah, what is his postseason?
So 2011, Milwaukee, 6.48 ERA.
He's right. He was traded with CeCe, huh?
No, he wasn't. Did he side with Milwaukee?
Was he the year after?
He was there in 2011.
I know he was like a rental for them for a minute.
Well, he was there for 2 years.
Okay, 2 years.
2 years. So 2011, 1-1, 3 starts.
With Ryan Braun.
6.48 ERA, 1.62 whip. The next 2013 with the Dodgers. All right, he was better.
Yes.
2.57 in 3 starts, 0.76 ERA. One start in 2014. Didn't give up a run in 7 innings. So with the Dodgers, he was really good. Arizona, 7.27 ERA.
Signed the big deal. They didn't get Greinke, and they got Cueto and what's-his-face, Samardzija instead.
Did he pitch Game 7, Houston Braves in the World Series? Was that him, or was that Game 6? Because I think he was like 4 innings.
2017?
No, the like most recent, like 2 years, 2021.
2019, he had a 4.68 ERA with Houston, 4.30 ERA in 2020. 2021.
It's not a great pitching park unless you're Verlander.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if he did pitch in that Game 7, but he's kind of just forget about his postseasons. It hasn't had that start, right?
Roy Halladay or Greinke? You're taking Roy Halladay, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I'm trying to think of guys that would be comparable, like that played during his era. Verlander or Greinke? You're probably taking Verlander. And I'm not knocking Greinke here. Like, I don't think everyone's taking Verlander.
I'm taking Halladay. Oh, Verlander over Greinke. Verlander over Greinke. I'm taking Schilling over Greinke.
Okay.
I'm taking Halladay over Greinke. I'm taking Pedro over Greinke. I'm taking Maddox over Greinke.
Lincecum's career? Would you rather be Lincecum's career or Greinke's career?
Greinke's had a better career.
I agree. No, I agree. The resume is more comprehensive.
Probably rather have Greinke's career.
I think the 4-year run Lincecum has, one of the greatest 4-year runs.
Yeah.
Outside of Sandy Koufax and Pedro.
I'm taking Greinke over Lincecum, and I love Lincecum.
I'm taking Lincecum, but I hear you.
Greinke is 110 strikeouts away from 3,000.
That's insane. That's such an accomplishment, even in this diluted era of strikeouts.
And he has a small frame. I mean,
he's not the biggest guy.
He's not the biggest guy at all.
No.
So, wow, 36-28. Got a break, Shasky.
My bad.
Got a break. This segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and not the Xfinity, Comcast Business Text Line. Comcast Business Text Line. We got a great guest list today. Kenny Caraway, 8 o'clock, ESPN 1320. To talk about his Kings. Rennell Brooks Moon, 8:30. The Voice inside the park at Oracle. She will join us. What is this now? Opening day number 23? 24? Is it 24 now? Yeah, 2023, 19. Yeah, wow. Katie Christensen Hunter calls Keys Game. She'll join us at 9:20. Cool. Yeah, very, very cool. And then we got Omar from Metro Cafe. He's going to drop by here at about 9:20, drop off some cheesesteaks. We'll have him in studio, talk about his business.
Nice.
Omar's jacked up to come in here. He's coming in with the heat.
Do I get to customize my cheesesteak? How does this work?
I think he's already got him rolling.
Oh, well, then
he's already got him rolling.
I'll
if
take
you want
it.
to customize it,
We got a break, though,
you
Vontae.
better hit him. All right. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More Giants talk. Warriors, where you want to go? 888-957-9570.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals?
Ding! Out of here! And it's 4-0. I don't know why he would ever want to bunt for a hit.
He nutted that thing.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
We have such little brains here. I'm going to play that drop forever. Krug always says that, though. He nutted it up.
He nutted that thing.
So I'll give you a quick funny story. The O'Brien boys are out there somewhere. I don't know where they're at right now, but you've met my friend Erin Deeds, right? She's come to the Gatehouse with little Dylan, who needs his own YouTube show.
I don't know. I haven't.
He's the funniest little kid you've ever met in your life. Anyway, point being is I'm on the golf course.
Oh, the soccer player.
Yes.
Yes.
Lionel Messi 2.0.
Yeah.
You want to talk about being a sponge.
Yeah, he's out of control.
So we're playing the old, I'm talking wooden woods. They're called persimmons. These are like my grandfather's clubs going back to the 60s. So we're up the Russian River. This is last summer, and we're playing that. And I literally used that exact same line that Kruko used when their father hit a golf ball with the, because it's really hard to square up and hit flush. And I said that. And what do you think the boys said the rest of the weekend?
What did he say?
Oh, he nutted that. Yeah, he nutted that.
thing.
Every other word.
So
I apologized to Erin. I apologized to her brother. Like, I was like, I taught these kids an entire vernacular that they didn't need to know. Oh,
apology not accepted.
Well, Spadoni was talking about it the other day, how Biddy just like recites whatever he says. He's like a parrot. So yesterday when the scooter guy didn't look and I almost hit him, and I'm like driving about 10 miles an hour, and the guy's idiot just flying by.
Did he pull out the billy club and try to take your side mirror out?
He didn't even realize what he was doing. He had his headphones in.
Oh.
Just a complete idiot. So I yell because the coffee that I had, it's one of those big coffee mugs that doesn't exactly fit the cup holder.
Yeah, the tumbler kinds.
Yeah.
I don't like those. And
I don't like them either because
I bought 3 or 4 different ones that never fit in the holster.
Well, today my coffee basically just spilled all over my passenger seat. So that's those tumblers. So I had that in the Tesla yesterday with Anna. And I had to stop because the idiot, I would have hit him. And I go, you effing idiot.
Uh-oh.
And baby Chaz, effing idiot.
No, she did not.
Said it twice.
Oh, no.
Effing idiot.
You wait till she starts becoming a sports fan.
And I was like,
she's going to watch the Vegas Raiders this year, Jimmy no throw, and the next thing you know.
Don't talk about that.
I have to stop cursing around her.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's tough.
Yeah, I bet
I have to stop.
I bet
Fudge, she's.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's gone. But Anna could curse up a storm, but she will not recite that.
Really?
Yes, she only recites
Well,
me.
that means Anna's the alpha in the household. See, yeah, that's what that means. You're part of the pack. You're not the alpha.
No, I'm not the alpha in that house.
Anna is the alpha.
Not especially
So let's make that happen.
Is anybody surprised by that? Are you guys like Spadoni?
I mean, we're all not. I mean,
Lubman.
All right, Michelle.
And Michelle's the same way.
Yeah,
I admit it.
We're all
I admit
punks in our household.
I admit it.
Yes.
We're all punks.
Sam is the master of his domain, though.
Yeah, for now.
I'm ready for that explicit album Benny and Baby Chez are going to put out together.
A sick compilation.
It really
Get T-Pain
will
on
be.
that sucker.
Dude, she said
Just
it.
straight diss tracks for days.
And she smiles when she says it because she knows it's a bad word. Some of they're smart.
They
These
are.
kids are smarter than
They
you
try to
think.
get a rise out of you. That's why they're
Yeah.
doing it. For the attention.
Yeah.
It's normal.
And she kicked her feet and said it. She had a little emphasis in it.
What was that commercial back in the day? Daddy, I saw you do it.
Oh, no, it was a PSA. You're right. You're talking about it. It's like, I learned it from you,
I
Dad.
learned it from you, Dad.
Hey, man. I've never done chores. Just, Anna doesn't ever ask me to do chores. I just know. Let me get these dishes done. Let me get the garbage done.
Wait. But you do help around the house.
Yeah, but I just do it. Sometimes.
Yeah, you don't have to be asked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Because you're a good significant
If
other.
they have to ask, then you're already in trouble at that point. Well, why did I have to ask you to do it? You should just do it.
Yeah, can you take out the garbage? Yeah, I got it. And then I always wait a couple minutes. I'm not going to get right up and go do it.
Well, my move is, hun, this is a crucial at bat, and this is my job. She goes, shut up. And then I get up and I do it. I always joke
she
with
just
it.
punks you.
Yeah.
That was me the other night. It was Lakers Clippers. I was like, why? This isn't the Warriors. You don't have to watch this. I was like, well, no, it pertains to the Warriors and the stand. She's like, no, this isn't the Warriors. Turn this off. It's family time. It's like, what? And I can't go through the machinations of why this is important to the playoff standings. It's going over her head. So I just had to follow along on my phone, obviously. But then I'm on my phone, then I'm getting in trouble.
Yeah, there you go. See, I've The whole no technology night that we used to have, I was like, I can't do it.
Yeah, how's that working?
I was like, I can't do it. No, it's not working. I have to watch sports.
I have to put my
do
phone.
my job.
So now I have the watch, and she wants me now to put the watch and the phone in the purse when we have dinner.
Oh, no, I don't do that.
It's almost impossible.
No, I don't do that.
Because I
have to
keep
watch.
doing this. I'm looking down.
World Baseball Classic final. Japan, USA had it locked in, right? You really have to watch this. It's like, yeah, the boys are watching it. They're high on the WBC. We had to watch it.
The boys.
Yeah, you got to go toss the boys. It's like,
Oh, I
no.
thought you guys were
I
gonna-
can't
The
even.
chat's
I
on
was just
fire.
gonna
This is
say.
work.
You know how
Always, it's work related on the phone.
Shash is going to be running hot about the Giants and, the Giants and the single-A Mexican League team. We got to watch it. Oh, I thought you guys were under the bus all day long. All day. No problems whatsoever. You just get a little grunt. She goes, can you just watch it on your phone? Sure. So she's got the big screen, and I'm just like this. On the couch like this.
Are you like Max Homa and you have the earbud in the ear while you're walking around the course?
Oh, yes. Always.
Did you see that yesterday?
I did see that.
I'm afraid if we all get together, because I know you want to get the show
All
together.
our lives are done.
They're gonna all gang up and destroy all
Well,
of
this
us.
is the key.
Well, listen, that's not happening.
All our significant others need to be super drunk.
Yeah. No, I don't even want that. No, are you kidding me? That's even worse.
Why? Because then it's really going to
Because
come out.
Anna just lets everything fly when she's drunk.
God knows what you have told her about me to protect yourself.
Oh, well, vice versa. Michelle looks at me sometimes, and I'm like, what did Shasky tell me? Like,
She just knows I'm
sometimes
insane.
I get the
She
coldest
knows I'm
hugs from
nuts.
Michelle. I was like, I don't even think Michelle likes me. So that's not happening. I'm going to tell you guys right now, that's not happening. We can get together.
My
can get
wife
together.
wants to have a big party, like not a party, but like a little dinner,
Yeah,
get
I know what
together,
that's about.
and get the kids over and everybody
she
relax and have
wants
fun.
to figure out what's
No.
going on. It's a scam, Shasky. There's always
Honestly,
a method to their madness.
My
dude.
wife just wants to hold
toy?
Joey's new baby. That's probably what
Baby
it is.
Nora's very cute.
Yeah.
Baby Nora is very cute.
Unfortunately, she's looking like her dad more and more each day. Poor girl.
Well, that's Baby Ches. You see that? I mean, she's going to be a tortured soul when she becomes a teenager.
Oh, here's my
Listen,
favorite, the 415. My 6-year-old flicked off my 8-year-old. My ass, where she learned that from, I said, I saw Dad do it when he was driving. That's pretty funny.
Oh, man. Hey, man, listen.
Who's going to opening day?
I'm just telling you, it's a scam if that happens. It's a scam. There's a method to their madness. I'm telling you. They always have a plan. There's always a plot. And then, they want to have get together. Jay, Michelle, well, love it. Who knows who he'll bring just the latest matchup on him.
Right
Lubman
for
back
that?
here.
What are you
No,
gonna do?
no, Lubman back here. By the way, sneaky before he hops on, he's like, "Yeah, I was out with a girl last night who was only like 5'2". I was like, just out with different girls every other night. Sam Lubman, come on.
Same one as last time.
Oh,
So this was date number 2?
Was date number 2, yeah.
And you took her to the museum first.
Yeah,
right?
we did Chabot last Sunday. So.
And then what was last night?
Last night was just dinner. She wakes up early. I wake up early. It's like, let's just get a quick early dinner in.
And how'd it go?
I'm getting a third date, so pretty well.
Wow.
Damn,
All
she
in.
might be at the family event. The morning roast family dinner.
Things are developing.
Things are evolving. It's materializing.
does he want to bring her around us though? That's the
No.
thing.
Yeah, that's it. Lubman. I
You know what we call that? Instant death.
Well, see, I worry about Lubman at a family dinner. He starts talking. It's like, Lubman, just sit back and listen. The best thing to do at these family dinners is not talk at all. Chime in when you need
Well,
to chime
you know
in.
what my move is?
Well, between myself and Anna, who's going to be talking the most there, apparently?
Jesus, don't throw Anna under the bus.
Hey,
what was that, bro?
bro, be cool.
Yeah. You
Be
know, but my
cool.
move is, hey, guys, are you done with that plate? I'll go wash them.
Yes.
And then I get up and I do all the dishes.
Everything.
I have no
Get
problem
away.
doing all the dishes.
Hey, Lubman, you better be careful. In fact, Omar, Lubman's cheesesteak, don't bring him one.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I throw Andrew under the bus. Nobody else. And it does talk, too. She loves...
Hey,
I'm just looking
man.
to having a fun conversation. That's
No,
all I'm saying.
no.
I want to hear from people today, honestly. Are you going out to the ball game? What does opening day mean to you? I know that sounds silly and foolish. Like my buddy Jimbo's bringing both his boys today.
Home openers.
The home opener.
Home openers, because we
What
had
does
our
that
opening
mean to
day.
you?
We had our opening day. Home openers. Then we'll get to some more Niner stuff. 7 o'clock.
More?
7 o'clock hour.
What could happen? It's the offseason.
The 49er quarterback. Do you see who Trey Lance is throwing with?
You got to break.
You see who he's throwing with?
Well, tell me on the other side. Hurry up and break.
Was that a tease like Mark Wheeler? All right, what's coming up? Brought to you by Fremont Bank for Service, making no compromises. What does a home opener mean to you, Giants fans? What does it mean?
I said what I said.
You can't host movie night on your phone's hotspot. It's time for real home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
$50 Friday. It's not a payday Friday. It's a take your money Friday in terms of bills and all that crap. Got Warriors and Kings later on tonight. Big game. The NBA's on fire right now. You had the Suns and Nuggets. Just Nuggets brought out their B team and almost stole one down to the Valley of the Sun. Thunder. Keep getting them mixed up. Thunder. They beat the Salt Lake City. They beat the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake City. They're still alive in the play-in tournament. They play Memphis Sunday. Got a lot of tiebreaker teams to go through when it comes to the Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Pelicans. A lot can happen over the next 3 days in the NBA. But right now, let's stick with the Giants for a second, and we'll get back to it. We'll get right back into the Warriors at the top of the hour. But I want to know from people and understand what the home opener means for you. You'll see all the bunting. You'll see fans out there. It'll be packed. The lines will be long for crab fries and crab sandwiches. What does the home opener mean to you, Joe Shasky?
It means an opportunity for, spring renewals, if you will. There's this revigorated feeling of optimism for the team. It feels like we're coming out of winter, which is like a big one for me. The sun's out. And then for the Giants, it goes back to, and I was telling this to Spadoni this morning, it reminds me of my dad taking me to games early in my life. My dad used to take me to a home opener, and it was a familial event, and I've carried that tradition on with my wife, and she obviously went for many years before we even started dating. And so it's, once Oracle was built, I feel like it became more of an event.
Right.
Much more of an event. And I think, you and I are about the same age. And so, the first 10 years or so of Oracle Park is expensive.
Oh, it's tough to get down there.
Very difficult to get tickets. This was the era of actual ticket scalpers.
When you were younger, did you just go down there just to be around the yard?
Oh, yeah, we did all the time.
I would just go there just to be around the festivities.
Well, what we used to do was you'd have the cash in your pocket, right? And then you'd go to Momo's or whatever, and you'd wait till the third or fourth inning, and then you'd walk across, and all those tickets that were going for $100, $80 were going for like $10,
right?
Because it's the third or fourth inning, so you get it from a scalper, and then you had to be careful not to get arrested because of all the scalpers.
No doubt. So you'd be around there drinking, having fun, just being around the festivities, and because everybody wanted to be there. Everybody wanted to say they were at the home opener.
Yes.
And I'm sure there's over 500,000 people who said they were at the first ever game at Oracle Park.
I was not.
I was not there.
Yeah, I was not.
Kevin Elster hit the 3 home runs in that game, but I was not there.
No.
I was not at a lot of home openers. I think the first home opener I went to may have been when Barry Bonds stole that base, and they got shut out by the Padres. Barry Zito's first start.
Oh, yeah, 2007. That's his final game, final home opener for Barry Bonds, 2007.
That may have been my only home opener.
Wow.
I don't recall being at too many home openers.
They had the All-Star game that year, and the jerseys had the All-Star game patches on the side of them.
Yep.
I miss that era of Giants baseball.
Nah. Oh, boy. We should have talked about the wives, because now you see the YouTube chat. It's just out of control. Lay off our wives. Lay off. They're good people. We wouldn't be with them if they weren't good people. Lay off.
I have a wife.
Lay off. But no, home opener, man, it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, I'm ready to see what they have planned in terms of the gimmicks. Like, you get Bumgarner on the horse after a World Series.
How about when Brian Wilson sprinted out to center field?
Right. In the Rays to win World Series flag.
That was pretty cool. Lincecum.
Last year, even with Brett Belt in the boat, it was wild. But, it is what it is.
Well, this is what I'd like to see today. I would like to see Buster Posey there today. I would like to see Barry Bonds there today. I'd like to see Will Clark there today. I want to see all the luminaries, if you will, of the Giants organization, the pillars. I want to see Willie Mays. One of the things that I was lucky enough to do was to meet Willie McCovey on the field before a game. This is before I even got into the radio thing. And he's the most gracious human being of all time. I mean, the guy was so nice.
Stretch was great.
And to see him get his love and adoration in front of the fans every year, that meant something to me. And so I want, to me, Willie Mays is the greatest living athlete ever. right now. Like still, he's the last of a great era of not just ball players but humans, and so I think he represents so much. And to see him at the ballpark, for Giants fans to cheer him, I that still gives me those kinds of feelings.
Is this the year they give Barry Bonds a statue?
It has to be, right? I'm so sick of hearing about them waiting for the Hall of Fame and X, Y, and Z. Like, create your own shrines.
Love me, get in here, because you're all over this stuff. You go to a lot of games. You know what they're doing. Are they going to honor anybody in terms of, like, statues? Is Jeff Kent coming back? Is Lincecum coming back? What's going on this year in terms of, like, last year, what was it, Will Clark getting his number retired? What's happening this season with the Giants?
I haven't heard anything. They haven't sent out any emails or anything like that tease anything like that. With Barry Bonds, if they're going to play this whole waiting game with the Hall of Fame, you're going to be waiting for a long time. Like, Giants, just take the initiative and just enshrine him however you want to enshrine him. Don't wait for Major League Baseball to wake up.
Yeah, I'm there with you.
Well, and I would like to see them put together some sort of a statue plan for him. Look,
I want Jeff Kent honored. Honestly, I want Jeff Kent and Matt Williams honored.
I would like to. Well, I would like to see them throw a Jeff Kent retro jersey in the dugout store. Wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you could get them customized and make them that way. The other thing I would love to see the Giants do this year, ditch the City Connects and go back to the 1980s jersey. I want to see once on the road a week and once at home. I want that white. I'm talking that
the Coke white.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Curvy Giants look and that SF. I didn't bring back the hats.
They've been wearing the SFs though, right? Don't they wear the SFs on Sunday?
Well, they wear the SF, but it's block letter SF. I want to go to the curvy one. Yeah, and it's got the black piping on it. Like that was a great uniform.
I do like the SF though, the black.
No,
SF.
it's a great uniform, and they wear it on the black jersey as well. Yeah. It's a black SF on the left chest.
The City Connect jerseys, it's such a fail. People think that they're really cool, and it's not. That's the worst thing about it.
So
and SFA Drummer, I think he tweeted me last week. SFA Drummer's funny. But he goes, Bonte, they're still dabbing. It's 2023. I'm like, look, win some games. I'm not gonna mind that. But if you start losing and you're still dabbing, it just shows how out of touch some baseball teams are to embrace today's culture.
Well, and I'm looking at it right now. Like, Toronto Blue Jays have embraced their uniform history. And it's glorious.
Oh, my gosh.
The Kansas City Royals have embraced their uniform history. Now, they've made very little changes over the years, but going back to those baby blues, game changer.
Game changer.
Right?
The Phillies.
St. Louis Cardinals, all these teams. Why? You have nothing but incredible threads throughout the history of your organization.
Yep.
And you go with those?
Yeah, that was. The City Connects don't do it for me. They really don't.
You know what they are?
What?
The transplant ones.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, they're still hitting the dab. Yeah, SF Gerber hit me up last week. Like, look, Labonte, they're still hitting the dab in 2023. And I'm just like, how out of touch are we?
Now, when I look at the regular team, and I'm getting encouraged here, I thought their approach yesterday at the plate, you're going to look at the home runs, but they went the other way a couple of times. My biggest surprise, and it's early, I'm not losing my mind, my biggest surprise is Yastrzemski looks really good right now. And I think the shift, and Sam Lubman and I have been talking about this, the shift is something, now that that's gone away, I think he, early on, is the biggest benefactor of no shift. Lubman, what were some of the numbers, basically? Just boil them down.
Give me a second to pull them up. I got them all written down somewhere.
He's batting 240 right now.
Yeah, but the swings look better.
Swings look better. I didn't like the play in center field yesterday.
I think we've overrated his defense.
He needs to be a right fielder.
Well, I think he's a fourth or fifth outfielder on most teams.
Right.
That's what I think people get really mad at me when I say that, but it's like, no, like he's solid, but like, come on, man, look around baseball. There are dynamic players playing the outfield.
What I like, obviously, is David Villar getting at bats. And he has a presence in that box.
And he's looking good.
2 for 5 yesterday, 3 runs. He has a presence in that box. Wilbur Flores looked good yesterday. I'm not mad at him as a fifth infielder.
No, he's fine.
I can rock with that.
And J.D. Davis is hitting in that DH first baseman role. Here's the Yastrzemski information. I thought this was fascinating. This is a good job by Lubman to deep dive. Give it to me.
Yeah, so really quick, I'll try and go as quickly as I can here. But
no, slow it down.
Okay, so basically when it comes to the shift, again, when Mike Yastrzemski's not hitting against the shift, He's a 307 hitter. When there is shifting, he's a little bit worse at 291. But here's the thing, it's how much other teams shifted against him. So recall back in 2019-2020 when Yaz was one of the more exciting guys in this lineup, teams shifted on him about half of his at-bats. But then 21 and 22, he kind of became more of like a power guy with less contact hitting. They were shifting on 80% of his at-bats. And you look at his spray chart, a lot of his hits go right to where the second baseman is standing in these shifts.
Yeah.
And if this whole concept, you want to hit him where they ain't, this year, the second baseman can't stand where he's usually hitting the ball. So unless they try to do like some weird, like let's shift the left fielder over to stand there, it sets up, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it sets up a situation where Yastrzemski, he could have a bit of a bounce back in terms of just kind of seeing his batting average go up, because the way he's hitting the ball, the launch angle, the contact, the K rate, the walk rate, all that stuff, it's all stayed the same over the last few years. The only thing that's really changed is how people play defense against him, and they can't play defense against him that same way this year now.
Oh, so maybe a big Yaz year is on the horizon. Maybe. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text Line. This segment was sponsored by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game. Got some interesting news in the NBA. I'll read it in just a second. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Got the Giants home opener a little later today. But in the NBA, because we do have Kings and Warriors tonight, folks, and that is a huge game for the Warriors. They try to pick up their 10th road win of the season. But in Milwaukee, sweet. I told you, I've got my eyes on Milwaukee.
You've had it on there for quite some time, quietly and publicly, maybe the last month?
Maybe. Slowly. People are calling me all kind of idiots about Giannis. They lost a game to Boston by 40. Oh, it's just a regular season game. Well, check this out. I told you, Chris Middleton doesn't look right. Buck star Chris Middleton underwent an MRI on his knee Thursday, and he's expected to rehab for the next week or so in hopes of being ready for the start of the playoffs. Now, he just got hurt in a recent game. I think it was against Chicago, and he limped off the court badly. He's had knee issues all season long. Remember last year he missed the second round of the playoffs due to a knee issue against the Boston Celtics, and they lost in 7. Middleton is a key. And look, Giannis, I'm not saying he's forcing his way out of Milwaukee, but it's a situation to monitor if Milwaukee gets bounced early in the Eastern Conference playoffs. And that's not a good sign for the Bucks if Middleton's out with the knee injury.
And he's a free agent after 2024. So after next year. No, Middleton. That's a big injury. They're a team that's kind of older. I think they're quietly older than we give them credit for.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
They
we
are.
look at the Warriors as an older team. They're a quietly old team as well. I mean, he's 31 right now.
Right.
I know Drew Holiday's got to be in his 30s, right?
Yeah, I'll pull up their roster right now.
He's got to be. You know, I know Bobby Portis is probably one of the more younger players, but Brook Lopez is super old.
Here, I'll pull up the Bucks roster.
Yeah, give it to me. Because that's a guy right there, Giannis Antetokounmpo, where he's the kind of superstar that Joe Lacob's in on, Steph Curry would be in on, and having the flexibility that they have, given some of their contracts moving forward, fits.
Oh, bless you.
Bless you. God bless me.
Bless you.
Sorry, I was in the middle of saying it. Fits what they want to do.
See, but you see, I'm a good teammate there.
Thank you. God bless me and God bless America.
Contrary to what Dibs would say about me, I'm a good teammate. So remember last week, I coughed, and Shasky just looked at me. The one time he shut up on the show. It's like, damn, way to leave me hanging.
Well, I think you looked like you were dying.
No, I was just trying to, those allergy coughs are a monster.
Agreed.
And allergy season is in play right now in the Bay Area. The weather shifts left and right. Next thing you know, I'll walk out the house today, it's raining. I mean, it was a great day at the zoo yesterday. Shout out to all the roasters I met yesterday
nice.
At the SF Zoo. It's still a good time out. I'm putting up the ages. The ages aren't here on the roster. What? Wait. Here we go. All right. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 28.
28.
His brother's 30. I wonder if it's going to be a package deal. Pat Connaughton, 30. Jay Crowder, 32. Goran Dragic. They got Dragic. Yeah. He's 36.
Yeah, he's old.
Drew Holiday, 32.
See?
Joe Ingles, 35.
See?
Brook Lopez, 35.
See?
Wes Matthews, 36. Chris Middleton, 31.
See, it's a sneaky old team.
Bobby Portis,
Middleton's now 32.
28.
He just turned 32.
Who's that?
Middleton.
Oh, he must. Oh, wow. He just must have turned 32. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's not getting any
isn't
younger.
that a sneaky old team?
Yes, it is.
It's a very sneaky old team. So if I'm here and I'm the Warriors, and obviously you're playing within the compartments of this year, but like moving forward, everything's on the table.
Yeah, and I don't want to start the Giannis rumors like there was. I thought a couple years ago the Warriors had no shot to get Giannis.
Okay.
None whatsoever.
So you thought it was premature to hype it up?
Yeah, I did.
Well,
and
you did just get Kevin Durant.
Yeah, but he's an unrestricted free agent at 2026, 27.
Yeah, but
so he's got a couple years left on the deal. He has a player option at 2025 and 26.
Of all the major sports, don't you feel like basketball's the one where the most high-profile players that you would think would never leave actually do?
No doubt. But look at his contract. $42 million this year. $45.6 next year. $48 million the year after. Player option for $51.9 million. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, but he's a great player.
He's a great player.
I mean, you're looking at a guy that won back-to-back MVPs.
He's a great player.
And he's another guy who, if he can get that second championship, I think that elevates him above a lot of guys.
And he wants that second championship.
Oh, of course he does.
He wants
and he's
it
in
bad.
his prime.
He is, no doubt.
God, I'd love to get it. That stinks for the Bucks. Does that take them off the Eastern Conference power rankings for you?
If Middleton doesn't play?
Yeah. We saw him laboring against the Warriors.
See, they're fortunate because they're in that one spot. So they get to avoid Boston and Philly until the conference finals. And Philly and Boston are going to have to slug it out. Hell, Philly may have to slug it out with Miami in the first round if Miami catches Brooklyn. But Milwaukee, our first round opponent, will be the winner to play in. Could be Atlanta, could be Toronto, could be Chicago. Heck, it could be Miami. Then in the second round, they probably play the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are they're a bit young. Evan Mobley and Jared Allen are good players, but I don't think they're ready for Milwaukee. So Milwaukee's fortunate that they have that one seed. And they can lock in on a conference finals, whether it's against Boston or Philadelphia. And that's going to be a war between Philly and Boston. An absolute war. If Philly looks good, with it being probably going to secure his his first MVP award. So we'll see. We'll see about Milwaukee. But that's some interesting news as we look at the finals. And about the playoffs in the NBA. It's a grind. Middleton going to get through the first couple rounds?
No, I think it's going to be very difficult for them. I mean, you don't want an injury at this point in the season. It's horrible, and he's so important to what they do, especially in the fourth quarter as a playmaker in the half court. Like, I think that's where I was most impressed with him when they won that championship was he was dynamic in those fourth quarters down there. Giannis took over. I'm not dismissing that.
Middleton was that closer.
He was really good in those fourth quarters. Just setting up teammates, hitting key buckets, getting to his spots on the floor. He's a stud.
No doubt. And you got Kings Warriors tonight. You don't think Warrior fans are charged up? Well, I'm going to blame Kenny Caraway for, throwing gasoline on the fire. And he did it on 95.7 the game last week on Willard Dibs.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors. Because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
Are we setting him up for Tears of a Clown in about 2 weeks?
We don't have to do it to Kenny Caraway, do we?
God bless his soul.
We have to do it. By the way, Nick Wright was chirping about something. I saw something with Nick Wright. I didn't even send it to the thread. I just laughed.
Was it about the Warriors?
Yeah, it was just a stupid ass take about the Warriors.
What happened with him and his hair? You think that he's got some hair plug thing going on?
It's wild, right?
I mean, it's longer than Lubman's.
No, it is wild. I think Coward said something about the Warriors the other day.
There's another guy who did some weird things to his hair a few years back.
Colin Coward telling everybody, I'm hearing that Andrew Wiggins is not coming back all season. That did not age well for Colin Coward. Another L for him. But you know what? According to some people we know, doesn't matter how good your content is.
There, Colin was wrong. Right?
It's an inside joke, but I'm sorry, folks. Maybe one day we'll have a roaster get together and we'll let you in on the joke.
When I write my memoirs.
When would that happen?
I don't know. Who would I let write my memoirs?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Don't let me write them.
Not Kawakami.
Not Kawakami?
No, because the
Marcus
comment
Thompson?
section would be explosive.
Marcus Thompson?
I was thinking more like, the ghost of Herb Cain or something.
Oh, God.
Ethan Sherwood Strauss.
I'm gonna.
Let Steiny do it. He's got a blog.
You know what?
He doesn't want to write a book, though.
Nuance.
He doesn't want to write a book.
Maybe
What's
he'll
he
do
gonna write
a collection of short stories with Joe Shasky.
What would Steiny's book be about?
I tell you what, Steiny's been in a great mood.
I know, but I'm curious.
He's been in his bag. I tell you, Steiny and Guru,
They've been great.
they've been on fire.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Just don't bring up wrestling talk.
Dude, they've been in Game 7 mode, NBA Finals. I'm like very impressed. I'm like, damn, they're rolling right now. I think we have a great show. I'm like, damn, those dudes are having fun.
They had a whole hour and a half on Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and it was compelling stuff yesterday. I was shocked. I was like, wow.
Well, who said what?
Got to download the Odyssey app, Shasky. Find out. Go to YouTube. Subscribe.
So not only are they getting all the best guests, they're also getting great content.
Well, Willard and Dibbs are still in all our guests. Laura Britt all of a sudden was on.
What are you talking about? We got a great guest list today.
No, we do. We do. But, people piggyback off our guest list. And Kenny Caraway's been on every station, every show on the station now.
Oh, hey there.
I wanted to get D-Lo. Oh, wait, he's already booked.
Who? With who?
I think it was with Steiny Goo today, huh? D-Lo's cool.
We'll have other chance to get those guys.
You write your own memoirs, or they aren't memoirs.
So, Lubman, what is your game? What is your plan of attack today going out to the game?
I will tell you on the other side of this break.
Yeah, are you going to go right after Kapler?
I thought you guys were going together.
We are, but I don't go into the dugout.
Why?
Well, I only play.
They don't let them in, that's why.
Well, timeout, yes.
Why would you go
unless
in the dugout?
I'm playing, I don't go in the dugout.
You talk all that talk.
What is there to What is it? What am I going to say
Don't
to
talk to
Kapler?
Kapler. Ask him questions.
So they can tell me to back up?
Oh, you give him his space.
That would be a great drop, though, if we got that.
Hey, Lubman, make sure I come down to the dugout with you one day. I want to talk to Farhad and Kapler. It's been a while.
Speaking of
I don't know, man. You might cramp my style down there.
I'll elevate your game.
No, you're probably right.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Hey, what I've done for Lubman at Chase Center, to the point where he can walk around without a credential. All right? Don't forget who butters your bread, buddy.
No, you are the king for a reason, so.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
We should hit that break, though. That's what kings do.
Anybody making a Gambino's run?
We're getting cheesesteaks.
Yeah, but I need a coffee. I spilled all my coffee in the car today. It was all in my passenger seat.
Do what the king would do.
Go to break so you can go get coffee.
Hit the break. Now
Fremont
leave the
Bank.
king.
Full service baking. No compromises.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Baseball, baseball, baseball.
We'll pause on baseball for a second. Renell Brooks-Moon to join us at 8:30. That's going to be a lot of fun. Man, she's been doing it for a long, long time. We love Renell on the roast. Auntie Renell. Kitty Caraway, 8 o'clock. Talk some Kings, Warriors. ESPN 1320. Katie Christensen, Katie Hunter. That's right. Katie Hunter's going to join us at 9:20 on the roast. Of course, she calls Kings games alongside Mark Jones.
Oh, hey there.
I see her all the time for NBC Sports California. So, look, man, there's a lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. Here you go. Warrior scenarios. Warriors go 2-0 and the Clippers go 2-0. That means the Warriors will be in 6th place. The Warriors go 2-0 and the Clippers lose one. Warriors will be in 5th place. Warriors go 1-1. Clippers, Lakers, Pelicans go 2-0. Well, the Warriors are going to be down in the 8th seed. They'll be on the road for the play-in tournament. So they need to just win out, basically. They need to win, and they need to hope that the Clippers win 2 games. And I think the Clippers will win 2 games. I think the Clippers will beat Portland tonight. But also, I wonder, and I'm going to ask Millie and Festus this. I don't know if I'll ask them on air or off air. But what the Warriors are seeing, like Sunday, right? Say if everybody wins today. Lakers win, Clippers win, and the Pels win. And the Warriors go into Sunday. And now you get the posturing for that 5 seed where people don't want to play the Suns in the first round, right? Maybe the Clippers they're like, who they play? They play Phoenix Sunday. And they're, we're going to lay down this one. We're going to lay down. And then the Lakers are playing Utah. They're like, yeah, we don't want the 5 either. We want the 6. And then the Warriors are playing Portland. I wonder if somebody on the bench is like, hey, Clippers are losing. Lakers are losing. We need to lose too. So we don't get the 5 and we stay in the 6th spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, would there be scoreboard watching in-game scoreboard watching?
That's a great question.
And then you just pull everybody off the floor and you're just like, hey, Ty Jerome, I want you pulling up from 30 feet and missing every 3.
I mean, you see this in baseball down the stretch when a team loses and you're in like the 6th inning and then you still lose that game, but you clinch the NL West or the AL West, they'll celebrate like crazy. And yeah, you do yank all your players or whatever. So their magic number is what? To be the 6th, the magic number is 1, 2?
Yeah, but it depends on what these other teams do.
I kind of don't want to. Okay, this is going to. Do I want to face Phoenix? Not necessarily, but I'm also not afraid of them nor avoiding them.
Yeah.
Argument there, right, is you're catching them early until they turn into like a juggernaut. So, like, listen, they've still only had, 8 games now with KD in the lineup. They're undefeated, granted. But, yeah, get them early rather than late.
I'm with that. By the way, shameless shout-outs. It is a Friday. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Line them up, 888-957-9570.
Phoenix versus the Warriors, because we've talked about how Kings and the Warriors have never faced, this late in the season when both are 500. They've never faced each other in the playoffs. Was the last Phoenix Suns-Warriors playoff matchup in 1993 when Barkley went boom around the back and yammed in Weber's face?
It was the last one.
Wow.
No, but Weber did that in the regular season.
Oh, that was the regular season. They beat us in 3 games. That was a 5-game series?
5-game series. They swept them.
Okay.
There was 2 very good games at America West Arena where the KJ just went crazy. I actually talked to Bull about that.
That was the year they went to the finals?
They went to the finals.
So he had Marley.
Well, no. It was the year after they went to the finals. They lost to the Rockets later on in that playoff series.
So they went to the finals in 92.
92, 93.
Okay.
So that 93 finals. So that was 93, 94.
So, okay, in my mind, I thought that was Weber's rookie year, 92, 93.
It was Weber's rookie year was 94. Here you go. I'll pull it up right now.
It was 94? I thought
93, 94.
Huh.
93, 94. Rookie year.
Why did I think Weber's rookie year was 92, 93?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm wrong.
But the Phoenix Suns swept the Warriors. And there was close games. Very close games. Look at the series stats here.
So let me guess. AC Green. I'm trying to think of Phoenix Suns. AC Green, Kevin Johnson. I'm closing my eyes here. Tom Chambers, Dan the Man Marley, Danny Ainge, Barkley.
Richard. I tell you one right now.
Person?
And I tell you, I don't know if Chuck Person was on that team. I know Richard Dumas was on that team.
Ooh, good call.
I think Oliver Miller was on that team.
Oliver Miller, was he?
Yeah, I think so.
God, he was in the league forever.
Right, I got to pull up the roster.
Pull it up.
Right. Charles Barkley, Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley, AC Green, Cedric Sabalos.
One of my favorites.
Danny Ainge,
Yes.
Oliver Miller.
Look at you.
Mark West. Frank Johnson. Skeeter Henry. Joe Klein, Elliot Perry. This is the 94 team.
Okay.
The finals team had Richard Dumas.
Gotcha. Okay.
Richard Dumas, I think, was in rehab at that point, unfortunately. Remember, he had some issues.
Those purple jerseys are still undefeated.
They're so sick.
I love those jerseys.
All games were close. Game 1, 111, 104. Game 2, 117, 111. Game 3, when Barkley dropped to 56 on the Warriors at the Coliseum. 140 to 133. And the Warriors actually had the lead going into the fourth quarter, but Barkley scored 56, grabbed 14 rebounds. KJ 18 to 12. Look at the Warriors box score here. Against the Suns in that Game 3. Mullen was 11 to 16, 4-6 from 3, 30 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. Billy Owens 18, 6 and 5. Weber only 16 and 13. Sprewell 27 points, 4 assists. Byron Houston started 5 points.
Was Vincent Askew on that team? Or Keith Jennings? Was it Keith Jennings?
Keith Jennings. Mr. Jennings. We had him on set a couple years ago.
Really?
Yeah, he came out here.
Was he number 2?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, keep going. Alton Lister?
Jeff Grayer, Chris Gatley.
Victor Alexander?
Avery Johnson. Victor Alexander may have came off the bench, but he's not in this box score right here.
God, some old school.
So on this roster, names. Todd Murphy, Todd Litchie, Jeff Grayer, Josh Grant, Chris Gatley, Dell Dibs, Judd Bushler, Victor Alexander out of Iowa State.
Arizona?
You ever hear the Gary St. Jean and Nelly story about Victor Alexander?
No.
So
number 52?
Yeah, 52. St. Jean and Don Nelson told the hotel, if this room calls you for room service, call us immediately.
Okay.
Right? So Victor Alexander had
a Pablo Sandoval.
Victor Alexander had a weight issue. And so he's up in this hotel room. I think they're in San Antonio. I could be wrong. I asked Willie. But St. Jean tells the story, and it's great. And so Victor Alexander, man, he orders a room service. And he went hard in the paint. I mean, you're talking milkshakes. You're talking about ice cream sundaes. You're talking about double cheeseburgers with the bacon, maybe more cheese. And so they got the call for room service. The hotel alerted Don Nelson. Don Nelson and Gary St. Jean went straight to the kitchen. They grabbed the food. Don Nelson put on a chef's hat.
No, he did not.
Go up to the room.
No, he did not.
Boop, boop, boop. Room service. Victor Alexander opened the door. Goes, oh, damn it. And Nelson and St. Jean are right there with the food. And then, so you know, Victor Alexander is running the stairs in the hotel.
That is great.
That's a great story.
That is great. Only
Big
Nelly.
Vic. Only Nelly, right?
Only Nelly.
Imagine that. Call us immediately.
A guy who has a belly that's been hardened by whiskey and weed. I mean, God.
Oh, man.
So here's
awesome.
2 things from the 954 and the 510. I don't think the Suns are that much of a threat as you're making it sound. I mean, they struggled last night to get a W against the Nuggets bench. I think the Warriors can get them. And then it follows up with the 510. Play Phoenix early while you're healthy.
Yeah.
You don't want them after a 7-game series and possibly not as healthy, and there's some fatigue for the Warriors. I'd rather have them in the first round.
Interesting.
I think there's something. Now, I see both sides of it.
I see both sides, too.
I think there's something to that, though.
I see both sides.
That's
I
why
see both sides.
I'm not playing so sadistic where I'm trying to I have to face the Kings. I just play it out. Just play it out and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Warriors, you need your chaps. And Draymond Green said it. I'm not afraid of nobody.
And that's how they should feel.
And so that's how they should feel. But I do get the point of waiting to see them. Thanks, Lubin. The point to see them later, and there's miles on Chris Paul's legs. There's miles on KD's legs. DeAndre Ayton is a little more fatigued. However, on the flip side, it may be better. I'm starting to talk myself into seeing the Phoenix Suns in the first round because Chris Paul's going to play some easy basketball now. With Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, Chris Paul's job has gotten so much easier to where he doesn't have to put a lot of stress on himself offensively, doesn't have to run every single pick and roll, doesn't have to have the ball in his hands every single possession. And Chris Paul quietly, which makes him so great, as a spot-up shooter wide open, he'll knock him down. He'll destroy you from the perimeter if you leave him wide open.
Selfishly, do you know what I want?
What?
I want Phoenix and the Warriors to face off in the second round. I know it's not going to be able to happen, but that's what I wanted because I would be in Arizona right around that time.
Oh, well.
Selfishly.
I want to watch conference finals.
So Kings are essentially locked into the 3 seed.
Well, if Memphis loses tonight, Kings win tonight. They're one game behind Memphis. And
Would they want the 2 seed?
And they would have the tiebreaker over Memphis.
What is the sense that you're getting from the Kings? Do they want to move up? Do they like where they're at?
Well, I don't know what the sense is with the Kings. That's why we're talking to Kenny Caraway. But JD tweeted out yesterday about the injury report. And if I go to the injury report today, all their players are basically listed as questionable. So what do the Kings want? By the way, shameless shout-outs again.
I mean, aren't we all questionable?
745, shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. If you want to shout out anybody, your Little League team, your high school baseball team, your track and field team, softball team. If you want to shout out your family. If you want to shout out opening day. If you're going to the home opener, 888-957-9570. I don't know what the Kings want to do. They're in a very, it's kind of interesting where the top 3 seeds, the bottom feeders in the Western Conference, not the bottom feeders, but the guys in the 6, 7, 8
people
spot,
limping in.
They're like, I got no problem taking on Denver. Like, you could see a scenario where the Lakers play the Nuggets in the series, and the Lakers could be favored to win that series. The Warriors would be favored to beat the Sacramento Kings.
The last time the Lakers and the Suns faced was in the one where they were clapping like crazy in their face. Was that the one where the Suns didn't the Suns and
yeah, there was the playing game. So the Lakers beat the Warriors in the play-in, and then the Suns ended up playing the Lakers.
That's what it was.
And
that happened a couple years ago.
Andre Drummond was doing the thing with Jay Crowder, and then everyone was making fun of each other.
Yeah,
and he got hurt.
Andre Drummond was doing the LeBron post up, and then Jay Crowder started flexing on him.
And then the last time the Lakers faced the Kings, was that all the way back when? In that Western Conference?
They've had a lot of series together. Suns
but was
and Lakers.
that the last one?
The one before that? What do you mean? So 2 years ago, Suns, Lakers.
No, I meant Lakers versus Kings.
Oh,
if you're looking it down.
Yeah, the Kings haven't. Yeah.
So it's been that one. And I can't think off the top of my head of any Laker-Grizzly matchups. Can you?
No.
Yeah. I feel like we are sleeping a little on the Grizzlies. I don't know. I not that I'm dismissing them, but I do feel like a lot of people are dismissing them.
Let's just think about Lakers Suns and all the history. I've seen Lakers Suns in the playoffs.
Well,
numerous times. Hell, when Barkley first got there, they were down 0-2 to the Lakers in the best of 5, and the Suns had to win 3 straight on their way to the finals.
The Kobe lost the 2010.
Kobe lost a couple times.
Alvin Gentry, when the Kobe they beat
when
him.
He smacked Alvin Gentry on the butt.
Yeah, the Kobe did the bye-bye to him, smacked him on the butt. Yeah.
So here's the injury
What was
report.
the one where the Phoenix thought that they had him and everyone jumped off the bench?
Oh, that was against the Spurs.
Oh, it was against the Spurs. Why did I think it was the Lakers?
Marty Stoudemire took one step off the bench. Robert Horry hip check Steve Nash.
They all got suspended.
The NBA dropped him.
Yeah.
The NBA hosed the Phoenix Suns.
They did screw them.
So the injury report for Sacramento. Matthew Dellavedova out. The Curry stopper.
I didn't even know he was in Sacramento.
Hey, he's a veteran leader up there.
Oh, is he?
He's their vet. De'Aaron Fox, questionable. Red Velvet, questionable.
I'm not calling him Red Velvet.
Kevin Horter. Yeah. I'm coming to Red Velvet. That's his name. Wow, Guru scored 20 points in Jockford yesterday? Damn. Trey Lyles, questionable.
That's the weirdest aside ever.
I have no idea.
Davion Mitchell, questionable. Malik Monk, questionable. Keegan Murray, questionable. Domantas Sabonis, questionable. I just feel like they're going to wait to see what's happening in the Memphis game. Because if Memphis beats Milwaukee, they clinch the number 2 seed.
And then they have nothing to play for.
And they have nothing to play for. But if Memphis is losing in Milwaukee, then all of a sudden Kings, they're saying, hey, they're no longer questionable. We've upgraded them to probable. Now you got action.
I wonder who's doing both. I wonder who's going to opening day and then driving up to Sac.
Wow. That would be a day.
I bet there are some people.
There's some people up there? Wow, that's a hell of a call.
I bet there are.
So the game, what time's
War game's at 7?
Giants game in what, around
4, let's say. Because they've been it's been
it's
under
a lot
300.
of traffic. It's a lot of traffic.
I know, but it's a Friday.
It's a Friday.
It's Easter weekend.
It's Easter weekend.
Oh my gosh,
wow.
that'd be. Maybe you get Premier Limos. Shout out to Steve at Premier Limos. Go call Premier Limos. They'll give you a ride up to Sac.
You know what I would call that drive with the family? That's the divorce drive.
Oh my God.
Right? The one where you want to get a divorce afterwards because everyone's yelling. They're tired from the game. Can we pull over and get something to eat? I don't want to pull over. I want to keep going.
Do you have no idea, Shasky? Like, I'm leaving specifically. No, because we're driving down to Monterey this weekend to go to Jade's in-laws for Easter weekend. So immediately I get home, I get 12:30. I'm picking up Benny from daycare. We're just driving down there. Like, I'm not waiting until 4 or 5 o'clock. No chance. And I'd rather drive at like 7 or 8 when there is no traffic.
So when you're driving down, like me, even if you got to use the restroom, are you going to lead foot it as far and as long as possible so you have as minimal amount of stops as
Correct.
possible? Yeah, that's me.
So I just pulled up Waze, right?
Yes.
And it's from here.
Okay.
From our location.
Which is almost near the ballpark.
Yeah. We're about 10 minutes away from the ballpark.
Some people might be parking right near here.
So if you want to get there by 7 p.m., by tip-off, Warriors Kings, you have to leave at 4:40, according to Waze. It's going to be a 2-hour, 21-minute drive.
Traffic? Yeah.
2-hour, 21-minute drive.
I bet it's longer than that.
If you leave by 4, it's a 2-hour and 30-minute drive. And you get there by 6:30.
And that feels like 4 hours.
It feels a lot longer than the 2.5 hours. I mean,
you can't stop off in Vacaville to go to the outlets.
No, you can't. In and out. You better get some food on the way out in San Francisco.
Any NBC beef between the shows? Is there a smack talk? Is there something
with
going on?
Pre and post?
Yeah.
Well, if the Warriors win tonight, we may have something cooked up.
Do they think that they should be in the big studio still?
Well, they'll be at the Go to One Center, but they definitely think they deserve a big studio.
Oh.
But
did you remind them that you don't broadcast out of Sacramento? You actually come into San Francisco to broadcast?
No, I'm not going to do that. That's no.
Facts?
Nah, I'm not going to do that. They're part of the NBC family.
I haven't been to Golden One Arena. Is it pretty sweet? Is it really cool?
I like it.
I really want to go.
So SoFi is similarly set up where when you walk in, you're at ground level, coming out from the outside to in, and you go in, and then it's almost like carved in like underneath the floor, if that makes sense. It's got like a Colosseum-ish, when you look at the Roman Colosseum, it's like going down into the ground.
Oh, yeah, I've been there.
Very similar. Well, you've seen pictures and stuff. But
no, I've actually been to the Colosseum.
Oh, I have.
Shout out Rome.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But you know how it's like carved down?
Well, totally.
So the same thing, you walk into the Golden One Center, and you're up so high, and you're like, oh, whoa, I got a sweet view like SoFi, where you're up hella high.
It's a standing room only view. And then they have the panels to where you can open them up and the light comes in.
I like it.
It's really, the lighting's really good.
It's a cool stadium.
And around there, they have the barbecue spot. They get nice little food. They built the area up around there.
What's the name of that place?
I don't know. That barbecue spot.
You got the burnt ends?
Dude, the barbecue. Let me tell you. Why should I be surprised now? But there was so much trash talk because in college basketball, they put the media on the floor. So you get courtside seats.
Sauced barbecue was the
Sauce
spot.
barbecue.
And they give you the little squirt barbecue sauce thingies.
The macaroni and cheese.
Oh, so good.
I think I had 2 bowls of macaroni.
Did. We also got noticed by all the fans.
Oh, hey there.
Yeah, that's what they said to us. And then they came and sat down and talked to us.
No, we chopped it up.
Yeah.
California classic.
I was afraid I was going to get barbecue sauce all over my white Klay Thompson jersey that's misspelled.
With his misspell.
And I didn't know. I bought that at Chase Center. How?
What is it missing?
It's TOH instead of THO.
Hey, Raymond Ritter, hook my guy up, man.
Hey, that's a sweet jersey, though. The white one, the white rainbow, that one's...
Might be able to sell that on eBay. Get some money off of it. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-out. Shameless shout-outs. Another key factor, Morelli's all over it. We brought this up in the first hour. Morelli's all over it. What if the Clippers decide to tank a game? They played the Blazers and the Suns, and they play the Blazers tomorrow. So
I don't see. I feel like we've all just kind of crossed the Clippers off of our playoff contenders.
They're a tough team. They look good.
Is Paul George gonna come back?
I don't know, but Norman Powell's back, and he lit up the Lakers the other night. Lit them up.
He lit up the Warriors in the finals.
Yeah, Tim Bontemps, ESPN.
Used to do a lot here at 95.7 The Game.
A lot. Well,
some would say too much. In fact, I'll say it. He was on here too much, saying nothing.
Can't tell you. I didn't see it.
Calling it like I see it.
I have no idea.
There's something about, look, Tim might be a good dude. There's just something about the way he gave an opinion was so I'm smarter and East Coastier than you, and I know things. It's like, shut up and just say what you feel.
Damn.
He drove me nuts. And everyone, get Tim Bontemps on. To say what? To read the standings off? Jesus.
Damn. Bontemps catching strays.
No, he's catching the full clip.
Now I don't even want to play this out.
Hella arrogant.
Now I don't even want to click the button, Spinoni. I don't even want to click the button.
Let me summarize. If the Warriors do X, Y, and Z, they're winning it all. But it's if, a huge caveat.
Well, the Warriors are playing the Sacramento Kings tonight. Biggest game remaining on the entire regular season schedule. The Sacramento has got all of their starters questionable. Seems like they might sit this one out like we saw Denver last night. If they do, Golden State wins that game, Golden State's going to the NBA Finals.
Ooh, what do you think, Tim? Is that a hot take or a cold one?
It's cold, and I'm reluctantly saying it because I picked the Warriors to repeat before the season, but this regular season has not looked anything like I thought it would for the Golden State Warriors. So right now, I'm on record as saying I think Phoenix is going to be the team to beat in the Western Conference, so I don't know necessarily that I'm going to change my mind based on how the Warriors play against the Kings. Now, look, they could convince me by winning a first-round series, and Wiggins is a major contributor. I might change my mind going into that second round, but as we sit here today, I don't think the Warriors are going to be able to pull this off.
I feel like Tim thinks that's a hot take. It said it was cold. What I'll say is part of the reason that Golden State winning that game is so important, it basically locks them into the 6th seed, which means they get Sacramento in the first round, and then they get Memphis in the second round. They avoid Phoenix or Denver until at least the conference finals.
I feel like I'm in a classroom listening to this guy. I can get it. If they win the second to last game against the Kings, who might not suit up anyone, they're winning the championship. It's one of the... Come on, man.
I honestly didn't know you hated Bontemps this much.
Comments, I know one when I see one.
So take you behind the scenes real quick. Like I saw this clip on Twitter. I was like, hey, this is interesting. Like maybe we could talk about this. So I pulled it. So I was like, oh yeah, Tim Bontemps. I had no idea there was this deep pent up anger towards Tim Bontemps.
I just think he's such a condescending jerk.
Oh my God.
There's this, I went to college on the East Coast. Let me tell you. It's like, dog, I know you got family money, hence why you've been working for $20,000 a year, moving country to country, spot to spot all around the world. I get it.
Shout out college on the East Coast.
Jesus. Wake me up when he says something profound. At least Legler is like got chops in the game. I respect, I think Legler's one of the best on ESPN. Hands down. It ain't the morning roast for nothing.
He nutted that thing.
Oh, my God.
RJ Fairfield, what's going on? What's going on?
It's been a while since I've done that.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
7, I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Damn.
Yep. Hey, I just want to talk about this matchup real quick. I'm just saying, if we're not, if we are a full go. I think we gonna stun you guys. We gonna show you who we are. This is a new team.
Oh, you're a Kings fan.
I think we're the new Warriors. Yeah. Come on, RJ from Fairfield.
Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, RJ. I'm kidding. I know who you are.
Hey, I think we're the new Warriors of the Valley. Let me finish. I think we win by strength in numbers, like just like how you guys did it. I think we were a lot deeper. We have Sabonis. My bad, I'm exercising right now.
Yeah, what are you on the treadmill?
What are you doing on it?
You doing the Peloton, doggy?
Sounds like you eat a big
hitting
bowl
them
of gumbo or
curls?
something. Yeah, you breathing hard.
Man, I'm on the assault bike, man.
Good for you.
I'm
all about that. I hit my own personal best in my benching yesterday. I was very proud of myself.
Yeah, RJ, didn't you set me off one day?
Man, 185.
RJ, when did you set me off? You set me off recently, didn't you?
I'm not hitting 185s, doggy.
No. I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that to you, Vontae. You a cool guy. I can't wait to meet you one day.
Yeah, I can't wait to meet you too.
Can I just say something? Oh, yeah, okay, all right. So this matchup, right? I've been waiting for this day. We've been talking for a couple months, and I'm telling you guys, we haven't played in a long time. But like I said, I think we win because we are a lot deeper than the Warriors, and I think because you guys are you guys rely on you guys used to be the strength in numbers, but I think you guys rely on 2 to 3 players that get you there. But we have people on the bench. We have Keegan Murray, the 3-point rookie of the year right now, and
all right, RJ.
Hey, RJ.
How about Monday?
RJ, you need
Monday. Call me back Monday.
Next time, hop off the elliptical or whatever you're doing. Just take the 30 seconds. And keep it going. Nothing's funnier than seeing the person at the red light where they keep jogging. It's like, you're good. You can keep going. It's all good. You can stop for a second.
Shameless shout-outs coming up in 2 minutes here. 2 minutes, shameless shout-outs. Line them up, 888-957-9570.
That elliptical can
Omar from Metro Cafe. He's coming in at 9:15. He can't come in soon enough. I am starving. And it goes, you want me to make breakfast? I said, no, we got cheesesteaks coming in on a Friday. Because, the diet starts on Monday.
Are they doing Wendy's for you guys tonight on set?
Probably not.
You guys have been doing that Wendy's hard.
No, we haven't been doing the Wendy's hard.
Oh, no?
No, we haven't.
I thought you did it a couple times this year.
No, we haven't done the Wendy's at all. We had the DoorDash. Square pie guys.
That's what it was.
We had the square pie guys.
Square pie guys. Hey, that's good.
Hey, that pizza was lit.
Is it good?
Took a bite on live TV.
Yeah, it's really good.
I took a big bite on TV.
Yeah, it's really good. Stunner Man was over there. Yeah.
All right. Morelli. He's coming to San Francisco in June.
Yeah, and I will fully admit, people are saying I am not hitting 185s when it comes to bench press. I will admit that completely. There was multiple women yesterday out benching me left and right, and I was like, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to get on your level.
I'm happy. I'm happy for you. I can't get over the Tim Bontemps strays, man. Shout out Tim Bontemps. Been on ESPN. I don't think he's making just $20,000 a year.
That was a joke.
I know it was a good joke.
It was a joke. It was
I know. I didn't know you did like Tim Bontemps.
It's just every time. So annoying. It's like, God. I'll just stream the ESPN app if I want to hear generic takes.
How about RJ? How about RJ? Sam, I'm about to choke, man. What the hell's going on here? Oh, my God. I've got tears coming out of my eyes, man. I literally got tears coming out of my eyes. What was I'm about to say, man?
Hey, I'm ready for opening day, bro. I told you. I got Tiger on the TV getting ready. I got opening day. I got Kings Warriors.
That's a hell of a take, though. That's a hell of a take to say. If they win tonight,
it's wild.
They're going straight to the finals. What? wait a minute here. Second minute's playing the Stockton Kings are rolling. How about RJ's who's still a strip the numbers saying we got to do strip the numbers? I mean, whoa.
If they are going to the finals, we're definitely having Tim Bontemps on the show, though. We have to.
Book him. I want to book next week. We got some dead time next week if the Warriors avoid the play-in.
Might have to hit up my boy. Might have to go hit up my boy. What's his face? Fidel to to make that happen. I'd rather have Wendy though. Quite honestly, I think Windhorse is the most tapped in.
Well, Wendy's been avoiding this. Trust me, that interview made the rounds.
Wendy the homie though.
Yeah, he is. Well, you're in the group text with him
all day.
I'm not. Does he reply to you?
Fidel knows. Like I told Fidel, I'm like Fidel. The chopper could come out on anyone.
No,
like,
but
he knows that.
I got the TD
Don't
guard.
run up. I got the Pico.
When I got the TD guard, they were like, you Omar in the wire?
I was a joke. I was waiting for you to meet me halfway.
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to. I got the TD guard, dude. And everybody ESPN, Wendy's a really nice guy. Tristan Crick got on us and was mad at us for the Wendy interview. He didn't know what to do with the Checkbook Championship comment. Oh, my God.
All right, in terms of what, we got to do shameless shout-outs.
Let's go. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, shit. Damn.
He nutted that thing.
Dude, oh my gosh. Oh man, Steiny and Bontemps did have an argument.
I was bored up. It was Warriors this week a couple of years ago, and they got into it because it was Steiny had it was after the NBA Finals, right? It was 2019. That's right. It was after they lost. Kevin Durant had moved on, and Steiny basically insinuated to Bontemps, "Hey, listen, don't you think they might load manage Curry a lot this year? Why would they do that? Why would then Tim took offense to that notion, and then Steiny took offense to him getting offended, and Steiny just left, stormed out mid-interview. It was 10 minutes in, and JD just finished all right, Tim Bontemps here at ESPN. It was so funny.
888-957-957.
They're lined up today. They're lined up. What a show. We're not even 2 hours in. I'm scared to know what the next 2 hours is going to bring. I'm just along for the ride,
I told you, opening day brings out a different me.
I'm along for the ride, dude. I'm telling you, do not let the Warriors win tonight. You will want to be tapped into the post-game show. Trust me.
The only way that this season can go more off the rails, we go through the Memphis Grizzlies, and I'm traveling to Memphis. We create a whole new, enemy in the state of Tennessee.
You know what? We may have to be cool in Memphis.
Yeah, I'm a little worried.
Yeah. If we travel to Memphis, I'm not doing no cross talks with them. I'm not letting them know where I'm sitting. I'm going to keep it cool.
Coach will take care of you guys.
They can win that.
No. Oh, that's right. We do have Coach.
No, Coach would set us up. Can we get Coles out next week, too? Ryan and SF.
What up, Ryan? Who you shouting out?
Ryan, what you got here? Ryan, you're in a roast. Oh, my gosh.
Well, I want to shout out my wife that even on a rainy day like this, she does my breakfast every morning. I also want to shout out my baseball team that we're going to play on Sunday. We're about to win this. And I'm just pumped up because it's Friday. And I know the Warriors are going to kick butt today. They're going to kick butt in the playoffs. We're going to the final. We're going to win it. We got this. We're not scared of nobody. We're not scared of the Suns or nobody. We got this year.
Let's go, Ryan. All right,
I want to shout out Taco Montana, Crazy Taco Montana. Follow them on Instagram. Check them out. They're awesome.
Judy Moraga, what you got, Judy? What you got?
Good morning, guys. I'm
morning,
going to
Judy.
give a shout out to my baller status daughter.
Let's go.
Who is a college professional basketball player, played in Australia, and is now coaching for the NBA in Dubai. And she is playing in an international league in Lebanon right now. And I think she's going to be the MVP of that league, just like she was at Miramonte High School and St. Mary's College.
I love that, Judy. That's one of the best shout-outs
St.
I've
Mary's
ever heard.
Gales.
Shout out to and congrats to my best friend and brother, Rocky Ramponi, for getting his new job at Discount Builder Supply on Mission Street. Absolutely beautiful.
Congratulations.
Shout out to my beautiful wife, Aranzu, amazing mom of 2 girls, Hazel and Penny, and she's pregnant with our baby boy, Enzo. She's a true rock star. Love you.
Nice.
That's from the 510.
Congratulations.
Oh, we love that on the Comcast Business Text Line 520. Bonte, shout out to you, the Victor Alexander 95.7 The Game. Hey, I'll take a 5-year NBA career and eat all the food I want. 415, San Marin High School and Nevada Robotics Club. Headed to the World Championships in Houston this April. Support them. GoFundMe. 415, Comcast Business Text Line. Let us know how we can go fund you. San Marin High School and Nevada Robotics Club. That's pretty awesome.
All right, so did you guys used to have a rule where you could walk something back in the middle of a segment?
All right, we're walking back at the shout.
I want to shout out Tim Bontemps, such a great journalist. When I'm looking for basketball coverage and knowledge, that's where I go.
Well, who got the Shasky?
Hey, maybe a text from Matt Dehegan.
Hey, Sam Lubman. Are you ready for today's opening day? Shout it out.
Yeah, you know what? I want to shout out all the Giants fans going to opening day today.
Let's go.
I'm excited and just excited for opening day, man. It's shout out to all the Giants fans. Shout out to the Giants and win at least like 88 games this year.
I want to shout out Sam Lubman. He made it to a third date. He made it, folks. Lubman made it to a third date. We love it. We're tracking dates with Sam Lubman.
Nice.
We love it. He put his business out there, not me. Shout out to Sam Lubman. I'm proud of you. He's already learning on the fly. He's listened to the one and only Bonte Hill on dating.
And here comes UPS Zach. I want to shout out all the Teamsters Local 2785 members and all the UPS drivers in Menlo Park grinding and trying to make that money.
510 Butcher Boy, you had to listen to 1 hour the rest of your life. The options are Bontemps or Rick Bucher. Probably going Bucher, right? Spinoni, who you shouting out?
I'm shouting out just all the, the daycare workers, the child care providers out there. It is a very difficult job. And shout out Miss Katrina over in Oakland. I'm not going to give the last name, but she is awesome. First choice daycare. She's been great. She set up an Easter egg hunt with all the kids and stuff like that. It's very difficult, and it's not an easy job. So all the child care providers. My mom worked in the industry for over 30 years, so shout you guys out.
And shout out Cake and Cuts Barbershop in Twin Peaks. Cake and Cuts.
Shout out to Metro Cafe, who will be here in an hour and a half. Omar with the cheesesteaks.
Sounds delicious.
Oh, you know I'm eating those bad boys live on YouTube.
Sounds delicious. Oh, by the way, shout out Gambinos for feeding us all week. My boy JC went there yesterday. Said in honor of Bonte, I'm at the Gambinos.
Oh, wow.
You know JC probably walked there from the sunset.
No doubt, no doubt. Bonnie Piedmont, what's happening, Bonnie? Who you shouting out?
I want to shout out to my son Devin, who's being inducted into his High School Hall of Fame tomorrow.
What high school?
What high school?
Piedmont High.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very cool.
That's awesome, Bonnie.
He also played at UMass Amherst. Once he left there, he went to play football again.
Nice.
I'm so proud of him.
You should be.
I'm proud of him too, Bonnie.
What's his
I'm
name?
proud of you.
What's his name so we can give him a good shout out?
She hung up.
Oh, darn it.
Ginny San Mateo. Then we got one last shout out coming up, and I can't wait for that one. Ginny and San Mateo, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, nice to talk to you again. I met you with my son Anthony at the De La Salle Fair game back in the fall.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How's he doing? Is it Giants opening day?
Yeah, Ginny, is he about to graduate Sarah High School? He's graduating soon, right?
He is. He's a Yep, he's a senior, and I've taken him to opening day ever since kindergarten. It's our family holiday.
That's
so
awesome.
We were going to boycott because we listen to you every day, and we're not really pleased.
No, you got to go. Don't listen.
You know what? We're giving it a go.
No, you have to
I'll
keep
be
the
at club
tradition.
level. Come say what's up.
Hey, Ginny, where's he going to college?
You know, he's not sure yet. He got into Gonzaga, Oregon.
Wow.
He has a lot of choices.
Wow.
He wants to kind of follow in your footsteps. You've been a great role model. That's what I want to let you know. Baby Ches is beautiful, and we love you every day. I wanted to say one last thing.
Yeah.
We had our Sarah basketball varsity banquet Tuesday night, and Coach Rapp gave a shout-out to Salesian when they beat us at Santa Clara University. I just thought that was so classy. He acknowledged their defensive play. And, you know, it's just the young kids of today need to hear that.
Yeah, you know what?
Just wanted to say, have a great day. We love you guys. We listen every day.
Ginny, we love you too. Make sure you text. Tell Anthony text me if he needs advice. We got some kids in Oregon that I talk to all the time. Some mentees, Miles, Ralph's son from Coyote Creek. Izzy's up there. He's about to graduate. That's awesome. And Coach Rapp is all class. Coach Rapp is a class act down there at Sarah High School. He's always been there. He's been there for a long, long time at Sarah. So last but not least.
Oh, and I want to shout out Phil Ginsburg, who runs Park and Rec here in the city. I DM'd him about some things about the park. I want to give him love because we always want to rip the parks and recs. Lang Field renovation is one of the great renovations in San Francisco history.
You always rip the parks.
No, I don't. I'm using them 10-1 more than anyone in the station.
You always rip the parks.
Lang Park putting turf was a game changer.
Back off.
They
You gave
deserve
about
all the
15
credit.
shout-outs today. You're on fire right now.
I am.
You got to take a chill
I
pill.
love it, Shasky.
Take a chill pill, Shasky, and let Duke have the floor
Okay,
for
my
once.
bad.
Duke in the city. Long
Man,
time
it's
no
all
talk.
good, man. I love y'all, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Happy Easter to y'all, man. I had to call and, man, give a shout-out to y'all, man. Happy Easter to y'all and y'all families for what y'all do, man. Keep it on the air lit, man, for all my longshore people that be listening to y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
They keep y'all tuned in, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's go to State Warriors in the play. Hold on, let me get it right.
Get it right, Duke. Let's go.
Get
Catch
it
that
right.
beat.
Go to
Catch that
State
beat.
Warriors in the playoff. No joke. Yeah, Stephen Clay still shooting threes from the bridge. No smoke there. I got code on y'all. Let me not. Come on, Shameless shout out. Let's not go to shame, dude. Go to State Warriors in the playoff. No joke. There. Stephen Clay still shooting threes from the bridge. No smoke there. The car dancing and bouncing in the bay. They call it yoking. But I'm from the scope and we smoke real big here. Ask Tyler Miller and my boy Drew Deasy. Michael Hernandez. Boy, it's getting breezy. I'm going to give y'all the rest of this with a playoff. Man. I love y'all, man. We're going to do it right, man. We're going to keep doing this.
Dude, next week when the playoffs start, the real beat will be on.
Yes.
And we're expecting you to come with that fire freestyle. Shameless shout-outs. What is shameless shout-outs? We love it all. We love you all.
Let's go.
Quickly, injury report.
Quickly.
Hey. Real quick, Klay Thompson. He sat out the Tuesday night's game with the back injury. A lot of people were concerned. Well, guess what? If you're not Warrior fans, Klay is expected to play tonight in the Golden One Center against the Sacramento Kings. Tonight's injury report does not have Klay Thompson listed on it. He was a full participant in practice yesterday. Expected to be a full go when the Warriors try to beat the Kings up in Sacramento. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. ESPN 1320. Kitty Caraway. We're going to backhand him here on the roast.
Power Trip in Indio, California.
into a Friday, a Frisco Friday here on the roast. Shout out to Duke. Shout out to everybody. You know what? Shout out to my man right here from the 415, Hunter. We're going to shout out Hunter, who played and won his first Galileo doubles varsity tennis match over 2 seniors from Washington High School.
Nice.
Hunter, he's been listening to the program on his way to school for years now. What does he need to get a simple 10-second shout out? All you have to do is text the Comcast Business Text line, and we got your back, Hunter. We got your back, baby. That's from James. Devin Brown, Piedmont High School class of 09. Led California in interceptions his senior year. That's who's going to the Hall of Fame tomorrow. Devin Brown. Shout out to Devin Brown. Shout out to everybody. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, longshoremen, Teamsters, union workers, small business owners. We got Metro Cafe. You talk about small business. Metro Cafe is coming through the building. Omar.
So ready.
I'm so ready for these cheesesteaks. I'm so pumped. I haven't had Metros in so long. That's from my home right there.
You know what I'm also ready to have?
What?
Carameled popcorn.
Oh, you like caramel popcorn?
I do.
Just give me some regular butter popcorn.
I'll have chocolate buttered. I'll have whatever.
I have kettle, cheese, and regular
butter.
I
mean more like Cracker Jacks. Like I really do love Cracker Jacks. You don't like the box?
The older I get, I like the box. I just don't like the Cracker Jacks.
The peanuts that have all the the bottom.
It's a lot. It's a lot going on.
Okay, well maybe I'll go malt for you in the second half of the game.
All right, Warrior fans, you want to get fired up?
I am fired up.
You want to get fired up? I'll get you fired up right now. We play this every single day, and we're going to play it every single day when these teams match up. Because Kenny Caraway, he wasn't on our show. He went on with Willard and Dibs because he knew he could get away with this. And this is what he said.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors. Because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
All series long. Let's bring in our main man. We may not be friends after the series, but we are right now. And Drake bars will be lit up there at ESPN 1320 when they win a game. But Shasky's got some freestyles. We got Duke in the city who's got some heat ready. ESPN 1320s. It's the one and only Kenny Caraway. What half of D-Lo and KC? We love D-Lo and KC. But you know what? This has been, it's been intensifying here, KC. You know it. You know it. And it started with some tweets. It started with Draper. And now here you go, Kenny, talking about you go backhand us. What's up, Kenny? You laughing, but we ain't laughing. It ain't really funny right now.
What's going on, fellas? Look, man. I'm gonna tell y'all like Bernie Mac told Def Comedy Jam. I'm afraid of y'all. I'm afraid of y'all. I'm out here right now, baby. And I said what I said.
Well, Kenny.
Okay?
Kenny.
What the hell I said?
Well, Kenny, like the great Bernie Mac said at Players Club, when you take on the Golden State Warriors, it's gonna be trouble, trouble, trouble. So what's happening tonight? No, seriously, in all seriousness, man. We love you. Who is Sacramento playing tonight? Are they waiting for the Memphis Grizzlies score? Is that what they're waiting for to see what Memphis is doing in Milwaukee?
I'm to be honest with you, I'm really surprised that that's going down that way, or potentially going down that way. I thought Mike Brown was going to play these guys tonight, no doubt about it. I mean, he still might, but I thought that was going to be the case. They haven't let off the pedal all year long. They haven't rested guys, nothing like that. So I thought they were going to play tonight. So when I saw the injury report, I was a little surprised by it. They still might play, might be a little gamesmanship or whatever the case may be. But, the 2 seed, to be honest with you, with their loss to San Antonio, the Kings lost to San Antonio on Sunday, and their loss to Mavericks the other day, it kind of took the 2 seed out, if you ask me, man. I don't see that happening. The Kings are kind of locked into this 3 seed. And even though they are going to have a week off before the playoffs start, you probably want to make sure if anybody has any little nicks or anything, it's all taken care of before the playoffs start, because it's about to be a whole other season. Mike Brown knows that, and he's got to get all those guys ready. So I'm not sure, to answer your question, to come around to it, I'm not sure what's going to go on tonight. They might just get, some of those guys and get ready for the playoffs. KC,
Sacramento's only professional team at the major sports is The Sacramento Kings. So I want you to kind of describe what this year's team means to the 916, because you're a native. Like, I was thinking about like the 2011 49ers. They didn't win a Super Bowl, but what they meant to a region was bigger than that. The 2007 We Believe Warriors. They didn't win a title, but what they meant to the region was so much bigger than that. What does this year's Kings team mean to that region?
Well, look, it's a great question, and we talked about it, and we really about this stuff on the show maybe about a month ago, right? They hadn't clinched anything or anything, but it looked like it was going to happen. And we don't have any championship teams to go off of, but there's about 6 to 7 teams that we absolutely love. Absolutely love. You talk about 02-03. You talk about the 98-99 team when Jason Williams and Chris Webber jumped on the scene. You talk about the 95-96 team when Mitch Richmond took us to the playoffs for the first time in like 10 years or something like that. This team, already, they haven't played one game in the playoffs. We got them ranked as the number 2 team, most beloved team in the history of Sacramento.
Wow.
They love this team out here. They absolutely love this team. They broke the drought. They brought success to this city for the first time in almost 2 decades. And they have the whole they got a whole little aura to them. There's a thing with De'Aaron Fox where he has something that not Mitch Richmond had, DeMarcus Cousins didn't really have. As De'Aaron came in as a 19-year-old kid, looked at as a savior. They looked at you're going to save this franchise. You're going to bring us here. You're going to bring us to a point where we're contenders and take us out of the dark days that we've been in. And goddamn it, he's done it. I know they're not, maybe championship contenders to some or anything like that, but the bar was low. We asked him, get us back to relevancy, get us to the playoffs, and the kid has done it. We love De'Aaron Fox. We love DeMontis Sabonis. And then you throw this whole, genius thing that has taken off, and it's one of the great, I don't want to say acts or gimmicks in sport, but I won't call it what it is, gimmick or whatever. The beam has taken this whole thing to a whole nother level. They love the beam. They go crazy over the beam. Like people after road wins. You saw me, Bonte, after a road win, I had to go downtown. I had to go to Doco.
I saw
take a video in front of the beam. Like, we love the beam. We love the beam team, which is already, it's not 02, because 02 got us to the conference finals. We had that epic series with the Lakers. It's not that. But right now, before a game has even been played in the playoffs, they're slightly behind the 02 team as the most beloved team of all time here.
Well, so, I'll admit it, and even though a lot of Bay Area people won't, and I've always felt like the Bay Area has felt like the inferiority. We have an inferiority complex to the LA market. Like, we just do. Now, Sacramento and the Bay Area are aligned on a lot of sports, but basketball's not one of them. Break down the dynamic between Sacramento, the residents, the fans, and the Bay Area. Is there an inferiority complex or maybe envy or something? Because I know that as a Warrior fan, I envied the Lakers forever, and there was an inferiority complex.
Oh, yeah, man. It's like the Macho Man told Hulk Hogan when he thought he was looking at Miss Elizabeth. You got lust in your eyes, brother. You got lust. That's what we have when we talk about the Golden State Warriors. It was never really like that before, but obviously, when you guys became one of the great dynasties of all time, and we got into the situation where, we're talking about relocation, and we got no playoffs for almost 2 decades, and we see all the success and the happiness is going on down the road. Yeah, there's a lot of envy going on. Yeah, there's an inferiority complex. You combine that with the fact that, and now I don't want to go too deep into this whole thing, but you combine that with the fact that Bay Area people are now coming into our city and taking our homes.
No, I think that's real. My sister moved up there. That's real.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, and it's not like a bad thing. Like, we don't have a problem with it, but you bring Warriors fans here, and we go into the airport, Sacramento International Airport, before this year, Warrior stuff all through the gift shop and all that. And we didn't like none of that, right? So you talk about all of that, and you put that into what's going on this year, where we're finally good, and and we got 95.7 hosts talking about we want to line up to play the Kings, and Brian Windhorst talking about the Kings or the Marks, and everybody. Oh, we turned up off all of that.
Oh, I
bet. Turned up off of all of that, man, and it is like you said, but it is an inferiority complex. I mean, it's almost to a smaller degree. It's almost San Francisco and Oakland, the city and the town, right? Like, we're looked at as the little town, not just the town, the little town. and we always fighting for that respect out here, man. But, like you said, in the other sport, we're living proof of it. We got love when it comes to baseball and basketball.
Right.
When it comes, baseball and football. When it comes to basketball, we go our separate ways for a couple months. That's all it is.
No doubt. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320 here on the Morning Roast. We love Kenny. So if you had to stack it up for Kings opponents in that first round, who would you rank 1, 2, 3, 4? Would it be Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Pels? Would it be Lakers, Clippers, Warriors, Pels? Who do you guys want to see the most in that first round?
You know what? Here's the crazy thing about I'll answer your question, but I will say, and people take it as like cockiness or whatever. It's like, man, we don't really care.
Yeah.
We play. Number one.
Should be like that.
So, yeah, well, number one, Bonte, it sounds crazy. It sounds corny. I know. We're so happy to be here. We're so happy to be in this position. You could give us the Kevin Durant Warriors and be like, bring them on. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Like, we're not, we just want to see that game 1, that game 2, and get in there. And we're confident in the Kings. Like, the Kings have shown us all year. It doesn't get reported enough, maybe because it is the Sacramento Kings. This is, I think, offensive rating-wise or whatever, the most prolific offensive team in the history of the NBA. In the history of the NBA, there has been no more prolific team in the history of the NBA. They're scoring 121 points a game. Nobody, not the Warriors, not the Suns, not Dallas, not Miami, not Cavs. Nobody has scored that many points a game in the last 40-plus years in the NBA. Like, they're doing things that we haven't seen in our lifetime in the NBA. So we feel good about that. We feel good about we know it's the playoffs, but I still think they're going to score pretty good in the playoffs. But to answer your question, it would probably be now with this Paul George stuff, and I got some people that know some people. I don't know if Paul George is coming back at all. So I would say the Clippers, number 1, probably the Pelicans, number 2, and it's really. I'll get off the fence. I'll say it. Once again, I ain't afraid of y'all. I'll say the Warriors 3, and I'll say the Lakers 4. But it's really, Warriors and Lakers are the same for me. Like, they both present certain problems. There's both things that I feel like the Kings could have split for both of those teams. So they're about the same for me. But if I had to choose, especially with Paul George not being there, I would say the Clippers. I'll say this real quick, though, about the Warriors. There's a part of me that would want the Warriors now, with Andrew Wiggins trying to find himself back in, like, get him. My whole thought is, like, get him early. I'd much rather face the Warriors now while Wiggins is trying to get acclimated and they're trying to figure some things out possibly, as opposed to if we had to face them in the second round of the Western Conference Finals when they didn't figure out this stuff, won a series, and they might be clicking on all cylinders. So that's part of the reason why I say the Warriors right now.
I was going to get in there, Kenny. I was going to ask you some nuanced question about what's the thing that people overlook with the Kings or the biggest misnomer. Forget that. Who's the person in media or in your family or in your friend circle who you are like, make a decision. Are you a Warrior fan or a King fan? Because believe me, I had friends, I did, my buddy Sean Fahey, switched sides and went from the Warriors to the Kings because of Jay Will and was riding high with the cowbells and then came back. I love you, Sean, but I'm going to call you out. And so I'm sure there are people in your life, whether it be media, friends, family. Who are those people? I want to hear names. Are you going to tell them to pick a side?
Oh, I'll tell you right now. And to be fair, she probably has already picked her side. You know what I mean? It is what it is. She already has. But I was there in 02, 03, 04 when she had the Feel the Roar shirt on and everything. And she was, all turned up for the playoffs and all this other stuff. It's my mom. Okay? It's my mom. My mom was in there in 03, 04. She was, down with the Kings and everything. And all of a sudden, this little kid from Davis just comes around and he starts hitting jump shots and they start going to the playoffs and they go to the finals. And all of a sudden, she got all this Golden State Warriors gear. She loves Steph Curry. That's her boy. She got a yellow towel and all. I said, where all this come from? So I told her, right now, Mom, look, I love you. I love you, Mom. But I'm putting your picture at the Golden One Center. Don't let this woman in. I saw what was going on. I saw what she been doing. I'm telling all my people at the tickets, don't let this woman in there. Don't let her in the Golden One Center. So definitely my mom. She needs to friend her foe, 98. She needs to figure out what it is.
Well, I know one thing.
MJG and 8 Ball?
Hey, well, yeah.
Did she go friend or foe, Mac Mall, MJG and 8 Ball?
Hey, look,
I know one pool
thing.
On the cover?
I know one thing. Kenny Caraway and Joe Shasky the Butcher have in common. They both do not. They're not a fan of Tim Bontemps, I will say.
Oh, no.
Bontemps said something earlier this season against Sacramento, and I know Kenny Caraway went on Twitter, ethered him. He ethered him in some Drake bars. He ethered him on the show. He ethered the coffee boy, Amir. What's our boy?
Yeah, Amir.
And we know when Pete goes in the second.
Amin
El Hassan. Did I like Amin El Hassan?
That's it. I'm calling him an Amir. I'm calling him Amir from now on. That's his name. I'm calling him
Amir, the coffee boy. He caught some slugs in the Drake bars recently. Hey. I mean, if he shows up to Sacramento, we got a whole mixture. Kenny Caraway don't find him.
Casey, keep it real. Is Guru the most hyped up for this Sacramento Warriors because he's gonna have a front row seat every game?
Guru turned up. I talked to Guru. Guru was like, "Yo, I'm here. I ain't trying to put his business in the street. He might be out there tonight. That's what the streets are saying.
Yeah,
might be out there tonight.
The streets are saying that. He is going to cut, and the streets are saying that. And you know what else the streets are saying? Kyle Madsen's going to be in the building. Let me know what jersey he's wearing up there.
Hey, that's another one, friend or foe. Look, Kyle Madsen, Warriors fan since I known him, so it's acceptable. He shows love for Sacramento.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's acceptable. But I'm going to tell you right now, and Vontae, we told you before, and nothing has changed. We got Stacey, okay? Stacey with us.
She is with you guys. Stacey is with you guys. You know what? You can have Stacey. Because I see her walking into the Chase Center. I saw her in the Chase Center the day after I did the hit with you guys. She was there, Bontae, I'm still here at Chase Center. She had her daughter. She had Karen. I said, yeah, but you don't got no Warriors gear on. And she hasn't even tried to stop by the gatehouse, Stacey Kaufman. She's all the way turned up with Sacramento. She's rocking D-Lo and KC gear. I ain't never seen her in no more than Rose hoodie, Shasky. So, Stacey, you know what? You can have Stacey. When the Warriors advance to the second round, I don't want to hear Stacey. I don't want to see her at Chase Center.
I got Stacey's back. I'm looking for a new contract.
Yeah, Stacey. Hey, Stacey. You know it's all love, Stacey.
I do want to tell you guys one thing that I think the people in the Bay Area are overlooking. And I know the Warriors travel. You know, I know what it is. Once again, because I got all the analogies. It's like Snoop Dogg at the 96 Source Awards. I know where we at. I know we East Coast. I know what's going on here. I know what it is. But people talking about, we're gonna come up there. We're gonna make it Chase Center West, and Dub Nation about to take over. Look, they're going to be in there, but I don't know if you guys have peeped what's going on with these tickets out here for this Kings playoffs on the resale market. I don't know what's going on or whatever on the resale market. Get in for Game 1 is like $800. It's like $800 to get in, and you know, when you talk about you want to be lower level or this other stuff, you're probably looking at like 15 to 2,000.
That's chump change to Shasky. Shasky looking like, oh, that's nothing.
Well,
I'll drop that.
Game 39 of the regular season for Warrior fans.
Look, I'm telling you, we didn't done the research. It's cheaper to go to Chase Center for Game 1 for Game 3 than what's going on at the Golden One Center this week. And here's the thing that I say, it means so much more to Sacramento and the Kings fans to be at that game, as opposed to a Warriors fan.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. No, it does.
They're going to sell out everything they got for round 1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like,
no doubt.
Championships. I'll see him at the Chase Center at this point, or I'll see him. You know, the whole allure to coming to Sacramento for a long time was the fact that it was way cheaper than trying to go to Oracle or go to Chase. For this particular series, that's not really going to be the case, and it's a round 1. I know there's going to be Warrior fans in the building. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, coming down in droves to pay like $1,500 a seat, you know, to go to Game 2. I don't know. I'll catch them at Chase Center. So
it's going to be a while.
It might be a little different than people realize.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed because I know at NBC we're not going to be able to go up for the road games just because of the infrastructure up there. So I'm a little disappointed. I don't think I'm going to be able to go to one of those games in Sacramento. I was looking for that, but then again, I don't think Sacramento likes me like right now. So it's probably best if I stay in the Bay Area. Shasta, go ahead. You can light the torch up. You can light the beam up with your Warriors jersey. Kenny Caraway, 1320 ESPN. ESPN 1320, 12-4 with D-Lo. We love Damian Barling as well. Kenny, man, going to be a lot of fun tonight. It'll be a lot of fun.
It is going to be fun tonight. I'm going to be in the building. You know, I'm going to survey the scene. You know, I'm checking to see, you know, what jerseys is going on so I can, you know, have that photographic memory and be like, all right, hey, Lee, because that's my guy at the front. Lee, Now, don't let this one in, man. I saw him last Friday, man. He had that Curry jersey on. Don't let him in here trying to light the beam. Now, I'm taking inventory right now. This is a no-fly zone. I'm like Trick in Detroit, man. People got to check in before they come through Sacramento.
Trick. Come on, man. Get out of here, Casey.
You are not Jay Dilla.
Get out of here, Jake. You're done. We're done. We'll talk to you next week, man. You're done.
Y'all be good, man. You know I love y'all, man. The morning roast. I'm a roaster. I'll be texting y'all all the time.
You do.
So, you know I'm a roaster, man. I love y'all, man, and I love what y'all do.
Say that drop. Kitty Caraway's a roaster, and we rock with D-Lo and Casey. No doubt about it.
I love him.
Kitty, have fun up there, man. We'll be texting.
Y'all take care, baby.
Anytime. Brooks Koepka.
10 under.
Yeah, he's rolling right now. He's rolling. He is rolling. I like Koepka.
Shout out to all them live golf haters.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Trey real quick before we hit the break. Trey and Vallejo. It's been a while. Trey, I haven't heard from you in a while.
VALLEJO.
Yeah. What's up, Trey? Basketball season.
Yeah,
I forgot, Trey. You're a Lakers fan.
No.
Yeah, I'm a Lakers fan. I can admit to it.
It's all sweet.
But you know what? Let me tell you this now. I'm a Lakers fan. It started way before the Kobe and Shaq days. You know, Magic Johnson was my guy growing up, and I always adapted that team because of Magic. So you can't hate me for that. That's Magic. But the point I want to make out is this. I think the Warriors and the Lakers got a good chance of meeting in these playoffs. Because to be truthful, I wasn't mad the other day when the Lakers lost to the Clippers. Just like you guys, I don't want that 5 seed. And the Lakers could have possibly got that 5. Possibly could have got that 5 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to see Phoenix right now? You know, like you said, ain't nobody afraid of Phoenix, but you know, you don't know what you're going to get from them. But I definitely believe, no disrespect to Sacramento.
But
I think they have a good team. No disrespect to Sacramento. They had a good season. But if the Lakers see Sacramento, I'm going to tell you guys this right now. If the Lakers see Sacramento, Memphis, or I'll say this, you know, I don't think they'll play them. If they see Denver, the Lakers will be one of those top 3 seeds in the West. And you guys know it.
Well, okay, wait, time out. If they don't, when is the next time I'm going to hear from you?
Go on. This is a totally different Laker team. This ain't Russell Westbrook and Patrick Beverley.
Lost to Russell Westbrook.
A totally different Laker team. Totally different.
I do too. Hey, can I ask you a question? What happens if they don't do that? Are you just going to go off the face of the earth till next year?
Until football season?
Oh no. I'll just know.
That was Chris Tucker. When Debo be leaving, I'd be talking again.
Hey, Trey, you have been lurking in the cut, though. I know you, man. You come in with the heat. You checked me on USC football before. I hope
Caleb.
we get. Listen,
Caleb.
I hope we get Trey. I hope we get Lakers Warriors in the West Finals.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be Lakers Warriors. Because I think the Warriors will win their first round matchup, and I want to see that matchup because I want to do that. The back and forth from the Bay to LA.
Question.
I want to do a game from Staples Center to Chase.
Oh, that'd be
People
fun.
on YouTube are asking, are you Bomani Jones?
No, I'm not Bomani Jones.
You know, they're talking about you being a LeBron fan.
This Trey and Vallejo.
Trey.
Get it right. Ain't no Bomani. It's Trey and Vallejo. You heard what he said.
The NBA would love
You heard what he said.
Warriors.
The Lakers will beat and steamroll the Sacramento Kings. I have no problem with the Memphis Grizzlies.
Do you agree with that take? You are a resident Laker fan.
Oh, he does
I'll let you know on the other side.
Renell Brooks Mood on the other side. And that'd be brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, no compromises.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture it.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. So I always joke about Kyle Batson being a Warrior King fan. We love Kyle Batson. We know where his roots lie. But Derek the Guru Johnson catching a lot of heat.
From who?
From the YouTube chat, Comcast Business Text
What
line.
are they saying?
What's Guru going to do in the playoffs?
What do you mean?
He's going to root for the Kings? He's going to root for the Warriors? Or is he going to root for his Lakers? He's got a dilemma. He's been wearing a lot of Warriors gear lately. You see him buy the new throwback shirt yesterday?
I did see that.
The Thunder with the Thunder logo.
Yeah.
That's how you know Guru's not a real Warrior fan.
Why?
Because no real Warrior fan likes the Thunder logo.
Yeah,
I'm a Dodger fan.
I have a Curry jersey from back when of that, but yeah.
We don't rock with that logo.
I never liked
Those are the dark days of Warriors basketball.
I'm with you. I actually like the orange ones. They
did have a point.
Okay.
He knows. I love you, Goo. I do.
My favorite is him being outraged at like who's playing, who's not playing, and I want to put and I wanted to tweet at him. You bet on this one, didn't you? Before the lineups came out. That's what I want to say to him.
Lay off.
I'm not mad at him. I'm just,
Oh, man.
Stay off of my timeline.
Oh, man. Kosovar. Oh, he's ready for the Kings, Warriors. He can't stand the Warriors.
So you just shut your yapper. Uncle Coz?
Uncle Coz told me I was in Lakewood's pocket. Last season, I was like, Warriors going to be a top 4 team in the West.
The Malouches are great owners.
Please.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, how's he feeling about Trey Lance working out with Patrick Mahomes?
If I were to come up with a new sitcom and I needed a sitcom dad, I told him this to his face.
Uncle Coz?
Jim Coz is on that show.
Uncle Coz is wild.
Tell me he's not a part of that family.
Uncle Coz is wild. Wild. I mean, he tweets at us. He doesn't even follow me. I'll look and it's like, yo, what's up with Coz? Somebody will text me like, yo, Coz is coming down your road. So what are you talking about? We don't even follow each other. And he's tagging us in tweets about Trey and Mac Jones. And speaking of Mac Jones, you heard, before we get Renell Brooks moved on, I want you to think about this. And I want our listeners to ponder this.
Okay.
Because we are talking a lot of Kings, Warriors.
Why would you even ponder passing that?
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
What'd he say?
If Belichick is exploring and still willing and still motivated to try to pull this off, then why wouldn't the 49ers be in the mix? Because Brock Purdy's elbow is still messed up. He's had surgery and we don't know when he's going to be ready to go. Now, that all of this presupposes that Robert Kraft would okay a trade of Mac Jones. I mean, this gets Shakespearean very quickly, and it has shades of the whole Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo, Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft stuff that Seth Wickersham reported about so thoroughly several years ago.
That was on the Tom Curran podcast. Also, Florio added this.
How about Mac Jones for Trey Lance straight up? Wouldn't that be something? I'm kidding, unless I think about it some more and realize I shouldn't be kidding. But if Mac Jones was the guy that Shanahan wanted, and I know Sims, who's tight with Shanahan, believed when they did the trade that Jones was the guy and that Shanahan got talked out of it, just like he got talked out of waiting for Kirk Cousins and talked into Jimmy Garoppolo. He got talked out of Mac Jones and talked into Trey Lance. Why not Trey Lance for Mac Jones if it would come down to it? Now, I don't know if the Patriots would want Trey Lance, but when you look at the struggles Bills had against mobile quarterbacks as a defensive coach, why wouldn't you want to try to get the most you could out of a quarterback with real mobility?
Look, we love Florio.
I love Florio.
We love Florio, and I don't think I've agreed on one of his takes ever. I don't think I've ever agreed on one of his takes.
No, but you know what?
I said.
You know what? I'll give him this though. Like he files it under. Look, it is my belief. Right. X, Y, and Z. Like at least he stands behind it. He puts his name on it. I got a lot of respect for Florio.
I do.
I don't agree with a lot of the things that he says, and maybe we see football a little different. I appreciate him.
He says it straight from the hip. Mac Jones is not going to be a 49er. Gosh, how bad would the Niners look?
Uncle Coz would love that.
Oh my God, you would hate it.
Oh, Mac Jones?
That's where the famous shot. Ask if you don't watch the film. Then don't say anything if you didn't watch the film.
Well, I think time is starting to prove that we all had that one correct in the sense that, like, yeah, he might be the most ready to play in year one, but there's a ceiling on him. Like he has limitations, and if we were just comparing, I think his 2021 was on par with Jimmy Garoppolo's. His 2022, he took a massive step back. You could say offensive coordinator. You could say lack of weapons. I just think Mac is a limited player to begin with.
I mean, Mac's not bad, but he wasn't
He's never going to be a top 7 player a quarterback in the AFC.
By the way, King of the Hill coming up at 9 a.m., the most dangerous teams in the playoffs. Top 6 most dangerous teams in the playoffs. That's coming up at 9 o'clock here on the Morning Roast. Top 6 most dangerous teams. We got Renell. We got Auntie Renell. Auntie Renell Brooks Moon. What's up, Auntie?
Hi, nephew. How you guys doing? Happy opening day.
Happy opening day, and you've been the one and only voice there as a public address announcer at Oracle Park when it was in Pac Bell Park, AT&T Parks, SBC Park, whatever it is now, Oracle Park. What does it mean for you, Renell? Because we love hearing your voice, and it's the only voice I ever want to hear in that yard.
Oh, my God. Well, I'm getting old. Let me just say that.
Nah, you still look young. Come on now, Renell. You're aging like a fine wine. You know that.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's incredible. It's just incredible. You know, when I started in 2000, I had no idea I'd be here, 20-plus years later. I remain completely honored and still flabbergasted that I'm doing this.
Renell, what's one of those memories from back in the day? We were kind of kicking around some of our favorite ones. Obviously, the championship opening days when they're wearing gold-trimmed jerseys. Those ones come to the forefront. Bonte referenced the final season for Barry Bonds, also Barry Zito's debut performance in a Giants uniform. What are some of the better memories that you've had, and especially the last 25 years at Oracle?
It's so crazy. I mean, everything that you just mentioned, and of course, how could we forget it? The Barry Bonds excitement and record chases and Travis Ishikawa's walk off home, those kind of things. There's so many memories, and to think that I've experienced all that I have, I'm just so honored and grateful every day, because there are PA announcers that haven't even been to one World Series, let alone 3. So I am so grateful and honored every day. So many wonderful memories, so many wonderful players, that I've been able to get to know over the years, and also my colleagues, on the crew. We're family. We're with each other more than we're with our own family during the season. So it'll all be in my book. Let me put it that way.
No, we can't wait for that book. Renell Brooks Moon, longtime PA announcer for the San Francisco Giants, the one and only PA announcer at Oracle Park. And don't forget, she's a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer, the class of 2008. We remember our radio days, and we also remember the PA announcing. So what special events do you think the Giants have planned this year? Because Shasky and I were kicking around until, Matt Williams, is he going to get honored this year? Jeff Kent, where's he been at? Barry Bonds statue. First, let's start with the home opener. What's in store for today for Giants fans when they come down there to see the Royals take on the Giants?
First of all, it's so random to be playing the Kansas City Royals. No disrespect.
I know.
But isn't it weird this year playing?
It's random.
It's like Tampa Bay a few years ago. Remember they played the Tampa Bay Rays to open the season?
It's so random, but and don't let the weather deter you. We have been assured that the skies will be clear for the ceremony and the game, and you're advised to be in your seats at 12:45.
Perfect.
For the ceremony. Darren Criss, Emmy and Golden Globe award-winning actor from Glee, will be doing the anthem. He's a great singer. We have the Bay Area's own The Best Intentions that will be singing the Black National Anthem. We have a very special ceremonial first pitch and a very special play ball announcer. I think I can say they're both forever Giants. I think I can say that.
Shasky, you like that?
I'm thinking.
So you can marinate on that a little bit, but I'm not allowed to say.
I'm going to guess Jeff Kent hugging Barry Bonds. Something we've been all waiting to see forever.
That is never going to happen.
Hey, Renell, you've been watching this team for a long, long time, obviously, like us, and we've seen the different evolutions of where they're at right now. Just the feel around the organization for this year's team. It's obviously a different team. I want to see them, compete for a playoff spot. I think that the ownership and all the people in the front office want the same. What's your feel, just optimism-wise, heading into the year for this team?
Well, obviously, for the home opener, everybody's filled with optimism and hopes and everything, right? But I know it was a rough offseason in a lot of ways, but I remain very hopeful. Michael Conforto is starting to get hot. We'll get Henniger and Slater back. I think, I'm going to say a wild card.
Yeah, you know what? With the way they're hitting the ball, Shash and I have been kicking this around. They're going to have games where they strike out 13 times. But you're also going to have games like yesterday where they hit the ball out of the yard. Blake Sable going 452 feet. Yaz hitting the ball. Conforto, as you just mentioned. I love David VR. What I see for him earlier this season. The key to me, Rennell, is the pitching. Can these starters get deep in the games? Can they give you 5 to 6 innings consistently? I think that's going to determine how far the Giants go this season.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's all about the pitching, led by Logan Webb, who has really taken on that leadership role in the clubhouse and with the starting rotation. But I couldn't agree with you more. And yeah, let's keep those arms strong. Let's go.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Rennell, I'm seeing a lot of these 1980s Giants jerseys all around the ballpark. They're kind of releasing the Will Clark throwback jerseys. Did you get any reference that they might be bringing those back?
I am not in the know on those things, but you're actually telling me something that I didn't know. That's really cool, though. Yeah. You know, the one thing about the Giants, as you know, is we like to throw back.
Yep.
General. What am I trying to say? Generationally, because baseball is a generational. It's passed down generation to generation. So the Giants are all about celebrating. All that we are here in San Francisco. This is our 65th year in San Francisco, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Always bring back those memories, which I love about that. About the organization.
Auntie, now I gotta know who's in the car. Is that your personal assistant? Is that your lovely husband? Who is that in the car?
That's Tommy.
Oh yeah, we love that. Great assist there. Great assist for Nell. She's efforting getting to the ballpark. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know Shazzy's going to be there. Lubman's going to be there. I've got to get the Kings Warriors for Nell. I got TV duty, so I can't double dip. I'm too old for that.
I'm too busy doing television.
Auntie, I'm too old for that. I don't have the gas in the tank anymore like I used to.
You ain't got to tell me.
Hey, Rennell, have a great opening day. We love hearing your voice down there. That's whenever we get to the yard, we hear you over the loudspeaker. It's smooth, it's soothing, and it puts us in a great peace of mind there. So, Giants Royals.
And Rennell, I have a newfound respect for you. I went to do Bruce Mahoney opening day, and I announced just the opening day lineups. And they gave me them in reverse order, and I announced the wrong high school to start off with. I turned around and I said, this job is way more difficult than I thought.
Thank you.
Rennell.
Thank you for that. Appreciate y'all.
Anytime, Auntie. You're the best, Rennell. Rennell Brooks moving on the way to the yard, Oracle Park here on the Morning Roast.
How many years were the Giants in New York? Do you know? I know off the top of my head.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Almost 75 years. It was 74.
74? Mm-hmm. So they left in 1958?
57.
57.
58 was the first year out here.
Was the first year.
So 65 years here. That is kind of crazy. 9 more years, and they're going to be in San Francisco longer than New York.
75 years. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It is. You still got Giants fans out there the East Coast.
I know. Mad Dog's faking it for years.
Well, he's no longer a Giants fan. He said after the one World Series, he's kind of
such a fraud.
Why you don't say that when he's on the air?
Because as a radio broadcaster, he is the founding father.
No doubt.
As a Giants fan, fraud.
But you kiss his ass every time he comes on the show. You never bring that energy. Come on.
You know the pivot don't
panic. You got
panic.
to bring that smoke to his face.
Yeah, and when he's on, I want to make great radio. So, I want him to come back. Those who I don't want to come back on the show, to chop us out, in the words of Bonte.
Well, you just had to chop out for Mad Dog. Called him a fraud.
As a Giants fan, I will tell it to him next time he's on.
All right. Bontemps next week, by the way. Loveman's just booked him for 8:30.
All right, in studio? Hour and a half?
I'm booking guys I didn't even realize I booked yet.
I'm kidding, Loveman. I'm kidding.
Loveman,
I'll still reach out and get him on next week. So
all right.
You're predicting the future.
I'd like to rate well next week, so pass. Loveman, can I
listen to this guy?
What is your routine when you get to the ballpark?
Spadoni, dude. What is going on here?
I'm on fire. It's opening day.
Well, am I going with a credential or as a fan?
As a fan. No one cares about credentialed Loveman.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, as a fan,
because you always do the garlic fry thing.
Yeah, no, it's always garlic fry clock somewhere. No, pretty much when I'm going as a fan, I get there. I like to watch batting practice, so sometimes I'll go stand out in the bleachers, and if I have to push someone aside for a ball, I won't actually do that. But so yeah, I'll do a little bit of batting practice, and yeah, it's just kind of I like to sit in my seat and just enjoy the ambiance of the park. If I get something to eat, just sit back and just let the day or the evening kind of wash all over me.
Do you bring your glove?
Oh yes, I bring my glove.
Even as a media member?
No, not as a media member. This is as a fan.
No, because you go to games as media
funny.
members now. You go all the time with your credential.
Oh yeah, it's because it's free.
Yeah, I know.
For me.
I know.
But no, when it's a media member, no, I'm a little bit more buttoned up in the whole outfit attire.
I do care about Lubman. I do care about Lubman because when he does go as a credentialed media member,
he wears the leather
Giants
jacket.
games. No, he wears a leather jacket. But forget all that. He goes in there and asks questions.
Yeah, he does. Always.
He goes in there and gets his face in there.
Brings sound to the pod.
He gets into the mud.
Exclusive sound.
He gets into the mud. He gets sound for the morning roast. He's our official Giants correspondent.
He asked a lot of tough questions to Rodon down the stretch last year.
Tom Brady's last question ever asked in the Bay Area.
Oh,
Who
yeah,
asked
that's right.
it? Sam Lubman.
We have to have that.
That's a great Jock Brady question for the future.
It really is.
Sam Lubman asked that question, and Brady gave him a 2-minute answer.
He did the season-ending presser for Farhan, right? He was asking people were piggybacking off of his question.
Exactly. Yeah, he piggybacked off my how you close the gap on the Dodgers question.
Exactly. Yeah, that's Lubman for you. He gets down and dirty. He gets in the mud, as the kids say.
Nice.
He's a competitor.
So when I get to the ballpark, first thing I do, full disclosure, dugout store. I just got to see what new merch is out.
You're a sucker. You spend all your money there.
You are fooling yourself if you don't go in at least and take a peek.
I don't.
Before or after.
Not every game. Because
No,
I know it's
I
too
didn't say
packed.
every game. I said the first game of the year.
You have to do it.
First game of the
You
year.
have to go into the dugout store when there's not a baseball game.
Well, that I agree with.
That's
but I'm
the
just saying, at the
key.
beginning of the year, I might get a
Beginning
new
of the year,
lid.
it's a zoo in there.
It is.
People are stepping on their shoes.
I
They're
love the
grabbing
zoo.
racks. Everybody's elbowing each other. I am good off that.
I'm like Jeff Garcia, organized chaos in the pocket.
Being in the dugout on opening day is a nightmare. It gives me anxiety. I'm good off that.
Yeah, well, you also get Amazon Primed right to your doorstep, so that's fine.
You got to be smart.
Yeah, it is smart. And then when I get into the stadium, I like to get to the seats first. All right, these are our seats. All right, if I have an idea of where they are, get to, all right, we're going to hear, let's do a lap. And then I'll do a lap around the stadium, and I'll find out which are the new food spots that I want to go to, go check those out. And then I do the, oh, what's up? What's up? You know, you got to say what's up. You know, the unofficial head nods.
Are you doing the points now, too?
No, not necessarily, but you always run into people, right? We play the game. Do you ever play the game?
What's the game?
Who can run into someone that they know first?
Oh, no, I don't play that game. I don't do it no more.
It used to be the game.
It used to be the game. I can't do that no more.
Yeah.
My friends don't want to play that game no more.
And then Jay LaFrey on YouTube, Shasky waits in line for the slide.
He does wait.
That's funny. I do not wait in line
So the first
for the
thing
slide.
I do when I get to the yard.
But I do a lap.
If I get to the yard early,
Yes.
because, with Miss Anna.
Don't
it's an
blame
adventure.
her.
No, it's an adventure.
Okay, time out. The guy who's fashionably late to everything is going to blame Anna?
I'm never late. To what? What am I late to? I'm always on time. Always. There's CP time and there's regular time.
What's CP?
Color people time. Minority people time. We come in when we come in. Listen, and then that's when the party starts. But listen, Miss Anna, for some reason, a lot of women don't like to make first pitch. They just,
Well, that's why the key is, I tell my wife 20 minutes ahead of time is the exact time that we need to be somewhere.
Well,
and even then, we'll still be 10 minutes late.
So what I do is when I go to the yard, and if I get there early enough, I go in there and I do a lap and I grab my food.
Yeah, okay.
Chicken strips, fries, a brew maybe, a crab sandwich, and I do the lap, and I get in my seats. But I don't like to walk around too much. Once it's game time, I like to just lock
once
in.
it's game, I like to sit in my seat.
But it's different now with Baby Ches. Now with Baby Ches, we take her to the slide. We let her run around the bases. She likes doing all that stuff. And get some ice cream, Gear Deli ice cream sundae.
And pretty soon she'll be hitting in the little park.
Yeah, well, she was last year. She was hitting in a little park
and running around bases.
But she didn't want to run around the bases. She just wanted to continue to hit.
Oh,
she wouldn't let
it's
go
like
of the
softball.
bat.
She hits a home run and she just walks back to the dugout.
No, she didn't want to get rid of the bat. Other kids were waiting. I was like, Baby Ches, you got to give other. No. And she wanted to hit again off the tee. She wanted a hog. That's fine. So it's all different. But I don't do the dugout store. Not on game day. Oh, no. Oh,
I'll
my God.
I'll take a peek.
Oh, my gosh. I don't even
I gotta
to
see
be
if
in
there's
there.
new
I used to
gear.
walk through the dugout just to go into the stadium.
That used to be the move.
That should be the move.
If we're being real, back in the back days,
you could scam through there.
Well, yeah, you just kind of flush through that particular part. But
that's how I got into the Angels World Series.
Rolling Stones. Shout out Crojan. Way back in the day.
Yeah. I had
remember when you used to have to print out your ticket?
Yeah, but see, here's what happened.
on a printer and you'd run out of ink?
One of my homies, Pat the Cat. He had this employee badge.
Why is he Pat the Cat? Because he's a J Cat?
I'm not going to call him a J-Cat on these airwaves. All right?
Why is it bird? Does he look like a bird?
No, he was Pat the Cat in high school. He was Pat the Cat. So, he was with my Pat the Cat.
Okay.
So, Pat the Cat had an employee badge at then Pac Bell Park. And it was during the 0-2 series as Brooks Koepka is now 11 under. Pat the Cat had no mugshot on his badge. There was no picture. It was like a faceless avatar on Twitter.
I watched Avatar last night, but keep going.
So, yeah.
3 hours I can't get back.
What a boring night for you.
Overrated.
Very
So
overrated.
bad.
I watched Dave. It came out first 2 episodes on FX. Dave is fun. Lil Dicky.
I do love Dave.
So I had the employee badge, and we would just kind of flash the badge. Go to McCovey
With the
Cove.
green coats?
We go to McCovey Cove. We didn't even have the green coat. Hey, we're running late. Good to see you. Go to McCovey Cove. Boy, hey, where you at? We drop it off the right field arcade. That guy coming through the dugout and, made a couple bucks and got to see some World Series games.
What's your favorite seats in the ballpark?
I love the club level.
I do too.
First baseline club level.
Me too. I totally agree. I'm 100% with you.
Those are my favorite seats.
Halfway down, first base line.
Yeah, those are my favorite
are like the best seats.
Those are my favorite seats.
They really are.
I actually do like the right field arcade. That's pretty cool because you can still see the scoreboard.
Yeah, right field arcade's not bad.
And you may catch a home run ball
Yeah.
like Lubman almost did last year.
Do you bleacher it anymore?
No.
Not like you used to?
I need back support.
I saw some wild fights in the bleachers way back in the day.
I need back support.
The wildest one I seen was 2 girls.
I was actually thinking about the stadium, and I like the idea of having benches there in the bleachers. They need to get rid of the benches, and we need to go seats now.
Well, that's
we need
part
seats.
of it being called the bleachers.
Yeah, but you can still have bleachers. Just put seats in there.
Well, you could buy a backrest or bring your own
Those
backrest.
backrests don't work.
You could bring your own.
They're not the same. They're not the same.
Okay.
I want seats back there.
Well, then you can go sit in a seat.
Well, no, I'm saying the bleachers.
The whole
seats.
beauty of the
No,
bleachers is that you
it's
can
not
pack
fun.
more people into the seats
Yeah.
and everybody's hanging out and it's more like a party, especially when it's cold and it's late at night. Everyone's bundled up together. Like there's something.
I need my space, especially post-COVID.
Especially big parties. Like
No.
we've done a lot of celebrations. We'll probably do another one for my brother-in-law this year. But like we do these big celebrations and it is fun to be out there like 30 deep, 40 deep in the bleachers. I think that's fun.
Post-pandemic.
Hey, we got all this section.
Post-pandemic, I need all the space I need.
That's fair.
Hey,
But to
people
each
don't
their
be
own.
washing their heads.
But the bleachers are fun.
I need seats now in left field.
Plus, the
Instead of
bleachers are way more rowdy.
I don't want to be around
It's got
that
a
anymore.
younger vibe.
Yeah, I'm not that guy anymore. But if I sit in the bleachers, because I do like the bleachers, I would rather get rid of the benches and put some seats back there now. We got to have back support, man. Back injuries are coming in. Klay Thompson just had a back strain. Who knows how we
Do
got
you
the back
take your
strain?
shoes off in the bleachers too?
Oh,
like
hell
at the airport?
No, that's disgusting. Come on.
Lubman, favorite spot in the ballpark. What is it? I know. Where are your seats?
We're over in 127,
127.
down third baseline. So we've been there since the 06 season, I want to say.
Okay,
that's when we've been there. So yeah, that's my seat of choice.
That's where you're at. And the netting doesn't do any. You have no problem. I love the netting. I think it's the smartest thing they ever did.
Here we go. I knew this was coming.
What?
Radio Bonte in the bleachers. TV Bonte sits in a suite. Listen, Radio Bonte sits club level. TV Bonte watches the game from the couch.
Yes!
There you go. Like them apples? Giants, Royals. Royals, Giants, home opener.
9 years since Game 7, Madison Bumgarner.
It's a long time ago.
It feels like a lifetime ago.
That feels like it was last week. You're saying 9 years? Jeez.
9 years ago that Joe Panic flipped that ball to Crawford.
I never forget it. That was stressful. I was at the other station. I cut all the sound for that damn game.
Really?
Yeah.
Look how you've come up in 9 years.
Yeah. Oh, I cut the sound and then all the post-game sound. And everybody's like, oh, we need the Panic sound. We need every guy on the roster, whoever spoke, was like, I remember that night I worked till 1 a.m. And I finally had a beer, really couldn't enjoy it. It was just like, I'm exhausted. What the hell was that? Where's Bonte seats during Dub's game? Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that.
There's a backrest joke in there somewhere.
Don't you worry.
Bonte wants to have the Barry Bonds recliner out in the bleachers for him.
I do want
so
that.
that he could blend into the couch.
That would be good. That would be good.
He's doing yoga now. You don't want to like undo all that hard work you've been doing. You and Festus, come on.
Dude, just get the
Downward dog.
downward dog. That's hard. Downward dog. And then when they start speeding it up, downward dog. Now breathe. Downward dog. Now up. Push up. Oh, and I'm like, dude, slow down, please.
He
Stephanie.
nutted that thing.
Oh, man. Head solo dolo. So you guys are super rich, huh? You guys are rich.
What
No,
are you talking
Shasky's
about?
rich.
No,
rich.
my wife loves club level. And so if we're going to spend some money to go to a game, we're going to sit in the club level.
The finer things of life,
Executive decision by her. I just execute.
See? Even Rocco's chiming in. Shout out Rocco.
What's he saying?
Bleachers are a no-no. Club level only.
Well, Rocco got the Jordans on. He don't want nobody stepping on him. And the bleachers are probably most steppable spot that you could get your shoes stepped on.
If Bonte were to choose between the Dubs and Giants game, he would choose the Giants game only because of the garlic fries. No, that's not true.
What's your favorite?
They have that at Chase. You know what's going on at Chase Center?
Yeah, they got everything.
They got everything. Sam's Chowder House.
No, the Hot Dog Bills is my favorite.
Dude, they got hot dog bills. They got everything.
Yeah,
Nate's Barbecue, Nate Thurman's Barbecue. What are you talking about?
What's your favorite feature at the ballpark in terms of like the aesthetic feature? Is it the...
I love the Coke bottle.
The cable. Okay, I was gonna say cable car, the glove, the Coke
I love
bottle.
the Coke bottle with the glove.
Okay,
it's old school.
I think the glove's my favorite part.
It's so cool,
and the cable cars too.
Cable car's nice.
We used to hang out at the cable car back in the day before it became more children friendly.
Yeah, a lot of people hung out at that cable car.
Yeah, I called it danger.
I seen dudes smoking weed out of apples on that cable car. Out of apples, dude. Come on, man. Whoo!
Oh, I can't wait for today's game. Bobby Witt Jr.
Which one? Oh, I thought you were talking about Kings Warriors.
That's tonight's game.
Is Matt Duffy in the lineup today? Have they released the lineup?
Let me check right now.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt Jr. better be in the lineup. Rose can't win.
They're 1-6 right now.
By the way, just got a text from Omar. I'm going to send Omar Sam Lubman's number. Omar from Metro Cafe on the way with the cheesesteaks. It's been a long morning. Your boys haven't eaten yet. We are hungry. Hungry. And Philly cheesesteaks are on their way. Let's go. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to everybody on the Comcast Business Text line. Last hour of the show, Katie Hunter will join us at 9:20 to talk some Kings Warriors. And right now, the spread for the Warriors are favored by 9.5 points against Sacramento because nobody knows who's going to play for the Kings. In case you missed it, the injury report was released, and it gets updated every single hour. Every single hour. So the latest injury report for the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors, Klay Thompson is not on the injury report. Not on it. Remember, he missed Tuesday night's game against OKC with a back injury. He went through practice yesterday. He's fine. For the Sacramento Kings, Matthew Dellavedova, their Valio veteran. He's out. He's out. De'Aaron Fox, Red Velvet, Trey Lyles, Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, all questionable. All questionable.
I mean, it would suck if they didn't play anyone. I do want to see them earn this opportunity to get into the playoffs. I do. I want to see the Warriors earn it.
So the Kings, it's going to basically be the Stockton Kings. Now the Knicks.
Now, will the Kings know before the game whether Memphis is won or not?
They'll know that Memphis is playing. So Memphis and Milwaukee tips off at 5 o'clock. And the Kings have an outside chance at the 2 seed. Now, Milwaukee doesn't have to play anybody. Memphis knows they have to get the 2 seed. So by the time 7 o'clock rolls around, Memphis could be up 20. And maybe all those players suit up, and Mike Brown's like, yo, we're going to pull it. You guys are out. Play 5 minutes, boom, you're done.
You would love that.
I want to see a game tonight.
What do you think Adam Silver's thinking about all the posturing for seeding here down the stretch and the play-in and everything? Like the fact Utah was eliminated with 2 games to go, a part of me is like, maybe there are too many teams in the playoff hunt.
Yes.
Like now I'm not that I'm angry about the plan. I think it's a novel idea, and I'm more intrigued with it. But I can't understand where someone will be like, dude, Utah traded everyone away.
Yes.
And they just got eliminated with 2 games to go?
Yeah,
Isn't that surprising?
It is surprising. Nobody thought Utah would win 36.
And if you're Adam Silver in the league, you're deathly afraid of the Lakers getting that play and getting bounced. You need them in a first-round series, right?
The Pelicans, yeah, you do need the Lakers. I mean, you do want the Lakers in the playoffs. I want to see LeBron, KD, Jokic, Memphis, the Warriors, all in one bracket in a conference. Like, that would be fascinating. So the Pelicans are favored by 8.5 over the New York Knicks. The Knicks have no incentive to play tonight. None whatsoever. So the Pels, maybe they play hard against Minnesota. Minnesota and the Pelicans on Sunday could be a very important game. We'll see about those tiebreakers in a second. But Lakers play the Suns tonight. Clippers play Portland tomorrow. It's a lot of posturing going on. We have no idea. The tiebreaker situation is going to change every single day.
Yeah, they do.
For the last 3 days of the regular season. So we just don't know.
I would like to see them play with some great form here down the stretch, just to continue to build off the momentum. If they could finish these 2 games off, let's say they win these next 2, would you be able to file this under the best 2-week stretch of basketball they've played? Or because of the opponents not trying, it doesn't count?
They haven't really played good basketball.
I'm just asking.
They didn't play good basketball Tuesday.
Well, even in the 5-game winning streak, was it great basketball?
No, they rallied a lot. They haven't. Have they had a great stretch of basketball all season?
Ooh, I don't think so. That 5-game stretch felt like part of it.
Part of it, but they had to rally in a lot of those games, right?
Yeah.
Now, granted, you didn't have
too
Steph.
hard. We're being too critical.
Maybe we are, but think about the San Antonio game last Friday. They played good for 1 quarter of basketball. Listen, New Orleans, they stepped up. I know the lineups just came out.
Yeah, you got it too, the alert?
Of course. The Pelicans, they've only played well for 2 quarters. Memphis, they lost. Philadelphia, they outscored them 41-24 in the 4th quarter. Now you get the wins.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas, I thought, was a back-and-forth, fun basketball game where they played really well. Maybe it's the Phoenix and Milwaukee game, that back-to-back at home, where they beat Milwaukee on a Saturday night and they beat Phoenix on a Monday. And even then, they gave up a big 3rd-quarter run, but I thought that was a good win. Maybe those 2 games was their best 2-game stretch of the season. There hasn't been many to pick from, Shasky.
And even in that Milwaukee game, you talking about the Saturday night game?
Yeah.
I mean, Steph waited till the end in that one. I mean, they were chasing.
They were down 8 with 2 minutes
That
left.
was such a great game. That might have been my favorite game all year, outside of Memphis on Christmas.
Wow, 510 Comcast Business Text Line. The first round smells a little We Believe-ish.
Is that on the Warriors side or the Kings side?
On the Kings side, to get a 6 seed to the Warriors. We shall see. We shall see. All right, 888-957-9570. We got final thoughts coming up at 9:49 and 9:49, as we do have the lineup for the Giants. Or is it just the Royals lineup?
Giants lineup. I see a Giants lineup.
Yeah, Giants lineup. Their lineup card has been submitted today. Lamont Wade Jr. batting leadoff. Mm-hmm. Michael Conforto batting second. Mm-hmm. David Villar back at the 3-hole. I like that. Jock Peterson batting cleanup as the DH. Yaz batting 5th. Tyro Estrada getting the start at second base. He's going to bat 6th. Brandon Crawford is short, batting 7th. Blake Sable batting 8th in left field. Sable in left field today.
Yeah,
and then you got Perez at catcher batting 9th.
Perez doesn't hit very much, but Conforto busting out is a big sign. Like, this is a guy they gave a multi-year deal to. I believe he's got an opt-out after 1 year, though, unlike Haniger, who's a 3-year deal. They expected Conforto to be a lot better, and it was really nice to see him break out yesterday. Yeah. He's a legit big leaguer. Yeah. I mean, he's a legit big leaguer with legitimate pop, and so for him to bust out, it's great. I think the biggest early season revelation for this team is, wow, Yastrzemski looks so much better. I mean, he looked lost at the plate at times, not just spring training. I'm going back to last year as a whole, swinging through things. Yeah, he'd have an occasional home run. I just didn't like his at-bats. He looked like he was overmatched a lot, and to see him have nice, balanced approaches, hitting with 2 strikes, hitting the other way, pulling the ball when need be, I really like what I'm seeing from him. The only other question that I've got, and I know you keep going back to the pitching, Bonte, this backup shortstop thing's going to rear its ugly head at some point. Crawford's going to miss, I think he's going to miss some time here and there.
Then that'll be Casey Schmidt time, right?
Well, that's why I want Casey Schmidt. He had a double last night in the River Cats game. But Estrada's not a backup shortstop. Yeah. He had an error yesterday. I like Estrada at second. I think he's average at best at second base. Mm-hmm. He's way below average at shortstop. Mm-hmm. They need to figure out backup shortstop. And that's where I think Casey Schmidt's opportunity at some point in the next month, I think you got to bring him up. And he's your third shortstop.
I don't think we need to freak out about that anymore.
I'm not freaking out. I'm just saying, like, VR at second.
First. I think Schmidt will be up sooner rather than later.
I do
He'll be your backup shortstop. He'll be your backup
I'm
shortstop.
glad that Crawford's back in there because he had the forearm tightness. He's had the knee injury.
He's going to be banged up all year. He's an older player. He's been here forever. He's going to be banged up all year. That's why you're getting Casey Schmidt ready. By the way, do we have a Tiger? No, Tiger hasn't teed off yet. He tees off at 9:54. Brooks Koepka trying to run away with the Masters. He's 4 up on Jason Day.
Love it.
11 under. He's 4 under today in the second round.
Yeah, I love it.
Like how I read those golf scores? Like a pro, right?
Yeah, you are. You're very good at that.
Colin Morikawa.
NBC is part of the golf family.
Yeah, it is.
Family.
Absolutely. Colin Morikawa. Kalabari. 6 under. 5 out. 5 out. Jordan Spieth, 4 under. Let's go, Spieth. Let's go. Is Tiger going to make the cut?
I don't know. Did you see Jack Peterson swing and get hit by a pitch yesterday?
Yeah, you always go back to base. I was just asking about Tiger. You don't want to talk about Tiger?
Yeah, Tiger's, he's barely going to make the cut, B. Like, I'm going to enjoy it, and when I get home, I'm going to watch it on replay later on. I'm all about opening day today, and then the Warriors, and, I'll get my Tiger fix in. The EA video game finally downloaded last night. That hit. I'll be playing that this weekend.
Well, you got
Deli Boy's ready to go one-on-one with me.
Deli Boy needs to take care of his kids.
Oh, trust me. I'm well aware. Over there having my mom watch the kids on Mondays. I'm like, dude, what, so you can play video games?
That's what he does.
I don't know. He's probably working.
I'm not mad at that.
I'm just giving him some grief.
I'm not mad at that. Hey, Bob, I need you. Just play bat.
I got the little guys some wiffle balls and bats for the backyard at our house and one of them little gloves because every time we play catch in the backyard, he wants to use and it's funny how kids pick up on it. They don't want the wiffle ball or the tennis ball. They want the hard ball. They know that the hard ball is the one that they want.
Dude,
why is that?
I don't know. Chaz does too. Like, we got her all these little mini footballs, and she wants the big football, the one with the City College Ram logo on it.
Yes.
I want that one. Now, we play home run derby in the living room sometimes when Anna leaves.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that.
Chaz smacks it.
Yeah.
Home run.
Does she run around the bases? Does she stop at third base Fernando Tatis?
She runs with the bat and goes get the ball, and she goes, home run.
I love
By
that.
the way, Fernando Tatis Jr.
Yeah.
It just hit our thread twice.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the minor league pitcher?
Cade something or other from the Sacramento River Cats.
What's his name?
Yeah, Cade McClure.
Cade McClure. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You might remember me, from The Simpsons.
Yeah, I know. Cade McClure will be telling people for years about the time he gave up an absolute nuke to Fernando Tatis Jr. And he Cade McClure with the asterisk. Cheater hits a home run on a rehab assignment during the steroid suspension. Now, the tweet has been deleted, but wow, what a clapback from a minor league pitcher who I've never heard of.
Well, and the irony is, it's like, hey, keep it down. Logan Webb got suspended for the same thing in the minor leagues.
Yeah, he got popped for what, 80 games?
And the greatest player in franchise history is Barry Bonds. Like, keep it down.
Yeah, that's not good.
This is going to be an unpopular opinion, but considering where television and ticket prices and everything's going, if you told me that doing certain performance enhancing drugs put a guy on the lineup more and didn't have deteriorating effects on their health, I'd be like, sign me up for that all day. Why not? All of the actors are on it. If you don't think The Rock is on it, like, you're tripping. You seen that guy?
Straight weights, dude.
You're tripping.
No, there's no steroids in The Rock. Don't you do Dwayne Johnson like that.
You're tripping, bro.
I'm not slandering Dwayne Johnson.
I mean, Sly Stallone got
I don't
caught
know what
with
he's doing. Looks like he's just listening.
hundreds of vials of HGH.
Man, come on.
I just watched Copland the other day. Let me tell you, underrated.
Dude, Sylvester Stallone was hitting the weights.
Court.
Living in the gym. The Rock, too. Living in the gym. Benching. He had to get ready for ballers, man. Come on. It's all natural.
He nutted that thing.
Spadoni, you push the button, and we have to deal with the consequences.
Oh, hey there.
I'm not going to lie. Neither of us ate breakfast, and you could tell because that 9:15 hunger hit.
Oh, it's hitting hard. And I'm like, Omar, where you at? I sent Lutman Omar's number. You better call Omar Lutman, see where he's at.
He's 5 minutes away.
See, 415. Bro, they've literally been dozens of studies done on The Rock versus normal bodybuilders. There's no way that guy is not on some kind of steroid. And that doesn't take away from how great he is.
Guys, I'm joking. I don't really give a damn if The Rock is on steroids or not. I don't care.
If I wore one of those like shredded singlets over to like lift weights, wouldn't everyone look at me like a straight weirdo?
Yeah, no doubt. I kind of want to try steroids. See what it does. Right?
Cutting that.
I want to try steroids.
I'm with you.
Dude, how sick would it be if I came here, if we had our job, 6 months later, and I'm like, got veins popping out of my neck. I'd be all in on the Olympic Club, softball, and basketball. Setting hard screens.
I'm going to be real with you. You can take as many steroids as you want. I've seen your swing.
You haven't seen my swing.
Whatever the steroids are that
you've never seen my. You
need a good. Go see my boy Micah Carney at San Francisco Baseball Academy.
You never seen me swing a bat.
Oh, okay.
When have you seen me swing a bat?
Well, I've seen you play catch.
Oh, you hear that pop?
Right okay, we're going to San Francisco Baseball Academy. I want to see you hit. Oh my God.
This is my swing right here.
Is that launch angle? What's the exit velo?
I don't know. Katie Christensen, she can answer that on the other side. Sacramento Kings. We're talking more Kings. TV analyst for the Sacramento Kings, Katie Christensen, coming up on the roast.
Give your small business
the Golden One Center. The Golden State Warriors taking on the Kings tonight. We'll get to Bob in Reno coming up next after Katie Christensen, TV analyst for the Sacramento Kings, doing a great job on NBC Sports California. We're the part of her. She shared something very private the other day on Instagram, and I have a lot of respect for Katie. A lot of respect. She had to call a game. She called a game with her daughter on her lap, the second half of a game. And I have a lot of respect for her for that. Doing what she could do to parent. It was really sweet. Really, I almost teared up looking at that Instagram post. So let's get Katie Christensen on here. We got a big game up in Sacramento. Katie, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast. Good to talk to you on the radio airways and not in the makeup room or something.
I know. Good morning. How are you guys?
We're good. We're getting ready for this game tonight, of course. And first of all, the injury report for the Kings. Now, everybody's questionable. We read the list. De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis. The whole team's on an injury report. Are they waiting to see what's up with Memphis in Milwaukee? Now, if Memphis is leading Milwaukee, say, by 10 or something, will Mike Brown then decide to say, you know what? We're not going to play our guys. What's going on with this long injury report up in Sacramento?
Yeah, obviously this is a team that has really not had any injury issues all season. When you look at it in the scope of the rest of the NBA, they've been really healthy. Now, this is the end of the season, and there are a ton of nicks and bruises and this and that. Domantas Sabonis has been playing with a broken thumb since December. So there's definitely a lot of lingering things for a lot of players. But I've been kind of in the dark with this too. I know that the players, the team really wants to get to 50 wins. But as you guys know, with 2 games left and you're pretty set in where you're going to be, it's kind of a risk, right? And so there is a possibility from what I'm hearing based on what's going on with Memphis, that potentially they could go. I think it's just a wait and see situation. It's not like there's a history with obviously Mike Brown. This is his first year here to kind of see how this is going to be handled. And then Harrison Barnes is not on that list, correct?
I didn't see him on that list. He's the one guy not on that list. I know Matthew Dellavedova is out, but HB's on that list. Maybe it's an HB revenge game. I don't know.
Yeah, well, HB has played every single game this year, and he's such a professional. He takes it so seriously, the work that he puts in to stay healthy. And he was asked after the game, Mike Brown was asked after the game in Dallas, if Harrison was going to be rested for this upcoming game. And he goes, I'll talk to Harrison. We'll see what's going on. And when we finished the press conference, I said to Mike Brown, good luck. And we all just kind of laughed because that's, kind of the situation with HB. Nobody on this team is really a sit-out kind of guy. Domantas Sabonis is not one for rest. He doesn't agree with it. So it's a toss-up in the air to see what happens tonight.
I always love when I hear people say, it don't matter who we play. We'll play anybody. Come on. You've been in the locker room. You've played. We have preferences. There's grudge matches. There's rivals. Right. You think there's a path of least resistance, or sometimes you just want to kick the crap out of somebody for whatever reason. Who do you want the Kings to play?
In the postseason? My goodness.
First round.
Well, in the first round. It's interesting because you got to look at it from a matchup perspective and an experience perspective. And when you look at the Western Conference, you're like, man, there really is no easy or good matchup, right? Mm-hmm. I think that when you look at teams like the Clippers, it's a very different type of offense than the Warriors, for example. It's very kind of ISO-oriented. You've got Kawhi and PG. I don't know what his health status is going to be for the postseason, but we have matched up well with the Clippers all season long. And then teams like, Golden State, who are very, very much offensively oriented in terms of lots of movement, lots of threats, all of those things. It's a more difficult matchup for everybody. But then you look at, the cross the bay thing, the Northern California rivalry, whatever people want to call it. And then kind of, comments that were said at the beginning of the season. There was that podcast that Draymond Green was on, and he kind of mentioned hey, I can't get up to play teams like the Kings, basically. And I remember talking to Harrison Barnes specifically about that in training camp, and he's like, oh, yeah, we've talked about it. And the team has talked about it. So, internally in that locker room, those types of comments don't go away. Those are put on a bulletin board. Those are the things that are remembered. And, yeah, you do get up for games like that in a different way.
Katie Christensen here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Does a great job with the Sacramento Kings as a color analyst with Mark Jones on NBC Sports California, sometimes with Kyle Draper, our main man. Kyle Draper, he's a funny dude. And you've been around Sacramento for a long, long time. So what has this season meant for you? Because there's been some dark days up there in the 916.
Yeah, my first season with the Kings was the first year they missed the playoffs. So I've kind of been here for most of all of that. I left for a few years and came back in 2013. And from the standpoint of like the players, like obviously it's different because unfortunately this playoff drought has been put on the backs of the players that have come throughout it. And obviously none of these guys are responsible for a 16-year drought. But there's Harrison Barnes, there's De'Aaron Fox, Rashawn Holmes. Those are three guys that have been here the longest, and so they understand from a team perspective what that's like from a player perspective. But for me, personally, you become so embedded in this community in Sacramento. It's such a wonderful fan base. It's a smaller market. It's the only show in town, and these fans, this city, they really love their team. They've supported them through a lot over the last 16 years. So for me personally, I'm just so thrilled for the city, for the fan base, because they really deserve to kind of have some joy, right, when it comes to this Kings team. So it has been a wild ride this year. No one expected this team to be here. If they said that they expected it, they're not being honest. I think everyone was like, hopefully a play-in, setting those goals to try and get to the playoffs, that type of thing, to have the opportunity to be in the hunt. No one expected them to be third place in the Western Conference and, have home court advantage in the first round. So it's been a really thrilling, exciting ride for me personally, just being able to call to action and get to know this coaching staff and this team. It's just a really incredible group of human beings.
Yeah, Mike Brown's our guy. Me and Bonte have had multiple conversations with him over the years, and my favorite is that he's so real that they don't even want him, at least the Warriors, didn't really want him talking to us too much because he might be a little too real. He's had such a great impact. Like, there's literally not one fan, one person associated with the Warriors that would have anything negative to say about him. I think we're all rooting for him, but if we play them, all that goes out the window.
Yeah,
but
fair, right?
What does Mike Brown mean to the organization and to the fans? Because I really do. I love that guy.
He's so personable, right? And just his press conferences, the things that he says are so real. And I think that that's something that a lot of fans truly appreciate. We've all seen the coaches that will, come out on the podium and they'll give their post, game press conference after a loss, disappointing loss. And, hey, I got to look at the film. We'll get back to it. We're going to get back to the drawing board. Mike Brown comes out and he is very honest and real. He'll call out his players while also embracing the players. And I think that that's a really unique gift to Mike Brown. And if you talk to coaches throughout the league, players throughout the league that have coached or played under him, they definitely talk about the relationships that he builds with players. And because he builds such great relationships and that trust, he is able to be very honest and pull players out while also lifting them up. Very similar to kind of, Monty in Phoenix, who does the same thing. He's I'm not calling you out, I'm lifting you up type thing. And so Mike is just an extraordinary human being and has really, really got this locker room and embraced them, and they feel the love and they also feel the drive, the push that he also presents.
Katie, before we wrap this up, if we do get a Warriors-Kings first-round playoff series, it'll be the first time since both of these teams been in Northern California that they've met in the playoffs. Heck, they haven't been in the same postseason at all since both teams have been in Northern California when the Kings moved over from Kansas City. The Kings, quietly, you talked about the bulletin board material. I'm looking at the Kings, and I've watched them from before all season long, averaging over 121 points a game. They quietly match up well with the Golden State Warriors. Do they feel like that in that locker room as well?
I think so for sure, because one of the things that the Kings struggle with is playing teams that have incredible size and length, right? And the Warriors do not kind of fall into that category. Right. When you look at the construction of both rosters, it's very similar. Lots of shooters, skilled guys, that type of thing. And so, I think that when you look at it across the board, yeah, it is a favorable matchup in terms of just size matching up that way. But again, matchups are about kind of style of play and skill. And you've got to look at the fact that, Mike Brown is very familiar with the system, the players. So that's a favorable thing as well. Just the internal knowledge that they have of how they would attack that 7-game series. And what's exciting to me about this is I think if memory serves, we played the Warriors 3 times very early in the season. And then we got them the last home game of the season. So there's been a lot of time that has passed. There's been changes. People are healthy now, that type of thing. But there's the difference in kind of the body of knowledge, right?
Yep.
So I was curious going into this game selfishly. I was like, listen, it's been a while since they've played the Kings. It's different when you're game planning for a 7-game series potentially when you just saw them, right? And you saw all their weapons out there on the floor. So it's different when you play a 7-game series and you can go and immediately return to the drawing board and make adjustments, make changes. And that's where coaches really make their money, in my opinion, is the game planning in the postseason with a 1-day turnaround. And so it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. And to me, you guys, listen, if the Lakers end up making the playoffs, which I fully expect them to do, this is going to be the first time in NBA history where all 4 California teams are in the postseason. That's wild.
That is wild. Tim Royce, he brought that up the other day on this show, and I couldn't believe it because the Clippers, people forget the Clippers were bad for so long. So that would be crazy that all 4 California teams would be in the playoffs. But the Kings are the Pacific Division champions. And Katie, you've done a great job. I loved you sharing your story the other day, having your daughter in your lap, calling a basketball game alongside Mark Jones, and you didn't flinch. That was awesome, Katie. That really was.
Oh, thank you, guys. I appreciate that. That was a very stressful, anxiety-ridden second half that also went into overtime. I was really grateful for that. But you know what? That's the moment I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
And you maintained your professionalism, and you called a game like a pro. You're doing a great job up there in Sacramento. Have a good call tonight up there in the 916, Katie. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Anytime. Katie Christensen does a great job with the Sacramento Kings, calling their games, with a longtime sideline reporter with Sacramento. Remember the Boogie interview? It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. That was Katie Christensen holding the mic.
I do remember.
It's getting really ridiculous out there.
What's he up to?
He's trying to play. Trying to play.
5 years from now, even if he's been out of the league for 7 or 8, someone's going to be like, dude, Boogie, he's out there. We could get him.
Didn't you hear
My dad
Warrior
loves
fan?
Boogie.
Didn't you hear Warrior fans earlier this season?
I'm well aware.
To get some text. Stop the cat, Bonte. My boy Tommy, I told you. Lee. It's Lee _90 on Instagram. Cut the crap, Bonte. You know the Warriors smoking them at 5. Stop being nice to Sacramento. So I'm not underrating the Sacramento Kings, man. I'm not going to do it. Bob in Reno. He's going to the game tonight. What's up, Bob?
Hey, what's up, guys? This is my first time calling in on the Morning Roast from Reno, Nevada. I love listening to you guys. I've listened to you guys for a long time. Don't know why I haven't called earlier. But I am going to the game tonight. I'm excited now seeing so many guys that are doubtful for this game. Is this still going to be a game for the Warriors to prove themselves? Or do you think it's like, okay, even if they do win, it's not that big of a deal because you don't have Sabonis, you don't have Herter, and you're not going to have some of the key guys in the starting lineup. Have a great day, and go Warriors, baby.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for calling. Good first call. Warriors need to just work on their form. It's about them. Build good habits. Don't turn the ball over. Defend without fouling.
So they're going to fall down 10 to the Stockton Kings early?
Oh, my gosh.
And then the timeline's going to lose its mind? Come on, you know it is.
Man. Oh, man. So Omar from Metro Cafe is going to join us at 9:46.
Oh.
They have 13 minutes till we get the cheesesteaks. I'm going to smack them babies. I can smell them right now. Look at Steiny over there trying to freeload. Look at Steiny. Get out of there, Steiny. Get the hell away from Omar. He doesn't know nothing about Metro Cafe. Tell Steiny to get away. We'll touch that food. It's going to be halfway gone. It's going to be like 2 cheesesteaks left before we get out of here. We'll get Omar in here at 9:46. 9:46, Omar. Let's look at him. Look at him. He's bossed up, man. He's got the SF hat on. He's got the North Face.
Apparently, Omar knows one of my buddies, JJ, very well from Squat and Gobble. Oh,
yeah, Bonita Takirera.
Yeah, he's ready. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah.
There it is. We'll get him in here in about 10 minutes.
The boss can lose his mind. There you
Chicago. Oh, attention to detail. There we go. ATD. Anton comes to a lot of Warrior games. We'll get you in here about 10 minutes. Elmar's ready to talk.
I know.
Get him the
He's
headphones.
ready.
Get the mic.
Ready.
He's ready to grow.
He's
He's not playing. Oh, real quick. We didn't do this at 9 o'clock, so we can do it right now, Shasky.
What's that?
We got a couple minutes.
Yeah.
King of the Hill, most dangerous teams in the NBA playoffs.
What?
Yes, the most dangerous
You prepared
teams.
a segment?
Oh, we did. Oh,
This is why you're the king.
I prepare all the time, baby. That's what Lubman and I do. It feels like organized chaos.
Okay.
But it's planned like
All right,
that.
Let me get into character. Milish, what is the top 8?
We're going with top 6.
Top 6?
Top 6. Most dangerous teams in the NBA playoffs, starting with number 6. This is going to shock a lot of people. Number 6, the Miami Heat.
What?
I think they're a dangerous team
The
in the
round
Eastern
mound
Conference.
of rebound? Kyle Lowry?
I'm looking at Tyler Hero. By the way, speaking of barbers, Kyle Lowry's last. I don't like to get on people's haircuts and linings because I'm starting to recede a little bit. Kyle Lowry's taper is awful. It's the worst haircut I've seen in a long time.
Miami Heat fans say that he is the most hated Heat player in their franchise history.
I don't blame them at all. So Miami, because I think they can make a lot of noise, dude. If they go to 6 and play Philadelphia, they have the potential to upset the Philadelphia 76ers. Call me crazy. But Eric Spoelstra does a great job of pre-planning playoff series.
Yeah, I call you Bonte.
All right. There we go.
Number 5.
Number 5.
And number 5. The most dangerous teams
in the
heading
NBA
into
playoffs. So we already know Milwaukee's dangerous. We know the Celtics are dangerous, so I didn't even put them on the list.
You didn't put them on the list?
Because we know they're title contenders.
Yeah.
The Nuggets I don't have on the list because I don't think they're dangerous.
This is like the FBI's most wanted list.
I think the Nuggets are fraudulent. I really do. So they're not even on this list. Number 5, the LA Clippers.
Clippers?
Not to get Paul George back. And Kenny said he's got some people who know some people. Actually, I could text somebody from the Clippers right now and figure out Paul George. I think I may do that off air.
You had to one-up Kenny.
It's been a Flexing Friday. The Clippers, if they get Paul George back and the way they look, Westbrook, Tyler's gotten to Westbrook, dude. He's gotten to Westbrook. He's playing really good basketball right now. And Kawhi's Kawhi.
Is this a safe space?
Yes.
I'm really distracted by the noise in the other room because I'm starving.
Stay focused, baby. We're almost there.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Foe.
Number 4. It's the Golden State Warriors.
I'm like Arnie Anderson.
It's the Golden State Warriors, the 4th most dangerous team in the playoffs. We know what the Chaps could do. And if Wiggins is rolling, if they get Wiggins rolling right away in those playoffs, because we're not going to see them in the final 2 regular season games, they can wreck the entire bracket. They can wreck the Memphis Grizzlies. They can wreck the Sacramento Kings. I think the Sacramento Kings will be a tougher series than the Memphis Grizzlies. I would say that right now. I think the Kings will be tougher for the Warriors. And then they play Memphis, and they know they got Memphis locked up in the brain. They're so jacked up in the brain. It's like Florida State, Miami in the early 90s. My Seminoles could not beat Miami because they were done before the game kicked off. All right? The Warriors, the 4th most dangerous team. Number 3. The Phoenix Suns.
The Suns?
Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, man.
No Ayton?
Ayton, you put Ayton in there.
CP3?
You put CP3 in there. They're not even playing Damian Lee right now. That's how deep they are.
Whoa.
Terrence Ross, remember him? He's a Warriors killer.
Kills the Warriors.
Yeah.
Former Orlando Magic.
Suns are dangerous. You see what KD's doing?
Yeah.
It's like he's just easy money sniper, man. It's the most dangerous offensive player in league history. The Suns are number 3. Number 2.
Number 2.
It's the Philadelphia 76ers.
Number
2. Philadelphia 76ers. Embiid's got the MVP wrapped up. James Harden is taking a step back, and I like the way he's playing basketball. This James Harden I could watch.
Really?
The guy in Houston, dribble.
It's all the medical tape for me.
Dribble. Let me flop for a foul. That's Harden stunk. This Harden right here in Philadelphia with Tobias Harris and Tyrese Maxey, I like the Sixers, man. 2nd most dangerous team in the playoffs. And number 1 most dangerous team in the NBA playoffs. It's the LA Lakers.
What?
It's the LA Lakers. LeBron, Anthony Davis.
This better be posted on a graphic somewhere.
Dennis Schroeder. No, please, no graphic. That'd be 4 weeks in a row. Somebody on Twitter will tell me to get fired or fire this guy. Anyway, Lakers, most dangerous team in the NBA playoffs. So 6 Miami, 5 Clippers, 4 Dubs.
I love it.
3 Suns, 2 Philly, And number one, the LA Lakers may be the most dangerous team in the NBA playoffs because you just never know. They can make the NBA Finals. They can get bounced in a play-in. But they are a dangerous, dangerous basketball team. And that's your king of the hill for this week. What's the deep breath for?
Brooks Koepka is 12 under at the Masters.
He's
through
only 3
16
up, though.
holds.
Jason Day's coming.
Woo!
Jason Day is
Scores
coming.
flying. You know what? Tiger might shoot well today, Shasky. Come on. Give him a chance.
I mean, they're producing very low scores out there. I told everybody don't sleep on Brooks Koepka.
Who's sleeping on him?
I think a lot of people
He's
thought
always
that
a
he was.
favorite.
I think a lot of people thought that a lot of the live guys took the money and were going into retirement. And I kept saying, like, it's funny because, like, the golf media is not like normal media, right? I always say this, like, in sports, are there a lot of people who get the bag and underperform? Of course there are. But there's also a lot of people who get the bag and then exceed your expectations. Steph Curry, underpaid. How many bags has he gotten?
Yeah, he's got some bags.
All right, Kevin Durant. LeBron James. Like, there are those guys. Are there Keith Van Horns? Of course there's Keith Van Horns. People acted like some of these guys on Live that were in their primes were going to get the money and then just all of a sudden stop wanting to compete.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get to the level of being a professional that these guys are without loving to compete and loving the sport. And so to think that Brooks Koepka, yeah, he got a bunch of money. Oh, he can cut corners here and there. He still wants to win majors, and he knows he's only measured by how many majors he wins.
Yeah. What's up, guys? It's Brooksy.
I love Brooksy. Tiger nicknamed him Brooksy.
Did he?
Yeah, he's a Michelob Light guy, too.
By the way, speaking of haircuts, Tiger Woods, when he takes off that hat.
Why are you keep going back to that? Why are you sad for Tiger?
He looks sad. He's got the bags under his eye. He looks stressed the hell out.
If I came in here with the Tony Soprano cut one day, where I was like fully bald in the front and then I kept the little horseshoe in the back and stuff.
That'd be pretty cool.
Would you be down with that?
I'll be down with that. I'm not mad at that.
Like nowadays,
is that what your dad's rocking with right now?
Yeah, he's kind of got that going. The kind
I'm
of
not
Tony
mad at that.
Soprano.
I respect that. I do respect.
I think I will just shave it all the way if that's what it gets to.
Just got to go home, right?
Bald is in right now, too. If you can grow a beard, it's a good look.
Michael Chitless.
Mm-hmm.
I always
Jason
thought
Statham.
LeBron James should have just gone home. Like,
KD.
with the hair plants. KD just doesn't care. He don't care about no brush. Like, I carry a brush with me. Look at this, YouTube. I carry a brush with me. I'm always brushing.
Don't brush too hard.
Oh, no, I don't have naps, baby. My hair's soft.
No, I meant because you're going to get whatever is left up on there. That's why your boy here I try not to brush too hard because I'm like, I might take off a patch.
I'm just saying, like, KD doesn't care. LeBron, just go home. How cool LeBron look with the headband and the beard, like, bald. Just go home. It's all good.
It would look like Thanos.
Just go home. It's all good. Like, I don't get it. You don't need to do hair plugs.
Is Jordan number one in terms of bald, making bald cool?
Jordan's number one. Barkley underrated number two.
Bruce Willis.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
What? No, Bruce Willis?
Yeah,
he helped usher it for the white guys.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Jason Statham.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Bruce Willis, when Bruce Willis went fully bald?
Stone Cold.
Stone Cold.
Yeah,
Stone
that's
Cold.
a good one. That's a
Don't
good
forget
one.
my guy in Star Trek.
You know what?
Captain Picard.
That's our
Patrick Stewart. Yeah.
That's our
Thank you.
final thoughts. Top 5 ball guys all time. White, black, Asian. Who would?
Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean.
Right? I mean, he's got to be
No, you
power
can't put
ranking.
What?
What?
Mr. Clean on.
What's that?
You can't do Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean is an old-time legend.
Mr. Clean. Come on, man.
Genie of the Lamp?
Big Reams in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, Big Reams.
Absolutely.
Big Reams and
Absolutely.
Bruce Willis.
Samuel L. Jackson?
Yeah, he's an underrated ball guy.
Did he leave a little on early on? And like, do people associate
No,
him with
I associate him with bald. Sam Jackson.
Okay.
That's a good one. Stanley Tucci, good actor.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds.
Oh, here's one. And people don't associate him with being bald because of the wig he used to wear.
one.
Sean Connery.
Sneaky
Connery. Bald. R.I.P.
Welcome to the Rock.
That's good. That's good.
That is a good one.
925 Comcast Business Text Line. Kojak.
I mean, that's going way back.
That's going way back. 707 Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yeah.
Ooh, Terry Crews is a good one.
Terry Crews is a good one. Terry Crews, because I was watching, all the tributes to Uncle Jerome on Snowfall. He had great hair.
925 showing love to 95.7 The Game Zone. John Dickinson.
Yeah, he does have a good. He does. That is a good look for him.
Going bald was a game changer for him.
That is a good look for him. That's all I associate him with now.
Respect that.
Yeah, he does look good with the bald
I
head.
remember JD when he had hair.
That's crazy.
When I first met him, he had hair.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew him when he had hair.
It's like a little piece of you died. Steph better.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe, yeah.
Kobe was good.
Kobe.
Woody Harrelson.
Doc Rivers is not bald because
No, he's
Doc
not.
Rivers puts a little of that paint job on there.
We said Shaq already. Shaq's a good one.
Shaq is a good one.
Yeah.
Shaq is.
Do we
a
get
good
Raymond
one.
Ritter in there yet?
Raymond Ritter,
very underrated ball guy.
Raymond Ritter.
Yeah,
If
that's
Bruce
a good one.
Willis, then Raymond Ritter for white
Raymond
guys.
Ritter
Absolutely.
is good. That is a good one.
Absolutely. Good call.
See, you have to have
Raymond, I
the
need
right
tickets.
shape head too, because if you're bald, looking and the head's not right, it just looks weird.
See, that's the thing I'm worried about. I've got some bumps.
Yeah.
And so I got these bumps on my head, and I feel like it's not going to look good.
I get that brush with the scalp. And
Yeah, I
smooth it
got
out.
what I call the hot dogs in the back of my head. Like it's just like little
the neck
bump.
rolls?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If I went bald, it would be all bad. Now, people who need to go bald. This is interesting. Trey Young, Atlanta.
Oh, that's not fair. But he
Trey
does.
Lance.
Trey Lance.
Who was throwing with Patrick Mahomes? We haven't talked about
Poor
that.
guy, Trey.
Trey Lance is throwing with Pat Mahomes. Does that make you feel good?
Yeah. It makes me
Working
feel
out with the
great.
best quarterback in the league.
Look, this is where I'm at on Trey Lance. And I'm not, videos that come out, they excite me too. I'm glad he's working with them. I'm not making any sweeping indictments on anything until we see game. Like, anyone who wants to have faith in Trey, dude, I'm with you. Let's have some faith. Anybody that wants to say he hasn't done anything, you're right. He hasn't. He's got to earn the job. And it's not over what he does in a video or practice. He's going to have to do it in games. I'm with you. I'm excited. I'm happy he's working with them. But to say it's, monumental one way or the other, like, he's got to do well in practice.
Yeah.
I'm not dismissing anyone's happiness and excitement, but let's not break down video film of, look at the throwing mechanics and this and this.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, let's get Omar in here from Metro Cafe. The time is now.
Oh, the Big Show from the WWE when he shaved
that
all
was
his
good.
hair.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was good. Arn Anderson. Was he
Tupac.
bald? Was Arn Anderson bald?
Tupac.
Yeah, Tupac was.
Tupac. How did we
Tupac's
forget
in that
Tupac?
top 5 ball guys.
Yeah, especially
Because
you do it at 24.
Soldier Rag.
You do it at 24.
Yeah, no doubt. You do it at 24. You know you're about that life.
What's up, Omar?
Omar coming in here. Metro Cafe hit me up. It's like, yo, I'm a roaster. Let me drop something off before you go on that diet. And let me tell you, man, I'm about to pick out here. Metro Cafe is actually on Fillmore Street, right between Haight and Waller. I grew up on 334 Waller.
Is that
right around the
upper
corner.
or lower Haight?
That's lower Haight. That's
what
lower Haight.
Okay.
So the Walgreens used to be right there in
What's
the corner.
the designation for upper and lower? Where do you draw the line?
Divisadero.
Divis?
Yep, Divisadero.
Okay.
Yep.
So
and then you go up that hill to Divisadero, then you get to Buena Vista Park. That's Upper Haight. Lower Haight, you cross Divisadero, you get to Scott Street, Pierce, Steiner, and then Haight Street, of course, and then you got Webster.
Right here.
There it is. Omar's right there. Omar's
we got
ready to
all
go.
kinds of stuff.
Omar's got the quarter-inch jack. He's ready to roll.
Look at him. Look how excited he is.
So Omar, welcome to the Morning Roast,
Lean
Metro
right
Cafe.
into that mic.
I grew up around.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, I grew up around there. I used to go to Metro Cafe all the time. I used to always order the mushroom cheeseburger with the jack cheese. How long have you owned Metro
Lean
Cafe?
into that mic.
I've been there since 2006.
Wow.
Yeah.
How hard has it been for small businesses right now, especially in San Francisco? There's a variety of issues, obviously, whether it's safety, COVID, transitioning from eating indoors to like everything's to go and out the door. It's been hard for small businesses.
Very hard. You have to adapt during COVID, and we did that. We didn't have to close or anything. Count my blessings every day.
Yeah, very cool. I know my buddy, JJ, who I've known for a long time, him and Issa. I talked to him about just like how it's evolved so much. So your guys' store, if people want to come support you, where do we come see you?
247 Fillmore Street, the corner of Haight and Fillmore, basically.
Right next to the health store. The health store's been there for years.
My family owned that since 1981.
No way.
Yeah,
no way. That health store right there?
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
My Uncle Fred and my dad John owned that. They sold it in 2006.
Wow. So you know.
I've been in that Lower Haight since I was a young kid.
Wow, so you know the liquor store, Muhammad, who owns the liquor store right there?
All those guys.
So I grew up on Steiner between Fillmore. I was on Steiner until I was 7. Then we moved down to Waller Street, 334 Waller.
Yeah.
So I started running around there all the time, the Walgreens, Metro. So how have you adapted with Metro? What's different on the menu? Because I looked at the menu, there were some tweaks.
Since I took it over, those 3 cheesesteaks and 2 burgers, now I got like 10 specialty burgers, 10 cheesesteaks, all types of appetizers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Let's
Today,
go.
I brought you guys different flavors: steak, chicken, turkey,
Nothing,
all
bring
types of
them
stuff.
So how long you been listening to the roast? How long you been a roaster?
At least 3 years now. 2
Wow,
years.
thank you.
Solid.
Honestly,
solid.
thank
I
you.
appreciate that, man. That's
really
love.
got it.
What part of the city you from?
I grew up in Daly City, actually.
Yeah, that's all
right
right.
by the Olympic Club.
Oh, yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we got them on there, Shasky.
They're all labeled. They're labeled. I'm off Skyline Boulevard in Westridge.
Yeah, I know exactly where.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God.
business has been booming. When did you know you wanted to start a business or take over Metro Cafe?
I knew the day I graduated high school, and my dad told me, "You want to go to college and get in debt, or you want to work?" So that's when I knew right there.
Wow, so we got Metro Cafe still has the same logo. You took the logo.
God, look
you
at
made
this.
it red, but the logo's basically the same.
Yep.
And it's been right there forever.
You got you guys' shirts too.
You got us some shirts. Give me the shirt. Let's pull up the shirt.
I don't know what
here.
size you wear. I brought large, extra large, and double X.
There we go. Metro Cafe right
I
there.
got some spice to it. I got peppers, onions, meat. What's in this?
Peppers, onions, meat, mushrooms for Bonte.
Oh, yeah, you know that guy loves mushrooms.
Yeah.
I call him Super Mario,
and
brother.
I brought you some mushroom cheeseburgers if you want to take them home for you and the wife.
God,
yeah.
this guy. Come on, man. You are the man. Big Warrior fan.
Oh, yeah.
Giant
Big
fan.
Warriors, Giants, Niners all day.
We're about to get into final thoughts. What's your final thoughts on the weekend of sports?
I think the Warriors get that 6th spot, and they go ahead and get to the Western Conference Finals, no problem.
That's Omar.
One
Metro
last
Cafe.
thing. How this came about was my barber, Mondo, who you knew. They were watching the show on Monday or Tuesday when you did it, and he sent me a link, and boom, here we are now.
Here we are now, and I had no idea. It was so funny. I sent it to Jason Dubas. I said, the power of radio. You never know who's listening, and Mondo's a good friend. Met him at Attention to Detail. He's friends, best friends with Worldwide Hef. You know Hef. Just had the players bracket. Jihad
I'm
won
sorry.
it.
On behalf of people who know Hef.
But yeah, no doubt. But Attention to Detail, where King used to cut me. He moved to Chicago's. You still going to Anton or Mondo?
I'm at Mondo's right now at Cake and Cuts on
nice.
by Twin Peaks.
Yeah,
love that. Yep, no, Mondo's the homie.
And look, for people
he was at
that
SoFi with us.
Yeah, for people that are out there, like one of the things me and Bunty, we're city boys, but we want to support anybody in our community. Like
no
whether
doubt.
you're in Daly City, whether you're in the South Bay, the North Bay, the East Bay, if you have a small family business. You want to, spotlight your business like yours, Metro Cafe right there in the Fillmore. Like, I want to see people get their just due. So how do the people that really support us, how do they help support you?
Come by and order a cheesesteak and get a taste.
Let's go.
I'm just trying to get people to realize, it's a little hole in the wall, so people don't realize it. But I think I got the best cheesesteak in the city by far.
Go.
No doubt. And I'm telling you, I grew up there, man. I grew up there. Metro's been there for a long. How long has it been there? Right there on
Since
Fillmore?
1989.
1989.
Are you kidding me?
No, been open.
What
a
an
long time.
incredible run!
Yeah.
It's so hard. I ran a business and we failed. You know what I mean? And it's just so difficult, man. It's so hard. And I have so much empathy because I think a lot of people think, you open a business and you just make no. You are there 24/7, 365. You can't even go home without getting phone calls and thinking about it all the time. And so I think that people really need to appreciate these small businesses because that's what makes our part of the country different from everywhere else.
No doubt.
Definitely. And my
soul.
cousin Kamal from Toast Eatery, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Toast is another one of my spots. Come on, man.
Mondo,
Toast is one of my
Hef,
spots.
Omar from Metro
We could
Cafe.
probably go down the list, and we know a lot of the same people.
Yeah, exactly. Kale Foods.
This is the first of many interactions. Whatever we can do to help you, we would love to do it, man. We appreciate you coming by here.
I'm about to crush
We'll see you in a
this.
second. Yeah, we got Fast Five coming up. Final thoughts.
All good.
And then we'll come out there and see you, Omar, chop it up a little bit more. Omar, give him a round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
Coming through
Thank you,
Metro
guys.
Cafe.
Thank you, guys.
Steiny and Guru's probably already eating right now, man. Look at Guru. Guru's already eating, dude. Watch out, Guru. You got to go to SAC, Metro Cafe.
He is taller in person, though, huh?
He is. That's what they say about all of us.
Yeah.
We all packing some weight, too. So.
If there was a zombie apocalypse, I'm rolling with Guru because I think he's the strongest at the station.
Oh, yeah.
By far.
Why you got to gas him up?
No, I'm being real.
The only problem is he's a Cowboys fan.
I know.
He's a Cowboy, Laker, Pirate.
Well, then, now that I think about it, he might falter come playoff time against the zombie apocalypse.
Exactly. How you not going to roll with me? Fast Five.
Right on, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, right on. Enjoy that. So there's 2 burgers and 1 bag. Take those home.
I can't thank you enough. Thank you. I'm going to come. Yes.
Final thoughts from the week. It's been a hell of a week. Warriors Kings tonight. We got the Giants home opener against the Royals. A lot going on. By Monday, we're going to have I'm waiting for Monday show. Monday show is going to be electric because we will know who the Warriors will be playing or when they will be playing. Shasky, what's your final thought?
My final thought is this. Today's opening day for the San Francisco Giants. Yes, it's against the Royals, the team they faced in the World Series in the epic Madison Bumgarner game of Game 7 where they ended up winning. I am excited. I'm going to be out there at the yard. Come and see me. Let's go, Giants. Hope springs eternal.
Absolutely. Love, What you got?
I'm kind of piggyback off of Shasky. It's a great day. Giants home opener. Let's go out. Let's just have fun today, Giants fans. Let's just enjoy what this team can give us, right? It's going to be a fun year.
Spadoni, as you take
Kings,
a bite.
come on, play your starters. Let's have a fun game tonight. I want to start off the weekend right. Let's go. Also, come on, Tiger.
There we go. Great week. Well, it's Easter Sunday as well.
I was going to
Easter
say,
egg hunts.
for those that observe, happy Easter
Shout out
Sunday.
JC.
Shout out JC.
He was an architect,
That's That was Fast Five. Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Is that it for us, Benoni? We out?
Night.
Night. See you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Come on, man. You know where to stay. Stick with 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Koo, they've been on fire. They've been on fire this week. Pilo coming up? Oh, D-Lo. I thought you said Pilo. No, that's D-Lo. Yeah, Damian Barling coming up on Steiny and Guru from 10 to 2. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Attention facility professionals. Property
netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Friday, baby.
Yes, sir.
Not a payday Friday, but the next best kind. A regular Friday.
You ain't got a job. You ain't got nothing to do.
Yeah.
That's from the movie you never seen.
Fridays?
Yeah. Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah. What you eating, Sonny?
Nothing.
Our guy Omar broke you off a cheesesteak.
He did.
Yeah.
Omar from the Metro Cafe.
Shout out Omar.
Brought a bunch of cheesesteaks, a couple burgers. Burgers got eaten in a hurry.
I turned mine down. I didn't get done.
Well, you know what? I haven't had any breakfast. See, here's the thing. I'm a little picky eater.
Okay. So am I.
You know, like
Ain't
believe
nothing
it or
wrong with
not,
that.
and Omar's still here, so I don't want to badmouth him.
But they're loud mouthing in there. They can't hear us.
The cheesesteaks and the turkeys and the chickens, they all had like onions and peppers in them.
That's what a cheesesteak
Spicy,
is.
very good though.
The original cheesesteak was just a cheesesteak.
Spadoni with his fresh haircut.
Cheese, steak, and a roll, and that'll do it for you. Hyperbole? Biggest game ever between the Kings and Warriors in their history?
There's no doubt.
Got to be, right?
Yeah, no doubt. And I can't wait. I'll be in the house starting with JD. John, we tried to get you to come up here. But I cannot wait. And the Warriors, this is a playoff game because if you drop, you've been smiling like that all morning. If they lose somehow, then you're in that cockamamie playing tournament, Stoney. So I don't get why you laugh and your cheeks just go up when I say the Warriors this means more to the Warriors than Sac. But if I'm Sac, they want to send a message because all of a sudden, every NBA team seems to be targeting, they want to play Sac. Mike Brown spoke on it.
The Warriors aren't really in a position to target anybody.
Ooh.
They got to win. So it's very interesting what's going on right now in this game. 7 o'clock. Golden One Center. Right now, Mike Brown, the coach of the Kings, on his injury report, has 7 of the top 8 guys listed as questionable. One guy is listed as good to go, Harrison Barnes. Dellavedova's out. 7 guys on the roster
go play.
are looking are questionable going into tonight's game. What do you think's going on there?
Gamesmanship, but again, Mike Brown, I proceed with caution, bro, because your team as a whole the other night lost to a Dallas team that can't stop a nosebleed. So to me, I think this is gamesmanship. But if I were Mike Brown, I would want to send a message. And we're at home. Our fans, they hear all the slander and the whatnot. You got to send a message to your possible first-round opponent. And what about Harrison Barnes, the revenge game and series? I mean, what about Mike Brown? He knows the Warriors better than anybody. There is no way I will get to the Golden One Center and find out before tip that the Kings are going to rest some starters. I think that you ask me what's going on, partner, that's what's going on. This is total gamesmanship.
I think it's more. Yeah. I think it's more than gamesmanship. So we got to go through the scenarios. And I want to know what Warrior fans think at 888-957-9570 because the Kings have the advantage. Here's what I mean. Do you realize that if the Kings,
okay,
let's say rest their guys, if they rest their guys tonight, what that's saying, that's inviting the first round matchup with the Warriors. Because the first step toward the Warriors getting number 6 is for the Warriors to win tonight in Sacramento.
Gotcha.
So,
you're saying the Kings would help them do that?
If the Kings lay down tonight, they're basically saying,
we want to play the Warriors.
We'll take the Warriors if we have to.
Wow.
So
now that's bold. I hadn't thought of that.
Exactly.
So I'm telling you and the listeners, the Lakers scare me more than any other Western Conference team, more than Phoenix. And it's not about last night. I know Phoenix got the win. It was, nobody played. But Steiny, the Warriors got an Anthony Davis. They got LeBron. They got shooters. They got length. My thing is, if you're Mike Brown, would you want to play Steph Curry and the Warriors over the Los Angeles Lakers?
I don't know.
But the mental part of this Hannibal Lecter move would send that shot to the Warriors like, we ain't scared of y'all.
Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness.
There's another possibility, too. I'd love to hear what Warrior fans, or if there's any Kings fans out there, love to hear from them also. Here's another.
And we got D'Lo from KC and D'Lo coming up at 11, I believe.
Damian Barley, 11. And we're going to have John Dickinson at 1. He's going to be up there with you tonight, obviously. And the other thing that's kind of interesting that may be going on here.
Talk to me.
And shoot, I should have had this info ready. When's the last time the Kings played the Warriors?
It's been down early. I think it was in SAC.
It was probably a couple months ago.
Yeah, that was a terrible even effort to guess. Yeah,
well, it's my fault too. Yeah. It's my fault too.
But what you getting at?
I'll tell you right now. Okay, so I'm looking at the schedule. Warriors played the Sacramento Kings October 23rd. Then they played the Sacramento Kings November 7th.
Okay, have they played in 2023?
And then they played the Sacramento Kings November 13th. Let's do it. November. December, January, February, March. It's about April 13th, let's say. 5 months. They haven't played each other in 5 months. So when the Warriors played the Kings the last time, the Kings essentially had 13 games under their belt. And the Sacramento Kings they start the season. They started the season okay. Yeah. Here's what I'm getting at. If you're Mike Brown and you've been playing real good basketball for the last 4 months, but the Warriors haven't seen you. You haven't played the Warriors. Why would you want to show the Warriors who you are right now? Warriors kind of have no idea who the Kings are.
See,
they haven't played them in 4 months, and when they played them, the Kings were 6-5 or something like that.
But you know who they are in regard to what they're going to do on a daily basis, and you can look at their last few games, Steiny. You know it's De'Aaron Fox, it's Sabonis, it's strength in numbers, their version of it. But to me,
why would you show that to
I'm
going
to tell you this, why Mike Brown better be careful in the Kings. They have not been playing their best basketball, and to me, I feel like that means something.
So
you can go ahead and
come on, Goo.
But what about them?
Why are you not giving them the respect they deserve for putting themselves in a position to lock themselves in?
That I get. But that loss to Dallas, that was Mike Brown sending the message to the gang, hey, let's go out here and ruin Dallas' season and cut them off at the knees right here. They lost. So if you're going to follow that up with a loss to a possible first-round opponent that you were a part of last year, Mike Brown, tonight, this is the text. This is a text, Donnie. This is a message game. You can send a message like we ain't scared of y'all.
You're going to be so disappointed.
That was a 1. If you sit them down, but I got to be honest. What you told me about the Lakers, I just told you I'm scared of the Lakers. Mike Brown might be thinking that. And if he rests, he's like, okay, we're cool with playing Steph and the rest and you guys. So, man.
Mike Brown knows the Warriors like the back of his hand. Little shades of when Don Nelson coached the Golden State Warriors after he coached the Dallas Mavericks. And he knew all about the Mavericks
1 versus 8.
2007, and he shot down Dirk Nowitzki. And it was upset city. By the way, Goo, I got to play this for you.
Yeah.
You can sit there and talk, oh, it's a statement. It's a message. It's a big game.
It's the best.
Hear Kawhi Leonard?
No.
Hear Kawhi Leonard after the Lakers game, Lakers-Clippers the other night?
No.
Check this out.
Kawhi, I know every game you play against is an important game, but is this the most meaningful game you've played against the Lakers in the time you've been here?
I didn't feel that way.
just with everything that's at stake in terms of the playoff season.
I didn't feel that way.
What? I just want to walk home. What do you mean you don't feel that? Why does everybody run from the smoke? Hey, Kawhi, let me help you out. Daryl Johnson, Union City, Chase Logan. Hey, it is the most important game you played against the Lakers, Steiny. Play it again.
Well, I know every game you play against is an important game, but is this the most meaningful game you've played against the Lakers in the time you've been here?
I didn't feel that way.
Just with everything that's at stake in terms of the playoff season.
He cut her off.
It's like he was
cut
proposing
Ramona
to her.
Shelburne
Will you
off.
marry me? I don't feel that way. What way could he possibly feel? Come on, stop. You know these guys are like they're running material.
No, they're not.
Maybe they don't want to show the Matt Steinmans and the John Dickinsons of the world and the Slaters.
Face it. You care more than them.
I'll never.
Yes, sir.
Nope.
Dude,
Looney knew all three questions.
Here's the other thing.
There.
Only because they lost to Minnesota. Here's the thing. Kawhi Leonard, Warriors are not going to get up anymore for this game tonight. They're just going to play a game.
Go ahead.
Sorry, not to cut you off. I'll say this, though. He played the entire second half. So he may said that was only the third time in his NBA career
Speak to us,
he played the entire second half. So he may have said, Steiny, it didn't mean a lot, but the way he played his minutes allocation says otherwise.
No doubt about it.
Well, I know every game you play against is an important game, but is this the most meaningful game you've played against the Lakers in the time you've been here?
I didn't feel that way.
Just with everything that's at stake in terms of the playoff season.
I didn't feel that way.
How many times does Kawhi Leonard or do Kawhi Leonard and Draymond Green have to tell you guys it's just another game?
Did you see Draymond the second half of the game? You were in Bob Meyer seats. I was
locking in on Lou Dort.
Okay, well, Draymond was playing his ass off. And did you see Draymond
How about
the Pelicans?
First three quarters?
No, that wasn't because he was half-assing.
What?
That's just because that's how the game.
Uh-oh.
Well,
so the Warriors,
it's a term called lock in.
So the Warriors, big game against they were up. They were sky high against OKC, right? They were ready to go. It was a big game, not like the Kawhi Leonard game. Draymond was feisty, right? They were down 4 after 3.
They did what your father told you. Son, if you know you can pick a guy, wait till the fourth quarter.
Well, it doesn't sound to me like they're...
So, you like that? Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what the Warriors were doing. They're like, hey, look, man, come on, 79, and they put the clamps down. I know you love words, but
they were down.
He played the whole...
So you detected higher intensity against Oklahoma City?
The second half.
Well, they lost the third quarter, too.
The fourth quarter. Like, Steiny...
No, they were down 4 going into the fourth. The Warriors were down 4. Then they went 34-19.
Okay.
So they sleptwalked for 3 quarters in a big game. That's all.
No, because that's too dangerous, because if you think you can do it in 1 quarter, you might not be able to do it. My thing to you is, and let's put this to rest, tonight, for a Warriors perspective, if they lose this game, it could put them in a play-in game on Tuesday.
Okay.
That is a nightmare as opposed to trying to get Andrew Wiggins back into the offense. You would want that week. I don't need to hear anything from Steph or any Warrior or any coach. It is what it is, Steiny. This is
just another game.
No, this is something you, Evan, and I have been throwing out. This is the biggest game of the season for the Golden State Warriors. And if you want to know why, I just laid it out. This game here is the difference between you playing on Tuesday or you getting a week off till Saturday.
And there's very little difference between both of them.
See, now that
I'm going to drive you nuts today.
But you know, I don't believe that.
I don't believe what?
That the Warriors wouldn't, I'm going too short, wouldn't be tripping if they got to play in the play-in game.
They're going to try hard tonight.
Okay, all right.
They're not going to try super duper hard. It's going to be a good game because the Kings are good, and there's obviously
a rivalry starting to.
Well, I wouldn't even say.
Well, it's a natural one.
It can't be a rivalry unless they meet in the first.
Okay,
round.
but by locale, it's a right, like A's Giants. That's just Niners Raiders when they were here. Just the best rivalries to me are logistic, and that's what we have. And now it means something.
It's not a rivalry yet.
All right, hey, I won't fight you on that.
But what I'm getting at is
pots on the stove, Steiny.
Like, I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see the same type of Warriors that we've seen all year because it's kind of who they are. And the other thing I'm thinking about is
that bothers me because they're on the road now. So if you're right, and I've been victimized in the pocketbook too. Every time I think I got a pulse on this, they're about to send a message to Memphis because Draymond don't like that punk Dylan Brooks.
That doesn't happen.
This ain't even about. Yeah, it's a message, Steiny, about possible first round matchup, and then also too, we want that smoke.
Who?
The Kings. Like, that's why I don't want them to rest.
We don't know. We don't know if the Kings want the smoke. We're going to find, that's what, in a way, the Warriors are the team getting messed with tonight. Not the Kings. The Kings are 3. They're locked in. They will dictate to the Warriors what
Slight chance to catch Memphis and get 2, though.
Memphis is going to win tonight against the Bucks, who are resting everybody.
Yeah.
So
you ain't excited about
No,
tonight?
I'm very excited.
I appreciate
I'm
that.
very excited, but
you're going to know.
Don't expect, it's not going to be the
Their
NCAA finals.
Their fans are going to go crazy.
Fans are going to go crazy.
Like the beam.
It's going to be a great atmosphere up there. But to me, it's not a must-win for the Warriors. See, to me, the nightmare for the Warriors would be to fall to 8. 7, I think they can survive.
To me.
They don't want to have to travel to New Orleans, maybe lose there, then they come home, they have to win a game. That's a little different.
But why not travel? My whole thing is to that, Steiny, why travel at all? If you control your own destiny to where you get a week off.
The Kings control the destiny. That's the way you got to look at it. The Kings are going to decide tonight.
Why am I fighting you on that? Because the Warriors are going to kick their ass.
Why would you say that?
Well, they got the opportunity to do so. So the Kings, they got that. That's all they can control is putting their best foot forward. But if the Warriors kick their ass, the Kings can't control that.
Steiny, you're saying a week of rest wouldn't be a big deal? No, I'm saying if they finish 7 and they have to play a play-in game on Tuesday.
Oh my gosh!
What do you mean? Oh my gosh!
With Wiggins not being reacclimated to the team.
He won't?
No, he'll be in.
Play.
But I would rather get more days for him to get lathered and ready.
What's the difference? He's going to work out he's going to get into shape for game 1 of the playoffs anyway.
What was it? Why is he not playing these 2 games?
Because he's not ready. He's got to get into better shape.
So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's 4 more days.
Maybe he doesn't play Tuesday. I don't know.
All right.
But all I'm saying is, if the Warriors lose tonight, finish 7th, and they have to play the Pelicans on Tuesday at home, and they beat the Pelicans, I think on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that's still got 4 or 5 days off. Plenty off.
All right, you're playing with fire, though, Stoney.
No,
what if they don't win the Pelicans?
You're playing with fire if you fall to 8.
Hey, okay, because you're on the road.
7. I mean, of course you don't. Of course you don't want to.
And there's no Warrior fan that wants that. And I don't think there's a Warrior. I know there's not a Warrior player or coach.
Steiny being ridiculous even for talk radio. How so?
That's good.
How so?
That could be.
I'm simply saying that yes, is a big game for the Warriors, but it's not do or die. I mean, yes, it's going to be a tough game. Sacramento's good at home. They're really good. The thing that I think is interesting is this team's won 9 or 10 road games. Why would you think they're going to just go up to Sacramento? Sacramento have the best home record in the league, one of the best. Like, what makes you think you're going to go into Sacramento and win?
I've been wrong with you on that all season long. So I'm going to slow down on that today because, your point has been made. They got 9.
9 what?
Road wins.
Exactly. So, I mean, the idea that this is going to be a gimme for the Warriors.
9-30.
Sac won't show up tonight from the 408. Why? Why won't they?
If I'm
Sac can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but why? I would want to. This is a freebie for them.
For who?
To the Kings.
Okay.
You could try to go hard, and if you lose, no harm, no foul. We'll see you Saturday. Explain that.
Well, this is the. I mean,
so let's just say the Warriors win 121-17. Great game.
Okay, who do the Kings play? They play everybody.
Everybody's available.
Huh? Then you lose it. Then you're going to end up possibly playing then you're going to play the Sacramento Kings. Going to play the Golden State Warriors, who beat them 3 out of 4 this year.
Kings actually better on the road, 25-15, than at home, 23-17.
Wow.
That's strange.
Like the beam might not be. Wow.
They like the beam if they win on the road.
No, I'm saying like the beam.
What? If they win on the East Coast, they like to beam out here.
No, but nothing's like pressing it. You've seen them press
48
the button.
total beam
They have
lights.
the players come over here, Steiny, and press the button, and then you could do it from inside the arena, and the beam goes up.
So who does it on the road?
Doing it on the road.
But who does it on the road?
That's probably some maintenance guy. I want to know who invented that. Hey,
650, their whole team is resting. This won't be a game. Okay.
But we don't know that.
And that's what I'm saying. And hey, Warrior fans, if the Kings rest everybody tonight.
They want the Warriors.
And then they lose. That's saying you ain't nothing, Golden State.
No doubt.
That's
a card I could understand if Mike is going to go gangsta. GANGSTA, Steiny.
Now,
that's a card.
There's another facet of this, too.
Because you don't want Lakers. I'm telling you, they are coming out the West.
I would say, don't tell me who I want. I'm the 3-seeded Kings. You see what I'm saying?
But you're new.
See, Mike,
you're new to it.
No, you're not. Mike Brown's a championship pedigree coach. Kevin Herter, he's played in Eastern Conference Finals.
I like
Harrison Barnes, he's got a Angel Reese ring, baby.
Yeah.
DeMontis Sabonis, playoff mainstay. Go ahead.
I was just saying Reese going to the White House now, by the way.
She is.
Yeah,
they are.
that was great. She heard us yesterday. Well, heard you.
Well, maybe.
And you know she's a rapper. She's got
I
some
didn't know
bars.
that.
Yeah, she's got
Good
some
for
talent.
her. Good for her.
I need to get you on the mic. Well, you're on the mic.
It's going down.
It's Friday, baby.
It is Friday. Absolutely.
We got JD coming on.
1 o'clock.
He's a one of a kind. The guy tweets the playoff and the tie scenarios. I got friends that don't even know JD, but from the radio tweet me. Oh, that's JD's tweet. They go, yeah. He's one of a kind, Steiny.
I'm just going to put it bluntly. I'm sick of it.
From the Comcast Business text line, Steiny, you're ignoring the fact that if the Kings rest their starters, they could be trying to send a message that we can beat the Warriors with our second unit. I don't know about that.
That wouldn't be the bigger message. The bigger message was, we want you in 7-game series.
Exactly.
With our starters. Wow.
But you know what?
Mike Brown owes it to he ain't going to do that to Steve. I think they're going to battle. I think they are going. I think Mike Brown that we've seen and interviewed, you're right. I think they want that smoke. You got a freebie. And what if you beat them? That's where game one's going to be.
I thought he was wrong on that. I thought you were wrong on that. And I didn't have enough confidence to say I think you're wrong on that.
They won 9 road games.
No, I don't think Angel Reese is the rapper on that team. It's one of her teammates. I think it might be the woman who had the orange
she
hair.
She probably got some bars. Who is the girl to rap?
It's the one, Flohey. Is that her name?
I'm in time.
It's the one who she had a great final.
No,
it's a text.
Okay. Well, we don't know if that. You got to double check.
Kings not playing their core means the Kings don't really care about the game, which then, taken to the next step, means the Kings don't care if they get the Warriors.
No doubt about it.
And here's the bottom line that we got to, you know what? It's starting to hit me. The Kings do want the Warriors for the same reason the Warriors want the Kings. Travel.
That's deep. Oh,
travel.
You're talking that Anthony Davis, LeBron James pack.
They don't care. If the Lakers were in the Bay Area, they'd want the Lakers because of the travel. Yes. I think that's true. They don't want to go to L.A. Take a bus.
Now, Katie Christensen, she's on 1140.
Oh, yeah.
She was on with Bonte and Shasky and said that Harrison Barnes took note of Draymond's comments about wanting to play the Kings.
Yeah.
So you think Harrison Barnes would be okay sitting tonight?
He's playing. He's the only guy we know. He's the only guy we know that is playing. He'll convince his other comrades to go to ball. 888-957-9570 is the number. Try to set up all the different type of scenarios. What do you think's coming down tonight? We're gathering timber, and I want to know what you think is coming down tonight.
That's a 4.
Are the Kings really going to rest most of their top 7 or 8 because it doesn't matter to them whether they win this game or whether they play the Warriors? Do they just not care? Do they want the Warriors because the lack of travel? Do the Warriors and Kings, do the Kings not want to play their 7 top guys tonight because they don't want the Warriors to get a first-hand look at a team they haven't seen in 5 months. Lot of stuff on the table.
It's juicy, Steiny.
A lot of stuff on the table.
Shout out Biggie.
Gamesmanship, possibly. But if the Kings rest their players tonight, to me, what it says is, we'll take you guys in the first round. Yeah. We don't care.
You know what?
And that in and of itself is proof of
they ain't scared.
Who do we have on when we you all, championship pedigree, but they came on and said nobody fears the Warriors anymore. It was not Jalen Rose. It was not Kendrick Perkins.
Broussard?
Might have been Ryan Hollins.
Okay.
Might have been Ryan Hollins. And, we're talking about pedigree. Nobody wants to face the Warriors.
I'll tell you what.
But nobody's scared of the Warriors.
I'll tell you what. I think we already know the answer of how this is going, who's going to be available. The fact that Harrison Barnes is going to play, I don't think the coaching staff runs him out there with Joe Schmoes in the second unit to get bapped over the head by a Warrior team and his former teammates. That, to me, signals, you know what? We'll play this game. But Harrison, you guys, Fox and Sabonis will be out there.
No, I'm glad you know. Did you talk to Mike?
No. Just a feeling I get.
A feeling or a guess?
The G meter went off.
Game-to-game goo?
I guess we could call it that. I thought about it. But the G meter, just a gut feeling.
Hey, Steiny and Goo. TGIF. Yeah, same to you. I told you before.
No payday, though.
It's all right. I still got plenty in there.
Look at you, swimming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got my $41 check from...
Why did you do that for 41 though? That's a small amount.
I just wanted to submit one receipt to see if it's
the big
all
boys
good.
are coming though.
Oh, the big boys are coming. Big boys are coming. 888-957-9570. It's funny. The biggest game in the history of the Kings playing the Golden State Warriors, but
we don't know.
Will we even be able to tell? Will we be able to tell tonight? What do you want to see happen? What do you think the Sacramento Kings are going to do tonight? What do you think the Warriors are going to do tonight? 510, you are the man. It was Antoine Walker.
Damn,
Antoine Walker.
I hate when you always assume it was a man, though.
We don't have any women guests. Not enough.
You said...
it's a 510.
Yeah. It could be a young lady.
Oh, yeah, I guess it could. We're back to Talk Warriors. Yeah, huh?
Go Dubs, baby.
about cheesesteaks. You don't know cheesesteaks. The original cheesesteak Spadoni didn't have onions and peppers on it. The original cheesesteak was a roll, steak, and cheese. Either sliced cheese or cheese whiz.
Oh, I love it.
That's the original cheesesteak.
In 1964.
Yeah.
But when I first had mine, it has onions and peppers, Steiny. Omar, you kicked
And
that.
you know
I
what?
just scarfed
You
one
weren't
down.
Philly, were you?
Nah.
Thank you.
Cheesesteak shop here.
All
over
cheesesteaks
Grand
got to
Lake.
answer to Philly.
Take that for data.
Yeah, Fizz. Fizzy Fizz.
So I got a friend.
I'm wound today,
Yeah, look
man. I
at
don't know
you.
what's going on, but I am wound.
Dodger Pete, he just sent me this. He's all LA teams. I grew up with him. Oh, he made all league at Logan. The Sacramento Kings, who have not been in the playoffs for 16 years, are actively hunting the defending champions. Yep. They're not.
So is he a Kings fan?
Yeah, he's a
Good.
Laker. No, he's a
What's his
Laker
name?
fan. Pete.
Hey, Pete, I think you're right.
Got drafted by the Rangers, baseball.
Funny. We're all missing the boat. The Kings got everybody schnookered.
And we
everybody
got Danny and Barling in
everybody
11th, Sonny.
thinks, hey, let's try to get the
the
Kings.
voice, yeah.
Meanwhile, the Kings are going, give us the big boys. Give us the big boys now.
Be careful what you wish for.
D-Lo at 11. I see. Okay, so it's Damian Barling?
Yeah.
Where's the low?
Well, you can ask him.
What's low?
D-Lo. He had a show. It was D-Lo. That's his initials. We can ask him. It's like they call you
No,
Steiny.
his name's Damian Barling.
I said
That's
he'll
DB.
break that down.
But where's the low? What's the low for?
We can ask him.
Isn't
when
he
comes
called
on.
D-Lo?
Yes, sir.
But his name's Damian Barling. Please explain.
They call me Cadillac. My name's Daryl Johnson. D-Lac. Like, he'll tell us the origin. You just want to find out now. Because you're going to just do guesstimates. You're going to be wrong, but you like stuff like that.
Barling, D-Lang, D-Lo. Doesn't make sense. All right, Leroy, let's get it started.
Our guy.
What's up, my man?
Hey,
man,
hey, what's up, guys?
Talk to us.
TGIF, man.
Yes.
Hey, I mean, y'all killing it already, man. I tried to text to keep the line open for first-time callers, but Steiny, when you started to read my text, Guru interrupted you and you didn't finish. So I just want to say about the Warriors is this. Man, it's winning time. It's winning time. And Steiny, you surprised me because
how come?
You don't give enough credit to Steve Kerr and what he's been able to do once he's got his team close to the playoffs and he starts sniffing that. And here's my thing. I've always pictured Steve Kerr having this regular season playbook, and then he goes into his office around playoff time. He puts that one away, and he goes to this golden chess playbook, that playoff playbook, that championship playbook, and he breaks that out. And I think you're going to see a little bit of that tonight. The team will be efficient. They won't turn the ball over as much. And I don't care who plays for Sacramento. I think Steve Kerr is going to put his fingerprint on this game with that playoff playbook. And hey, Goo.
Hey.
You know, we got the Giants coming up, man. Opening day today, and I just want to say, a couple of years ago, something was going on socially in the streets, and I was trying to enjoy opening day. And you said, "Hey, Leroy, man, I'm gonna take you to a game one day." And I don't know if you forgot that. It was about 2 years ago, but I'm still looking to sit with you at a Giants game.
Listen, do not hang up because you frequent our spot, Chaplains in the Union. We are going to a game, and we'll go to a game this month. How about that, Leroy?
I love that, man. Right, Thank you, Goo. Thank you, Steiny. I love y'all, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
Promises unfulfilled.
I'm going to a game with Leroy.
You forgot. You didn't even remember.
Well, he brought it to my attention. I just put it on YouTube chat. Do I interrupt? Because that hurt me.
Yeah, thanks, Leroy.
All the Chris A. all the time, but not as much as Shazzy, so I feel good.
A couple things. A lot of people on the text line saying, "Stop, Steiny, stop it." What am I saying? Like the Warriors are afraid of the Kings?
No, you're saying the Kings want that Warrior smoke.
I think they do.
We won't know until we find out. Harrison is not going to be out there with scrubs or the second unit. That tells you Mike Brown ain't punting on this. And if you want to go, what's the great, not philosopher, the psychologist.
Socrates.
Yeah, there we go.
Sigmund Freud.
No, that's
okay.
Right. You want to send a message.
There's
fully
no message
loaded.
to be sent.
What if you're not
message.
scared? I'm not going to rest my guys. I want to hide.
Don't you get it?
They know. The Warriors know who the Kings are.
Don't you get it? If they're sending a message if they don't play the big boys.
That's
they're
the
saying,
Laker
you know
pack.
what?
They don't want the Lakers.
If they rest their big boys, that's Sacramento's way of saying, we don't care about this game tonight. We're just teeing you up for next Saturday.
Wow. Man.
Yeah, I know. You just never know. No one calls you Cadillac Goo from the 650.
Now, hold on. Just real quick.
He's right.
I drove
or she's right.
I've driven 4 Cadillacs. They told you I'm D-Lack in the streets.
No, you're not. Nobody's ever called you that.
Hello? What's up, Lack? That's me, Lack.
Like you lack things.
No, it's LLAC, Cadillac. It's a playoff Cadillac, Steiny.
You better get that word out because it really feels like, what's Guru lacking today? He lacks a good take. I know that.
Hey, I'm not the guy that talks about himself at work.
Yes,
I had
you
an
Uh-huh.
are.
anniversary, Steiny. 11 years ago, I cracked into the business yesterday. LinkedIn told me.
Hey, have you ever told that story on the air about what happened the day you Tony Salad?
Oh, no. I
You ever
did
go
a
public
podcast
with that?
Yeah.
Oh, you
I did
have?
I did
It's
a
one of the
podcast.
greatest stories of all
It's
time.
incredible, man. I thought I was on.
You know
Steiny.
what? Let's
You want me to tell? I'll tell
no,
you
let's
later.
huddle up at the
Okay,
break.
all right.
Because it is an unbelievable
It's a real one,
story.
Steiny.
I mean, when I heard that story from
Quit
you,
playing goo agent. I cut you off.
yeah, you did.
Go ahead, son. You
I'm
heard
used
that
to it.
story, and then
I forgot.
D-Lack is my name in the street.
Okay.
All right. I'll leave that there.
What was I going to say? I forgot.
You wanted the story, my story.
Yeah. 5-2. Steiny thinks the best cheesesteaks in Philly are Pat's and Geno's. No. Hey, you know what? Come on, let's go. 5-2-0. Remember when
Go ahead.
The week before the Eagles completely dismantled the 49ers, remember? The week before the Eagles knocked Brock Purdy out of the game
NFC
and then told
Championship.
Josh Johnson to go hit the pike too.
Wow.
And they just dominated both sides of the line. The week leading up to that demoralizing loss for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
I gave people the cheesesteak scouting report in Philadelphia. And what my friend said, it's like, it's not Pat's or Jim's or whatever, Geno's or Pat's. Like, you can get a great cheesesteak any deli shop. How about that? Steiny, you're forgetting the onions on a real cheese.
Like that hurt.
What?
How you said the original cheesesteak. Spadoni, now we all know it's onions, peppers. You just don't like spices.
You know, I love like Thai spicy food. But there's something about onions and peppers in a
Wow.
cheesesteak, like the long.
Yeah.
I think it's a texture.
So I'm scarfing down my cheesesteak. Shasky comes out Lucas's office. He goes, "It's good, isn't it?" I go,
Right.
"Yeah." As I meet, he goes, "Yeah, I just got off the restroom." I'm like, "Dude, you just ruined my meal. I just packed everything up, came back in here."
By the way, I thought you were.
Yeah, you guys talked me into it. I'm Omar. That was fire.
No, but I thought you were trying to lose some weight.
Yeah, I gotta eat.
You just ate a cheesesteak at 9:30 in the
That's
morning.
better than 5:30 at night because I'm going to the game.
But you're gonna have both.
Oh no,
you're
I'm
gonna
not.
eat another one tonight.
No,
at
I'll
the
be
game.
on a liquid diet tonight. After the game,
You're gonna be
I was
sipping?
day drinking. You and I, Rick James.
Tonight?
Right after, yeah, just that quick hour.
No, I'm not. Oh, here.
Yeah,
Okay.
in and out if you can. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Goo, I got to tell you something. I think I know what. I got to be careful because Susan's driving to Yosemite, and
snitches get stitches.
If I tell you how excited I am to have the house by myself,
That is incredible.
then she'll think, you know. But
She should feel guilty, Susan, if you're listening, for leaving her man on Easter.
she'll be back tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
But I'm playing golf all day on Easter.
You think you are?
No, I am.
Dude, look at the weather.
It's clearing up. Don't talk about the weather.
'Cause I'm
That's
like,
another
what
thing
part
that
of
triggers you.
Outside looks like it's you and Evan. It's clearing up. Okay. I have no sources.
You know, one of the reasons I'm kind of wound up is because, she took the dog too. She took the dog, which means I don't have to get home at any time. So we got Warriors Kings at 7.
Dibley's
Now I'm
listening
just
to this. He
thinking,
ain't going to be happy that you're happy.
That's true.
You
That
need
is
to
true.
tone it down. You got to act mad.
So we'll go have one,
Yeah.
and then nothing crazy.
Yeah, no
nothing
doubt.
crazy, and then I'll probably
Where you
head up-
watching the game?
That's a great question.
But look how excited you are to get the answer.
Yeah,
You should have drove down to 80.
Driven. What?
You should have came to the game.
In Sac?
Have you been to Golden One?
Yes, I have.
Who'd they play?
We did a show there, JD and I believe, before. I didn't see a game. We did a show there on a Saturday when the Warriors played the Kings. I left before the game started.
Got you.
But JD and I did a show from there. What do you think of this way of thinking? Sean Devaney, Sporting News, respected guy, meaty guy. He said that the one thing the Warriors are concerned about heading into the postseason is their bench. And the thinking is, and this to me is interesting because what he was saying was with Wiggins coming back, it's going to impact who? Probably going to impact Kuminga a little bit.
No doubt.
It's going to impact Lamb. Probably going to impact Peyton a little bit. So the question then becomes, if those guys are playing less, can they still be effective in fewer minutes? Which I think is a fair question. But then my guy Evan puts it this way.
Our guy.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I forgot. He was responding to what Haney said.
I forget.
You can't. You're playing now. You didn't forget.
What was I saying?
About the Warrior bench and the fact that Wiggins is coming back. But Evan told you.
Evan puts out a great point that why should that matter if in the playoffs the rotations shrink anyway?
Our guy.
So here's the deal. Like I was thinking, like if you're Jonathan Kuminga, let's say you're getting 22 minutes a game. All right?
Yeah.
Okay, now Wiggins is back. So in theory, he's probably not going to get 22 minutes a game.
15.
I mean, but it's going to be, this is the thing. If it's going to be the kind of thing where if Kuminga plays 9 minutes and he's not good, he might only get 9 minutes.
But that's how it should be.
That's it.
Right.
Well, I don't want to hear it, Goo. If the Warriors lose game 1 to Sac next week, Kuminga plays 9 minutes, but they lose 111-104, and everyone goes, how can you only play Kuminga 9 minutes? Well, because he had Wiggins on the floor. You know what I mean? I don't want to play that game.
I get your point, and you will not hear those words uttered out of my mouth. My point is, this is where Steve Kerr shows his mettle, like a great pianist.
Pianist.
Say it again.
Pianist. Pianist.
Like a great.
You're saying pianoist.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
But it works for me. But anyway.
Do you want me to help you or not?
No, you did. But I'm going to just leave it as is because I'll be here all day trying to pronounce it right. Listen, Steiny, it's on him to know what game 1 reads and how it plays out. There could be foul trouble, and people came down my road a little bit yesterday about Wiggins being a little bit rusty. But Steiny, he's got to know. So in Steve, I trust. So this ain't the regular season. I'm not going to come in here and give you that. I'm talking about come playoff
next
time.
week. Okay.
I'm not going to say, oh, they lost because Kuminga got 11. We got to trust Steve Kerr for reading that game that day. And that's why Dibbs thought I was coming down this road about Jordan Poole in the closing lineup. There was some merit to what Dibbs was saying.
Of course.
If he's hot and rolling, of course you're going to go with him to finish. But there's probably might be some games where I can see Poole 1 of 9, couple turnovers, and he'll be on the bench. So my whole point is Steve Kerr is Captain James T. Kirk of the Golden State Warriors. It's his job to read the landscape of said game, and I'll trust who he feels needs to be in at that given time.
I've glazed over, and I'll tell you why. I never liked Star Trek. I never liked Star Trek.
I want to call you. I think you did. You don't want to like it because everybody else liked it.
I didn't like the dude's ears.
Spock. What about his hair, though?
His hair was like
his hairline
greasy.
was on 100. He didn't have any crease in it.
I did like
on. William Shatner?
I didn't like it. I don't like science fiction.
But you'll watch a man climb rocks on Netflix or Doc.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. God. Oh, boy. But you know what? Maybe, who do we? Okay, we got Damian Barling at 11 o'clock. I do want to.
You got to ask him about D-Lo because now I want to know.
I will. I do want to tell a little story from last night. Don't let me forget it.
How long is it? Not like that. Just how? Like, can we get it in now? Dude.
I don't want to get it in now because it could take off.
All right, I got you.
You know me.
Like
I can ignite a topic fire in 1 second.
Could save that for 11:30.
I don't like cocky, Steiny.
What are you talking about? I'm not cocky.
When you get cocky.
About what?
When you said you could light a topic. There's been many duds, right? We all have duds. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you, we haven't even talked about the 49er quarterback situation. We're going to get into that.
Which is incredible.
See it. Let's go to Malik in Oakland. Let's try to stay focused a little bit more today. Boss had some things to say.
He was talking to you, I think. He's talking to me.
Yeah. Malik in Oakland. Yeah, we'll tell you what the boss said during our Thursday meeting coming up in 5 minutes.
I know everything.
Hey, Malik, what's going on?
How you guys doing? You know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all having a good morning, fresh off work.
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys, man, Warriors got a bad road record, and everybody is trying to overlook the road record. We might just, and I'm a Warriors fan, and I don't want the audience to feel like I'm hating, but we might just lose this road game. We haven't been playing good on the road, and when we had Wiggins, we had a bad road record. And my thing is, I'm just looking at the facts of the day, the facts of the whole situation. Warriors been garbage all season on the road, so it's not guaranteed, even if they sit their starters, that we're going to win this road game because we done lost to some garbage teams on the road. So I want you guys, opinion, like, it's not guaranteed the Warriors beat Portland.
Hey, Malik, and Malik,
wow.
Malik, you are right on the money. And you know what, Malik? I respect what you just said. And here's the reason. I'm with Malik. It's like, am I a hater to say, what makes you think they're going to just go to Sac and win tonight?
I'm in denial.
Yes, you are.
I've admitted that. So Malik makes some valid points, and not even tonight. He brought up Sunday in Portland, which I just have marked as the dub for the Warriors, Steiny, but they're 9-30, and I've just had my heart broken 100 times in that 9-30. Like, this is the game. But tonight, Betty White, I got it right here. Tonight's the night. They will beat Sacramento to avoid.
What is Betty White?
That's a verse in her Tonight's the Night, like Betty White, Snoop in Deep Cover. That's a lyric.
Tonight's the Night is a song by Neil Young.
No, but Tonight's the Night, like Betty White
is not mentioned in that song.
But Snoop uses it in Deep Cover. Tonight's the Night, like Betty White.
Is that?
Yeah.
So it's a cover of a Neil Young song?
I have no idea.
Tonight's the night. Tonight's the night.
I have not. I don't know what you speak of with that.
Ferry was a working man. He used to. You never heard that song?
No. It probably sounds a little different too.
Not really. He's not a great singer. He's a great songwriter.
Wow.
Love Neil Young.
You can get some
Steiny
for that.
See, I'll tell you what, man. I love our listeners. They get me. Steiny, yeah, you can light a fire with a topic if you can remember it.
That was a fire.
How about this? Here's random useless knowledge from the 925. Hey, the actor who played Spock was my parents' neighbor in Lake Tahoe until he died.
There's no way.
Leonard Nimoy, right?
Yeah. Wow.
He didn't really have those kind of ears, you know.
Hello.
It was making.
Yeah. But your boy from NFL Network does. Siciliano, he could wave airplanes in with those things, buddy.
Size matters.
I don't like to talk about people's physical appearance.
But yet you just told me you thought I was trying to lose because I had a cheese.
Well, you've brought that to the
yeah. Oh, no doubt. I'm in the lab.
You brought that to the table like 6 cheesesteaks. You know what I'm saying?
But you'll correct me when I say the wrong verbiage. But I appreciate.
Well, I like the way you said verbiage.
I appreciate
because most people say verbiage. Yeah. That's wrong, even though there is an I in
but
it.
People, I like correct me every time at every turn with the, like I said, piano in. Now I know.
Yeah. 408 Steiny's going to be a curmudgeon. What? You're crazy. Curmudgeon. That's the old Steiny. That is the old Steiny. This is Matt, Warrior fan, Steinmetz. Godless. Let's go to Word. Our man Word.
Leonis.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
It's really his name. It's really his last name.
Nobody's doubting it.
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
All right, not to cut me off. Drew, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. It's tonight's the night like Betty Wright.
That's what I said.
Tonight is the night.
Yeah.
That's the song. It's Betty Wright, not the Golden Girl, buddy.
What did I say?
Betty White.
Oh,
Betty
boy.
White. You said Betty White.
My
It's
bad.
Betty Wright.
Hey, Chuck.
W-R-I-G-H-T,
Oh,
Betty Wright.
boy. I appreciate you, man. Damn, Steiny. You were
Revoke the
supposed
street
to,
card.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's a great last name?
I lost point to the street.
I don't think I'm
I'm Daryl now on the
Leonis
street.
Word.
Yeah, that is dope.
Is that a cool name or what?
Yeah.
He's not as cool as his name, but he's a good guy.
Yeah, that is dope.
I love you, Leon.
Is
Leonis.
Betty Wright tonight's
By
the
the way,
night like Betty? Yeah.
I used to be able to. Leonis and I used to hook up once in a while and watch some games, but I think he's got a
Your
younger
other
child.
black friend. Yeah, that didn't
I'll
go
tell you
over.
what.
That didn't go over well, Steiny. I got some calls.
I don't care.
I had to defend you.
I'll tell you what. Don't make me make the list.
Not five.
Don't make me make.
See,
Thank
this is where
you.
you're digging.
Thank you.
It's just go to break.
I'm not going to break.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, apparently we haven't been going to break at the right time.
Not
Bay Area.
we, you. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. By the way, remind me. Somebody said, "Don't." Did you have a story to tell?
Yeah. Well, you asked me
What's your story about?
The one about the business when I cracked in early. I don't know what the boss.
Oh,
wants me to
yeah,
do
yeah,
that
yeah.
one. Yeah, we get too.
He's no factor.
Oh wow.
Hey,
Oh, he ain't
how about
listening.
this? I'm a drop dime. He ain't gonna be around. He ain't gonna be here.
Now, why would you say
I
that?
ain't gonna be here because
it's different when he's not though. He's having a procedure, so he'll be out the office.
Yeah, you know what his procedure is?
Now, hey, see, this
He's
is
going
what
to
I don't-
Maui.
Oh,
That's his procedure.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm proud of you. You told him about the trip. I was like, what's
What
Steiny
trip?
talking about? Where you go down that, when you go to where he's going,
Right,
Maui.
Road to Hana.
Dude, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what? And I kid around with our boss a lot. You know that one time, in all sincerity, I was in his office and I said,
door closed?
Yeah. I said, you know what? You're the best boss I've ever worked for. He's the best boss I
Did
ever
you
worked
really
for.
say
I
that
did.
to him?
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
Like, the bottom line is, I mean, he's got a lot of shortcomings, but not like other bosses I've had.
Wow.
He's a good boss.
Yeah, I love him.
A real good boss.
It was Betty Wright.
Who's Betty Wright, though? I don't even know who that is.
I'm done. Damn it.
Word. Who's Betty Wright?
I'm done.
888. Well, no, because we got D-Lo. Damian
11.
Barling coming up from 1320. He's in SAC. I don't know. I know D-Lo and KC.
Diddy, yeah.
I know Kenny Caraway talks some smack. I don't know if Damian Barling does or not. We'll find out on the other side. Tonight, the Warriors play. Yeah, I'll agree. It's a pivotal game, not a must-win. Pivotal game against NorCal rival SAC at the Golden One Center. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. You know what that means. Warriors Live at 6 o'clock. That's presented by Xfinity. Catch all the action right here on 95.7 The Game. Coming up next, Damian Barling of 1320 ESPN Sacramento.
Like a great pianist.
Pianist.
Say it again.
Pianist.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'd forgotten about that. That's an oldie but a goodie. All right, let's go out to the phone lines and welcome in Damian Barling, 1320 ESPN in Sacramento. And the first question is, you're known as D-Lo, correct?
That's it, yeah.
Where's the low come from?
I made it up.
I love you, D.
You can't do that.
I told them how it goes down.
You can't do that.
No, I was using, like, when I started, I was doing like overnight shows for our hip hop station out here in Sacramento, and I've always hated the name Damien, and so I needed like something, and I knew I was going to do something with D. Like, all right, that's a cool letter, and it was 2001, so it was still kind of attitude era at WWE. I was looking at the TV, there was D'Lo Brown, and I thought, D'Lo, that's it, that'll work.
Appreciate it.
I got it to a couple of people. I was like, what do you think? And that's how it is. So, yeah, completely made up.
All right.
There it is.
Yeah, we don't talk wrestling here. It's a trigger
I'll tell
for
you
us.
why later, D. Yeah.
Hey, like, obviously tonight's a big game, probably bigger for the Warriors than Sacramento. Mike Brown, what was it, gamesmanship with 7 of the top 8 questionable? What do you think they're going to do tonight, Sacramento?
I don't know, Sonny. I was actually surprised he did that. I didn't think that was going to be the approach tonight. Part of me wonders if that's maybe setting things up a little bit for Sunday, and he's going to play guys tonight and sit guys versus Denver. That just doesn't, we have speculated this on, for weeks because the Kings have had their playoff spot locked up. We kind of knew they were going to be the 3 seed. There have been a couple of chances for them to move up. They missed a really big opportunity when they lost to Dallas, and of course, compound that with the loss to San Antonio last Sunday. But Mike's the guy who he's been practicing. They've been running. They haven't had a ton of days off, knowing they're going to have 5 to 6 days between games. Not even taking into account what they do Sunday versus Denver. I really thought those guys would get out there and run. I'm still not sold on them not playing tonight. Clearly, some guys won't. He can't sit everyone who was on the injury report. But maybe we won't see De'Aaron, which I absolutely thought we will. Maybe we won't see Domas, or maybe we won't see them as much. But I was a little surprised when the injury report dropped last night because I didn't think Mike would take that approach. I understand why he is, by the way. I just didn't think that he would.
D, pleasure to talk to you, man. Sac has been good to me. I got a home there, and I work, and I'm from the Bay, so I want this series to happen. Like, I really do, for everybody. I think it'll be good, but when I think about the Warriors, I think about the big 3, Clay, Steph, and Dre. Now, when I look at the Kings, they've been a great story, D. To me, it's Fox, Sabonis. Who's that third? Like, who's their third most important player?
Oh, man, it fluctuates. Some nights it's Kevin Huerter, and some nights it's Malik Monk. Some nights it's Trey Lyles. Some nights it's Keegan Murray. And I think that's one of the beauties of the makeup of this roster and the way that the offense runs. Everybody gets an opportunity to eat. And, Keegan having, 200 plus threes, Kevin Huerter having 200 plus threes. There's only 3 teams that have multiple guys with 200 plus threes. One of them, of course, is the Golden State Warriors. The other one is Portland with Dame and Anthony Simons, the Warriors is Steph and Poole. And then it's Huerter and Murray with Sacramento. And those guys are options most nights, 3 and 4 scoring. So I just think that speaks to the flow of the offense, is that everybody can get a bucket on a night. There is no definitive third guy. It kind of fluctuates and rolls with the flow of the game and who's got the hot hand. Sometimes it's Terrence Davis. Sometimes it's a person off the bench. Mentioned Malik earlier. That's just the way this offense goes.
Damian Barling joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for 1320 ESPN Sacramento, knows the Kings inside and out. There's some fascinating things about this game tonight. One is, if the Kings rest a bunch of guys and essentially punt on this game, aren't they saying we'll take the Warriors in the first round?
No, I don't think that's what they're saying. I think Mike is operating solely off the best interest of his franchise, no matter who the Kings play. Because I think what it really boils down to, is we've been asked, and it's a topic of discussion on our show. We've been talking about it with our audience. We've been talking about it with each other. Who do you want the Kings to play? Who do you want the Kings to play? Yep. The fact is, the Kings are going to be an underdog no matter who it is. No one's going to buy the Kings beating the Clippers, even without Paul George. No one's going to buy the Kings beating the Golden State Warriors. No one's going to buy the Kings beating the Lakers. No one's going to buy any of that. So if I'm like it doesn't matter. Like, we've done our job for 80 games at this point. We've done our job for 79 games at this point. We've secured our spot in playoffs. It doesn't matter who's at 6. Fans we can come up with these different theories that it's saying this, it's saying that. I believe Mike is approaching tonight's game, and I believe he's going to approach Sunday's game with what he believes is the best interest of his team. He can't control what the Warriors do. He can't control what the Lakers do. He can't control what the Clippers do. They're going to play somebody in the first round. They're probably going to be an underdog in that first round, and they're going to have to find a way to win home games at a better clip than they did during the regular season. That last thing I said is the only thing Mike is going to need to worry about. That's the only thing that this Kings team is going to have to worry about. Doesn't matter who they play.
D, it's amazing, and I know the Warriors got 4 titles, and the Kings are the 3 seed. Just an incredible year. Coach Brown, probably Coach of the Year. That's not even close. But how can they, if they do hook up, I wonder where the Kings go to draw that confidence, because they're going to be underdogs. Like, what's that look like from a King perspective to try to take down the Splash Brothers and company?
I keep going back and forth on the Warriors. As recently as yesterday, I thought the Warriors, I really do think the Warriors and the Kings are 2 of the top teams to come out of the East, like the 2 best opportunities. A lot of that has to do with, admittedly, watching Phoenix just seem to be unbeatable with Kevin Durant. A lot of that is I get hung up on what I saw last year. And I don't think the Golden State Warriors were the best team in the league last year. I don't even think for 4.5 games, they were the best team in the NBA Finals, but they ended as champions. I don't think they were the best team in the Western Conference. They ended as champions. I saw what happened to Phoenix last year. It's tough for me to get that out of my head, even though I know Kevin Durant's team now. I saw what virtually the same exact Warriors team did last year. It's tough for me to get that out of my head. That's why I think so highly of them. But, Goo, I got one for you. The Golden State Warriors, they're like the bloodline. They're dominant, right?
Yeah.
At some point, the bloodline is going to come to an end. At some point, Roman Reigns is going to come crashing down. That's what I keep thinking about with the Warriors is, man, as good as they are, man, they really defied things last year. Could they do it again? Like, the Warriors are not the best team in the Western Conference, but could they do what they did last year? They're not the best team in the NBA, but could they do it again? And the Kings are going to have to believe, like, yo, we're that team that could beat them. And you look around the Western Conference, and the Kings struggled against those big dogs out east. Against those top 3 teams out east, they were 0-6. But you look around at this Western Conference, you can come up with any scenario for any team. If you're a fan of the Nuggets, you've got a scenario for them being the Western Conference champion. If you're a fan of the Golden State Warriors, you've got a scenario for them being the Western Conference champion. And you can do that with the Clippers and the Lakers and the Grizzlies. You could do that with virtually everybody. And for me, everyone says, if LeBron James and Anthony Davis, if those guys stay healthy and those guys stay locked in, boy, the Lakers are scary. If Andrew Wiggins can just get back and get that cohesion with his team, boy, the Golden State Warriors are dangerous. And all of that is true. But no one drops an if for Sacramento. And the if is really simple. If Sacramento scores their average, you lost. That's it. If Sacramento scores their average points per game, you lost. No one ever says that because they give you the line, well, the game is different in the playoffs. And I thought Jordy Fernandez, Kings assistant coach, had a great line a couple of weeks ago. He said, yeah, traditionally, the game does slow down. It's our job to not let it.
Good stuff.
That's what have to do, play their game.
Damian Barling joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. All right, you shot down my one theory about the Kings laying down tonight to say we want the Warriors. What about this? I'm looking at the schedule. These two teams haven't played for almost 5 months.
Now you're cooking.
So
yeah, now I know where you're going.
Okay. So, when the Warriors and Kings played 3 times, for all intent and purpose, the Warriors were probably like, it's same Kings. But they're not the same Kings, as we learned the whole season. Is there something to maybe Mike Brown doesn't want the Warriors to even see this version?
See, if we're going theories, right? If we're going conspiracy, that's the one I believe in. That's the one I brought up yesterday, where I was like, I think the day was November 13th, November 18th, somewhere around there was the last time these guys played. They were like 6-8, 5-8, something like that at the time.
November 13th. Yep.
Both teams trying to kind of find their way, and it's like, man, that was a really long time ago.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
What if they just kind of ran almost like a preseason game, right? Like just ran a generic game plan against the Warriors to get to, the Warriors still having, to take care of business. The things falling in place with the Clippers, the Lakers, all those other different John Dickinson scenarios that he threw out there. But man, you do that, just give them a vanilla look and let them rely solely on game film against other teams. Now, I think there's a lot of film, by the way, in those 3 games against, from early in the season, because the Kings did, I think there was one game where the Kings were up pretty big and then blew it. I think there was another game where the Warriors were up pretty big. So, I think there's enough film there, man, but it was so long ago. I think Keegan has really got into a groove, has really developed over this short time. I think they figured out some nuances of their offense that are probably a little bit different than they were in November. But I like that theory a lot.
D, let me ask you this, man, because I like to have fun as much as the next person. But I love my motto in life. My partner will attest is I give credit where credit is due. Talk to me about the light the beam. I feel like King fans have always been hardcore, but I feel like it's brought them together, and whoever came up with the concept deserves a raise. Talk to us about that, man, because I don't think I can remember a sport team. The Warriors had "We Believe," but that was a slogan. Light the beam after every dub. I mean, talk to me about that and how the fans are reacting.
It's been the probably the greatest. It's been one of the most important parts of the season. Obviously, the Kings winning is the most important part, but in terms of gathering fans together. I know there are the jokes about Google and Yelp and the place of worship and all of that stuff. Google, after a game, man, that outside that arena in downtown Commons, when you look up and you see that purple team in the sky, it's just jubilation, man. It is the happiest place on earth, man. You're high-fiving strangers, you're hugging everybody, you're taking pictures. It's a very unique angle to get the selfie and the beam, and you got to work really hard to get the selfie and the beam. Then you find people who they get, hey, could you take a picture of me in front of the beam? And they're lying on the ground, trying to get the beam and the faces in the shot. It has been the ultimate unifier with Kings fans who have been so discouraged for so long. And our man Young Shell wrote a song about it that we play after every win. It is just like the beam chants at our watch party tonight. It is one of the greatest things that's ever happened to this basketball team, no doubt. And it can't go anywhere. You have to have it back next year.
Wow.
You have to, if we're really building something, and this team is going to be a piece of the Western Conference playoff picture moving forward, you got to keep that beam around. It's a big deal.
Damian Barling joining us. Hey, before I let you go, maybe not tonight, but once the playoffs start, is there any chance we get to hear some cowbells? Cowbells.
Yeah, I don't. So I'm always confused on this. I think I think cowbells are banned.
Yeah, they are.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
I
Phil
don't
Jackson.
know. Will some be, snuck in? Hey, I'm a broadcast journalist, man. I don't know anything about that. But if we got a creative bunch here as part of our Kings fan base, I wouldn't be shocked if you heard about. I could tell you this, cowbell or not, I think the Warriors are going to be the 6th seed. For a while, I didn't think they were. I thought they were going to be the 5th. But seeing the scenarios and what has to happen and some of the news coming in right now, I think the Warriors will be the 6th seed.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the game tonight.
You're going to be in the building tonight, D? I'll see you if you are.
Boy.
All right, I'll see you.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
All right,
D. Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Appreciate it. Damien Barling, 1320 ESPN Sacramento. By the way, the Sun's resting all.
So Lakers loved. Wow, man, look at your smile. I mean, what did you say to me, or was it Evan? I mean, for Denver, when you get to that point, and you're number one, you can do what the hell you want to do.
You're gutless, by the way.
I
bring up wrestling, and you jump down my throat.
No,
Damian Barling brings up Roman Reigns. Oh, great analogy. Oh, it's so clever.
No.
He's a wrestler.
Jesus.
Roman Reigns.
Right, no, but I gave him credit for something else because the Roman Reigns went over my head.
That's a wrestler.
Yeah, but that ain't what I gave him props for.
No, but he gave an example of WWE, and you didn't jump down his throat.
And I didn't jump. We were really arguing over something else. It wasn't wrestling. I had no problem with wrestling. Who would think I did? But don't on the pregame show. Him and they had some fun with me. Yeah.
Let's go to Kevin. Kevin in Oakley. Hey, Kev, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Steiny and Dude?
Hey, how are you, man?
Oh, man, just want to let you guys know. I appreciate you guys, man. I listen to you every day, every morning, my wife and I.
Cool.
Everybody been talking about the Kings game and the Warriors, and and this is for you. This is for you, Goop. I listen to a lot of things you say about the Warriors, about the respect, but you got to realize, man, those guys been playing a long time, man. 10 years deep. All the championships that we won. A lot of miles on those legs, man, with Steph, Dre, and Clay. Clay being out for 2 years. So I just want to, just touch on that point and some of the things you just got to give them their props, man. Them cats are up in their mid-30s, man. And you got to realize that to be in the position that they're in now, hey, man, it's been a ride, man. I've been enjoying it. My wife has been enjoying it. We've been to the game, and just to see what they have accomplished and within the last 10 years, man, I love it. But just ease up on them a little bit, man. Vontae, I know you guys believe in those guys, man. And I think the matchup that's going on right now in the NBA and the Western Conference Finals, and Lord knows, with Mike Brown taking over the Sacramento Kings and looking in the past prior to the last coaching that they had, and then you bring in Mike Brown when Mike Brown talked about last year that he was going to coach the Kings. Man, you got to respect that. He's seen the vision. He's seen what he's accomplishing right now, and that's why he took that job. So when you take that job and you make a couple trades and put that defensive strategy together, man, you got to win the team. They playing at a high level right now. And tonight's game, it don't even really matter, man. Michael's going to do what he's going to do. The Warriors going to do what they're going to do. And not only that, you got to look at one scenario to eat in that Kings game. If they do match up the 3 and 16, which I'm pretty sure that's going to happen, it's going to be Harrison Barnes. I want to see how he's going to perform.
Yeah, let me give you this, though. You said a lot of good things, but if you heard us last Thursday out at the facility, Steiny looked Steph in the eyes and told him this run has been incredible. The chip last year, out of nowhere, basically, has been incredible, and they're doing it with the same cast. So when you say kind of enjoy it, I think we all are in Dub Nation. The movie's already written, and if somehow they get this done, and this would be number 5, it would be incredible. But I don't think we've lost sight, if that's what he's insinuating, Steiny, of what this Warrior team, what they've done since in the Steph Curry tenure. You told Steph that. It was 2014 when they got their first one. Let me help you mathematicians out. It's 2023, and they're still, if I had to give you gave me 2 teams to win it all, they would be on the list because they're smarter. But I don't know. I love his call.
What list? What's
of
the
who
list?
can win it this year? They play smarter basketball than anybody else.
Wait a minute. The same team that you come in
I'm listening.
game after game and say they commit stupid turnovers. They're careless with the ball. How smart were they down the stretch against Minnesota?
Okay. That's what we're talking overall. You got to look at big picture sometimes, Sonny. Quit being so short-sighted. Look at the big ocean out there.
Man.
Look at the heavens and look at what they've done.
My name is Mr. Perspective.
That's like D-Line. Who calls you that?
I believe, right?
Mr. It's kind of saucy.
He brings a passion. Steiny brings the perspective.
It's in the open, but Mr. Perspective. That's kind of...
See, that's where I excel. Remember when they were putting the show together?
Shout out Microsoft.
Remember when they were putting the show together and they're like, give me some ideas for the intro. Intro. Okay. And I was like, how about passion and perspective? I don't even think about it. It just comes to me.
You didn't like his D-Lo answer.
What do you mean?
Where you got the origin of his name, D-Lo.
It still doesn't make any sense.
It
should be D. Honestly, it should be D-Bar. Or D-Ling. D-Ling.
You know a nickname, all you need is the first initial, and then it could be whatever. But I know. You ain't got swag. We're working
I made it up.
That's not bad. That's not a bad drop.
Very right.
Yeah, I agree, 415. What? And I don't like to be this guy. You guys know I'm a big Warrior guy. 9-30 on the road with bad defense, and the Warriors play smarter than any other team, Guru. Please. Wow.
If you
that
want
wasn't
to
me, Dub
check
Nation.
into the
That was the
hotel-
415.
Okay,
I'm just
sir.
reading it. That's not me.
Would you like to check into your room? Welcome to the Recency Bias Hotel.
That's not bad.
Okay, that's all that is. We're talking about the 4 chips. Let's talk about that. Now, we'll find out if 9-30 is really who they are. I did like the bloodline thing that D-Lo
That's wrestling, too.
Well, I was going off
it's wrestling.
Male baldness that we brought up and the genes. Remember we were talking about that a couple weeks ago.
I actually don't know what you're talking
Remember
about.
we were talking about genes and my brother-in-law has green eyes and he wanted this kid to get the green eyes, but it skipped a generation, so his kids didn't get his green eyes. And then we were talking about male pattern baldness. Remember? And I was like, I got all my hair. And you were like, yeah, Guru. You don't remember.
I don't remember.
It was you and me. But
we do talk a lot about our hair.
Yeah, but it was genetics.
Tatum
This is
Shannon.
the greatest drop. Hey, we'll see if that's who they really are in the playoffs. If that 9, not saying they weren't trying.
Unbelievable.
But come on, Steiny. We're going to find out if they can tap into last year's Road Warriors.
Why don't people have that kind of faith in me? Why can't I? They're 9-30 on the road, but you know what? That's not who they are.
They don't.
That's not who they are. I know.
They've done it 4 times.
Yeah. Have they ever won a title when they've gone 9-30 on the road?
Well, we're going to find out. Have they ever been? Well, yeah, I'm sure during your time covering the team, they were 9.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you here, 707. Tell him, I guess you mean Guru.
I like Mr. Perspective.
It's not, you don't win the chip. You win the ship.
What?
You ponder that one during the break.
Please.
707, tell Guru, it's not a chip, it's a ship.
It's chip on mine.
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
I don't know, Goo.
Yeah. I'm like
I don't know.
E40 Fonzarelli. I beat to my own drum. I don't need nobody to do research.
Judy Collins.
Chip.
I've looked at life from
I
both
like that
sides
name, though.
now. I'm giving some. I really don't know how.
Sounds like opera.
No, she's a folk singer.
Well,
I think I got it right. Probably not. Text line will correct me in a minute. All right, JD, what time we got, JD? 1 o'clock? Should I tell I'm going to tell my story on the other side. I hope it doesn't go viral, but it's going to be.
Meaning you hope it goes viral.
I actually don't. I don't care. On 95.7.
In this.
This is a legacy game. Monster sack.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, the song, when you said you walk to the beat of a different drummer, I was actually thinking of the song Different Drum by Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies.
Wow. Like who?
Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies.
I hadn't heard of that.
Yeah. It's actually a good song. It's about a woman who, a man is really in love with his woman.
Okay.
But guess what?
She ain't in love with him.
Well, she likes him, but she wants to play the field.
That's Ginger on Casino.
She does not want to be tied down.
Yeah, that's how Ginger was.
I ain't saying you ain't pretty. All I'm saying is, darling, it's a pity.
That's lightweight rap.
Yeah.
That was a bar.
All right. Different Drum. That's the song. All right.
Your story now.
Can I tell you a little story?
Yeah.
Well, okay, let me set it up. And I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm just going to tell the story. Right. You know how we were talking a little yesterday about Angel Reese?
Oh, no, we talked a lot. I loved it.
You know, I explained, whatever.
You got educated too?
Yeah. Sure, exactly. That's exactly right. So last night, I was having dinner with Susan and her friend.
Okay.
They're two executive women.
Yeah.
All right? They're both professional women who do pretty well.
Her friend have a name?
Let's call her T.
Okay.
So T and S are talking, and I join them, and Wiggins comes up.
Okay. True.
Andrew Wiggins' name comes up. And T starts shaking her head like in disgust and is kind of, as we're taught, she's getting incredulous.
Wow.
About it.
Just the mention of his name.
Yeah, and I was like,
uh-oh.
And, I wrapped it up. I was like, well, yeah, it looks like he's going to come back, and he's not going to play, but he's got to play. And T says, do your job.
Talking to you.
Get to work.
Oh,
no.
Wow.
About Andrew Wiggins.
Wow. Okay.
Now.
I thought you was talking to you.
The whole thing, during this whole, let's say, 9-10 weeks.
Absence.
The Warriors have been supportive. Wiggins has been away. This, that, and the other thing. And I was like, yeah. And we talked about the reasons. His father. Yeah. Okay, his father
no doubt.
Is ill. And then, of course, there's rumors out there. And so the reason I'm bringing up the various reasons is because T and S, these two women, they don't care. They didn't care what the reason was.
Wow.
They were saying
bothering them?
There's no reason big enough to walk away and just stop doing your job.
Mm.
Now, they took it a step further and brought up gender.
Oh,
and they
wow.
basically said, no woman would ever be allowed to do this. Like, you got to go to work.
Right.
You got to go to work. Take some time, deal with it. You got to go to work. And I was just shocked that that was their perspective.
This went nowhere where I thought you were going, but I got to add this. Say this to T and S.
Yeah.
You sound like a hater when a company or job in the powers to be have allowed an employee to go do or handle whatever it is they got to handle. So I'm not saying they're haters, but they're coming from the vantage point of regular Joes and executives, though, Steiny. So
you ready?
We talked about this yesterday. To me, I'm not saying their viewpoint's not valid. I'm just saying, how can you be more mad than the institution he works for that gave him the okay to take all the time you needed? That's all. Because that's what I would have said in real time to both of them.
There is no, according to them, there's no reason. There's no reason you should ever get 10 weeks off to go do what you're going to do.
Right.
In fact, so look, I'm going to talk around this, but we all know the father is sick. There's also that other rumor out there that's painful.
Yeah.
It's painful. So I said, well, what if it's something really painful? And, could you imagine if it...
Oh, if it were that.
Right.
Yeah. And they still get to work.
Typical, this is the phrase I heard. Typical male fragility.
Wow.
A woman has to go through something, whatever it is, death in the family, father, this, that, the other thing. I'm getting my ass to work.
Wow.
That's what both of them said. Like I
can't be mad at them either. Wow. That's heavy.
Like, go to work or show up for some games.
A lot of people on the YouTube saying they agree with TNS.
Really?
Yeah, no, saying they agree with TNS.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about it.
I gave you what I would have said to them on the energy you have because a certain person was allowed to be away. That's why I used the hater word, Steiny. But it goes back to what I was trying to tell you about Angel yesterday. It don't matter how you think about it or anybody else, is how she took it. But if that's how they feel, that's how they feel. But when it's all said and done, you can't be more angrier than the institution.
I think they can, but they can be.
Let's put the right on the table.
They're saying,
yeah,
this is the quintessential example of a double standard.
But do we know that though?
What do you mean?
We know that if Andrew Wiggins was a WNBA player, whatever, an executive, we don't. I would tell those two women, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but I would say, point out Do we really know this is? If it was a woman, she wouldn't have been allowed to take this much time.
She wouldn't have. What they're also saying is she wouldn't have had the gall to ask for this long a time. Like, okay, whatever. I'm going to just make something up. Right. You get home on Friday, a woman, and she finds out her husband's been unfaithful and having all kinds of problems with the kids and this, that, and the other thing. And
that's the regular people. The regular world, though, Steiny.
Yeah. Guess what? You're going to work. You're going to work the next day. Right. No, but even if you're like a high-powered executive, that's a woman.
Yeah,
Steiny, those people are idiots. Not true at all. I don't agree. Family first without family. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. Right. I was just surprised that there's the feeling out there of both these women just about, they kind of think it's a joke. And I was like, well, what if they didn't care what it is? They didn't care.
Yeah.
So that's why whatever it was, like they didn't really care. It
won't change their viewpoint. No. You got to come back.
No.
Wow, that's cold.
So anyway, I was just because I'd gotten some emails from people that said, Wiggins, doesn't he owe something to his teammates? Doesn't he this, that, and the other? I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what he owes anybody. If his family's and he got to deal with the family, this, that, and the other thing. But there were some people out there that are like.
Almost, we all go through something type of thing.
Like, go back and forth. Yeah. If he's in Minnesota, come to a couple games. I don't know. Yeah. And I said, this is what I said too, is 510. I said, look, Andrew Wiggins probably has $150 million in the bank, right?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Like, he could quit basketball tomorrow. So he has that option of just saying, and so they kind of have to support him. But the bottom line is, I just could not believe how they were.
It caught you by surprise.
They were
not
pretty
cold-blooded.
rigid.
Yeah, no doubt. Right. Whatever.
Pretty
stern.
Yes.
Like that. There was nothing relevant. There was nothing that you could tell them two women to where they'd be like, okay, that justifies how long he was gone.
Mm-hmm. Joe's in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
What's going on, gentlemen? Happy Friday.
Yes, same to you, buddy.
About this whole leave thing, they got some. I mean, I've been, I got 4 kids, 3 in college, so I got
good job,
a lot of work ahead of me. But what I'm saying is that there's some new thing. Like I work here in San Jose for a pretty large company, and there's a new thing called stress leave, where you can take up to 6 months of stress leave, and it's covered by the state of California.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is that in a regular world, it's different. But in the professional sports world, there's probably different rules and different,
there's
complex things where, we'll give you 3 days off. But half these guys that take the time off, they end up in the club. So you don't know who, you don't know. There's a fine line, I'm sure. You guys have a good weekend.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call. Yeah, it was. It was like, I guess, women would be far more reluctant to take that stress leave for 6 months, probably because maybe they won't have the job security they do in 6 months. I don't know.
But his team had his back, Stoney, and he's in the top 1% of what he does.
Well,
that's
we don't know that the team has his back.
No, this is how I know.
We don't know it. That's a fact.
Okay, nobody said anything derogatory or bad, or they want him back sooner than later. So from the outside looking in, they had his back, and now he's back. So we can sit here and speculate, like, did some people in the organization want him back sooner or later? But what's that going to get you? The bottom line is, not he survived. They allowed him to get his mentals right and take care of what he had to take care of, and he's back. And this ain't thirst on wanting to know. We supposedly we do know. But to those women down there, I'm thinking about them now. If I was having a cocktail with them, I would be like, I get what you're saying, but you can't take what you deem the rules of the game in society and just throw them all at Andrew Wiggins as if he is the poster child for why you two feel that way about the landscape of men and women in the workplace. That ain't Andrew Wiggins' fault. My thing about Wiggins is, and I know this is going to sound ghetto,
if Wiggins were a woman, he would have been back sooner.
The game.
If Wiggins were a woman, he'd have been back sooner.
I have nothing for
How about that?
Okay.
Because women power through that kind of stuff, and men maybe don't. I think that's one thing they were saying too.
Now, when you put it that way, I wouldn't even fix my mouth to make anything come back to that. I'm just saying, don't be more mad at the Warriors if they allowed Wiggins to go take care of what he needed to take care of.
They're not mad at the Warriors. They're
mad at Wiggins.
They're incredulous at Wiggins.
Yeah, right.
That's what they are. And what I'm saying, Goo, is that surprised me to such an extent that when you said they've had his back. Well, now I got to say, if those two women are saying he should have been back a long time ago, well, maybe his teammate, a couple teammates are saying that, or people in the organization are saying that.
No doubt.
But it just gave me a whole different.
That's interesting.
I just.
And I'm saying their viewpoint is valid, just like we talked about Angel. Her viewpoint was valid, or any person that, disagrees with something or takes something the wrong way.
510, my dad was sick and on his deathbed. I spent a couple days, maybe a week. I went back to work and visited him when I could, went back and forth. He died the same, it's like.
But they don't have the 150 in the bank, I imagine, that texter. So everything's
different. It makes it even easier to come and go, in a way, you could say. Like if do we know for a fact Wiggins was in Minnesota?
I had
or is that just reported?
No, I'm talking about the bank account or any they got. You know what I mean? They got reserves, Steiny.
All right,
they ain't operation from a place of thirst.
I hate to say this.
In regard to keeping your job.
I hate to say this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to repeat the text because it was repeated to me last night. They were like, it's soft. It's weak.
That's wow.
Like, you got to show up. Like, that's what you got to show up.
Did you sense any added frustration from S or T because of the lack of details surrounding the entire thing from beginning to end?
That was a big part of it. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, good question.
They were saying, making it out like, say, hey, Andrew Wiggins is taking a leave of absence. Like, they never did that.
We did. He was tending to his father.
But
when this first started, he was tending to his father.
But what they were saying is, like, if it may have been a female employee or somebody like that,
they would have had to hold a term paper on what was going
exactly.
on. Right.
Exactly.
Wow. That's heavy, man.
Anyway.
Yeah.
How
long did that convo last? I got to imagine good half hour.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
20 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shar. Shar's in Oakland. Hey, Shar, how you doing?
How long did that convo last?
Is that how I sound?
Dawn in sunny. Oh, Dawn's gone. Michael in Portland. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
You guys are awesome. You're my favorite show host of 95.7. So
thank you.
Oh, wow.
Appreciate it.
Made my day. Now, who did that?
I just wanted to, I could appreciate, I was not happy either, but I just wanted to address your friend's assertion that a woman would not be allowed, or anybody else would not be allowed, is blatantly false.
Well, you know what? Can I correct that real quick? Michael, let me correct that real quick. It wasn't that a woman wouldn't do it, or it's not that a woman couldn't do it. It's that they would be less likely to do it, that they are more likely to power through.
Well, I don't know your friends, but I doubt that too. There's a federal act. There's a federal act called FMLA, Federal Medical Leave Act, where every employee of every company, I think it's 50 or more employees, is allowed to take up to 90 days off without the threat of losing their job, without anything, for any kind of medical anything, or family thing, anything. So it happens with every company all the time, every day. So I understand that someone like in this position with Wiggins being so key, and I didn't know, and up until we found out what it was, I had the same feeling. But he does. Everybody has that legal right.
Gotcha.
So that's all I wanted to do is just address that.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. All right, here's what we're talking about. I was out last night with two women friends, and the story of Wiggins came up, and they were essentially incredulous that he walked away for 10 weeks. They said that there's just a double standard that exists, that most women would not do that. They would probably power through it. They said, get back to work. You owe it to your teammates. You owe it to your company. And I was just really surprised. And as for what Michael just said in Portland, yes, there's the FMLA. But what I got from the women last night was, we don't take that. Like, we're not going to take that. Like, we wouldn't even ask for it. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't. We would just, unfortunately, we would suck it up.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. Bodo Boy. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, how's this, Steiny? It's an honor to be talking to you and the almighty guru.
What's up, baby?
Just wanted to touch. I got a couple questions for y'all.
Yes, sir.
So on this conversation that you had with TNS, how long has Wiggins been in the league?
About eight years, I think, probably. Maybe a little longer. 10. Okay. I'm sorry, 10 years.
So that's okay. So that's 8 whatever years that he's been in his profession. You've been in your profession, your respective profession, for however long you have.
Okay.
If is it wrong that, within his tenure in the NBA, I don't know too much on it, but he's obviously accumulated that right to take that amount of leave for what,
yes, sir.
From what we know, is to be with his father.
Correct.
And if you were in his shoes, would you not? And I'm not trying to speculate how bad, what kind of condition his father's in, but would you not, or your friends not, take that same time if it was that bad?
Exactly.
And
well,
to each their own. He puts family first. So
I agree. Thanks, Bodo Boy. Thank you. To each his own. But it's just, again,
because it seems. Hey, here I go. It seems TNS, to me, Stoney, where they missed the boat was the family part of this. Like, almost like, just put your boots on and get back to whatever your job is. But what have we learned now since the pandemic? You never know what an individual's going through. We're all different. We all react to things differently. So from that vantage point, I would tell them women, like, ease up in the sense that, okay, maybe you would do that. But other people, and you know how much I love my pops, and all that stuff, Stoney, we're all different. So you got to respect the game on that front, as opposed to,
I agree.
If I was this or that, it would be different.
I agree.
As opposed to,
but you know what?
What about how this dude's dealing with the enormity of what's going on and possibly losing a loved one? And
you know what they say?
I mean, that's heavy enough.
They say, yeah, that's called life. It's called life. Again, I was kind of surprised. But, the bottom line is, I'm sitting there talking to TNS, And they're basically saying what I would have never said in a million years for the last 10 weeks.
Well, what about thought about? Because I wouldn't have thought about it. I wouldn't have thought about it.
Get your ass to work.
Yeah. I
I'm
wouldn't
like,
even
what?
thought about it.
Wow.
But they didn't do that.
Didn't do what?
They didn't say that to him.
Who?
The Warriors.
No.
And
because there's a double standard, is what they were saying. They are saying.
No, see, I look at it. What about the standard? The standard of family over everything.
You gotta acknowledge there's something there.
See, I would need data. I'm going Fizdale. I would need data. I'm not telling them women they're wrong. What bothers me about it is, how are you going to bring that up over what he's dealing with? That sounds like a machine.
They say there's nothing.
That sounds heartless.
It does, a little bit. It does a little bit.
And I'm going to ask you this, Nani. Had you thought about that up until that conversation?
Yes, I'd thought about it, but I never would have brought it to the air in a million years.
So you thought about if Andrew Wiggins was a woman, would he have been afforded?
I didn't think that at all.
See, that's what hit me. Like, that's what has me. That's like, wow, I did not. It was like dibs with the Jill Biden and the caucus thing.
Steiny, you need to find some new friends, ones with some empathy. That's from Mark.
Wow.
I hear what you're saying. I get basically their bottom line is a woman would tough that out.
And Otis Bird III on YouTube says, how old are TNS? They could be from a different era.
50, they're my age.
Yeah, where
middle
people
age,
work through things.
55-ish.
Remember, the world was different back in the day. You got to work.
They're executives too.
Yeah.
Coach P in Fremont. Hey, Coach P.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Happy Friday. Hope y'all enjoy your Easter weekend. Real quick, I heard y'all talking, and I've been hearing y'all. I know I've called in a little bit, but I want to say, like the last caller said a couple callers ago, you guys are the best hosts of 957. I just want to point that out. But on the topic at hand, Simons, I kind of see a little bit, like, I don't want to label, like, that basically women are, like, harder work. I don't want to say that.
Sure.
I'm not trying to discriminate or anything, but I do think women hold a little bit of pain and, like, everyday problems a little more sharper than men, I guess you could say. Like, we're obviously tougher, physically tougher and all that, here's some in the middle of the night. Hey, babe, go check that. We're the guy, you know what I mean? But when it comes to holding, like pain, like of a breakup or death or anything like that, women got that much better than us. So I think that's what you're trying to say, Steinman. And real quick on the Dubs, I've been hearing all this panic the last couple of weeks and all that, and obviously we're looking good right now. I've never been worried at all. We're about to take it. We're about to run it back. Drake, let's go,
Nice.
Dubs.
Hey, thanks for the call.
Yeah,
by the way,
back is Drake.
How about this? Hey, Drake's coming to the arena, right?
When?
I mean the Chase Center.
When?
A few months, 6 months, something like that.
Oh, Drake, yeah.
I think so.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, why don't you go ask Bob for tickets?
Well, how'd you get your seats?
I didn't get them. My daughter's like, Dad, get me Drake
No,
tickets.
I'm talking about the other night in Bob's seats.
What?
How'd you get there? Down there.
I'm sorry. Wait, what?
How did you watch the game from Bob's seats to last game against OKC?
You don't know they were Bob's seats.
Those are Bob's seats.
Bob can sit anywhere he wants.
Well, I get that, but he's got my seats and we share seats, and then the seats you were at.
We got a break, and you know what the boss said about breaking?
Yeah.
It's really beneficial to split it. Is this a 6-minute break, Evan? We got a 6-minute break?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so ideally, I'll milk this for 23 more seconds, and then we'll go to break. How about this? Oh, no, we're not. We don't have a guest. We're guest free on the other side, right? On 95.7. All right. Oh, it's all sponsored by Save Mart. Save Mart. Got full lines. We can talk about this for a little bit. John Dickinson coming up at 1, and we got a big game tonight. That's what Guru says. You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me. back to Wiggins. Who the F cares?
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny. Can you dance? I'm trying to picture you at a wedding.
I'm not.
Couple drinks
I'm
in.
not very
Can you get
good.
jiggy with it, Steiny?
What if I told you? Oh God, I shouldn't even do this.
Speaking of which, Pharrell turns.
I'm one of the
50
worst
today.
dancers ever. Who?
Pharrell, the great producer, rapper. Pharrell.
Oh, not Scotty Pharrell.
No. Yeah.
Oh, I'm a bear. Remember that guy?
Fire, man. Hey, I love that you tapped into that.
Into
You're a bad dancer. Like that's cool. Like you ain't in denial. You know what I mean?
I'm too self-conscious to be a good dancer.
Now, before we get back to it, Drake's gonna be in the Bay.
Yes.
And I said, somebody on the text line, 415, Guru, you can't get tickets. They're impossible to get, so expensive. I go to you, what, 150, 200? You say 500.
I said probably about 5.
What is going on in the world?
And then, of course, after I said 5, you go, well, let me ask Evan, because Steinmetz is an idiot. Hey, Evan, I hear tickets are really expensive. Well, how much do you think they are? Evan goes, probably about 5.
I thought I didn't know you was in the know. Dude, that's a lot of chicken.
You ain't kidding, man.
For a concert?
I know.
Man.
It's unbelievable. All right, let me reset here. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Last night I was having dinner with 2 women executives, middle-aged women executives, very successful in their fields. We started talking about Andrew Wiggins, and I was blown away because both the women were incredulous that Andrew Wiggins spent 9 weeks away from the team. And they were saying that there's a double standard, that a woman, for the most part, would probably power through that. And they basically said, soft. Like they would never do that. And I said, well, what if they and here's the thing, they didn't care about the reason. They did not care about the reason. What they said was, go do your job. Do your job. And here's 510. Hey, Steiny, I'm giving you a woman's standpoint. Your wife and friend were correct. Although we know that the FMLA is available, women wouldn't have taken that time off.
How do we know
I was
that?
kind of thinking the same thing, that he needed to be at work. It's not heartless, but discrimination is real when it comes to women and values.
Okay, I agree with that wholeheartedly. But in this situation, we do not know if that were the case. If Wiggins was the opposite sex, would he have not or been scared to come back earlier?
So let me throw this into the equation, and maybe it's different. Simone Biles. Simone Biles didn't participate in the Olympics. Cited mental health.
I remember.
She got criticized a lot. She got raked over the coals. Mental health? What about representing your country?
Yeah.
Mental health?
That's wow.
Naomi Osaka.
Remember, it was you, me,
French,
and Gibbs.
Wimbledon, she didn't do it.
Yeah. She wouldn't
Mental
do
health?
interviews, Steiny.
She got criticized. Like there was no benefit of the doubt given to them for their absence in many people's minds. But what happened with Wiggins? Even before we knew anything about it.
Let's be honest. He was catching hell in the streets. Let's be honest.
Well, let's hold on.
Okay.
Hold on to that thought because that to me is interesting.
Right.
So he was catching hell in the streets just like I caught last night with the women, the executive women.
Okay.
Is that? I mean,
I
is that
think,
kind of what you're saying?
Yes, yeah. Right or wrong, people were like, "Hey, whatever was going on, even if that's going on, he should be back." So let's not act like Wiggins. He got the pass. So you don't get me trying to equate TNS like from a hater perspective. The essence of what you're saying, I totally get. But in this instance, you sound like a hater because this guy had an organization or a job that had his back, that empowered him to be gone and come back and resume activities.
And what they're saying is,
but isn't that selfish what they're saying, though,
and
Stein?
many women would not do that.
Okay.
They would power through it. But
is that cold-hearted that they're using Andrew Wiggins? You know what they feel in their experience on Andrew Wiggins?
They just said double standard. Before we ever knew anything about why Wiggins was missing time, what was the preeminent feeling around him. Give him his space. We're going to support him.
Oh, that's what
Let's respect his privacy.
Right. We're in that era
now.
now.
Reporters were saying, yeah, we're going to let it alone.
But we're in that era now, Stoney.
Well, why does Wiggins get the benefit of that doubt? But the minute Simone Biles and Naomi Osaka take mental health time, I get it. It's not. We didn't know what Wiggins. They got criticized. These two women took 2 months off or whatever, and they got ripped for it.
Okay.
So Andrew Wiggins got nothing but support. It was all love.
But and I'm gonna just say this. You are right about those two women, especially. You remember it was me, you, and Dibs. Yeah. Naomi Osaka. The whole thing was going on, and the mental health. But and I'm not saying I agree with this, Donnie, but they chose not to participate at all. Andrew Wiggins was always coming back. It was just about when. Do you think that had something to do with it? Do you think the energy could be different because he was always going to come back? Those two women,
but we didn't know he was coming back.
We
didn't know Wiggins was coming back.
You know what? That was said. Kerr did say if he does come back.
Let's go to Katie. Katie's in Berkeley.
Hey.
How you doing, Katie? Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Hey, I'm good. Thanks. Appreciate your show. I learned a lot listening. Just want to have a slightly different perspective. I think that those women are correct in that there are the double standards, but I guess I just want to make the point that money has a lot to do with it. That's true. Having $150 million in the bank allows you to do things that other working people aren't allowed to do. But I just would say, I feel like the organization did the right thing, and I feel like Wiggs was trying to do the right thing to take care of himself. We don't know what the situation was, right? It's really easy to judge when you don't know.
Right.
And the reality is, look, the organization did the right thing. They supported somebody who needed the time. And just because many of us working people don't have organizations that do the right thing, FMLA is great, but it didn't pay you.
Right.
Right? You don't get paid when you're off on FMLA.
Good point.
So most people don't have that option because they can't be off work and not have a paycheck to feed their families, right? So it's great, but it's not really an option for most people. But the fact of the matter is, we all should be able to take time away from work and prioritize our families. And just because, one person, and again, I totally get it, right? This is there are double standards between men and women. I participate in them and see them every single day.
Right.
But I actually celebrate the fact that the organization supported this human being who went to take care of themselves and or their family and didn't make it a big deal. And, Simone Biles, she may have laid the groundwork for that, right? By taking all that crap, right? She may have laid some of the groundwork for that. Just because two wrongs don't make a right? Like, why are we saying I didn't get it, so he shouldn't?
Fair.
If he deserves it, then we all deserve it. And let's have all of us have the ability to get what we need to take care of our families, because that's what should happen.
Thank you, Katie.
Great call.
Just because I didn't get it in the past doesn't mean that Wiggs shouldn't. So go get it, Wiggs. I totally support you taking the time off.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Katie. Good stuff.
Oh my God! I almost fell out my chair.
But here's the thing.
I almost fell out my chair.
Here's the other thing.
I got something.
Basically, what these women were saying, these executive women about Wiggins, and they said it. He's soft.
Okay,
he's soft.
But
they
that's their prerogative.
Wouldn't have done it.
Okay, but I would walk them right now with all we know, and I like TNS. I would walk them in a room and show them a picture of Ben Simmons, because this just came in and almost floored me. He was out for mental. He got crushed, and that's Exhibit A on. It's not just a man. You know what I mean? He got shiny. He was getting crushed from everybody.
One of the reasons I think he got killed, I think one of the reasons Ben Simmons really got hammered was because by the time he brought mental health up, we felt like he was just using mental health as the last life ramp or the buoy, whatever.
Like he was playing with it.
Yeah.
But that's even a jerk move in itself for us to even put that on to say he's utilized, he's kind of manipulating the game. I do got a quick question. I work for the local phone company down there on Webster and Oakland.
Who?
Great company, AT&T back in the day.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and I had FMLA, and I didn't go to work. I just had I got 90% of my check. So I think the people that say you don't get paid for FMLA unless some things have changed since 2000. What you mean I'm soft?
Get to work. They're talking about you, too, and you're every other Thursday, all right?
That's what it was Tuesday. That take care of my sons, Donnie.
That's the other thing is...
You can't, I'm telling TNS, I know what they're saying, but you can't put it at the doorstep of... You can't interrupt what Andrew Wiggins is doing for his family and how he deals with heartbreak or possible heartbreak or sickness for your, not agenda, but for how you feel the world is. That's a hater.
No.
They're hating on Wiggins.
Here's what I think.
Yes, it is, Steiny. It is. Because Wiggins has one person to answer to. You know who that is? His employer.
I don't think they're hating on Wiggins. They don't really care about Wiggins.
But to say he should get back and do it this way.
But Wiggins represents anybody, I think.
Well, Ben Simmons, but you gave Ben you said Ben got hated on because people thought he was using it. The middle, he got ripped.
Here's what I think.
They called him soft.
After hearing them, you know what? I can't, this is the way I feel. I would have never, I'd never use that word to describe Wiggins. I never thought of it that way. But you know what? I'm going to say it. If they're calling him soft, they have that right, and I think they're correct from their perspective.
Yeah.
Jack in Petaluma. Hey, Jack, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Look, I think when we look at it from a corporate world and average Joe, normal people, if you will, life, yes, there's absolutely a disparity, and there's, no second guessing that. But what we're doing right now is we're comparing apples to oranges. We're comparing all of our normal day-to-day lives to the NBA. The NBA is not a normal job. I'm, hard-pressed to even kind of call it a job sometimes. I mean, it's a life. It's a great life. It's a life of luxury. You make a lot of money, and because of that, you're afforded opportunities that we're not. You get to stay in hotels. You get to do great things.
Jack, real quick, and I'm going to let you finish after I interrupt you. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. You finish, and I'll tag on. Go ahead.
Just one of the perks, the many perks that come with being an NBA player, is you get to take that time off if need be. I don't know a lot about these jobs, but I would imagine they don't operate like a normal job does. You're not just a salesperson. You're a basketball player, and you get a point of that time. If you need to take the time off, you can do it.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, look, Wiggins has $150 million in the bank. He can kind of do whatever he wants. And they said, fine, we'll use a woman CEO then. A woman CEO probably ain't going to do it.
I would ask
What's
TNS,
the difference?
give me some examples of
it's
what
anecdotal.
you think.
It's anecdotal, but I tend to agree with it. I think
So
I
you
tend
don't
to
like
agree.
the Ben Simmons, when we bring Ben Simmons up, even if you feel the way you expressed about he was a male, and I would tell he got killed. He got killed for taking care of his mentals. So that goes against what they're saying, that if it were...
Well, that's just one example.
Right, but I would ask TNS to give me an example of where they felt like a female in Andrew Wiggins' position would not be allotted the time off.
There's two things that are going on.
That's all I would ask them.
One is there's the act. What they're saying is what Wiggins did, and even what Ben Simmons did, that's soft. That's soft. Plain and simple. Do your job. Go to work. Now, there's another part of it, which is, do you get criticism for that or not?
Wow. Well, we're in the new
510. No disrespect, Steiny, but your two female friends are definitely wrong. No, they're not. They're not wrong. They have a different perspective. They're not wrong. Well, I just heard a woman that said there's the double standard is part of it. Gus and Tracy. It's going down.
Hey, love your show, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, that's just your friend's opinion, but I really don't think there's a double standard because I have quite a few women friends that have taken a lot of time off work for personal reasons. We're talking like months and months off, and I don't think Wiggins or the Warriors need to tell anybody why he took the time off because it's nobody's business. Just like if I had to take time off, I wouldn't want anybody to know why I took the time off.
Mm-hmm.
It's a personal thing, and he's got the right to take whatever time he needs to take care of whatever problem has happened, with his family. So to tell you, I don't really think there's a double standard. Like I have a lot of friends that have taken up to a year off and got their jobs back and with no problem. But my main thing is it's nobody's business what Wiggins went through, how much time he took off, what the Warriors let him do.
Yeah.
It's nobody's business.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the call, but that's not the issue. Nobody. That's not the issue. They don't care they don't care what the reason is.
Yeah. But wouldn't TNS? Give me this. Isn't it a bad comparison to be comparing Wiggins, even though they're big wig CE executives?
Why?
Why? Well, the Warriors are.
Wiggins makes $20 million a year. A woman CEO makes $20 million a year. All they're saying is a woman CEO, in general, ain't taking 10 weeks off.
Well, I'm gonna say this to you, Steiny, and you tell me what
you
think. In this world, we know there's a double standard. Just in life, forget Wiggins for this. Right, real quick, we know it's a double standard. It's bad, but it's been that way, and we don't want it to stay that way. But at the end of the day, I just don't like that they can't come up with a comp TNS of somebody, a female in Wiggins' position. And the Warriors acting differently.
No, it's not. Goo, it's not about that.
That's what it sounds like.
No, what they're saying is a woman CEO, whatever the reason, a woman, successful woman, a woman,
no doubt,
would be far less likely to take 9 weeks off for whatever reason that women. Because of the issues in the workplace, because they got it,
All right, I'm not.
They're not. They're more likely to power through, and so they're not mad at Wiggins. They're not mad at the Warriors. They just think it's funny that everybody's respecting Wiggins' privacy, and everybody's supporting Andrew Wiggins, and everybody's fine with him taking 9 weeks off for what? Again, they don't care about the reason.
And I've been out the corporate game for a minute, so I'm going to just use myself and my experiences as an example, and you guys could call me naive. Steiny, from what I've experienced and what I think I know and the way that the world is now, especially with what we've gone through with the pandemic, the social injustice, I'm going corporate here. I really find it, and I'm going to say hard to believe, that a man executive would be more empowered to take 9 weeks off to deal with a home situation, as opposed to that same woman CEO being afraid for her job. I'm sorry.
You reject that a woman would be more likely to power through.
Reject Mutombo is a little too strong, but if you're telling me Wiggins is not at play and I'm looking at their bigger point, it's there, and I believe if a woman is the tycoon at the location, the big wig, she would be able to use those days off, and that company have her back just as much as the normal non-pro athlete man executive.
But they wouldn't do that. They're going to suck it up, is what they're saying. All right, let me reset right here. Thanks to Dan Dibley. I'm using the word TNS or S&T. Those are the two friends. I'm just using theirs. Yeah, I'm just using.
Does he know them? He knows one of them.
Who?
TNS, Dibs.
Yeah.
Did you mention Dibs?
Yeah, one's Susan.
Yeah.
And her friend T. So I was talking to both those guys last night over dinner. That's why I'm saying TNS. T and S. Those were the two women. Yeah. That's why I'm using their names.
I got to be careful here, but this is why I love myself. Chalk one up for the Gipper, because I'll butcher some names. Shout out Shasky. But when I was on FMLA, I got paid. Now, that was a while ago.
Right. You milked it.
Dibs he did it with his
milked it.
Dibs is about to do it, and you get paid. So for the people keep saying you don't get paid for FMLA, you do. So, and I rebuke you. What do you mean you get paid?
What do you mean?
Did you have to declare what you were taking time off for?
Yes, and it gets approved. No doubt about it.
And people were aware around you of what you were taking the time off for.
No, when you it's a secret. The coworkers don't know what you're out for. Now, if you want to share it, you can. But it's not
was your
public
boss
knowledge.
aware?
Oh yeah, no, my boss was not aware. It was so powerful, Evan, that they knew I got approved, and you go take your time off. So the boss didn't know. But I'm asking, Evan, what's your greater point in asking that? Like,
no, I was just curious because again, we're aware of all the information. Well, some of the information now, but when it happened, and I guess the 22 games leading up to this point, we were unaware and essentially told to just kind of forget about it.
Doubt. It's amazing because I don't believe you believe the soft. That gotta like.
I believe
what if something were
they
going on?
believe that.
Oh yeah, I was talking about
them,
you.
I watched them.
Yeah,
I
no
watched
doubt,
them last night.
Yeah,
and you know what? The funny thing is, again, talking to these two women about Wiggins, and and it's come out Wiggins' father was ill.
Gotcha.
Okay, there's also another few things out there that are painful.
Yeah.
They didn't care. They said it doesn't matter. Like, they said that many more women, if they were in Wiggins' position, would have powered through it. Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Girl, I was hoping she called.
Hey, Robin.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, thanks, guys. So, this is such a broad subject. I worked in employment law for a long time, and so I agree with some of the callers about, not being somebody's business. But here's what I find to be true among women who have been in executive level positions or, just in male-oriented positions, police officers or, firefighters. As I worked in gender discrimination for 7 years, I worked for an organization called Equal Rights Advocates. And I feel that because there's a double standard in terms of sexism, okay? And a lot of the women take on the attitude of the men because they don't want to appear as if they're weak or whatever. And in turn, that attitude that they take on as men, they carry that out throughout the organization and in the future, which makes it harder for other women who may not ever reach the CEO level, such as, in particular, black women or women of lower class, because you have classes intersecting race here, right? They take that attitude on, and therefore they actually perpetuate the sexism within their own attitude because of their power struggle with males. I hope that makes sense. So for that reason, I don't like what your two friends had to say. Okay? Thank you. Peace out.
Appreciate
it. Robin, wow, I love that. I got it, Steiny. The text line's having a great day. I got another one. Where does TNS draw the line? I would like to ask them because here where I'm going. Steve Kerr had his back issues. He had to step away. He had to leave his job to get better. But would that have qualified?
That was a physical disability.
Okay, but
really.
their sound is so cutthroat. Would they say power through it? Take two. I
don't know.
You know what I mean, Stan? Like, I think it's a valid question. Like, where would those two women draw the line? Because if you're telling me I can't go tend to my daddy.
You can tend to your daddy. Just don't forget about work.
Wow, man. But what if work says we got you? What if work says we got you?
That's great. So you we got a break.
Yeah, okay.
888-957. Let me see what I got here. 12:30. John Dickinson coming up at 1. We'll get back to basketball. Tonight, the Warriors play a pivotal game in Northern California. 7 o'clock tip-off. Golden One Center. Pre-game starts at 6. It's all presented by Xfinity. Catch all the action right here, 95.7 The Game.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Kevon Looney. My man. God, I'm getting tight with the Warriors. Matt Steinmetz, Stanley Guru Johnson, 1230. Remember, great guy, by the way. Remember Chad Dewing?
He has me on his show still up in Portland.
Yeah.
Him and Travis Detmers.
He would always, he would do this. Welcome back, Steiny and Goo. It is 12:33. He would say the time a lot.
Can I tell you something he does when he has me on?
Okay.
He goes, hey, everybody, we got Daryl Guru Johnson. No! It's Daryl the Guru Johnson. He goes, Daryl Guru Johnson from the Bay. No! It's Daryl the Guru.
You know what Guru
like
just did?
President Barack Obama.
He just proved T and S correct. You're soft.
Like, Chad, I want to tell him. It's the.
And it's making me sick. Oh, boy. All right. We're going to move on. Mm-hmm. We're talking about
a little HR segment.
Yeah. And by the way,
SNL.
We're moving on because Guru and I want to move on. Not because anybody's telling us to move on. Let's get that straight. Warriors Kings tonight, Goal 1 Center, 7 o'clock. Goo's going to be in the house.
Yeah.
Goo will be in the house. And
with JD.
Here's where we're at. And I want to get Warrior fans involved. And Kings fans down here? I'd love to get some Kings fans on here, too. I like Kings fans.
Yeah, but who's down here a King fan when you got the Dubs?
It's a good question.
Reggie Theus. Remember, how good was he?
Oh, he lives in the Bay?
No, he was.
Well, then why would you say him?
Because he's a famous Sacramento King. Like, when I think of the old school Kings, it's...
right, but you said, why would anybody here be a Kings fan?
Yeah.
Right?
And then
you said Reggie Theus.
Because
my
Wi-Fi and computer are random, so I just thought about Reggie Theus and what you thought about him as a ball player.
Does Reggie Theus live in San Francisco?
No, he does not. I've established that. Okay. He just, how good was he?
He was a scorer.
Yeah, all right.
So he was probably one of your favorite players. He was a volume shooter.
Reggie
Let me tell you something about Reggie Theus, and I'm not afraid to say this.
Oh.
That was a good-looking dude.
My wife still loves him, Steiny. I forgot who he went to coach. Was it New Mexico?
Well, he played at UNLV.
Yeah, but anyway, Steiny, Rick Fox.
All right, so.
Him, Rick Fox.
Steiny left.
Don't let him get to you.
No. We got to move on.
You saw the one where the show's sinking fast.
No.
TJ Stinker. It's really Sinker, but I called him Stinker. Yeah.
All right. Oh, I also have to work on no more likes. Remember Ibanez?
Dude, that was incredible. I went back and listened.
Was it bad?
I think it's when you're nervous about saying something that'll be your crutch.
That's exactly
right. But why didn't I
Guru.
know that?
You know why?
Because I ain't a PD or established.
You're right.
Has Matt ever told the boss ever told you that?
No.
Well, then you're good.
You're right though. I tend to use when I don't want to say, when I don't want to, when I just am afraid to man up. And say, but you know why I do that, I wonder? Sometimes I worry that the Bay Area can't take me. That they might be a little bit afraid of the truth.
Dallas
of the harsh Matt Steinmetz. So anyway, we'll move on. Last I checked, Mike Brown, the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, had 7 of his top 8 players listed as questionable for tonight's game. 888-957-9570. What's he doing? What's he doing?
Gamesmanship. He's not going to have the Black Falcon out there with the second and with the bums. Come on, Steiny. They're going to play. You're asking me if Daryl Brown, what would you do? I want to send a message to my old team. We ain't scared of you, but what if they're really scared of Anthony Davis and that front line of him, LeBron James, and the rest of the game? That could be. So I was driving into work, never once thinking that the Kings would be thinking that. Do they want that Warriors pack or that Lakers pack? And Steiny, I think the Kings, if we find out the guys are out, they want the Warriors.
I don't know. I think we had Damian Barling on of 1320 ESPN Sacramento, and I tend to believe or think he might be right in that if you're Sacramento, I don't think you care. I don't think you care. I think maybe there's just a little push to play the Warriors because of the lack of travel. But I really do believe the Kings are ready to play whoever, wherever the chips fall. I don't believe they're trying to manipulate anything.
So you don't think Anthony Davis, as well as he's playing now, I'm being honest with you, Stoney, as well as he's playing now, and the size factor, just from a Lakers standpoint, you don't think Mike Brown, they're taking that into consideration of who we would prefer to come out the gate with?
No, I think
you think they look at the Lakers and Warriors as the same? It's game. We got to go beat them.
How could you not?
Well, the Warriors don't have that size element
the Kings
that the
have size. The Kings aren't the Warriors. The Kings have Sabonis. They got some big boys.
You know what? You're gonna laugh. I consider Sabonis like Draymond almost. Like you ain't the biggest dude. You know, like I really believe they look at the Lakers and
why would you say this?
Styles make fights.
Why would you? So
I'm thinking that's what they're doing.
You think the Sacramento Kings really would prefer one over the other?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Who do they want?
I'm going to tell you.
You don't know this.
I'm going to tell you tonight.
This is crazy.
If they do what we're talking about and sit everybody, they're telling me they're avoiding the Lakers and they want this Warrior pack. That's how I'll take it. I could be wrong. We'll never.
I think you're wrong.
So let me ask you, on a basketball, man, we ain't working on the game.
There's too much to make happen to make the way you want it to go right.
Something has to mean something. Who's more scarier to Matt Steinmetz right now if you were coaching the Kings? Just a question.
It's 50-50.
Or the Warriors?
You don't think it's 50-50?
No,
They're both 42 and 38.
Nah, but one has a 7-footer that can hit you from the outside, inside. You got LeBron James playing like he's on HGH. Come on, the new Lakers. Styles make fights.
You're flying in the face of everything you've said now for 3 months.
Oh, no doubt.
You're now saying that you've talked up championship pedigree forever, and now at the brink of the playoffs, you're saying, "Oh, Kings would much rather have the Warriors." What about the championship pedigree?
I'm going to something.
The Lakers are tall.
Rob Pelinka did something during that 3 months, and I still believe that, Stoney. But during that 3 months, they wouldn't have had a facelift. Talking about the Lakers. And that they have that champion. Nobody gives it credit. They have that championship pedigree.
That's a slap at the Warriors.
It was in the bubble.
You realize that, don't you?
It's about, do you got size? The Warriors are a small team.
Right.
So if I'm Sacramento, I would rather play them than deal with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, who can do whatever he wants with my guys.
So you think the Lakers are better than the Warriors?
I think they pose different matchup problems than the Warriors. And if Mike Brown goes through with what we think he's going to go through and sits guy, that's our answer. Still don't think the Warriors ain't going to get it done. I'm just telling you this. They're telling you something without telling you. You got to listen.
You're high.
I don't. Them days are
Yes,
over.
you do sometimes.
No, I don't. I'm serious.
Oh, not during the day.
No.
Go.
Them days are Cheech and Chong over.
I
got bored.
Let me reset here.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You think inside that Kings locker room, they're afraid of the Lakers?
Listen, okay, words are everything. We can't fast forward to 5:30 or 5 o'clock when the injury report comes out. But if you're telling me what we think we know, that they're going to sit starters, my question to that answer will be yes. That decision has not been made yet, Stoney. But if it's made and it looks like what we think it's going to be, if I'm a Golden State Warrior and Steve Kerr, we talked about it earlier. That's the message they're sending. I would tell my guys, these MFs, they want us. That's all.
Wait, they want who? The Warriors.
Yeah. Because what conclusion can you come up with?
I feel like you're getting away with something here, and I don't like it.
And you know what? Your face resembles that.
You know,
like you're trying to catch
Evan,
me.
you know what? I am.
No, but,
Evan, you know what I mean? Like,
Evan,
it just bothers me that, like, here we are on Friday, April 6th or whatever it is, and out of nowhere, now Guru's saying, oh, the Kings would much rather play the Warriors because the Lakers are tall.
No, and it's a different tall.
So the pedigree that you've talked up for 4 months has just been made up.
No. It hasn't.
How could the
What if I
Kings
get to
want to play the championship?
I think you know.
Defending champ
I think
Golden State Warriors.
I think you know. I think you know. The Warriors.
The Warriors have already kicked their ass twice.
I'll tell you what. The Warriors are going to hit you from the outside. They're going to finesse you. They're not going to beat you up. The Lakers have that. They got that body punch to their game. Now listen.
I can't wait to get JD
you're not
on
giving
here.
it to me. If they play everybody tonight, then I'm wrong.
No, I wouldn't look at it that way.
No, but I would. I would retract that. But if I'm telling you by 6 o'clock, I text you, Steiny, and they're sitting there, guys. Come on, man. I've been around the block a few times. Guru might be right. Dan Ross.
Steiny Kings would not want to play the Lakers because of their size.
That's
5-1-0.
And it's not just size. It's how they look right now, the Lakers.
Lakers just got taken to overtime by a Utah G League team. Kings will kill the Lakers. They're too fast.
Oh, my.
925 always hitting home. Guru's a true Laker fan.
Please.
Coach Brown is doing the Warriors a favor to help them stay out of the play-in. Okay.
He's worried about his
Tracy
team.
Morgan, you're talking nonsense right now.
Who was that?
650.
Denzel.
Why
I'm a Dodger
is
fan.
Guru disrespecting the Warriors like this? I agree. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, it's not. I'm trying to
make up your mind.
I can't
You
do
switch
it
up,
into the
it says you switch up every darn day.
It's called living.
Game to game,
Listen,
Guru.
no, we're gonna know when I find out what Zach's gonna do and who's available. You can't condemn me.
So wait, if they all play, then what does it mean? What's the Guru?
They ain't scared of the Lakers. They ain't scared of the Lakers.
What if
and they
like
don't.
half of them play? Yeah.
I'll tell you a tip.
Then they don't care. They're 50-50 either way.
No, it ain't gonna be that. It's gonna be Black Falcon is not going out there with the with the bench.
Harrison
guys.
Barnes.
Why do I want to read these texts that are drilling goo?
Not many of them.
No, I know.
I didn't like you reading the Tracy Morgan one.
No, it's dumb.
The dude's ugly.
No, he's not.
He is. Have you seen his nose?
Why
Dude,
do you
he
do
got
this?
the nice
I
hair.
don't like. I told you I don't
Yeah.
like to talk about people's physical appearance.
You do it all the time.
No, I don't. I never do it. The only time I ever do it is when it's complimentary, like to Reggie Theus.
All right.
No, I've got a history.
You did give us some love. Yeah, I used to be vain.
It's no fun being called ugly.
Well, you've never been
Yes,
called.
I have. Lois Lucente. Freshman year at Franklin and Marshall
But
College.
you should be secured enough to know you're not ugly.
I remember it to this day.
She liked you.
No, she didn't.
Remember when they picked on you or talked, they liked you.
I'm hanging out with my buddy Joe Fenlon.
Not in college.
Thank you.
I think, wow.
I'm hanging out with my buddy Joe Fenlon.
What'd she say?
And Lois Lucente. Never forget it. She comes in, starts talking. There was a party around in the other hall. She goes, "You want to come to a party?" And Joe was like, "Nah, I don't want to go." And somebody said, "Well, you want to come?" And I heard her say to her friend, "No, not him. He's ugly.
Oh, my son.
Let's not bring him. He's ugly."
But you didn't believe her because you knew you weren't. That didn't affect you, is
Yes,
what
it I'm
at. Dude, you are weak.
Of course it did.
SOFT.
Don't stop
I
bring
would
him.
have jumped in like, I know you ain't talking with that schnauzer. I'd have went at her.
No. It's not. He's ugly. She thought I didn't hear. Man, this has shocked me.
Saw you on Twitch. You guys on Twitch. I thought one was Terry Lots of stuff.
I guess that would be me.
It's Tracy. I know I don't look like that dude. He wish he looked like me, Stoney. I'm riding to the end. That dude's, I want to fight him. Tracy Morgan.
Is he the small guy?
Saturday Night Live and
No, I think of
the
Kevin
last
Hart.
OG. You don't like him. He's from Philly. He's been quiet lately. No movies. He's got so much money. All right, let's get back to it.
Steiny has trouble pronouncing the name Maria.
See, this is when they start.
So Steiny
winning.
went home to TNS? Yes, exactly. Exactly.
You heard her call you ugly, huh?
I did.
That's great.
You know, she was actually a really good athlete. She was a cross country runner, and they won the Division III national championship in cross country.
It's the worst when they have admirable qualities about them.
Why is Evan laughing?
She she went to like medical school. She's like a doctor now.
Oh,
she was
boy.
in great shape
You
because
follow
she
her
ran.
on Facebook,
No,
Look at you still are bitter.
I
would have let her have it. I know you ain't talking.
It's one of those things you remember it 40 years later. JJ in San Jose. Let's talk Kings Warriors.
Yeah.
Lois Lucent.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah. You saw. I called a couple weeks ago saying that it was the Jim Morrison. It's the end, and I gotta tell you, if they win tonight, they can make a lot. They can make, I guess to say, re-believers instead of re-believers, and out of a lot of fans, because everybody knows the road woes and whatever. But honestly, guys, I still think it's the Jim Morrison, because the money kicks in next year. Something's got to give, and I think we should, like Bob Myers said, we should prepare ourselves and just enjoy this year, because, like I said, it's the Jim Morrison.
It's not when you have the chef.
This is the end.
I've never heard that song.
Beautiful friend. I'm just singing today.
Karaoke night.
My buddy Dana goes to karaoke over in San Leandro. I might join him tonight.
You know why I don't like it? You didn't ask. No, there's nobody that can. The people that take it too serious, that think they could sing, and they get up there and they're not hammered. That's when I get turned off. I go up there to
I'm the hater of the two.
No, I'm just telling you. People take karaoke. That's it.
Yeah. Song's about 14 minutes long.
That's what I need. This was in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, when he took Marcellus' wife out for a date.
TBD.
This was in Pulp Fiction.
I think you're wrong.
No, this is it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, don't be afraid to play When the Music's Over. Turn out the lights. That's another one that could be the Warriors
Howard
this year.
That's
when
John Meredith.
When the music's over, turn out the lights.
When the party's over.
Turn out the light. Jim Morrison was 60 years ago. I think he has the line.
But Meredith used that on Monday night. Turn off the lights.
The song was written before Dandy died.
Right, but Dandy used turn off the lights. The party's over. You said, what'd you say?
The original line is not party.
What is?
When the music's over, turn out the lights.
I like Dandy Don.
And I'm going to say it. You're wrong. It's not. There's no way. That
beat.
How much you want to bet? You want to bet?
Before you do, Guru.
Come on, Guru.
Before you do,
go ahead, Evan.
Just Google Jim Morrison Pulp Fiction. Nothing came up.
Right.
Bet me.
That's all right. I got my Cliff Notes. People want to freestyle. I'm in the mood, Stoney.
It is a Friday.
You need to hype that. See, a good hype man would be, go give me something. Yep. I don't like when they put it on the video and the people can't hear the beat. Then it sounds whack.
Steiny, where's Lois now? I told you she's a doctor.
But where? Like married?
I think Maryland.
Put on a few?
I doubt it.
Because you look good.
I didn't like the way I looked on this thing, by the way. If the Golden State Warriors find themselves at the Golden One Center tonight and the Sacramento Kings play their Scribinis.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that the Kings sending the Warriors a message? We want you in the first round. Because the first step toward the Warriors getting the number 6 seed would be to beat the Kings tonight.
Mm-hmm. All right. And I would ask you, what else could it be if it plays out that way, the Scribinis play?
Not the Scalabrinis.
Yeah, I miss him.
I do too. I like him.
He's on with Eddie House.
I think he told look to hit the pike.
No, I think it was the other way around.
No. Well, that'll piss me off because I enjoyed.
You had a podcast with him for a little bit.
Yeah.
You speaking of what happened to you and
me.
Sal? You had a podcast. Ooh. I'm sorry to bring it up. We
lost our sponsor. We lost our sponsor. Yes.
Do they call you and
Pacific
tell you
Coast Brew? Well, Pacific Coast Brewing Company in Oakland.
See
It's a nice little gig. It's a nice little gig.
That's Evan is special.
Trey's in Oakland. What's going on, Trey? How you doing?
I'm doing good today. How you guys doing?
What's up, Trey? I like
getting
Trey.
better.
Yep.
What's up, Guru? How you doing?
I'm hanging in.
What's your boy?
Talk to us.
You know what? I just want to get at you guys. For these playoffs, I'm just going to say, I think the team to fear the most out of anybody, is just my personal opinion. I might be kind of biased, but the Lakers is a team to watch out for. I don't think nobody wants to see the Lakers in the first round. That's just me personally. Because, and for the reminder, this ain't your Russell Westbrook, Patrick Beverly Lakers. This is a whole new Laker team right now that's rolling. And I think they set themselves up not to win that game the other night against the Clippers because they don't want to see that 5 seed because we still don't know what Phoenix might have to offer us, in the 4 or 5 matchup. But I like the Lakers to beat anybody, beat one of those top 3 teams. If it's Sacramento, Memphis, or I guess, the Kings, I like them to beat, or Denver, one of those top 3 teams in the first round.
Appreciate it, Trey.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the one thing that's become clear today, and I don't know how he gets away with it. I can't get away with it. But essentially today, Guru's acknowledged he's flat out scared. He's scared, dog, of the Phoenix Suns. Okay, and now he's saying, the Lakers essentially.
It dawned on me.
Teams do not want to play the Lakers; they'd rather play the Warriors. Don't be disrespectful.
No. We got $100 bet. That bet is not over. Listen. The Warriors are scary. I told you that. It's not about
just scary.
My confidence in them.
When you're sticking it to me, you're Steiny. They're still defending champions. Now they're scary. Come on, Goo. They are good.
I told you the Wiggins comeback is scaring me. Okay, we're going to see. That's a reality.
But you're the only guy in the world who could look at Wiggins coming back and then be more worried than if he hadn't come back.
You're the guy that led the show saying the ramifications of it from others.
No, I said seamless.
No, did you say seamless? How is it going to affect everybody else? That's real. My thing to you has been consistent. Anthony Davis, when healthy, and LeBron James are the. There's no other dude outside of Harden. What's left of Harden
don't you
and
get
Embiid?
it?
That's scary.
Goo.
And Anthony told you it's a new Laker team.
Goo.
You said, Phoenix is coming out of the West if I had to bet. I don't buy that anymore. It's not because of Durant. They don't have the depth. I'm telling you, it's the Warriors or Lakers. Take that to the bank.
And I just realized is, so for the last 9 weeks, Guru wanted to get out of the bet. Begging to get out of the bet.
Wiggins wasn't coming back. What was that?
He's been telling me, well, we can't win unless Wiggins comes back. We can't win unless Wiggins. Guess what? Wiggins coming back. Uh-oh. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know how Wiggins is going to work coming back. This is going to be worse. It's going to be harder.
No, see, now you're not going to be worse. I'm nervous. That's all. It's a good nervous because I want him back. But I got to tell you something.
He's getting away with something, and I can't put my finger on it here.
Listen, good takes, Steiny. Something hit me that he didn't play.
In the cardiac?
Yeah. I think in these 3 games he didn't play. Because Wiggins. Everybody told me he was working out, and when he got back. Now, I understand OKC, but these 2 games, kind of like open gym. Not tonight.
Does anything not make you nervous, Goo? That's from Drew Down. You know what? I shouldn't have said that because Drew Down's.
I'll tell you what's making me nervous.
He has tool-like tendencies
I feel like I know him, but let me tell you something.
Drew Down,
you said 500
we got
for
a bad
Drake
whistle
tickets.
from you.
They're actually 1,500. Who could afford to do that?
Well, like Bob Myers could. Steph could certainly afford them.
Well, I'm talking about regular Joes like us. Who at the station? Now, I'm not saying station guys that don't got money.
I mean, after Wiggins got paid for the FMLA, I mean, he can go.
Can a concert ticket really be $1,500?
Yep.
We've lost everything in our society.
Matt Steinmetz down with Guru Johnson. It is 12:56, and we have John Dickinson coming up on the other side. What?
Guru, you're thinking of Pulp Fiction, The Killing Moon by Echo and the Bunnymen.
In any event, Guru was wrong on 95.7, The Game.
I'm the worrier of the show.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking.
Just makes it easier.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, one of his greatest films.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Not Guru's finest hour.
Well, Mark Abanyas texted me too.
Oh, what
that
he
song
say?
wasn't in Pulp Fiction.
No kidding.
But Brian, remember our guy, the tall guy that had twins that work with us?
Brian, yeah.
Yeah, remember
Sure.
he had height. I was like, I'd be in the league. It was in Apocalypse Now.
Be a little light in the ass.
I mean, dude, KD is light.
He don't have KD skills.
Yeah, who does?
You think he's sitting somewhere with his two kids thinking, it's so cool, Steiny's man.
Who are you? No doubt. The Guru. That's what it's about. You paid.
Meanwhile, our ratings are plummeting. Nobody knows who he is.
We've been good now.
Oh, you got JD? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought that Jay would never stand us up.
Let's get right to it. John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. He'll be there tonight watching the game. And JD, you've been listening for the last half hour. I can't put my finger on it.
Oh, my goodness.
It just feels like Guru's trying to, I don't know, like have it both ways or weasel or something's not right. I can't put my finger
Jay,
on it.
Before you answer, let me just set it up. Well, he's been listening. I'm telling Steiny, if somehow the Kings sit their guys, to me the message is we'd rather play the Warriors than Lakers. Now, I'll never have proof, but to my core, I'll feel that way watching the game with you tonight if somehow Harrison Barnes is the only starter available.
Yeah, look, I think there's a couple of different things. I think it could just be gamesmanship, like I know you guys talked about earlier. It could be, absolutely. Mike Brown, hey, we want the Warriors or think that the Warriors are a better matchup for them than other teams. I think the Clippers are potentially a factor in that as well, though I think the Clippers are probably the best matchup for the Kings from Sacramento's point of view. But, I also think it could just be, Mike Brown saying, hey, if we got nothing to play for, meaning Memphis wins – and they are officially eliminated from being able to get the 2. Now, they're not going to get the 2 anyway, but if it comes down like they're going to be officially eliminated, the Warriors' way in this whole thing has been during their runs, hey, we're only worried about ourselves. We're a damn good team. We're going to do what's best for us, and what's best for the Kings may be to not risk any of their guys that they're going to need to playoff series getting injured. I think that could be something, as well, is that, if those games truly are like the Kings, to me, guys, owe the Warriors nothing tonight. The Kings owe them nothing. In fact, I think you could almost make the case from the Kings' point of view, why not just make this a zero upside game for the Warriors? Like a game
How would you
have
do that?
to win. Well, by resting your 7 of your top 8 rotation guys.
Gotcha.
You make it a zero upside. You basically tell the Warriors, hey, we know you need it. You're probably going to get it, but if you do get it, you're going to take nothing from tonight into a matchup against us because we didn't play our guys. If we keep it close, it's a confidence builder for the Kings. That you can hang with them, even play in the back half of your roster. And it also, I think, it does get back to maybe not letting the Warriors get a look at the Kings. Before the Kings. The Warriors could figure some stuff out about the Kings by seeing them full throttle tonight that maybe help them a week from now or a week and a half from now. So I think all of those things are fair, but I don't think it's conscious. I don't think it's conscious the Warriors or the Kings rather saying they don't want to face the Lakers necessarily either.
Jay, let me ask you this. You're at your own doctor's office. I set up an appointment. I'm on your couch, and I'm telling you to help me, get the definition of what I'm feeling in regard to Andrew Wiggins. I've been on this show. I've said they need Wiggins. They need him back. And what Dub Nation got that, Jay. But now that he's not playing these last 3 games, Jay, there's a part of me that is it's bigger than curious. It's almost a good nervous to see what Andrew we're going to get back, because it's going to be game 1 of a playoff series when he makes his debut. Doc, do I sound crazy for thinking that way?
I don't think Andrew Wiggins on his own coming back hurts the Warriors. Like, I don't think his play necessarily hurts the Warriors, because he can like defensively be there, even if offensively he's not there. But offensively, maybe him not taking as many shots would not impact the flow of everything else that the Warriors are going on. But defensively, they need him, regardless of the matchup, because defensively, he's the guy that's guarding De'Aaron Fox, but he's also the guy that's guarding Kevin Durant or Kawhi or Morant, right? So whether it's the 2 little point guards you might play or the 2 wings you could potentially play, that Wiggins is the guy that would be the primary defender on both of them. So from a defensive standpoint, they need him locked in, but they also can't have him be taking a lot of shots, which typically he doesn't if he's struggling, but taking a lot of shots and missing those shots. So I think, to me, like, I'm less worried about Wiggins coming back as it relates to his game or the starters, or the core guys. To me, it's more a question of how does his return impact the bench players that are going to get fewer minutes, because he's getting some of Kuminga's minutes, and he's getting some of DiVincenzo's minutes. And I know guys, like, we've talked a little bit about this at different points. DiVincenzo has needed to play a lot to be effective. He's needed 25 to 30 minutes a game to be effective. He's been at his best when guys have been out, and he knows he's going to play more. Kuminga has been at his best, and it's been up and down, but the better games he's had have been when he knows he's getting his 25 and not 10. And so he's probably going to get closer to 10, or he's going to get 1 shift in the first half, and if it doesn't go well, he might not get a shift in the second half. And so I think it makes it harder for a guy like Kuminga to perform. He's got to put his game, the quality aspects of his game, the cutting, the defense, the corner threes if he's left wide open, all the things that are done for him by making the right play in the context of the Warriors offense, plus the hustle and plus the defense. He's got to do it efficiently and in a small box, knowing that if he doesn't play well, he's probably done for the night. And so that makes it harder for him. So to me, it's how do the Warriors balance that and who their 8-9. I mean, you know who the 8-9 are, but are the couple of guys at the back end of the 8-9 getting enough run to where they're comfortable enough being effective, or can they make the adjustment and have less be more? Can they still be as productive as they've been? Again, DiVincenzo and Kuminga specifically, when they're playing less.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, JD, you put an interesting scenario up on Twitter earlier, and JD and I did our podcast earlier. You can download that on from the Odyssey app. But you said, wouldn't it be the NBA thing ever? We're in a play-in situation. Supposedly everybody's fighting for position. Tell us what could happen on Sunday.
Yeah, well, you could basically have. Well, you could have the biggest game of the year for the Warriors is tonight, right? And you could have the Kings' best interest for them sit guys out, right? And then you could get to a point where, let's say the Pelicans lose 1 game tonight. Warriors win. So the Kings basically gift the Warriors tonight.
Yep.
The Pelicans lose 1 of their last 2, either tonight to the Knicks or Sunday to Minnesota. But let's just say the Pelicans lose tonight, because that's what would set it all up. The Clippers, at that point, could choose whether they want to be 5th or 6th. They could win to be 5th, they could lose to be sixth and push the Warriors at that point, assuming the Warriors beat Portland, into the fifth spot and Phoenix. So have all this faux drama, all this fake drama created by the play-in tournament that the NBA is, trying to pretend like it's so great after a lukewarm, blah regular season where everybody was mediocre, all these teams that should have been good or mid, Warriors included. And now you could have the Clippers basically losing on the last day of the season because they feel that the better seed is the better matchup for them. I mean, that's the most NBA in 2023 thing ever.
No, Jay, it is, and I can't wait to see how this plays out. Now, listen, you got Sack ties. I don't know if there's not a reporter that's covered both these teams, Sack and the Warriors collectively, like you have. Be honest with us, Jay. How much, if any, of you is excited about the possible ideal of the matchup between the Kings and Warriors? Because I'm sending you texts every day. You know me. I'm trying to wish it into existence. Where are you at? If it doesn't happen, are you like, okay?
I mean, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I mean, what's meant to be will be, right? But I'm looking forward to it if it does happen. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Right. The one thing I will say, get the drip ready. I don't do this a lot, but get the drip ready. The one thing I will say is I don't think there's a media member going that's watched every Warrior game this year and every Kings game this year. Wow, I'll say I'm one of one in that category. I will say that. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to pretend if this thing happens. Be a lot of people in both markets that are going to pretend they know the Warriors, they know the Kings, whatever. There's one guy that actually does. All right, drip. That's enough of that. Steiny's probably tuned out by now.
Yo, Bob Rye on YouTube said JD the GOAT.
All right, well then, okay.
But
how much of a shot do you give the Kings?
Yeah, that's.
I'll say I give them a hell of a lot more of a shot than I would have given them a month ago or 2 months ago. I'll say this: 2 months ago, because of the way they've played down the stretch, the way that they came out of the All-Star break, like I thought around the All-Star break when they were 7-8 games over 500, I thought they were a complete concoction of some favorable circumstances plus the mediocre league that was, all these underachieving teams beneath them. They never lost really a bad loss. They had maybe 2 or 3 truly bad losses for the entire season. Like I thought they were a concoction of nobody plays any defense. They've been pretty good in close games. Hadn't lost an overtime game until this week. Had won a bunch of 1-point games without losing any 1-point game. Like I thought they were a little bit inflated. But coming out of the break, they did. They hit the Clippers a couple times, and they've played at a different level. And I think they took it up a notch to where they're pushing to win 50 games. And so, I would have looked at a series between the Warriors and Kings with Wiggins playing. And Wiggins is the other part of this, too. And I know he's going to be back. But with Wiggins playing, I would have said a month and a half, 2 months ago, I bet the Warriors win that series in 5. Even with the Kings having home court advantage, I would say I bet the Warriors win that series in 5. Now, I think it's almost certainly a 7-game series. Because I'll say this about the Kings and the style. Look, they don't defend a lick.
Right.
But here's the thing. You're talking about a historically great offensive team in the Kings. They're going to have the best offensive rating in the last 49 years in the NBA of any team this season. Tops in the last 49 years. The Warriors have been a terrible defensive team that's hoping that they're going to be able to be a much better defensive team day one, round one of the playoffs. They might be able to do it, but I think it's going to be a little bit more challenging than they think to just do it and flip the switch on that front. And here's the other part to it, guys. The 2 things you can't do against the Kings if you're the Warriors are take bad shots and turn the ball over. If you think you're going to run up and down and cast off from 3, you better be hitting them. Because if you're not hitting them, they might hit you with a 45-point quarter. Like I've said this to a few people, and I'm kind of saying this in jest, and I hope it doesn't come off as hyperbole, but there has been times this year where I've looked at the Kings on the one hand and thought, you know what, this is a complete fluke. Like the year they're having is a total fluke. There's other times where I've looked at the Kings this year and watching them play, and I've thought, you know what? they kind of remind me a little bit of the Warriors in like 2013. And that, they are a handful for a bunch of and remember, the Warriors got a lot of that when they were on the come of jump shooting team, offense, kind of a joke. And so I'm not saying the Kings are going to go on and win titles and all that, but I've always kept in the back of my mind, fellas, that, you know what, like, let's let them go prove who they are, who they aren't. Let's not just because they've been the Kings for the last decade and a half automatically assume that they're going to be the most negative version of themselves, if that makes sense.
It does. Jay, let me ask you this. I could ask you a million questions. I've been telling Steiny, the Lakers, I feel like they got what it takes to do some damage in the playoffs from a height perspective, from a star perspective, from the others' perspective. Talk to me about that. And can you also tell me if you're concerned about Middleton, MRI, because he exited the game the other night, and I'm like, man, this Milwaukee would get some bad luck a couple years in a row if somehow, he's hampered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about it per se. I mean, it sounds like he's going to be okay. It sounds like they avoided the catastrophic part of that. If he's out, I mean, that flips. I mean, I think Boston becomes a favorite if he's out. They might become the favorite if he's even a little bit hampered in having to play. But no, I think the Bucks are the favorite in the East. And the other part was the Lakers. Like, this is a different Laker team. Like, it's just a different team. Like, they
good or
traded
bad,
a bunch
Jay?
of guys. Oh, good.
Okay.
Oh, for sure. Good. Absolutely good. That other team stunk. The first version of the Lakers this year would be 13th in the West, 12th or 13th in the West. They'd be done. They'd be down there with Dallas, battling for the first spot out of the play-in. They'd be in that. They'd be in the play-in, trying to figure out who's going to avoid. But no, they're much better now with LeBron and AD and Vanderbilt. I like a lot, and some of the guys. I even like Russell, believe it or not, for them.
Yeah, I do too.
Now, so no, they're a tough matchup. I think for anybody. I mean, I think we'll see what happens. I know they don't necessarily control their own destiny anymore because they got beat by the Clippers, but I think they went from having no chance to maybe having a chance to win a couple of rounds.
JD, it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
I'll see you soon,
Have
buddy.
fun with the goo.
Yeah.
Keep him in check.
Yeah, and by the way, 6 o'clock for Warriors Live from Golden One Center.
Yeah, we said it.
I'll have Warriors wrap up after. The Warriors minus 9.5. So that tells you where.
Wow.
Somebody just texted me 9.5. Like, is it really 9? I saw 5.5.
Well, Vegas must be thinking nobody's going to play from SAC, but that could change.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like that, but a lot of times Vegas knows.
Yes, no, you're
a lot
right.
Of times So that's all I'm saying. Keep checking that injury report, fellas.
No doubt about it. See you
All right,
soon,
JD,
man.
have a good time up there tonight.
See you guys.
Don't make him babysit you.
Oh,
He's
never.
got work to do.
This is not my first rodeo.
Couple things.
I've been in there with him.
Couple things. And I talked to Lubman about this.
I heard you. I wanted to grab you by the collar. Shut up and let the kid live his life. Dude, I did.
Okay. All I'm saying is, are you using your credential tonight?
I was like, are you the police?
Answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. Then there's rules.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Don't be asking any players for a picture.
Oh, no. Please
you
stop.
can't do that when you have a credential.
We saw
also,
Steph a few
no
times.
autographs.
Please.
No autographs.
I'm bringing a pen in case
There's
somebody
also
wants one for me.
No cheering in the press box. And then lastly, no drinking.
Oh, no. That's the hard part.
No drinking in the
But we're going to hit
press
something
box.
up after, Stoney. Yeah, Jay, downtown. Yeah.
I think our guy JD likes his knowledge about these two teams.
Dude, did he call it? He said some will act like it.
I got to do this. This is unbelievable. These are big games today, right?
Yeah.
These are the really big
I
games.
hate you found this.
Kyrie, not Kyrie. Well, that's coming next. But Kawhi Leonard, Clippers beat the Lakers in what many considered was the biggest game this year in the regular season. And Kawhi Leonard was asked about that. The game the other night against the Lakers. What a battle. Playoff positioning. Everything at stake. Here's Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi, I know every game you play against is an important game, but is this the most meaningful game you've played against the Lakers in the time you've been here?
I didn't feel that way.
just with everything it's like at stake in terms of the playoff season.
I didn't feel that way.
What way do you feel?
I didn't feel that way.
That is good. It's like you pour your heart out to somebody, and they're like, "I don't feel the way you feel."
So, but boy, these are big games tonight, right? The Mavericks.
He
are they
played
in
the
it?
whole fourth quarter.
Are the Mavericks?
They got to beat Chicago tonight.
Big one for the Mavericks.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
All-star guard Kyrie Irving and 4 key Dallas Mavericks role players will sit out Friday night against the Chicago Bulls, a game the Mavs must win to avoid being eliminated.
Kyrie,
the team announced late Friday morning that Irving, right foot injury, Tim Hardaway Jr., Josh Green, and everybody's favorite,
that's good.
Maxi Kleber.
Man.
Oh, I'm sorry. No Christian Wood either.
This
is a legacy game.
Oh,
boy, but these guys, they are scratching and clawing.
I'm gonna have when I have my first cocktail, it'll be with you when we're done. That'll be what I'm thinking about. That I care more than the players.
Yep.
That is weak ass. I feel sorry for Maverick fans. You got a game to take it to the last game of the season Sunday when the team you're chasing, OKC, plays Memphis, but you want to take your foot off the pedal. And that's why you
they have to
leave.
take their foot off the pedal because it's a right foot injury for
After
Kyrie Irving.
20-some points in, that one. Yeah.
Let me just all-star guard Kyrie Irving and 4 Dallas Mavericks.
Wow, Mark
role
Cuban,
players.
you got problems.
They're sitting out. Oh, but it is a game the Mavs must win.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Well, what are the Bulls going to do?
But hold on. They're must watch. Dallas has to be in. I mean, the NBA may fold if Dallas doesn't get in the play-in game.
I hope Kyrie leaves.
Can you
now.
imagine?
I want Mark. I'm mad at him.
Just admit you were wrong yesterday about the Mavericks. Nobody's itching for the Mavericks.
It's like me being in love and you telling me to fall out of love with the person. I love watching Kyrie play the game of basketball.
You're not going to see that tonight.
Oh, but his what do they call it? Your rating system.
Oh, what?
Your Q rating goes down. This you ain't heard.
All-star guard Kyrie Irving
All right,
and 4 key Dallas Mavericks. Biggest game of the year. Irving's going to sit. A little right foot. What did I say? Right foot soreness. Oh no, right foot injury recovery.
I didn't feel that way.
Yeah. You know.
Dude, next Saturday it starts.
What does?
The playoffs. Oh. We'll have the matchups when I see you Monday. No, we won't. We'll have the matchups Thursday, Wednesday, when? Because the play-in has to play out.
Yes.
When's that over? Thursday?
I believe Friday.
That's too
See,
wild.
this is where you that's not my strength.
Oh, it totally.
Why didn't you ask Dickinson? He's already got the times of the games
really
next
thought you
week.
had it, though. Yeah, no
Why
doubt.
would you ask Dickinson?
Evan is good at that, too. So we'll have something to talk about all week as we look forward to who the Warriors are going to play. But that may not affect them. Hopefully they're not in it, the Dubs.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to get on Goo, basically. Basically, he's afraid. He thinks the Suns are better than the Warriors.
I don't.
He says the Warriors
don't
are
concern
afraid.
me, Jack. Say
No,
it right.
you said the Warriors are afraid of him.
No, that was earlier this week.
You want the Suns now? If
Yeah,
you're
I'm
the
not
Warriors.
afraid. They don't. Their depth. Warriors have more depth than the Phoenix Suns. I'm telling you, Stoney. KD scares me. You could put GP2 on them.
By the way, Phoenix resting everybody under the sun tonight.
Now that
so
I
expect
understood.
the Lakers to win that game.
No doubt.
Under the Phoenix Sun.
That's damn.
That's a 0.
That is a 4 under the Phoenix Sun. That quick? You get it right.
I get it. I'm just trying to stretch because we're going to go to
People
break.
asking me, am I borrowing your gold sweater tonight? I said, no, I want to get in the building because I'm going to be in the media
There's going to be a lot of Warrior fans there.
Yeah, but I'm going to be in the media section, so you want to dress up a little bit.
Hey, obviously, we have one more segment, and then Willard and Dibbs will come in. What do you think Dibbs is mad about today?
You ask him. I dare you to ask him.
530 to Steiny and JD's podcast have a name. Yeah, I forget what it is. Warriors
this week.
Warriors this week. Boy, we went to the creativity bin for that one.
Look at you.
All right.
That Phoenix Suns was great, Evan.
I'm going to get to Nick and Vince on the other side. I'll tell you what. It's been a fun day.
No, a fun week.
Yeah, really.
Monte gave us some love
outside
earlier.
of Monday.
But I didn't know if it was a shot or love.
Warriors Weekly.
He said we've been on fire.
Oh, it's Warriors Weekly.
And we've been having fun.
We have, ever since you flew off the handle. Embarrass yourself.
Please. It wasn't about wrestling, though.
No, I know. It was about me. It was about
I'm
me
trying to,
and a secret, dark,
been great ever since.
hatred bubbling up from under the surface on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go out there and take the Celtics ass.
Hurry in during Ram Truck.
Happy birthday.
That boy whipping.
Happy birthday.
Hey, man, I wanted to call and tell y'all, man, y'all doing a great job, man. I've been listening, man. Y'all been tearing it up. Man, the Warriors are about to win another championship, man.
I think so.
I'm telling you right now, April 7th, I'm predicting the parade, man.
Wow.
You got Wiggins. Wiggins on his way back. He got something to prove. You know, the situations that he went through. That man is going to be on a mission. Plus, Gary Payton II. Plus, Shiska. Man, we got defense. And those shooters are going to shoot, man. We got snipers, man. They got shooters.
Yeah. That's Shaka. Even Fresca.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I forgot. Happy birthday, Shaka. Yeah. Blow that horn for me.
He's a real one, Steiny. If we ever get in trouble, we got to hit Shaka.
I like Shaka.
Berkeley's finest.
Shoot, I was going to say something. I forgot.
Well, you were mocking his DiVincenzo. I didn't appreciate that.
Well, you mispronounced it. It's all right. Steiny's such a troll for what?
Probably
you talking about 408.
Oh, about me saying how I feel about the who's playing tonight.
Oh.
Or it could be 100 other things.
He caught my, I think so.
Yeah.
Come on. 408. Admit it. You kind of like me. You like my 408? I see you're texting me right now. You kind of like me, don't you, 408? You like what I'm all about.
Guru took one for the team props. I wonder if he means the show.
I think he means
doing the show
being wrong about something.
Please.
At 888-957-9570. 408 sees me. I see you, too. I see you. 139-45 here at 95.
Yeah,
Chad Dillon. Why does he have you on?
Because we're friends.
You know, I have noticed.
I'm big in Portland, Stoney. Don't sleep on Goo in Portland. My feed blows up and he says they love you. Because I come with energy.
Sometimes too much.
That's what the wife says.
Does she?
Sometimes.
Does she ever tell you to settle down, seriously?
No, it's just I've zapped her love for sports.
Oh, thank you, 510. He's been kind of schnookering stuff all day, all week. 510. That you know what, 510. You always have a place on this show. A month ago, Guru said the Warriors are going to win the West.
Oh my God!
A week ago, Guru said the Lakers are going to win the West, and now today he's worried the Suns are going to win the West.
I took the Suns off the list because of their depth, and I told you that was my question for you. See, I'm following. I know what you're doing.
I'll do the Luka money.
I know what you're
Johnny
doing.
Manziel.
I know what you're doing. Not going to fall for it.
Our listeners are just.
They need what's the stuff?
They don't need anything.
Q-tip.
Your boy got schnookered.
Shout out Tribe Called Quest. I told you, Phoenix, they don't got enough bodies. I honestly believe that's going to bite them in the ass. So I'm not afraid of the Suns. It's Anthony Davis.
Who knows what you? Anybody know? Grant.
I bet
now you've been working with Goo.
Oh, Grandy,
how the hell do you know when he means something, when he doesn't, when he's saying something? When
this is slander now. You are. Go ahead, Grandy. You can answer.
He just reacts to new information.
Hey, Grandy, take a hike.
That's how you,
Grandy, with
that's
that
how
crap.
you stay married for 20 years. You watch stuff play out. One bad report card, then you get a good one.
925, I'm heading to Sacktown tonight. Hope I run into you, Goo. Now, Guru will run into you. Trust me. Guru goes looking for people.
Please. I'll take a walk. I'll see Slater. We'll chop it up. We played hoop together.
Guru will go. Yeah, let me tell you something. When you get to the Golden One Center tonight, Guru will be the guy talking in a loud voice about how he does a radio show.
You are just, and you know I'm not that guy. We used to do pre and post at Oracle, and I felt somebody looking at me. You would spy on how I'd make my rounds.
All right, let's take a break, and then we got the gentleman coming in for the changeover on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best.
guess what? And I just.
But
did you guys do this yet?
What's the matter?
You answering the questions?
Dibs was just doing it.
Oh,
I haven't done
many
it. I haven't
was
done
it?
it yet.
Yeah.
I haven't done it yet.
Thanks a
many
lot,
dibs?
Lucas and
What's
Evan.
the problem?
Way to remember, Evan. I got to do it after the show.
Why don't you do it next week?
That's
It's Friday.
why I told relax,
Come in early
though.
Monday.
Look
Because
at
look said, hey, either today or tomorrow. I thought.
Well, not tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Look at relax.
See, Evan at 1:48. Please have Lucas or Mark record the baseball questions we talked about with the Hegan.
Just relax.
Man, it's so good here. Why don't you be talent
these
for
guys are
once in
gonna
a
keep me
while?
We going to get one?
Why don't you be talent for once in a while? Be a diva. Tell them you're not coming till Monday. What the hell are they going to do?
Speaking
You know what?
my
It is
language.
unbelievable. Like,
What are you going to do about it?
And I noticed
What are
this
you
when
going to
I
do about
first.
it? Without you? I mean, although we almost did the last one without you because you look like you were 1 foot
No,
out
we
the door.
did it without him.
Yeah.
Take your bag off your shoulder this time.
Dude, that was
That's all I ask.
I just
don't
did
care
mine
when
with my
you do it.
backpack on.
Just
So.
take your bag off your shoulder, or just do it walking down Battery Street. Like just do it on the wall.
From the ship.
You ever do that?
I just did mine with my backpack on, but that's kind of my bit.
That's
so,
your thing.
Yeah, it's my thing.
Yeah.
In front of the
You're
lockers, too.
You're like our own personal Dora the Explorer of this radio
Thank
station.
you. Dibbly. And
backpack.
I'm off next week, so I had to make sure I knocked it out. Yeah. I'm off on paternity leave. And I heard you earlier talking about FMLA. And all y'all missed the boat. You should have a baby. Do yourselves a favor.
It's been a good
Have
trade-off,
baby.
right? Yeah.
Oh, it's been a great trade-off.
You get 1 week off.
Oh, yeah, you get 1 week?
And then you get
I'm
another.
sorry.
No, you get more than that. I'm saying
you get 8.
You get but
you get 8.
But you spread them out.
I took 3 up top,
But
and
you haven't slept in a year also. So
well, last night was might be too soon.
I mean,
last night my girl was up from 2:20 to 4:15.
Wow!
Come on,
not crying, but her new thing now is
keep your 8 weeks.
Is like she's working on her voice.
Yeah,
and she's got daddy's voice.
Wow,
the volume on this girl. My God, no words. Don't get me wrong. She's not like, oh boy, the Giants. How about Lamont Wade at first base? No, or she's not saying, I think that the Warriors want the Kings. Yeah. It is just screaming. Yeah. Screaming, that's all.
No babies for goo.
Yeah,
because you'd have to have sex.
That's what
I'm not yeah, slow for your boy.
No filter.
Man,
seriously.
I'm an open book.
That's why we
real quick, I'm being nosy. Who's in next week for dibs?
Larry.
Oh, all right.
Larry
all right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So make sure you wear your Larry Krueger YouTube shirt.
Wear your YouTube shirts. We're gonna
advertise it.
What about what you did to Whitey
Your
yesterday?
level of pandering is ridiculous.
What
happened?
We played Jock Pretty.
I was.
He won 2 in a row.
Way off the grid.
I'm driving home, and Dibs is just slaughtering the great Whitey Gleason.
Well, I had to put him in check.
Why? What happened?
Dibs, just take the L.
Two things.
But you were killing my
I took the L, and you took the bronze, so you are, again,
I don't want it, but
Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan.
You got to get better. I'm disappointed in you, Whitey. I text Whitey.
Final Jock Pretty, and I'll ask you. I'll give you the response, and we'll see if you get it. Because if you get it, that means that anybody can get it.
I am 1-0 in my Jock Pretty career.
This NBA team, currently sporting a different nickname, is the NBA champion to have the worst record in history at 48-34.
And they won it in 1979.
Right? Oh, he added that too.
I have the actual question. You want me to read it quickly?
Thank you, Grandy. Do it.
In 1978, this team, which now goes by a different name, claimed the NBA title despite winning only 44 regular season games, the lowest win total of any champion ever.
Who are the Seattle Supersonics?
Oh,
that's a good guess.
That's a great guess because
they won it the
guess.
They don't have a different name now.
Washington Bullets.
They've got no name.
They played each other back-to-back NBA finals. 78,
Wait, what
79.
year?
78,
yeah.
In fact, I got a great anecdote about that series.
Oh, God.
Involving Dennis Johnson.
No, you shared it yesterday.
Yeah.
And I had to
but
walk
Mark
out.
wasn't here.
Oh,
well, then he
was actually off the grid.
He can go to the Odyssey app if he gave a crap.
So
what happened was I chastised Whitey
the whole show, Mark.
It was not the whole show. You didn't listen to all 4 hours.
Every time I turned it on.
If you would have listened to all 4 hours, you would have heard the hard-hitting interview with Kareth Burt.
You have to understand what Jock Pretty means to this man. When he finds out that I'm going to miss a show, it takes, I've averaged 3.4 seconds for him to call the boss. Can we play Jock Pretty that day? Like, play it whenever you want. Why am I? Like, I've been aiming to ask you this. Why do I represent no Jock Pretty to you?
You don't.
So
when Whitey's in, then we do it. It's that simple. And now, if I'm out,
I would hope that you do it, but
We did.
I think in terms of content, I don't give a crap about if you're in or if you're out in terms of what we're doing. If Whitey's in, we're doing it. And the reason why I was mad yesterday, there were no incorrect answers, and Final Jockparty was too easy. Wow. That's all I was saying. He's better than that.
Wow.
It was a layup, even though you missed the layup.
Wow.
Jordan Poole.
Sounds like for a guy who loves refs, you're doing a lot of complaining.
No complaining.
I don't know.
I get no complaining.
Palms are up. Palms are up the whole show. Iguodala.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
I just try to keep it real, Mark.
I got an apology.
We know this about you.
Can I give out an apology?
Yeah.
Nobody in this room. But yesterday, you weren't here, Mark. Yesterday, I went at Tiger. I went at Tiger Woods. But you know what? Last night, and I was listening to a national show. They were going in on him. I pawed on him like, "What's going on? Look at his eyes and blah blah blah."
Tiger.
Tiger.
Hey, it's Tiger.
I saw that car and where it was at, and what he survived. Tiger's won the game of life. He's won the Masters of life.
Well,
to be alive. So I checked myself, and I told Steiny. He goes, "Did you know Dibbs had been to that locale where he wrecked?"
Oh yeah, many times.
Oh,
he was
many times.
Many
oh
times.
my goodness!
It's not far from where I used to live.
He was going 92 down a street where. I mean, you could go 45 or 50, but you're definitely be doing two hands on the wheel.
Yeah.
It's like a downhill sort of. There's no swerving. If you're going 45 or 50, you can navigate it. But if you're going 92, you got problems.
No chance.
90 and that,
so wait, what? But back up. What are we criticizing Tiger about? His golf?
Yeah, and him making the cut. And the bags under the eyes and the hair. Like, I'm just his person right now. He didn't look like, and I'm like, this dude's so...
Man, he's about to turn 50 years old.
And he should
I'm actually, 47.
He survived that wreck, Mark.
I'm younger than you, Mark.
And when I saw that car in that ravine, I'm like, dude, he's winning the game of life.
Well, I mean... and
then he goes, Dipley's been by that, where that's at.
Yeah, you'd have to...
So it's not going
many
92.
times.
I guess you'd have to have some sort of an expose interview with Tiger. I mean, yes, right? This guy's going to be a billionaire.
Yeah.
It feels like he's had 9 lives. Also feels like
I'm like a cat.
Yeah.
Like a tiger.
Been through a hell of a lot, though, that I wouldn't wish on anybody.
Yeah, right.
I mean... I don't know. Like, doesn't everything always? And I don't want to get all, psychology today, but everything always goes back to childhood for everybody.
Dibbs let us in
for
on his childhood.
Remember that?
Oh, he knows that.
And
yeah.
Tiger had a dad that put him in some tough spots.
Well, by tough spots, you mean he had me hit balls in the range while he was in the trailer with having extramarital relations.
Right. He was having coitus.
So,
exactly.
So,
Mark, I was hitting my 3-iron stinger while he was in there delivering his 4-iron stinger, and it wasn't with my mom.
Have I?
Sorry about that.
Do you know the story about the 78 and 79 finals?
Oh God!
Wow, that was an abrupt.
Don't you have to go?
I don't care what anybody says. I've repeated it, but it is unbelievable. I want you to just think of this.
I was 3.
1978.
I was 3 years old.
Night. 1978.
He left.
Seriously,
he's got too many walkouts.
Going to go answer some more.
He's going to get court-martialed next time.
I lay out constantly on this segment. Just give me a minute to repeat something.
You want us to all go? We can all follow.
1978.
Okay.
Sonics, Bullets.
Right.
NBA Finals. Dennis Johnson was a Seattle Supersonic. Game 7, he went 0 for 14 from the floor. Dennis Johnson, they lost 105-99. Sonics losing 7. He went 0 for 14 in Game 7. Next year, same 2 teams played each other. He was the finals MVP.
Okay.
Imagine that in this age of social media. Imagine Guru, like after the guy would go 0 for 14 in Game 7, he would have been written off. He would have been written off. And we're talking about Dennis Johnson, considered now one of the most clutch players in NBA history. But he went 0 for 14 in a Game 7. So stop jumping to conclusions about people after one game and stop making one game dictate what you think of somebody.
Never. I don't do that.
It's the whole Warrior season.
Exactly.
And it's that. And by the way, then you better just go live on a different planet. This is right. Like your toothpaste is all not just out of the tube; it's all over the sink. It just
it's overdue.
Listen, I've said this many times. If you want to the old barbershop debate of LeBron and Michael to me is boring as vanilla ice cream, but. The one thing that people never bring up in that debate that they should is what you just discussed. Michael played with no social media, and LeBron did.
No doubt.
LeBron James has played in a time where on each possession in the NBA Finals, he's either on Mount Rushmore or he's a weakling who passes at the wrong time.
Dallas Finals.
And on every possession, your legacy is on the line. I don't agree with it. I see what you're saying, Steiny, but like, there's no turning back on that.
I know.
There's no turning back.
It's just a damn shame.
Yeah.
I can't look at the good. Look at what guys can do.
Why are you so hot about something that happened 50 years ago?
I just think it's fascinating.
Okay.
It's fascinating that a guy...
I didn't know why that came up just now.
A guy goes 0 for 14 in the biggest game of his career. I mean, I don't know.
What did Kobe do in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against Boston when they won?
6 for 24.
Oh, man. 6 for 24.
But he played some hella D, though.
Oh, my God.
Didn't the winning team have like 79 or 80 points?
Artest was big.
What was the final? Yeah, he was.
Yes, he was.
And he was funny in the post game.
That dude he was.
He was funny, man.
Artest.
Yeah.
By the way,
Phil
Or
was,
Meta World Peace is the new name. I'm sorry, Rod. Yeah.
Phil was telepathically telling me, don't shoot the ball, but I shot the ball, and it went in. He was a nut job, man. What were you going to say, Steiny?
I forget.
I want to let you finish.
Oh, Guru.
Can there be anything without me when we talk to these?
I just talked about Dennis Johnson.
Yeah, but
without
then you bring it back to me.
No,
I would
tell them
say
what's going on in your life.
You guys inspired a lot of thought and actually a conversation.
That's what that's what you forgot.
Do you want to do the ID though first? Because I know you like that.
I threw out my thing.
You did? You still need a thing?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch and YouTube and the free Odyssey app.
Sounds like you spent all week trying to memorize that.
No, it was in the box.
Let's get to the nitty gritty.
Well,
Well, you sent us a text.
Not only did this lead to a conversation between me and the lovely Christy right before I left for work.
Christy.
She had to call on my way in and go, one of those, and another thing.
Oh, wow.
Right? But not that we were disagreeing, we weren't. But I was very fascinated by, and I came in the middle of it. I turned the car on, and you guys were knee deep in the Andrew Wiggins, and I gathered that maybe did you have a conversation with a female who said that this would two things: A woman would have been criticized for this, and B, a woman would never have done this in the first place.
More likely to plow through it,
right? Okay. And then you brought up Simone Biles, and
Naomi
Osaka.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Our girl did.
And I immediately thought, okay, those are interesting. And I texted both you guys, and I said, now, if those two were criticized, does that mean that the next one, Andrew Wiggins in this case, is supposed to be criticized? Or could Andrew allow us to go back in time and reevaluate whether or not those should be criticized? So I'm driving over to Christy's house, and I'm thinking, man, I text you from her driveway. And then I go in, and I bring it out. I say, what do you think? You are a female. Yeah. What do you think about this? And she says, you know what's different about these two? Because she didn't necessarily, obviously, she didn't hear the conversation at all. I think she's P2. Anyway.
I've never heard that one.
She says, what's different about this and what the Warriors did an amazing job of, Osaka and Simone Biles both told everybody what the reason was that they were out. Andrew never did. The Warriors never did. Bob Myers at a press conference looked at media members and said, I think some of you actually know, and I want to thank you for not telling. Shams has come out with a tweet, and I think we all sort of only maybe kind of believe it, because we've all blown it off as if it's not really the whole story.
You preaching.
Yet, we've gotten to a point where we're not really asking for the story anymore.
Correct.
And when Kareth Burke had the final question, Andrew, you're here. What happened? He said, I will keep that between me and my family. And that is a wrap. And that's the end. And therefore, we don't even know if mental health was at the center of this.
Yeah, sure.
We don't
Sure.
know. We don't know, and the Warriors deserve actually some credit here for running a tight ship.
It's not a wrap.
Why are you
Because you're trying to put a bow on a present that has not been wrapped up. For you to say it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's done for you. Do you think it's done for every single person who gives a crap about the association?
No.
So there you go.
But that is actually a negative slant on our society.
But that doesn't mean that it's not a rap.
But it is, because they're never going to tell you.
Well,
you're never going to know.
So
and the curiosity killed the cat, and you're just going to have to eat that. All of you who need to know, you don't.
I don't need to know.
No.
And that's your opinion. And I would imagine
that's not my opinion.
It is your opinion.
Andrew said it with his own words.
Is Andrew the only one who knows why he was gone?
I mean, he's the only one who can really, really speak on it. Yeah.
Well, he's not. If his dad was sick, then his dad's illness would be something that his dad could actually speak to. Or if it's the other thing with maybe his significant other, she could come out someday and say, hey, all that was true, and that.
But they could speak to what Andrew's actually feeling?
No, but they could speak to why he was gone, and that's,
And
the idea that this is a rap, to me, is a laughable notion. And what you said about Simone Biles and Naomi Osaka is interesting. And I do find it fascinating, exciting what you talked about in terms of the female perspective, because, Naomi Osaka was very transparent with why she was stepping away. And yet she still got criticized by a ton of people, mostly men. And Simone Biles, I would defy anybody out there. 99.999% of us would never even think about doing one time what she does 1,000 times a day, which is run full speed, jump off a trampoline, hit a beam, do 2 flips, and try to land on your feet.
Light the beam.
And when she talks about having vertigo and everyone criticizing her for being a quitter and all the rest of it, that's nonsense.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's not even the concept of what I'm talking about here. I'm reacting to their conversation.
Yeah.
And whatever these females said to you. And simply presenting that here is one aspect of this, and we're only talking about in the moment, so this isn't an opinion, it's a fact. This is a tweak on what is different from those situations and this one.
Sure. Okay.
I got to go, and that's important.
All right.
That's important.
And let us know if you heard the part where they also were basically calling Wiggins soft because they said it's a double standard. Had that been a woman, she wouldn't have been allotted that time away from the team.
No. That's not what they were saying. They were not saying it's not about time allotment. It's about a woman being less likely to utilize that as much as a man.
Okay. And I would tell them, Mark, before you go, that's your prerogative. Just like Angel Reese, that if she took something offensive, nobody can make her feel any differently. But why would those TNS, the women I like, why would they look at, because I called them haters in a sense of, why are you going to look at a guy that got clearance from his job that allowed him to go handle whatever he handled, and TNS, his friends, look at it like, well, if it was a woman, they would, like, you're being soft. Come back, Andrew. That's where I would say, ladies, you're not being fair.
If it led to them saying Andrew's soft, that's an awful opinion.
No, that's what it did.
An awful opinion.
That's what they said.
Because what they're basically saying is, and whether or not a female, I mean, obviously we're being really broad with our brush right here, but if a female is going to power through that, I would more say, okay, I'm going to congratulate your effort rather than switch it to criticize Andrews. You shouldn't have to power through this.
You're right.
You should have the time that you need, no matter your sex, no matter your job, no matter what. So I'm not going to lead anything down the road of now we're going to call Andrew soft because
but we're not there.
Right.
Like, we're not there as a
society.
Were they doing
that?
Yeah. Yes.
And so
let me tell you.
Give it to him, Steiny. Like he gave it to me.
Wiggins' name comes up, okay? And T starts shaking her head. She's incredulous. And then we say, well, Mitchell Wiggins, his dad, looks like he might have been sick. And we're aware of the other stuff. Okay, let's just let it there.
Okay.
We're aware of the other stuff. And I'm saying, God, the other stuff, man, if that happened, could you imagine? And I was blown away by both of them saying, I don't care. Like, I don't care. And I was like, well, even if it was this or that or
that's
this.
Them. That's right. That's them.
That's right.
And that's great. And that's fine.
No
and I'm
doubt
certainly
about
not here to talk about the unfairness that society has created for the female cat. I will honor that. But whatever their decision is individually, whatever they feel they need to do, That's what we need to attack as a group.
I agree.
Not Andrew.
But you're going to have to.
Lord.
You're going to have to. You're going to have to retrain people.
Well, sure.
Because look, the bottom line is, soft could now be. He's not soft. He's actually strong because he dealt with it. You know what I mean?
Well, also the very core of this, though, at the very core of this is that we still do not know what happened. And the reason when so many of this conversation that we've had 15 different ways in the last 4 weeks about do we owe an answer? Should he give an answer? Will he give an answer? All these angles we take on it. The reason, in my opinion, for a private person like him, that they decided, no, we're not going to talk about it, is because as soon as you do talk about it, here comes the judgment.
Okay, right.
And that's what happened to Simone. And that's what happened to Naomi.
Well, that's what happened to Andrew.
And it shouldn't.
When they outed him for the vaccine. It's exactly what happened to him the same way. Yes, exactly. Exactly what happened to him. They let it be known that he didn't want to take the vax, and it would have been known anyway because he wouldn't have been able to play. And so because of that, he felt violated, and he said as much. So because of that, they were even more extraordinarily private with his situation. And to your conversation about women, men, it all depends industry to industry. Because if you're in a high-level sales situation...
These are big-time execs, Dibs, both of the women.
Right.
Yeah, so
professional.
They're just initials.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Okay, right. And I had to beg for him to reset the topic because I came in late. But it varies business to business. If you're in a high-leverage sales environment, they might be less tolerant of you as a man, a woman, non-binary, etc. And if he's at the Warriors, he's going to be treated differently than if he was with, the Dallas Mavericks, or if he was with the Dallas Cowboys or whatever other organization. It's different. I think more than it's man and woman, it's different organization to organization.
Yeah, and we can throw in race in here, too. There's a double standard. It's not right. We could talk about race, gender. I get that, Mark. My whole point was you said we need to know. I'm at a point I wanted to know. My thing is Andrew Wiggins, his employer, had his back. Totally. He left, came back, and I would tell these two women, your points are valid, but to set it at the doorstep that he's soft and he should power through it and come back sooner, Steiny, that's where the haterade
maybe there's a pressure that they feel.
No, I can't take
and
that.
if they were in the same position,
no, that's fair.
And they wouldn't be able to they go la-di-da, I'll see you in 10 weeks.
Right. That's fair. And that's totally fair.
And that's all the far I'm going. That's all the further I'm going.
And to Dib's point, that's corporation to corporation. And yes, it is, as I said, I will completely honor the path that has unfortunately been created for women, for minorities, all of that. However, if we're also going to paint with a broad brush, couldn't I simply respond for the sake of discussion for your two females and say, isn't it more often than not that a female is going to feel comfortable and the need to talk about it? Is this not the stereotype that is used in stand-up comedy all the time in relationships? The female wants to talk about it.
Great point.
The guy wants to go down into a bunker, turn the TV on, and grab a beer. Andrew doesn't need to talk about this. That's how he's wired.
I hear you,
right?
But I also think, I get the stereotype about women, but I actually think, at least I think sometimes women can compartmentalize things much better than men. Like if I get into a fight with somebody, it's hard to not bring it in.
Well, we're radio people. We talk about it. But a lot of guys, Andrew Wiggins would not be good at our job. He'd be awful.
Right, no doubt.
That's true.
Be awful at it. So it's I would actually back the whole thing up. I'm totally uncomfortable with this, like, well, women do this and men do that.
Yeah.
And
they
black
felt
people
how they
do
felt
this,
it was valid,
white
but
people
I was
do
just
that. And
Steiny,
it's just like
man, you know, to say he should soft, it should come back and power through. I'm not. I was like, whoa, that's heavy.
I'm not cool with that, especially without knowing what he's been through. Everybody's going through something.
Here's the other thing. I think I probably got 80% of it right. Like, if they were here, those two women, they could probably clarify some stuff that I'm unable to.
I'm sure. All right. Do y'all know where I was yesterday?
You set off the grid. That's all. We let it go.
Wasn't sick.
We respect your privacy.
Wasn't on vacation. Am I soft?
What about me Tuesday?
We only have your track
Did you know
record
where
to go
I was?
by.
Well, Disney.
I know.
You're
right.
off one day a week.
I know.
So
This guy's leads the league.
I know.
Every week we
I
have to
know
judge
you
what
were
you're,
now,
what you're doing.
Or
so.
I got COVID.
I know where you were.
Starting to buy.
And we have your back.
Yeah.
And the
right
listeners,
on.
if we here at 95.7 The Game,
Yeah,
if it's
all
good
day,
enough
baby.
for us,
I love my
should be
job.
good
I
enough
love
for
you
all
guys.
of you, right?
That's why I hate that you're off, but I
Yeah.
know you need to be off. I love Larry, but I love you.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's,
I'll see you in a week.
The construct is such to where, Steiny's able to take a week and Bonte can go to Europe and you can have multiple root canals and I can do what I need to do and he can do what he needs to do. So for any of us to judge anybody else
I hate that.
for whatever, what you did Tuesday,
Yeah.
for me to look at what you did Tuesday
Now,
versus
you'd be a
what
hater, Dibs. You would be a hater. Have you ever worked
No,
with?
no,
have you ever
go
worked
ahead.
with somebody
No, go
that
ahead.
said?
No, you finished my thought better than I could.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you nailed that. No, that's great.
That's the
No,
rapper
I'm
in
done.
me. Yeah, I was
I'm
trying
done.
to get
That's
to the
good.
mic.
It's
I
good.
didn't-
No,
I
you're
thought
right.
you were finished.
Have a good weekend, boys.
Well, I'm still on the mic.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy.
There'll be brighter days ahead. Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There until you grab. How you doing, Mark?
Well, I'm doing great.
All right.
We're not doing
How
this,
rude
y'all.
can you be, man? You don't scare me.
No, nobody should. Nothing
but you
should
don't
be scared.
scare me. I didn't do that on purpose.
Of course you
Quit throwing
didn't.
temper tantrums like you're 6 years old. But you want to tell me what I'm doing and how many days I'm missing. I love you, Mark.
It's the all-new Willard and Guru
Yeah,
show.
no
Is
doubt.
that
No
Dibs,
doubt.
get
like,
in
come
here.
on, you ain't Tupac.
What is honestly? What are we doing? I'm not doing
have
this
no
on a
idea.
Friday.
I have no idea.
I'm not doing this on a Friday.
It's 2:15.
Get in here.
I'm gonna say bye to you, Will,
All right,
so
brother.
you can get in. I
All
love
right,
you.
brother. All right, love you. Have a good weekend, man. Have a good weekend. All right, Bob Costas is coming on in 15 minutes. Lucas, throw me some papers when you get a chance, and Dan Dibley is going to be in here in a moment when he feels like it. Apparently, okay. I have no. We good. Get on over here. This Warriors Kings game tonight is actually where I want to start. That's exactly where I want to start because Costas will be in here in about 15. We got all kinds of stuff to get to with him. Oh, is that my phone? Thank you, sir. Boy, things got discombobulated in a hurry, didn't they? Thank you, Steiny. I appreciate you. But we'll get to all of that. The Masters as well. We'll be live at Augusta in exactly 1 hour. That is the case as well. But we're leading you up to Kings and Warriors tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. And this one is different. Not because of all the obvious stuff. Not because of the fact that it's the Warriors and the Kings and the Warriors need it and all of that. I want to get into today the dynamics. That's it. The dynamics between the Warriors fan base, the Kings fan base, Mike Brown, Steve Kerr, who's a step ahead of who in how the Kings play this one tonight. Because to me, there is messaging that is spilling out all over the place with the games people play, the games the Kings are playing, because it is my firm belief, all you have to do, and this is true in sports a lot of the time, all you have to do is let Vegas guide you. I don't mean you need to be a gambler, but the information flows through Las Vegas, Nevada first. Always follow the money. And Vegas is telling you that the Kings are going to tank the basketball game tonight. The Warriors are favored by almost 10 points. A road team that's only won 9 games all year. Vegas is telling you that the Kings are about to tank this game, which is perfect because the Warriors and everyone else in the nation all year long have flicked the Kings. I have called them adorable for the better part of 4 weeks. Everybody's disrespecting the Kings. Well, now the Warriors, if this series happens, the Warriors get to go into this series also feeling disrespected because tonight the Sacramento Kings are telling the Warriors, we want you. we want to play you. And I would simply submit to the Kings, be careful what you wish for.
Sure, because they have, a number of guys are listed as questionable, and it looks like they're not going to play any of their top 5 or their top 6. And
8.
So the Warriors win, and then if the things break their way, then they don't have to play anybody against Portland, and they can wind up and they can end up playing their way into the 6 because that's what the Warriors want. And maybe the Kings want the Warriors to be duped into trying to be the 5, but if the Warriors win tonight, they have a chance to control their destiny and avoid the 5 and be the 6.
I think that this is a mistake on the part of Mike Brown. I understand the competitive angle to this. Maybe they don't want to show the Warriors something. Maybe he's saying, maybe this is a closeted compliment. By the way, maybe Vegas is wrong. Maybe they're all playing. They're just all listed as questionable, and the spread is telling you that there's a reason that they're all listed as questionable, which is that they're going to sit this game out, at least a number of them. Maybe this is Mike Brown's way of saying the Warriors are super smart, and I don't want them to see anything a week before we play them in a playoff series. That's a closeted compliment. Or maybe it is that they want the Warriors, because the Warriors are what? They're a bad defensive team.
Right.
And if I'm the Sacramento Kings, that's who I want. I want the Warriors. I don't want the Clippers or the Lakers. And I think that is exactly what you don't do to this particular team. The one strength the Warriors have is they react when they feel like you've tried to shove them aside. They're down by 20 in the first half. They come out. Steph's got the look in his eye. Draymond starts barking at people. Next thing you know, they blow someone out by 30 in the second half and win the basketball game. They've done this all year long. The only thing you need, your way to beat the Warriors is to not wake them up. And I think tonight the Kings are waking them up.
But they're already awake, I mean, to that point. But I think that if Sacramento does lay down like it seems like they are, and the Warriors are favored by 9, and the Warriors go out and they beat Sacramento, I don't know if Sacramento benefits by holding back anything that the Warriors wouldn't have seen already on tape. This is the part of it that Whitey and I were talking about yesterday that I don't really understand, because the NBA is different than the NFL, where in the NFL, maybe you've got a package of plays that you haven't really shown that, you don't want to show a team if you play them in week 17. In the NBA, you've shown everything already on tape over 80 games. So what is there that you're holding back that you don't want the Warriors to see tonight in a game that might be a preview of what's to come next week?
I don't know. They got another game on Sunday.
Right.
Are you sitting that one out?
Well, the Kings are landlocked, right? The Kings are set at 3.
Not really. Technically, they can still go be the 2.
They still, yeah, okay.
They can still go be the 2. I mean, probably
They would
not.
need 2 wins and some help, right?
They would need 2 wins and 2 Grizzlies losses.
Right.
So, but they're playing again on Sunday. Are you sitting everybody? Are you going to take a full week and a half off before you start the playoffs? Is that the plan? Or did you specifically choose this game to sit everyone out? Like, that's the next question on this one.
Yeah.
If you're going to sit everybody out against the Warriors, what are you doing on Sunday at Denver? I know I would pick that one to sit out for multiple reasons. It's in Denver. That's at altitude. That's all of those things. That's that road environment that you don't want, right? So if you're just resting, why are you resting against the Warriors? Is that strategic, or is it emotional, or maybe some of both?
Right. It might be some of both. And, you look at what Denver's done, and Denver sat everybody last night, and then they lost to Phoenix. And that's a case where, Michael Malone is maybe being strategic, and he's also, thinking about the fact that he wants to rest guys ahead of the playoffs, but Denver's not playing well right now. So Sacramento is flirting with that same thing in terms of, okay, yeah, you sit guys tonight, and maybe you sit them also against Denver, and you lose both, and then you go into the playoffs with no momentum, and you're already a team without much playoff experience. So it's a risky proposition either way, because if you play your guys, and God forbid somebody goes out and gets hurt, or they got to play extra minutes and they go in tired, although there should be no fatigue. If you get done with the regular season on Sunday and you don't start the playoffs until Saturday at the earliest, that would be a full 6 days, 5 days off until you have to play again. So why would fatigue be a factor? If you are afraid of injury, that's one thing. And if you're trying to be strategic about not showing something, that's entirely another thing.
The whole thing actually rubs me a little bit the wrong way. I think that this is talking about toothpaste being out of the tube.
Yeah.
The way NBA teams approach the playoff battle is out of the tube. We're not going to get it back in the tube, and we're not going to get stars playing 80 to 82 games in a season. But it's interesting. We just got off of a changeover where the subject matter ended up being conversations Steiny had with two people out of the office that led to questions about Andrew Wiggins being soft. So let me get this straight. It's an NBA season where LeBron James and Anthony Davis are barred from playing games on back-to-back nights. Kawhi Leonard hasn't done it in years. The Golden State Warriors have kicked games that they just feel like are a little bit too much on the road. The Kings, in a game that I would imagine all of those light the beamers in Sacramento at Golden One tonight, there are probably some of them already in bars and restaurants sitting nearby. They have circled this one. They have bought this ticket. They are ready to go against Big Brother in a way that has never happened before between these two teams. In the history of the association in these two cities, it's never happened before. And the Kings are flirting with going, we'll show up next week.
Yeah.
And Wiggins is soft? Wiggins is soft because he's got life? The whole NBA is acting soft with the way that they've approached their jobs in all kinds of ways that have nothing to do with Andrew Wiggins and Ja Morant and real life stuff that happens on a personal level with these human beings. I would be way more put off by that than Andrew Wiggins dealing with a family situation.
Well, you could look at all of us in society, and we're all soft then. If you want to carry it all the way out to everyone, my dad missed one day of work in 35 years on the job, and his job was carrying heavy industrial linens, 80-pound bags of laundry from restaurants and all the rest of it. He missed one day. And it was the day that he broke his foot. And he broke his foot, and he missed the next day because he had to go to the doctor, and he went back to work the day after that with the broken foot.
Did the broken foot happen at work?
Yeah, it happened at work. And he finished out the day. And, that's just the way it went.
No workers' comp?
You didn't miss work. Whatever. There might have been workers' comp, whatever. He wasn't about that life.
Right.
To your point about soft, and we looked at the association last year, 5 guys played every single game for their team, including Kevon Looney. So, yeah, if you want to use the soft lens, you can look at it for everyone in the NBA. You can look at anyone in Major League Baseball, even in the NFL, guys who don't play the way that Conrad Dobler used to play and Dick Butkus and all the rest of it. So, yeah, it's all relative in terms of who's soft and who's not. And you can judge whoever you want to judge through whatever lens you want to judge. Ultimately, individually, you got to do what's best for you.
We got delays out at the Masters as Tiger tries to come down the stretch. As you said, Bob Costas joining us in just about 5 minutes, and we are headed toward Warrior basketball. And whether the Kings show up or not, it is a game where the Warriors have got to score more points than the other team, or bad things can start to happen. That is what's on the table this afternoon. There's some interesting 49er stuff to get into as well. I got a Kyle Shanahan question that we have got to get to today. So all of that is on the table on a very good Friday. Glad you're with us. Warriors in Sacramento tonight. Warriors Live will start at 6. It's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Bob Costas next on Willard and Dibs.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can't wait to talk to Bob Costas because there's a tone problem. There is a complete tone problem. We're streaming live, by the way, on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. That's where you can watch us live and see everything that's happening up here in this studio, right here on these cameras. Like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. One of the things I want to ask Bob right out of the gate, and to me, this is a problem for baseball, similar to the way we talk about load management in basketball, and a lot of us agree, like, I don't know what the fix to it is. You can't make the players play. They're not 7 years old. You can't make them eat their broccoli.
Nice.
You can't do that. So what's the fix? Same thing with baseball. When we talk about baseball, it feels like the immediate questions and the tone are always about words like boring. They're always words like younger people. We're trying to get the younger people involved. Now they're tweaking the rules, and all of it is for you. Let the kids play, all of this. And so how do you change the tone? Because when an NFL game's about to happen, I don't hear everybody sitting, okay, let's talk about the function. Where should we do this? How should we do that? It's just like, man, I'm going to sit back, kick my feet up, and enjoy the hell out of these next 3.5 hours. And that's what I don't hear enough of when it comes to baseball. And I feel like basketball's next. There's too much talk about the function of it and not enough talk about just, like, enjoy the game.
Right, and it's not so much about the length of the game with basketball. It's more about the officials, right, and the referees. And I think football's in the same place in terms of the only criticism we have of football, too many flags, too much time with the referees involved.
I wonder what everybody, and by the way, Bob Costas needs a few minutes, so he'll be about 10, 15 more minutes away, and then we'll chat with Bob, and then we're going to go live to Augusta at about 3:15. 888-957-9570. And I wonder what some of you might even say about that. I wonder what some of you might say about the idea of, hey, there's a baseball game, and immediately your mind, it goes somewhere else. It's all about, oh, we got rules changes, and now we've got, like, literally there's a clock that we're staring at on the screen. We're watching a clock, and where are people's feet when there's the clock and
eye contact?
My God, right?
Yeah.
Like the Tim Anderson. You and I just watched John Boy do a breakdown of the Logan Webb Tim Anderson thing in Chicago the other day, and it was hysterical. And it all comes down to now where your feet are, and did Tim Anderson and Logan Webb's lock eyes before Logan went into emotion? Like, all of this stuff is all about functionality. That's not fun. That's functionality.
Right.
I don't know. There's an NFL game. Where's Garoppolo's foot? I don't know. I've got nachos and I'm screaming in a fantasy league, and it's just fun. And I don't know how you just turnkey do that, but that's the way it used to be. It's the way it used to be with every sport.
It's interesting you use that word, because in football, we do talk about things that are functionality based, like the roughing the passer is a great example, where if a guy accidentally grazes the helmet of a QB, that's a flag. Or if he goes to tackle him and he puts his body weight on him, that to me is like the functionality of the actual football is tackle the guy with the football. But now we have to worry about, how do you tackle a guy? So I think that is an offshoot of what you're talking about in terms of what we think is wrong with football.
Well, I guess my point would be on that. Sure, there's always going to be things that we complain about, from a ref to an umpire, whatever. There's always going to be calls that we don't like, rules changes in the NFL. But when there's a football game, I don't sit down and go, okay, let me see about the things they've done and how they lead to my enjoyment. Right. Doesn't it feel like in baseball we're like test puppets right now? Like, we're just sitting here going, okay, there's shortstop is back where he's supposed to stand. We got a clock. Where are Tyro Estrada's feet? And is the pitcher, did they make eye contact? And then, does this lead to my enjoyment? Oh, there's a runner at second in the 10th inning. Am I enjoying this or am I not enjoying it? Instead of just, like, enjoy it. Like, just, it needs to be organic. A football game, I'm not thinking. I'm just watching.
If I asked you what the average time of game was this year in the NFL, you probably could guess, but it wouldn't have an impact on how much you enjoyed the game.
Yeah, like I don't care would be my answer.
An NBA game, same thing. Do NBA games last 2 hours and 20? Is it 2:35? It's 48 minutes, we know that, and it moves, the clock runs, and you're done, and you're in and out. Baseball, it feels like this year, how much do I enjoy the game is tied a lot to how long the game is, and it really shouldn't be that way. If you love baseball and you love 9 innings and 3 outs per inning, 3 outs per team, and 9 guys in the field and all the rest of it, it doesn't matter if it's 3 hours and 8 or 2 hours and 36.
Right. Well, and I guess, I mean, the two things are loosely tied. I've always thought it's never about time of game. It's what you're doing during the time that I'm here.
Right.
I got plenty of time for 3 hours and 15 minutes if it's moving. The problem is when baseball goes 3 hours and 15 minutes, it's not always moving. I do think that all of the positivity that we're getting in baseball right now in terms of, oh, the games are 2 hours and 33 minutes, and this is great. I think there's going to be a pushback when the games start to matter. I think when we get to September and October, you don't want 2 hours and 33 minutes. You don't want the Mariano Rivera moments of the world sped up.
Right.
We talked about it in the World Baseball Classic when Ohtani was facing Trout. You wanted that moment to slow down. Every pitch would have been a violation. Every pitch would have been a violation in that at-bat because the whole thing slowed down. So when we get to playoff baseball, I don't know if they're going to tweak the rules a little bit in the playoffs. Maybe they will. I still think that runner at second in the 10th inning thing, they don't do that in the playoffs, right?
Right.
Is it just regular extra innings?
I believe so.
So maybe they've got a different rule for the playoffs. I don't know how they'll play it, but I think that if it feels rushed in the playoffs, I don't think people are going to like it as much as they do right now.
Even like when it feels rushed in the last 2 innings of a game, can we go to a time where we turn the clock off in the 8th inning? If the game is within, 3 runs or 4 runs, we turn the clock off in the 8th, or we turn the clock off in the 9th inning. That way, what you're talking about, those moments, because that's what we all remember. The great moments are 3-2, bottom of the 9th, second and third, and so is up. Can they get a hit? Because a base hit scores 2 and we win, and if he gets out, we lose. There's no sac fly, there's 2 outs, this is the moment. And those moments we don't necessarily want sped up. So I think that baseball, as this evolution goes on, they'll get to a point where they turn the clock off in the 9th, maybe in the 8th and the 9th. That way those moments that are so dramatic can still live the way they need to live.
I wonder, for instance, because the clocks are in places that I think some people don't even know yet. Like, remember when Romo got the violation in the Bay Bridge series, right? And part of that was just how long it took him to get to the mound and get started. It wasn't about the actual batter. I think he started with a 2-0 count because he didn't get himself to the mound in time and warmed up and ready to go. I'm not even totally familiar with the rule.
Yeah.
But I do know that in that moment I felt like, hey, how about a little awareness here? It's preseason. Sergio's not actually on the team. This is a moment for the fans. Just step back and get out of the way. It's funny that Diaz of the Mets got hurt. I mean, not funny, but it's coincidental, I guess, that he got hurt because what would have happened? And if you've never seen a Diaz entrance for the New York Mets, their closer, where horns are coming out and people are riding horseback, there's all kinds of stuff going on. Would that have been illegal? Because if it was, my God, what a mistake you're making.
Right.
You're taking.
So by the time the horns are done, it's a 2-0 count.
Right.
By the time he gets to the mound.
In a 1-run game.
Right, exactly.
Potentially with a runner at second base already.
Exactly, because it's the 10th.
So I don't know. I don't know where you find. I don't know. I don't know where you find that sort of exception, but I do think we're going to get there. And so what happens is it's interesting. In an effort to make things more entertaining, I think sometimes we end up forgetting that we're trying to entertain. I know that sounds weird, but even take the NBA now. Let's go back to the Warriors-Kings game tonight. I want the Warriors. I'm a fan, and I will ride with this victory, even if they beat 5 guys named Mitch. I have no idea who's playing tonight, but if the Warriors win, that's good. I'll take it. But the human in me is like, don't take this from us. Don't take all the good players out of here, because they would say, why? Why are we doing that? Well, to protect the playoffs, which are for the fan. But in the process of protecting the effort to please the fans, you're taking something away from the fans.
Right. And is this the biggest game ever in the regular season? And they've never faced in the playoffs. So is this the biggest game ever between the Kings and the Warriors?
I mean,
could it be?
There's the most on the line, I think.
Right. In terms of, the Warriors win and they're looking pretty damn good for a top 6 and a playoff berth. And if the Kings win, they still could be the 2 and they would have momentum going into a possible playoff series. This game should be massive. It should be a clash of the Titans, yet the Kings might sit everyone, and if the Warriors go up 74-41 at the half, then you probably won't see Steph and the fellas in the second half.
I mean, the whole thing. You would think after all of these years, the Sacramento Kings, even if they don't care about their own standing, you'd think they'd be excited to knock the Warriors out. The Giants and Dodgers have tons of these examples through the years, where one of the teams is out and they will run around like children at a playground to try to knock the other one out of the playoffs. Steve Finley, Joe Morgan, go through history.
Brian Johnson.
Huge home runs where one team that had nothing to do with the playoffs knocked a team down that had a playoff chance, and they celebrate like it's Christmas. So where is that? If the Kings do, and I don't know that they're going to sit there, but if they do, that would be my first question for Mike Brown tonight. Or if somebody has a chance to talk to De'Aaron Fox, if he sits. I know De'Aaron Fox didn't grow up with this rivalry. I don't even know if it's a rivalry. It's not. It's just a geographic thing between fans. And if it's about the fans, then make it about the fans. How can the Kings have this opportunity for the first time in their history and punt? How can they do that?
It's for the betterment of their playoff chances, Mark.
Is it?
And that's what load management does. So you load manage them tonight, and then maybe you play your guys just a little bit on Sunday just to get them sharp for the playoffs. But you're probably going to be the 3 seed no matter what, unless Memphis loses 2 and you win 2. So if you're the Kings and you're looking at it like, we're the 3 seed, what's the point? We're landlocked. Then it doesn't matter who you're playing. Even though I'm with you, it would mean a lot, I think, to Sacramento Kings fans to knock the Warriors down a peg and maybe knock them into the play-in. Kings fans would love that. But the ownership and the strength and conditioning staff, they're not thinking about it in terms of what's best for the fan base.
No, they're not. But maybe they should be thinking about it in terms of what's best for them.
Agreed.
There's that too. I mean, maybe I'm being biased here. You tell me. Am I being biased? If I'm the Kings, I don't want the Warriors. I want the Warriors. Is that what you're telling me, Kings? You want Steph Curry in your building? You made the playoffs for the first time in 16 years? And that's who you want? You want the defending champs? And I know Kings fans are listening. Yeah, that's your ego.
Kings fans,
Tap it down. Tap it down. No, you don't.
Do you want the Lakers, though?
I mean, I'd want the Clippers.
Yeah.
That's who I'd want. I don't know how you concoct that, but I would want the Lakers more than the Warriors. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
No, I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, the Lakers are scary. And if you're a longtime Kings fan, you've got PTSD from the early 2000s when they snatched the Western Conference Championship from your clutches.
They're the defending champs, man.
Agreed. 4-time champs.
And they're healthy for maybe the first time all year. I remember the last time I uttered that statement. It was last year, the first week of April. Oh my gosh, look, they're healthy for the first time all year. Championship. You can't. I understand where the Kings are at. There's an ego thing there. You've been squashing us. I guess Harrison Barnes acknowledged that, we've heard Draymond say some things, and okay, so that's what you want. You worked 16 years to get to this moment, and right from the jump, you want the GSW hoop.
The champs.
You're sure about that? That's what you want. if that's what you're telling me, then yeah, you can make that happen. Or you can at least give it a shove in the right direction. That's wild to me. That's wild to me if that's what they actually want.
But maybe they don't want that as much as they want to make sure that they're healthy and make sure that they're whole as they go into the playoffs. So if you lay down to the Warriors and the Warriors win, the Warriors have a better chance of jumping up to 5 than the Warriors do if they lose this game. If the Warriors lose, I don't think that they can be the 5 seed. So if you're the Kings, maybe you think we rest our guys and we let the Warriors win, quote unquote, thereby avoiding the Warriors in that first round.
By the way, quick update. Bob Costas is going to come on. We're going to do it at 3. So nice. Bob Costas in 10 minutes. We will hang with a broadcasting legend right around the corner. Yeah, I like load management. Protect your guys. Keep them healthy. I would love to sit down with some people who do this stuff. Celebrini, like I'd love to sit down for a real in-depth conversation and tell me the data that shows that this works. If we even go through some of the injuries that have maybe been some of the most famous ones in recent Warrior history, how many of them even happened in games?
Wow.
Klay Thompson's didn't.
Well, the first one did.
The second one didn't.
Right. It was in a game, but it was in a pickup game.
When did Wiggins' adductor strain happen?
Yeah, probably not during a game.
When did GP2's adductor midsection? When did that happen? Because he barely played this year.
Yeah.
When did that happen? So this idea that we won't play and that protects our guys, I feel like you're just as likely to go get hurt at practice tomorrow, number one.
Interesting.
And number two, my other data point, and again, this isn't like I haven't studied this, but it feels like most of the guys who load manage have also gotten hurt this year. So are you really protecting yourself? Is it helping? Steph Curry hurt twice this year.
Right.
LeBron James, significant time. Kawhi, Paul George, see you later. Anthony Davis.
Clay has not been hurt, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Even though they've load managed him in back-to-backs.
AD, bye-bye all the time, right? Zion Williamson, see you later. Kyrie Irving, Luka,
yeah.
All the Minnesota Wolves, everybody, everybody, right? I don't know what's your proof that this is working?
Right.
How are you protecting guys? Because it's not working. They're all getting hurt anyway.
It's an interesting question, and I would love to listen to your podcast with Rick Celebrini in a long-form fashion about...
It's going to be a good one.
No, it'll be great, because it's really... I don't think we have the data yet over a long enough period of time to determine what works better, because back in the day, it seemed like when guys played a lot more basketball, a lot of those guys didn't get hurt as often. Now, did they play through injury? And I think what the load management believers would tell you is that this lengthens careers. This allows you to play more years. So maybe it's fewer games per year, but it's more years over the course of a career, as opposed to we're going to play max effort, we're going to play through pain, we're going to play 40 minutes a night, 80 games a year, and we're going to burn this guy all the way out. I think the load management is looking in terms more of the long play, but I think you're right in terms of it doesn't necessarily prevent injury. How could it? Basketball is a dangerous game.
I guess there is some proof in the pudding on that front with regard to how many guys, all sports, 35 years old, 40 years old, Tom Brady age, whatever, like more guys look like a full version of themselves later in their career. However, I do think whenever we see that, we start to also get real suspicious, don't we? Like if I said to you, Justin Verlander, is that clean?
I mean, if I had to bet, if I had to make a bet, and I could get a proof with 100% certainty as to clean or dirty, I would bet on not clean.
Tiger Woods.
Well, I think that, I don't know if we've gotten proof of that, but I would say the same thing.
Tom Brady.
That's an interesting one because, boy, he sure has lasted and played at a high level, but he doesn't have your classic, like, cheater body where...
That's a good point. But who's that dude that was at that...
That Guerrero guy?
Yeah, there you go, Guerrero.
Alex Guerrero.
Yeah. He wasn't even out on the plane anymore.
Tom Brady is still doing it at 45, and we're all clamoring for him to have one more go-round.
Right, everyone wants him to come back.
At 46.
He's going to turn 50 soon.
Oh, my God. So No, it's a great point.
Maybe that is it. Maybe that's what they would say. It lengthens careers. Maybe that's what they would say.
But Tom Brady didn't really load manage, and Tiger Woods.
No.
I wonder where
You
Tiger
can't
would
in
be.
football. You can't. But
I wonder where Tiger would be now if he didn't have the car accident, because we know about the back issues and the knee issues and all the rest of it. But it feels like the car accident injury to his foot is what now is robbing him of one last chance at chasing down Jack.
That body was already such a mess, though.
It was
already such a mess.
But he could always walk, and now it's hard to watch the guy walk even.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, a bunch of golfers, Rory talked about that this week, where he's like, it's not the ball striking, it's not his golf game. It's like if he had, you remember Casey Martin. I don't know how many people listening to us remember that story.
Played with Tiger at Stanford.
Right, and he had a degenerative issue with his leg, and so he petitioned the PGA Tour for a cart, and it became like, it's still to this day is one of the few times that sports radio was all in on golf for like a month because it was controversial. Should he or should he not be allowed to have a cart? And I don't even remember necessarily, like I feel like...
Where did you fall on that? Were you a should or should not? Because it's hard because the essence of golf is the walk. It's a great walk spoiled, right?
I was a should not. I'm like, because I just feel like at some level, if you're going to compete in sports, you have to all compete by the same rules.
Yeah.
And that's a rule. Is it a silly rule? But I think that if you play golf, I was also on the side of the argument of, are golfers athletes? Yes. Yes, some people look at certain body types and they're like, oh my gosh, look at this bowler. He's not an athlete. It's like, yes, he is. This is a skill.
Right.
And yes, there is endurance when it's 100 degrees and the pressure and the mental and the physical side of all the things that are happening. So yes, a golfer's an athlete. And if you believe a golfer's an athlete, then you're not allowed to have a cart. And to Tiger's credit, he's never asked. Because that would save his career right now.
No doubt.
It would save his career.
To be able to drive up to find his ball and again, hop in the cart.
When he crashed the cart based on sorry, is that
it's not too
is
soon.
That in bad taste?
No, I liked it. Probably in bad taste, but I liked it. That was a good one.
We are presented by
Fremont Bank.
Yes.
Full service banking, no compromises.
None, absolutely not. There's so much on the table today. We will go live to the Masters in about 20 minutes. Bob Costas is going to join us next. I've had it up to here with a certain Kyle Shanahan conversation.
Really?
Yes, I've had it up to here. That was my mom's line.
Okay.
That meant, Mark, that's the end of that.
Would she use your middle name when she got mad at you, or would it just be Mark? Because you mentioned before that she would just say, Mark.
No, but Mark. I never got the Mark Thomas Willard.
Okay.
It was, I've had it up to here. It was, this conversation is over, and it was go to your room. Those are the three options she had from which to choose. So anyway. But Bob Costas will join us next, and the whole time we're getting you ready for a very big Warrior game. We think they might be playing De'Aaron Fox. They might be playing Darren Fox. I have no idea, but it's a big game for the Warriors no matter how you cut it, and we're getting you ready for it right here on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a...
91 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, our merch shop is ready for you. New items like the I'm Just Here for the $9 beer shirts and hoodies. Get yours today, 957thegameshop.com. I always struggle in moments like these. I'm excited. It's not that I'm not excited.
Yeah.
Can't wait for this conversation, but you're trained in broadcasting to, like, welcome people in with their title. And I'm like,
good luck.
We could spend an hour just on the title. So how about if I just say Bob Costas is with us? How about that on Willard and Dibs? Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hello, Mark. Hello, Dan. Sufficient introduction.
There you go. Yeah, it needs no introduction
well,
at
how would
all.
you introduce yourself, Bob, if you had to introduce yourself? Like, of all the accolades and all the things you've done, is there one that you would say, yeah, I join you now and I'm known for this?
You know, I really don't know. I come on the air, I say, with Ron Darling, I'm Bob Costas. With Doug Collins, I'm Bob Costas. With Ahmad Rashad, I'm Bob Costas. If you know who I am, good. If you don't know who I am, well, if you're watching, you'll find out.
Well,
it really doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. Why don't we focus on the with Ron Darling part and start with baseball, Bob, because obviously the game is at, I don't want to call it a crossroads, but this is an interesting time with all of the rules changes, and I think along with it comes a little bit of a vibe of instead of sitting down to just relax and enjoy the game, we've got to decide if all the changes help us enjoy the game. So baseball fans are thinking a lot. What are your thoughts on that? Is that a good thing?
Well, everything has potential drawbacks, and there's some tinkering to go on as they try and figure it out and perfect it. But even if it never improves off what it is now, and there may be a few glitches within it, it's much better than what we put up with in recent years. Many people have heard me say this many times, and the reason why I keep saying it is I can't think of any better way to express it. Baseball is supposed to have a pleasing, leisurely pace. It always has, historically. But of late, it had a plodding, lethargic pace, and that was hurting the game as an entertainment product. You can feel that it's more enjoyable now. Are there little complaints? Will there be little glitches? Yeah. Could they perhaps tweak it a little bit as more evidence comes in? Sure. But right now, games are about a half hour shorter than they used to be. And within the overall of the game, the pace of it seems better. And it's not a false pace, because really, people ask me about it. They say, is it going to change how you broadcast the games? This was the average time and the basic pace in the 1980s and 90s when I was doing games for NBC. So this feels to me more like the baseball that I grew up watching, and that for most of my career I broadcast. It feels like that, and it feels much better than the general pace of baseball the last several years.
Is part of what has become of the general pace all of the time in between half innings and all of the stepping out of the batter's box and the readjusting of batting gloves, is it gotten to the point where maybe the pitch clock was too much of a dramatic change to what you talked about, the nice lethargic pace of the sport?
Well, actually, I don't know if it's changed a little bit in the last 48 hours, but going into Tuesday when I broadcast a Yankees-Phillies game for TBS, overall, the major leagues were averaging less than one pitch timer violation per game. It was like 0.90, something like that, per game. So generally, the adjustment has been pretty good. Have there been a few incidents? Tim Anderson got thrown out of a game. He complained about something and, had a problem with Logan Webb of the Giants, and was he quick-pitched? Those things are going to come up because there's thousands upon thousands of pitches just in a single day when there's a full schedule in Major League Baseball. You have to look at it in a macro sense, and in a macro sense, I think it's been a very good thing.
Bob, I get all that. I agree with you. I haven't been to a game yet, though, and here's something I wonder just about fan enjoyment. What happens if I go to get a hot dog and I miss 2 innings? Is baseball too fast now?
Well, was it too fast in the so-called golden age? I don't know how old you guys are, but it was pretty much that fast when I was growing up watching baseball. The Pirates and the Yankees, now this goes way back, but it's a memorable game. Pirates and Yankees played a 10-9 seventh game of the World Series in 1960, and it took barely more than 2.5 hours, and the final score was 10-9. In 2020, the Yankees and the Indians, as they were then still called, also played a 10-9 postseason game, and it took just a few minutes shy of 5 hours.
Wow.
Now, those are the extremes. There was, by the way, a rain delay in that game. I'm not including the rain delay. That's minus the rain delay. Almost 5 hours. So again, whatever the flaws may be, it's certainly preferable to what happened before, and I don't remember having any difficulty getting a hot dog when I was a kid, or getting a hot dog and a beer when I was eligible to buy a beer. I don't remember any difficulty with that. The one thing that is not going to change, because it's too much of a moneymaker, is the time between innings. The time between innings is longer because the commercial breaks are longer, and that's not going to go away.
Yeah, it's the big moneymaker, without a doubt. Is part of the challenge for baseball dealing with the lack of attention that fans are now paying? We all have our smartphones, and we've all got so much going on outside of the baseball game. Is that something that fans will have to learn to, I don't know, pay attention to the game for which they've paid money to attend?
Well, I think when the pace is quicker, as it is now, then you're less likely to have your mind wander. Games that are timed, hockey, basketball, football, even if the game lasts, and those sports have half times, or in the case of hockey, 2 between-period breaks, which extend the overall time. So even if the actual passage of time is 3 hours, let's say, longer than what is now the average baseball game, there's a clock ticking, and so you know when the game is going to end. Baseball's problem prior to this, among other problems, was you're in the fifth inning and the game's already 2 hours old. And it's a postseason game that's maybe starting late on the East Coast, so it can eke into prime time on the West Coast. And it's a weeknight, so people have to go to work or go to school. And by the time this game is over, you say to yourself, in the fifth inning, I can't stay up till midnight, so I'm going to bail. If you've got a better feeling about when it's likely to end, you're more likely to invest the time in the fifth or sixth inning.
Bob, we are knee-deep in the entire Warriors story right now, obviously, because, A, they're the reigning champs, but also because of the personalities and the feeling like there may not be a whole lot of time left. We noted that you were the voice of the NBA during Jordan's time and The Last Dance. We heard your voice over and over. What kind of parallels do you see between that and this?
I think the Warriors come close to it. You have to give the Spurs some credit for what they did in the early part of the 21st century, and the Lakers of Shaq and Kobe ran off 3 straight from 2000 to 2002. But I think the Warriors are probably the closest to that Michael Jordan Bulls run. But there are differences which are not the Warriors' fault. Steph Curry is one of the most compelling players to watch in the history of the NBA. He's just a very pleasing player to watch. So he's been the guy who most typifies the Warriors. That's obvious. But the Warriors' run takes place during a period of time when the NBA is essentially, I'm not counting local television, it's essentially a cable product. There's nothing wrong with the presentation on cable. The studio show on TNT is the best studio show in the history of sports. Barkley and Shaq and Kenny Smith and Ernie Johnson, terrific. And the games are well called, whether it's Mike Breen on ESPN and occasionally on ABC, or Kevin Harlan or whoever it might be on TBS. There's no problem with the presentation. But these games in the 21st century are less present in the general public imagination than they were in the 80s on CBS when it was Bird and Magic and Dr. J, and especially in the 90s. Take me out of it. I'm just being as objective as I can. Those games were on NBC. We would show doubleheaders and sometimes triple headers on network television when the media landscape was much, much different. And primetime games, not just in the finals, but in the early rounds of the playoffs on weeknights. And the promos for those games, featuring Michael Jordan most often, were on Seinfeld and ER and Cosby and Friends and on Brokaw's newscast and Letterman and Johnny Carson. So if you make an argument, departing from the Warriors here, The LeBron-Jordan argument, you can make a good case for LeBron based on statistics. You can make no case for LeBron based on cultural impact. They're not going to make a movie like Air, which I just saw last night about Michael Jordan. Not going to make a similar movie about LeBron. There was just something about Jordan. He was the leading man. What he did objectively was tremendous, but his appeal, his star power, and then all the circumstances that came together in a perfect confluence, that made Jordan and the Bulls even bigger. That amplified them. The Warriors do not have that platform on a national basis. In the finals, yes, but even in the finals, much of the country hadn't followed them all the way through, whereas that was the case with Jordan and the Bulls, not just in any given season, but one season built upon another. It was a decades or more long epic story of Michael Jordan, going back to his game-winning shot in 1982 for North Carolina and then continuing through the Dream Team in Barcelona and all the rest. So it's no fault of the Warriors or the Spurs or the early 2000s Lakers or whatever it might be. There's just something about Jordan and the Bulls that cannot be approached. One thing I would say, and I'll end this long ramble here on this note about the Warriors, the parallel that comes to mind on this thing is actually to football. Their masterpiece was the season when they lost, after having a 3-1 lead in the finals, they lost to LeBron and the Cavaliers. They had bested, statistically, the Bulls' record for best single-season record. And they seemingly, of all their seasons, that was their best team. But it was like Belichick's Patriots, the year they could have gone 19-0, and they just didn't quite win the Super Bowl against the Giants. If they go 19-0, that's their crowning achievement. It's one more Super Bowl. They erase the Dolphins 17-0 in the early 70s as the only perfect season. That's their crowning achievement. And it eluded them. And not to take anything away from the Warriors, but failing to finish off the Cavaliers as they were expected to do, that denied them their crowning achievement. Maybe that would have elevated them a little bit more and a bit closer to the Bulls with 5 championships to Chicago's 6.
Bob, we'll get your Siskel and Ebert on the movie here in just a second.
Nice. Yeah.
But it's one thing to sort of compare the dynasties. Maybe another thing to compare their end. When you look at the last dance, if you will, the way it ended with the Bulls, how would you compare that to what we're currently experiencing with the Warriors? Contractual things are up this offseason, the punch in training camp, factoring all of that into it.
Well, again, while there was controversy and there were antagonisms and all the rest, personal feuds, soap opera type drama surrounding the Bulls as well, if you're just talking about theater, how could you have a better ending if you scripted it? It's the best ending in the history of American team sports. John Elway won back-to-back Super Bowls in his last 2 years. Pretty darn good. Ted Williams hit a home run in his last time at bat, but it wasn't in the World Series. It was on a dreary weekday afternoon at Fenway Park many years ago. It's still the highest-rated game in NBA history, Game 6 in 1998, the Bulls and the Jazz. And not only does Jordan perform heroically, scoring 45 points in an 87-86 game, and that's something you have to take into consideration. Jordan averaged 30 points a game for his career, won 10 scoring titles. That 30 points is different in that era than it would be, or something close to it would be in this era, when it's nothing to see games that are 130 to 125. So he performs heroically, yes. But the last moment, if you were scripting a movie, how could you do it any better? The classic jump shot, he holds the pose, swish. You know, that the Warriors will be remembered as a great, great team. Curry will be remembered as the greatest shooter in the history of basketball. Steve Kerr is a Hall of Fame coach, and nobody won as much as him, except maybe Phil Jackson. When you think of all the championships he was part of as a player and then as a coach, they'll all be remembered as among the greatest of the great. But the story is just not as theatrical as the Bulls.
Is part of that the way the game is being played now, where 125 points may not be enough? And the fact that those games were in the high 80s, does that lend itself to even more drama than this up and down, everyone shoots a 3 style of NBA?
Yeah, the 3 used to be a punctuation. When Reggie Miller launched one, it was a punctuation. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Analytics indicate that it's the right thing to do. So that's what they go with. You can't ask people to do something just for the sake of theater that may not be the best thing to do competitively. But there is a certain... I think the Warriors are an exception to this because the way the Warriors play is so pleasing and so exciting, generally speaking. But when almost everybody is playing that way, when you see a fast break, and instead of guys going to the basket and a beautifully executed fast break and a pass for a layup, two guys are going to the opposite corners to set up for a three, the game loses some texture. It isn't that the three shouldn't be part of it, and maybe it should be more a part of it than it used to be. But when it becomes such a disproportionate part of it, then some of the texture of the game, the mid-range jumper, the sharp pass that leads to a driving layup, some of that is reduced. It's not eliminated, but it's reduced. And as you say, every basket counts more when the game is a lower score. I mean, that's a simple mathematical fact.
Okay, so what'd you think of the movie?
Exactly.
Well, I like the movie very much. Viola Davis's performance as Dolores Jordan is just magnificent. And Matt Damon's performance is very good as a character named Sonny Vaccaro. But I'll say this. If you knew Sonny Vaccaro, and I didn't know him well, but I interviewed him and I knew him and I know what he looks like, I know what he talked like, that might as well be a different person. There's no resemblance between Matt Damon and Sonny Vaccaro physically, or he delivers this wonderful soliloquy trying to sell the Jordan family on Nike. Sonny Vaccaro was persistent. He was dogged. He was not capable of delivering the kind of speech that Matt Damon delivers as Sonny Vaccaro. Ben Affleck looks very much like Phil Knight. If I was David Falk, I'd be putting together some kind of defamation suit. Obviously, David Falk, as Jordan's agent, was a hard-driving agent. But he wasn't Ari Emanuel or Ari Gold, who was modeled after Ari Emanuel, cursing every other word and screaming at everybody like a prototypical agent. Plus, David is tall and bald. And I think about it in Jason Bateman, who played him. I should know this, and I don't. But in any case, no physical resemblance, but also no resemblance in temperament and demeanor, at least as I have known David Falk. Now, does that make it a not entertaining movie? No, it's a very entertaining movie and very well presented. And the essential story of how Nike got Michael Jordan and how together they built this fantastic business enterprise, the essential story of that is true. And the farsightedness and the strength of character of Mr. and Mrs. Jordan is true. So what's at the heart of the story is absolutely true. How some of the characters are portrayed is an extreme case of dramatic license.
That's great. I thought maybe John Turturro could have played Sonny Vaccaro, somebody a little bit more of a slick nature like that. But you're right.
You know what? That's a good call. And John Turturro is a big basketball fan.
Bob, what a treat, man! What a treat to get your perspective on so many things. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hopping on.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right,
Thanks,
you too.
Bob.
There
You
he
too.
is. That is
pretty cool.
Bob
Dude,
Costas
it's
is pretty cool. And a movie review to boot. I don't go. I used to love going to the movies.
Me
I don't
too.
go to the theater very much anymore. I'm going to this one. I don't know if I'm going this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm going to this one. This is a popcorn ready one.
For sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. I think I've been to one movie since the pandemic hit, and much like you, it used to be something that I would enjoy doing, especially when the kids got into that 8, 9, 10 range. It's like something animated would come out. Boom, we're going. We're going. Go out to Bayfair and catch a matinee for $5.75.
Trying to remember the last movie that I went to. I do remember this. A year and a half ago, Christmas break, right after Christmas, I took the kids to see, was there a Spider-Man movie out? Maybe a year and a half ago?
There must have been, right?
Spider-Man.
Those things are always out.
Right. I went to Spider-Man and then got COVID 2 days later. So
there you have it.
There you go.
I went to a movie with my son
ago,
Keon a couple years ago, and I'm trying to remember what movie it was. It might have been Creed 2. They just all saw Creed 3 and they loved it. So, I
don't know if I've seen any of those.
They're actually pretty good.
Okay.
Michael B. Jordan plays Apollo Creed's son, and he spoiler alert, becomes a boxer.
Well, now,
so who could have seen that coming?
Now I don't even need to see it.
Yeah,
so,
it's pretty good though. Creed fights he actually fights some real boxers who play fictional boxers in the movies.
Well, and nothing against what Bob said about some of the characters like Matt Damon. It's not realistic that he's Sonny Vaccaro. One of my favorite things, and I mean this in a sheepish way, one of my favorite things that people say after they see a movie is, well, this part of it wasn't realistic.
Right.
Now, we have no problem with Spider-Man climbing buildings in a red and blue suit by firing spider webs out of his wrist.
Not a problem.
We have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But we'll come back from like real actors and we're like, just had a hard time believing it. Just not very realistic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to the theater for realistic. I want popcorn and pom-poms, and I want entertainment. Same reason I watch these Warrior games, for that matter. Which is why I will be. And Lucas and Mark, everybody, are we all keeping track of the Kings injury report? Because it gets updated like all the time, right? What's happening with the spread? Because that's the other way we can tell what the hell's going on. Is the spread still? Are we into double digits yet with the spread?
I have it at 8.5, 9. It's up to 9 now.
9.
I'm looking at it. It's 9.
You got 9.5. Okay.
Yeah, I see it at 9, which tells me that the Kings aren't going to be playing.
I got it at 9.5.
Just about anybody.
Yeah, 9.5 on the site that I use. So
yeah, and if you Google image Sonny Vaccaro, the first actor that comes to mind won't be Matt Damon. We'll just say that.
Oh, really?
Sonny was good friends with Jim Valvano from the old school.
Right. Yeah, I remember Sonny Vaccaro.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. And
gosh, who would the actor be?
That's why I was thinking about John Turturro.
He looks like somebody who would be the bag boy in any mob movie.
Right.
It's kind of what he looks like, Sonny Vaccaro. Right? I mean, he's got that look.
And I was going to start that take with, man, if Sonny were only here, he probably would want Sonny still alive. So I'm glad I held back on that. I wasn't sure.
So you didn't kill him on air.
I did not.
You were about to.
I was, but I didn't. So
I don't like that. I like the dibs who kills people on air.
I'm not going to bump a guy off in front of Bob Costas.
Worry about it later.
I'm not getting checked by Bob Costas. That would be painful.
Well, you could have done it after he was off. He's been off for like 5 minutes now. You had plenty of time.
Well, I Googled it, and it's like, I thought Sonny was no longer with us.
I wonder what Sonny thought of the movie.
Yeah, he probably thought, Matt Damon, couldn't he find somebody better looking?
Like, my God, that's not very
Tom
believable.
Cruise not available?
We're sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Plan your getaway today to the iconic Inn at the Tides in beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at just $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Experience stunning bay views, relax in refreshed rooms, and enjoy free breakfast. Book now at inatthetides.com. We had been mentioning getting out live to the Masters. We will do that in our 5 o'clock hour. Coming up next, I don't know why this is still being discussed, but I saw it last night, and it really, it got me going about something we've been saying for years about Kyle Shanahan. We need to put it to rest, and we're going to do this. Coming up next, this is Willard and Dibs.
the game.
Did you see Michael Lombardi's tweet last night?
Which one?
He's tweeting about the 49ers and Mac Jones.
McCorkle?
McCorkle.
The guy you call McCorkle?
He's McCorkle.
The guy
yes.
that we all thought, well, not all of us, but many people thought that the Niners were trading up to get McCorkle Jones?
Well, that was, of course, the rumor, and I've told the story before. Like, for me, it was one of those moments in life that goes in slow motion when Roger Goodell came to the podium because I had made a statement, and it was
not a bet.
It was not a bet. It was a bet with myself.
Okay, but
no, it was not a bet
because many people bet the draft, and I'm sure many people were having that same moment of. Because many fans were like, it can't be Mac Jones. It just can't be.
It can't be. I'm like, you cannot mortgage 3 years or 2 years of the future for someone named McCorkle. We're not doing this. And so I had made a statement, and no doubt it was out of my wahoo. I mean, we're radio hosts. That's what we do. I made a statement out of my wahoo that was, if the 49ers draft Mac Jones, I will walk from my childhood home to his first start. Which is Foster City to Levi's. It's about a marathon.
Yeah.
It's about 26 miles. And
Give or take, yeah.
I was going to walk.
All the way down El Camino Real.
Totally. So I like slow-mo when Roger Goodell got to the podium and when his lips didn't come together, right? Matt, the lips never came together because it was make the T sound. Trey, your lips don't come together.
Right.
So when the lips didn't come together, it was. I stood up, right? I had pizza next to me, and I stood up and I celebrated like, yes, it's not McCorkle Jones.
I'm teaching the 7-month-old how to say mama.
Yep.
So I do a lot of the so I know the sound you're talking about. Trying to get her to do mama.
Are you teaching her to say dada?
No.
Why not?
No, because mama's easier. Dada is a much more complicated sound. Much like Roger Goodell when he says Trey Lance, it would have been easier for him to say Mac Jones.
Yeah, but if her first word is dada instead of mama, then that's a good day for you.
It would be, and it would be scoreboard.
Yeah.
But it's one of those ones you'd rather have her win. So we're working on mama.
It's actually pretty smart. But
yeah.
Anyway, I didn't know who the 49ers traded up to get. I found it to be a weird idea that they would trade up and not know who they were going to take. Everybody knew that Lawrence and Zach Wilson were going to be off the board. So to make that big of a trade, and I know that's what the 49ers said. Oh, we went up there and, we figured we could then evaluate all the same thing the Panthers are saying right now. I'm of the opinion you don't make that move unless you pretty much know who you're going to take. However, I didn't talk to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. I don't, behind closed doors. There are a bunch of reporters out there who still believe that they know what was going to happen. Chris Sims.
Yeah.
Michael Lombardi.
Chris Sims is Kyle Shanahan's college roommate, right?
Yes.
They were besties at Texas.
They were good friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when Chris Sims talks, people listen, and at the time when he was saying Mac Jones, everybody lost their mind.
Well, but it's like, wait a minute. If Chris Sims says it, and that means it's automatically what Kyle Shanahan's thinking, then Chris Sims wouldn't say it. Or else Kyle Shanahan would be like, dude, stop.
Right.
You're telling everybody all my secrets. So I never necessarily bought the A to B on that. I just thought this was interesting. And then I got a comment. Mike Lombardi last night tweets, finally, after 3 years, the truth that the Niners initially traded up to draft Mac Jones is common knowledge. They changed their minds, but initially the intent was Jones. Mort Report is all over it. Now, Mort Report, that went to his Twitter. He didn't say anything. So
that's Chris Mortensen.
He must have said something on live TV, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm like, first of all, Mike, let it go. Frozen. Okay.
Thank you. It's a 4.
Yeah. Adele,
he wants to be right, though.
Adele Dazeem, let it go. Just let it go. But no, Mike, and then just because Mort Report said it on TV, he now states, it's the truth is out. It's done. I was right. Mac Jones, it's common knowledge. Well, it's not common knowledge because I'm a common person and it's not my knowledge.
Interesting.
I have no idea what they originally meant to do. I don't really care. number 2. But here was my thought. This is now twice that I'm supposed to believe that Kyle Shanahan wanted one quarterback and was, quote, talked out of it. He wanted Kirk Cousins, he was talked out of it. Let's get Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
Then he wanted Mac Jones, and he was talked out of it and took Trey Lance. I guess my immediate response would be, who is this person that keeps talking Kyle Shanahan out of quarterbacks? Because that's Kyle Shanahan. Who else in the building is got this huge stick where they just walk in the room and go, okay, listen, offensive genius guy who's actually going to be the coach, who actually is going to work with the quarterback, let me tell you who you should go get. And that person came up with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. Are we still listening to this person? Am I supposed to believe that Kyle Shanahan, who we're known, he is known to be the czar of the offense.
Yeah.
He is in charge, and damn it, if you don't do it his way, you're out. I'm supposed to believe that twice he got talked out of his guy? I don't even know what to do with that.
Well, and his whole legacy is based on what he can do, not only winning games, yes, but with the offense and beyond the offense at quarterback. So you have this moment where you trade 2 first-round picks to move up to pick 3rd in the NFL draft. You have a singular chance to make an imprint on your organization for the next 5 years, if not the next 10 years. And if you get it right, maybe the next 15 years. This is your moment as Kyle Shanahan. You get the next best quarterback who changes your franchise. You get the next Pat Mahomes. And not only do you win Super Bowls, but you stand alongside Bill Walsh as a real legend in this organization. You get to coach here for as long as you want. You become a made man. You basically become your dad, who had to work a long time to get to the point where, as Bob Costas mentioned to us, John Elway won back-to-back championships. He had to wait until the end of his career, Kyle Shanahan, I'm Mike Shanahan rather, to get to that spot. And if you're Kyle, you trade up to number 3, and if you get this pick right, you're on the fast track toward being as good as your dad, if not better than him. And so in that moment, Mark, I'm totally with you. You're 20 minutes away from the pick, or you're on the clock, and somebody comes up and says, you know what, Kyle, I know you love this McCorkle guy, but what about Trey Lance? And Kyle says, convince me.
Well,
and that individual says, well, he's got a bigger arm, and, heck, he's got a lot of upside. Let's do it. I don't buy it.
Peter Schrager, who's also a big name in the NFL, replied to this tweet and goes, yes, things changed after Lance's second workout up in North Dakota. But that's why anyone saying anything definitive on a team's pick on April 6th is dangerous.
That's true. That part is true.
Well, sure.
In terms, because you saw Mortensen reporting who's taking Bryce Young. The Panthers are taking Bryce Young. Well, the draft is in 20 days, I think.
Yeah, 2-3 weeks.
It's 3 weeks from yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, the first round. So there's a lot of the lying season that goes on right now.
Well, there you go. If you call it lying season, then how come these guys are so convinced that what they were being told was not a lie? That's what I want to know. How are they supposed to know? And they're clearly, Lombardi is clearly turned up about this. He's still upset.
Yeah.
3 years later, because he's been made fun of because he was so firm, they're going to get Mac. And then they didn't get Mac. And now he's like, I was right. They initially were going to get Mac. The funny thing is even if you were right, dude, don't you get it? You were still wrong.
Don't you get it?
Your statement was they're going to get Mac, and they didn't.
Right.
Scoreboard.
Basically.
Are the Warriors still better than the Cavs? Did they win the championship after they won 73 games?
The best team doesn't always win, Mark, as we know.
Initially, they were winning.
They were.
Initially, they were winning. And then they didn't. But I was right when I picked the Warriors to win that series because initially they were. What are we doing? What are you doing, Mike?
It's all speculation. It's a speculation sensation, as you know. And until Kyle Shanahan comes out, and I doubt he ever does, if Kyle Shanahan at the end of his career, somebody asks him, hey, remember that time when you traded up to draft Trey Lance, but everyone thought you were taking Mac Jones? Did you change your mind? And he said, well, you know what happened was I changed my mind. If that happens, then Michael Lombardi can take a victory lap. But until then, we are in the season now where it's all speculation and hyperbole and trial balloons and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I guess. Although I don't even know if he can take a victory lap then. I mean, again, if the statement was they're going to get Mac, they didn't. They didn't.
That's true.
And then now we've got Mike Florio throwing out rumors of, Mac Jones is on the trade block now. So this is why this has come up as relevant again, because people still won't leave this quarterback situation alone. Oh, maybe the 49ers, maybe they should go get Mac Jones now because they wanted him then. And, Trey Lance is from Minnesota, so maybe they should trade him to Minnesota for Kirk Cousins because Kyle wanted him then. So maybe he's going to want him now. I'd like to stand up and be counted right now.
Okay.
I'd like to be counted as one of the people who said the 49ers don't want to spend a truckload of money at quarterback. That's my stance.
Yeah.
Our old buddy Spadone did a good show a couple of mornings ago. Aaron Rodgers. Come on, Niners. Aaron Rodgers.
Look at you up early.
Get on in there. Well, I saw it on social media.
Oh, yeah. I thought maybe you were out walking Penny.
Honestly, yeah. Anyway.
Strong.
Right? But please, everybody, no. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to stand here and eat crow. But the 49ers are in a situation with this unbelievable roster, and they're very intrigued by Brock Purdy, and the power that they have over the league right now is tucked in the quarterback room, and it's financials. It's tucked into the fact that they don't have to spend a lot of money there. Please, stop trying to go get Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins or Lamar Jackson. That is losing a huge carrot that you have right now. In fact, one of the only ones.
Right.
They've got to get production out of Brock Purdy or Trey Lance. And if they can't, boy, they've really messed this thing up even worse than I thought.
If you add in Sam Darnold, then yes, absolutely. Because they have 3 quarterbacks in that room. If all 3 of them play this year, start this year, and none of the 3 can, quote, get it done, if none of them get hurt, and it's like, whoa, boy, Brock Purdy, the pumpkin, the chariot turned back into a pumpkin, and Trey Lance was never the guy, and Sam Darnold seeing ghosts again, well, then this time next year, they're going to be in the free agent quarterback market, but not now.
No, not now. Not now at all. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Let's see if we can get some people going on this Warrior game tonight, okay? 888-957-957 is the number. We'd love to take your calls, comments on YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate the audience there this afternoon, and the Comcast Business text line as well. Here's something I was thinking about as a Warrior fan. I know how I'd answer it. I don't know how you'd answer it or how our listeners would answer it. But with the specter of the Kings sitting people out in a game that the Warriors have to have, I thought 43 wins was going to be enough. And it might. But it very, very much might not going into these final 3 days. It very much might push them into the play-in tournament if they can't get to 44 wins, as it turns out, because of what the Lakers and Clippers are doing. Okay, so put that over there. Huge game tonight. If you're a Warrior fan, do you want the Kings to play their players, or do you want them to sit?
I want them to sit.
You want them to sit?
I want the win. Yeah, if they sit, the chances of winning go up dramatically. And if I'm the Warriors, and I'm a big-time Warriors fan, you know this. I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors. I want the win. It'd be great to beat the Kings with their full complement of players, but there's time for that in a week and a half. If you get the 6 and you play the Kings, well then, Mark, I'm going to guess that the Kings won't sit anybody come game 1 of the Western Conference quarterfinals. And at that point, you have a chance to beat the Kings and their full complement. I just want the win.
Let's go live to the Grandy Man with this injury report update. What do we got?
Essentially, the update is no update. De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, a couple others, all still questionable. The NBA brings these out every hour. So this is the one from 15 minutes ago at 3:30. Next one will come out at 4:30. But as of now, everyone's still questionable.
Everybody is still questionable. Yeah. And as of now, the Vegas line remains at 9.5.
Okay.
9.5 where I find it at least.
I'm looking just at ESPN and their scoreboard page. They got it at 9, but it's neither here nor there. If the spread suddenly goes down to like Warriors minus 2.5, that'll tell you.
That means De'Aaron Fox is in, and Sabonis is in.
I can't imagine that they go from questionable, and they were declared questionable yesterday. I think John Dickinson actually sent that out via Twitter. So, I mean, if you're doing that yesterday, then they're not playing tonight, I don't think. And you know what? I'm thrilled by that. But if I'm the Lakers or if I'm the Clippers or any other team trying to chase down a playoff spot, I'm livid.
Are you? I mean, we talked about this the other day.
I'd be frustrated. Livid might be too strong.
I guess, but I don't know. If you're the Lakers and Clippers, you're telling me, now this would be rich. You're the Lakers and the Clippers.
How dare you?
And you're like, we're really mad that somebody's sitting out.
It's not fair, Mark.
You lead the league in this. The Lakers and the Clippers would have no right. I get what you're saying. It's an old conversation in sports.
Yeah.
What's owed to the rest of the league when you're playing a game that matters? I think we've reached the age of nothing. The answer is nothing. In fact, we had that show a few weeks ago. We did the whole, what does Andrew Wiggins owe the organization?
Right.
What does he owe the fans? What's owed to you? The older I get, the further I get into just today's day and age of sports, the answer's so often nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. Nothing is owed to you. Nothing at Lakers. Nothing's owed to you. Clippers, nothing's owed to you. Fans, I'm so sorry. Nothing
Don't say it.
No, it's true. Nothing's owed to you. Nothing's owed to you. I mean, I guess the answer is not nothing, but you're a customer.
Right.
You're a customer. You're choosing to buy those tickets. And then they can put on the show that they put on. And if you don't like the show, you don't buy another ticket and you don't go again.
Yeah.
There's
I do think there's a part of that, though, where the social contract of I'm buying a ticket to go see your team, and if you sit everybody, as a consumer, yes, I feel like maybe I won't be a customer again, but it feels to me a little bit of false advertising. And I know they're not saying, come buy a ticket to see Steph, Clay, Dre, and Wiggins, and turns out you get Jerome, Lamb, and, whatever, GP2.
Looney will still be there.
Absolutely.
Oh, boy.
They're still giving you an NBA caliber product.
Right. They're giving you
so you don't really have a lawsuit or anything, but I do think that there's part of that is bad business.
No, agreed. I don't like it either.
I know.
But the word owed, right?
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
I've been to a Broadway show one time in my life. There was an understudy.
In the lead?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, it was. It was amazing. I just walked over there and bought a ticket day of. Yeah. Thank you. I was staying at the Marriott Marquis right there.
And how did you know it was an understudy? Do they have an injury report?
I don't know. I can't remember if they had a sign outside.
The man playing the Phantom of the Opera is out. He's day-to-day with an Achilles strain.
Do you know who it was? It was, I don't remember I don't even remember the play, but it was Jason Biggs from American Pie fame.
Wow, okay.
He was doing something on Broadway, and he out. He out that night.
Late scratch?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know. And by the way, this will really get you Wiggins people going. Guess what else? They didn't give me a reason.
That's ridiculous.
He was just out. They didn't tell me. Did he break his ankle?
Back to Biggs.
Was it mental health?
Yeah.
Gas? I don't know. I don't know. And I didn't ask.
That's not right. You should have. I would have marched right to the box office.
I didn't feel like it was owed to me. I got a good seat. It was great. I loved it. It was a fun show. Thank you. So anyway, this whole idea of what's owed to you. I mean, even think about it. If you realize we're a customer, all right, what's owed to you? A basketball game. Right? You buy apple juice at the store, you're a customer. What's owed to you? Or look at
apple juice.
And what is from the store? How about Safeway?
I love Safeway.
What's owed to you from Safeway when you purchase that apple juice?
I'm owed apple juice.
Right.
If I buy 10 ounces of apple juice, I'm owed 10 ounces of apple juice. If I take it home and it's sour, I can take it back and get my money back.
Hello, Trader Joe's. They'll take anything back.
Yeah.
Anything, even if it's
Safeway
open.
pretty good too.
Yeah, they're all
pretty good about that.
Yeah, they've gotten good about that.
Right.
Right. I'm owed safety. Like I'm owed, let's have no poison in it.
Exactly.
Same thing in a Warrior game. I think I'm owed at least your best effort at safety. I'm owed a game. But all of this, what's owed to you. So if the Lakers and the Clippers were to be upset because the Kings kicked this one Do the Kings owe it to the Lakers and the Clippers?
No, and I agree with that.
They don't.
Especially when you are 42-38 and 41-39 respectively, because those two teams both have had 80 opportunities to help themselves. The Lord helps those who help themselves. And I'm not sure where that comes from in the Bible, but it's something that my father would always tell me when I would, ask him for this or ask him for that. He'd be like, Daniel, and we weren't deeply religious, but he would remind me basically to do it myself.
Is that actually in the Bible, or is that just something they say at church?
It might be a colloquialism, something that's not straight from the Bible. There's a couple of things that I used to think were from the Bible, and they actually were kind of made up.
Somebody just scribbled them in there?
Yeah. Weird thing about my dad.
In your copy.
We were never religious, nor was he, but he almost had the whole Bible memorized.
Whoa.
Based on the way his childhood kind of played out.
Okay.
He wound up in a situation where he actually learned a lot about the Bible.
Just like to read and...
Yeah, I think he lived in a home where they were like, you're going to read this. And he's like, okay. And so we read the Bible.
And then he got to the end and he's like, nope.
Actually, the last chapter's pretty good. It gets interesting late.
I do not believe what I just saw.
I think it's interesting late. I'll tell you what, they really saved the best for last. Revelations, am I right?
Doug in Vallejo, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Let's talk some Warriors. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Love listening to you as always. Little observation. I'm real happy that Wiggins is back. I hope that whatever he went through is resolved in a favorable way. Now, all of a sudden, he's back, and a lot of guys on the radio and a lot of guys I talk to, my friendly fans, are penciling the Warriors in as the team nobody wants to play it, and we're going to go in the Western Conference title. My question is, what was our record before Wiggins went away?
Pretty similar. Doug, I don't have it in front of me. I do know that almost every player on the Warriors, if you look at what they did with him and without him, it's almost the same. They're just a 500 basketball team, almost from every angle.
My point. That's my point. Exactly. I think it might have even been under 500, but that's my point. I wouldn't slurp too much. He's going to help, and I love him. But I wouldn't slurp too much the fact that Wiggins is coming back, and all of a sudden the team is going to be transformed. And that's all I've been hearing since even hoping when he came back.
Well, yeah.
That's all I got to say, guys.
Doug,
Thanks,
thanks,
Doug.
man. I tend to agree. Again, as I've said a few times, I'm not canceling the Warriors' chances to win this whole thing, but championship DNA, which is what everybody kind of points to, is not magic dust. Health is very helpful, but it's not magic dust. The Warriors do not win automatically just because you've heard of all their players, they've won before, and they're here. It doesn't mean that. They weren't great when Wiggins was playing. They weren't great with Steph. They weren't great without Steph. The other night without Clay, they weren't great, but they won. They were great in the second half. We talked to Steve about it earlier this week. It's always the same deal. It's the Warriors are one thing, and then they're another thing, all within the same night.
Right.
And we're probably going to see that again tonight.
And no matter who's playing, and whether or not it's Wiggins in or Wiggins out, you're right. It's like you could have everybody playing, and you can win by 20 or lose by 20 or do both in the course of the same game.
Yeah.
13-10, by the way, since he has been out.
13-10.
The Warriors are 13-10 since he decided to take that leave.
And aren't they 3 over 500 for the year?
Yes,
so
they
are
like 4 over 500.
4 over 500. Okay.
And in games in which he has played, they're 19-18 on the season. Okay. So slightly worse with Wiggins.
It's all the same.
Right.
It's all, it's all
they're
the same.
23-20 without him.
But some of the Wiggins games included Steph. Some of them didn't. Some of them included Clay. Some of them didn't. That's the one thing. There is, and I've said that, you know what I'm about to say. I've said it all year. If we get to mid-April and they're all there at once.
And healthy,
which appears to be very, very possible, then yes, they have a chance. It's the only way that they have a chance, in my opinion. But yes, they have a chance. There's something else that he brought up that I want to highlight, because I actually think if I'm a Warrior fan, I've decided I'm bothered by this. I'm offended by this. I don't want to be the team because every year somebody labels, You don't want to play them. Don't be that team. The Warriors have got to be better than that. Do you understand who that is? By definition, you don't want to play that team. That's the team that blew their regular season, but they have good players.
Right.
I don't want to be that. That's like, something crazy could happen. Like the Warriors.
But sadly, they are that.
They're
Mark.
They should be so much better than that.
They should be.
They should be so much better than that.
Yeah, and if you look at all the close games they lost, if they would have won just 5 more games and we can all count at least 5 games they kicked away, they would be.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know, the 3 seed.
They'd be the Kings.
Exactly.
They'd be the Kings.
Exactly.
They're only 6 games behind the Kings. They're right
5
there.
after tonight.
That's right after the Kings kick this game tonight.
Yep.
Okay, it's Willard and Dibs. We're keeping your phone calls right next to us here. 888-957-9570. We are 2 hours away from our countdown coverage at Golden One Center. So let's keep talking Dubs as we head toward that. Check in live at the Masters a little bit later on in the show as well. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from TaylorMade, featuring the Stealth 2 Woods and Irons. The new Stealth 2 Woods combines speed and forgiveness to unlock.
11.7 runs per game.
Have they homered in a loss?
Yes.
Once?
That game in Chicago.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Game 2 in Chicago, they did.
Right? They did. They lost 7-3.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
They lost 7-3, and I can't remember who hit the home run. Give me a moment, and I'll get that for you. But they lost that game 7-3, and J.D. Davis homered.
Okay.
J.D. Davis hit a second inning home run at the time to make it 2-1. But outside of that, let's see. In the 3 wins, 5 homers yesterday, 7 homers in game 1 in Chicago.
Wow.
And in game 2 against New York, was it 2 homers or 3? It was 2 or 3 homers there. So you're looking at, give or take, they've hit maybe 15 home runs this year.
Right.
They've hit 14 in those 3 wins. So they're going to kick the crap out of the Royals tomorrow.
Right.
Right? Forget this even-numbered year thing. It's even-numbered games this year.
I suppose. And, today is kind of the worst nightmare in terms of, hey, home opener, let's sell this team to the fan base. 1 run on 5 hits, 1 pretty big error, and by and large, a very muted offensive output. And, Kansas City didn't do much either.
Nope.
But they did enough to win a game where you would have loved to have one of those 7 homer performances to really show a big crowd what your team's going to be about this year.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Cobb was good, too. He went 7 innings.
Yeah.
Let him throw 7 innings. What kind of crazy action is that?
Right.
7 innings, gave up 2 runs, 7 hits, struck out 6. He did give up 1 long ball. Alex Cobb was fine. He did exactly what you want him to do, but he ran into that whole odd-numbered game thing. And so the Giants, you're right. They will go 81-81 this year. They are going to win every other game all year long until they're 81-81.
And I had asked you before if you thought that they would have the same arc as the Warriors, never more than 4 above 500, never more than 4 below 500, and so far they're following the Warriors' blueprint to a T.
Do you know where the Giants sit around the bigs in terms of total number of home runs? Do you know what place they are in? No, not how many they've hit. What place are the Giants in? How many teams, that should be a better way to ask it.
Okay.
How many teams have hit more home runs than the Giants start of play today?
Oh, before today when they didn't hit a home run.
Well, we got a bunch of games still to come today.
Yeah. Man, I had checked before a few days ago after I think the 7 homer outburst, and I think they were 2nd or 3rd. So I'm going to say only 2 teams have hit more home runs than the Giants.
Okay. Yeah. The answer is none.
Not a team? Not even one?
Zero. The Dodgers started play today 1 homer behind, although they played 1 more game in order to do that. So I could do something a little bit more in depth in terms of like home runs per at bat. But yeah, the Giants started today with 15 home runs in 217 at bats. So quick math, 217 divided by 15. They're homering every 14 and a half at bats at start of play today. And then today, Bubkus.
Yeah.
Bubkus.
30 at-bats today, 35 plate appearances if you add in the walks, and no home runs. So that's going to hurt the old average. But, man, this Giants team, would you rather have them be meteoric like this or a little bit more consistent, Mark? Even if they were 3 and 4, would you rather have them hit a couple homers a day or have these real wild fun ones?
The San Francisco Giants, I think, this year are going to be the baseball version of what Charles Barkley used to say would never win in the NBA, which is a jump shooting team.
Nice.
So when the three-pointers are falling, you're unbeatable, and then you're going to have games where the three-pointers aren't falling, and you are terrible. And the San Francisco Giants are going to be a little bit of what we used to think was American League baseball 20 years ago. And that is to say they're going to live by the home run and die by the home run a little bit. And we've watched it. They hit a couple home runs or 8 in a game, they're going to win. If they can't get the long ball going, they're going to have a hard time generating runs. And I think in a way that's kind of the way baseball is now. I really do. Like, you don't see teams manufacture runs. In fact, they're kind of allergic to it. Nobody's bunting. Oh, you can bunt him over to second, move him over, third fly ball, hit him in. People hate that stuff now, and they manage against that stuff. So it'll happen, but it's going to have to be that 3 or 4 hits in a row thing, and then you can rally a little bit. But outside of that, they're waiting for the bop, and every single guy in the lineup can hit the ball out of the ballpark. So I think that they're going to be one of the league leaders in home runs, but I don't know if that's going to lead to consistent wins.
Right, and that's frustrating as a fan who obviously wants to win games, but it's fun to watch a team that can light it up. To your point, in today's game, 4 runs scored, 2 of them via the home run. The Royals hit 2 solo home runs. The Giants were able to manufacture 1 run. Blake Sable with the run batted in, but other than that, it was a whole lot of nothing from both sides. And a 1-win team came to San Francisco and spoiled the opener.
Next game. Grandy, game show music, please, if you would. All right, ready?
He's got to re-rack it.
Name a Royal. And I'm taking Matt Duffy off the table. No, that's not fair. Name a Royal.
Current or past?
No,
because I got George Brett ready to come out.
No Frank White. None of that stuff.
Royal.
Yeah, name a Royal. Name someone in the lineup today.
The only
lineup.
The only one I could think of, and I'm hoping he's still with them, is Salvador Perez, the catcher.
He is.
Still with him?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Not only is he still with him, he's batting third today.
Let's go, Sally.
He's batting third and went 1 for 4. Salvador Perez with a he hit a home run.
He did?
Yeah, he hit one of the home runs.
Yeah, I've been unable to.
He homered off of Taylor Rogers.
Insurance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Insurance
run. Yeah.
Can you name the other Royal that hit a home run today?
Oh, my God.
Well, that's actually his name is why I asked. Because you look at, I'm like, who the hell is that guy?
I'll give you his first name and the first letter of his last name.
All I know is he's Italian.
Vinny P, baby.
Yeah, he's not
Vinny P.
He's not DiVincenzo.
Pasqualini.
But he pretty close.
Really close. Yeah.
Pretty close.
I made that up.
His name is Pasquantino.
Oh, wow.
That kid.
Vinny P.
That kid came out of the hospital with a cigar in his mouth. He didn't have his dad do it. He did it.
Slick back hair.
Yeah. He's like, I'll play Sonny Vaccaro in the freaking movie.
Hey, Doc, that birth was restaurant quality.
Exactly. You see me come right out of there. Oh, gosh.
You want me to cut this cord, or you going to do it?
So is Shasky, tell you what, Shasky was out at the game sometime this hour. Have him call in, but let us know before he calls in. Is he ticked? Is he jovial?
Oh, he's ticked.
Is he?
I guarantee
what do you
he's
think?
ticked.
Oh, I think he's livid.
1 run on 5 hits.
Did he have tickets or did he use a credential today?
Mm-hmm. You never really know.
I think he had tickets. I saw a picture of he and a group of people.
Okay, because that'll change how you feel. Like if you went on a credential, bleep you. You get what you get. Privileged joker, right? But if you bought tickets and home opener, here we go.
Yeah.
2023, 1 run. Shasky, soon as he's done with his selfie video, have him call us.
He's going to call us from the car.
Okay, good.
As soon as he get back to a quiet place.
Got to get to a selfie
All
video.
caps radio coming up here at 4:30.
All right.
Love it.
Take him out!
I love it. There's no doubt he's hot. 1 run on 5 hits.
1 run on 5 hits.
And I would imagine that he may have just a little sprinkle for the umps. Yaz got called out on a very borderline pitch, and then Sable got called out to end the game.
Also borderline, but I got no argument with it. By the way, I didn't even know this rule. This is crazy that I don't know this rule, and Captain Umpire, you will. Technically, that little box we see on the screen.
Right.
For it to be a strike, does the whole ball have to be in the box, or does it just have to touch the box?
Well, this is assuming that
What's in the box?
This is assuming that the box is actually
Right, but-
representative. Just a piece of the ball.
A piece of the box.
Just a piece of the ball.
Okay,
Yeah.
so kind of like tennis. If it's touching the line,
Yes.
it's in. Well, then Sable's got no argument because it touched the line. That last strike got rung up to end the game, and Yaz was screaming at the ump because Yaz had just gotten called out 2 batters earlier, and his was outside the box.
Right.
He had a case, but whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know.
It's time for robot umpires.
Of course it is.
I'm sick of having this be a topic because it's a topic, and when you got Yaz, a pretty mild-mannered guy, on the top step, losing his mind after the Sable strikeout, on the heels of his own strikeout, it would be nice to remove that portion of baseball from the landscape.
Well, it's never not been there that a player is going to be upset at a called strike. The difference is then we can go to social media and we can see the freeze frames and the boxes and all these things, and we lose our minds about it. And I really don't. Like I in a way I blame baseball. I blame the TV networks for the box and social media, because this has never not been the case. The ball is coming in at 99 miles an hour. It's got filthy movement on it. And the umpires, by definition, they're going to call some strikes that are outside the box, and they're going to call some balls that are in the box. That's never not been the case in baseball. But we know more info, and then baseball has been slow to figure out how to make this factual. Like I said, it's the only thing left in sports that's mathematically, there's no opinion. It hit the box or it didn't hit the box.
Yeah.
But we don't review it or we don't put it to a machine. Is there anything else you can think of that we leave to the human eye that would fit in that definition?
I don't think so. I mean, the closest thing to me would be shots in basketball. Did the shot leave his hand before the red light came on? When he took the shot, were both of his feet behind the 3-point line? But even at that, it takes a human to make that judgment. There is a little bit of subjectivity.
It's reviewable, though.
It is reviewable.
Yeah.
You're talking about things that are just straight up aren't reviewable.
That's right. Facts, like mathematical facts left to the human eye that are not reviewable.
Yeah, not many.
I can't think of anything.
Well, even like, I guess the one in football would be the delay game, where the clock goes to 0 and we don't throw the flag because you need the back judge to see the 0 and then look at the snap and then throw the flag.
They allow you to turn your head.
Right.
Like the referee has
he
time
has to turn his head.
He has to turn his head.
He has to look to the clock and then look down at the ball.
Yeah.
So,
and that's kind of understood, and therefore there's a little bit of
leeway. Yeah.
There's a little gray area there.
Yeah. So I don't even think if that qualifies to what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean,
because if you had an actual box that, okay, this is the box now. This is your box, Mike Yastrzemski. Deal with it. And you had a machine judging every pitch, then you wouldn't have to worry about, things where balls are outside the zone or they weren't.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I sort of feel we've reached the time with robot umps, similar to where we are in college football in terms of how we finish the season. This is what's bothered me about when it was the BCS and now you got 4 teams. We know it's going to 8 teams. As soon as you know, just do it. And I know with college football, at least they can say, well, there's contracts and we got to get to the end of the contract.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We know you're going to do this. Just do it. Do it. Like baseball. We knew 2 years ago the shift was going to go away. You can just feel the drumbeat. You can tell. It's actually wild. You want to know the one that blew me away in the NFL this offseason is that no one challenged that everybody piled in behind the quarterback and shove him into the end zone, the Jalen Hurts play.
Yeah.
Nobody challenged it. So that is now completely legal again this coming year. And hey, Shanahan, if you guys don't do it, especially with Kyle Juszczyk on your team, you guys are crazy. New rule this year. If it's 4th and 1, unless you're inside your own 15, you better go for it. Every time. You have no reason not to be able to get a yard.
Just bring in the beef behind the quarterback
Play tug
and start
of war
pushing.
And just shove. Trent Williams.
Yeah.
There you go. First down.
You're going to have 3 running backs, full house backfield with Trent Williams and the 2 other largest human beings that you have rostered, and you're going to let your QB, you don't even have to sneak it anymore. Just stick it up in there and then let the guys behind you just push the pile.
Yeah.
It's not football, but I don't think it's reached that tipping point yet. Like the shift. We saw so many it's a base hit. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
The second baseman's in right field, and he comes up throwing, and you're out by 3 steps.
Well, that's the whole thing. I think that these entertainment entities, when they realize that they're doing something that is annoying the fan base, you stop. I think that annoys the fan base. I think that football fans are annoyed by getting a first down on what should have been a dramatic play.
Right.
The shift annoyed people. It's like, even if it's, I get that, you're a home run hitter, Bryce Harper, so you're not going to bunt. Try to hit a home run. But like the entire left side of the field is sitting there open, and then some guy pops up to the first baseman, it annoys you. It's like, damn, what are you doing?
Just
like,
slap one the other way.
Right, even though it's not that easy. I know it's not that easy.
Right.
But you got to get rid of it because it just ticks every. That's what I feel the same way about the box on TV.
Yeah.
Get it out of there. All you're doing is annoying me.
And I think the NBA did a good job of addressing what annoys us, which was I'm going to jump into you from behind the line 3-point shooting foul. Now, they still call it sometimes, but now they have a way to just say, no, that you weren't shooting, even though I actually was shooting. No. You tried to jump into him so you don't get 3 free throws automatically anymore, because that's something that annoyed us.
All right, let's get back to the phones while we're on the NBA. Brian in Hayward here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
Nothing much, guys. Just enjoying this Friday.
Not a bad.
So, a little while ago, I heard somebody say that Wiggins wasn't going to make much of a difference when he returns. I think if you look at it from the standpoint of just numbers and statistics only, you guys mentioned that they pretty much have been playing the same without him as they have been beforehand with him. And just the mental aspect of having a guy who was away from the team for that reason, whatever the reason was, we don't know exactly. Nobody can prove it. But having a guy back like that, he's the glue. He's that middle link, similar to like a Draymond. You could ask a casual NBA fan what Draymond Green's worth is, and they'll tell you something. And you can ask somebody who actually watches the Warriors what Draymond Green's worth is, and they'll tell you something completely different. I think that same rule applies for Wiggins in this case, especially given the circumstances. And nobody knows what type of impact he's going to make when he steps back on the floor. But I can bet you it's going to be way different from what the casual NBA fan thinks and what people like us who really know and see what the Warriors do. So,
Brian, I think you have a point. And by the way, just for those who are just joining, the previous caller, I don't think was saying that Wiggins' return won't have an impact. I think his point was it may not have the impact some people are saying. And I actually, to a degree, I think both of you have a point. You are hearing a lot of people who are just going A to B. Wiggins is back. We're amazing again.
Right.
We beat championship.
I love when you do that.
It's like, whoa, right? Like, it's not that. He's not Steph. And this team has proven that even when they are fully healthy, they're not dominant this year. However, to say that his entrance, his rejoining the team is not going to have both a mental and a physical boost impact. I mean, of course it will.
And emotional,
all of those things. And the larger point for me, so Wiggins fits in, and that's why our last caller has a point. I've never thought that this particular team can go anywhere unless they're all there. All of them.
And I think what he brings is the most important on the defensive end, and also his ability to go out there and alleviate some of the rebounding woes that they have at times, the defensive problems that they've had, and to be that third or fourth option offensively, because we know Jordan Poole is incendiary, and you absolutely have to have him in the closing lineup. I've always said that. Steph and Clay, what happened?
Go ahead. I got a story for you about that.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
More hot water for your boy.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. You'll like this one.
Okay, good. Because I think Wiggins' ability to get you 25, he has that ability. Like GP2 being back, he's probably not a threat to give you 25. Great defender, but he's just not that guy. Wiggins can go for 11. He can go for 27. So what he can give you on the offensive end can be a huge add to what they need.
No question, right? Like, especially when we talk about this Warrior team sort of settling for threes too much.
Yeah.
To me, that's a Wiggins thing. Because if on this team you were to say, look, the threes aren't falling, can we put the ball in someone's hands on the wing who can drive and get fouled? I mean, maybe Poole. I'm actually going to say, even though I love the way Steph finishes, he doesn't get the whistle. Right? But Wiggins is that force. He is the one, because Poole and Steph, they're great drivers of the basketball, but they're tiny. And so their shots get blocked a lot, and they have to be really creative with their finish. Wiggins is the one that can just force it right down your throat.
Yeah, and I wish he would more because the numbers don't indicate that he does it as often as we think. Warriors, by the way, 30th in the association in free throw attempts per game.
That's crazy.
They are sitting at 20.2. Curry and Poole each average 5 free throws a game. Then it's Kuminga at 2, Clay 2, Wiggins 2, Looney 2, Wiseman 1.8.
Oh, hey, James.
To your point about Wiggins, it feels to me like he could average a lot closer to 5 or 6 free throw attempts a game.
This is James Wiseman.
Thank you, James. If Andrew would attack the basket more.
James is on the court right now. The Pacers have a 17-6 early lead. 7 minutes to go first quarter.
Okay.
In action from Indiana.
Actually, breaking news. Beep, 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 beep.
Oh.
He went to the locker room. Hurt his toe.
This is James Wiseman.
Oh, that's not good. Wait, what happened? He hurt his what?
Toe. Not sure which.
I was just going to ask, big or little?
I wonder if Steiny's friends think he's soft.
Wow.
His toe?
It could be bad.
I'm kidding.
It could be broken.
Kidding. No, that's too bad.
I don't know if you saw this, Mark, this quick NBA nugget.
What do we got?
Kyrie Irving and 4 key Mavericks will sit out.
Yeah, what the
Friday night's home game against the Bulls.
What the hell is that?
In a must-win scenario.
Yeah, what is that? They have the same... No, actually, they don't. They have the same... No, they don't have the same record as the Thunder.
More breaking news. Beep, 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 beep. Luka is going to play the first quarter, and that's it.
Just the first quarter.
Yeah.
Apparently, he had a promise to Mavs fans that as long as they're still mathematically alive, he will play.
Wait, why are they...
Only for the first quarter.
I don't understand. What are they doing?
What is going on here?
They're tied with the Bulls for the 10th best lottery odds.
No. They can still get the play-in.
They're tied with the Bulls for the 10th best lottery odds.
They're a half game behind the Thunder for the 10th spot.
They want the lottery.
If they win tonight, they're
That's
tied.
Pearl Jam, by the way.
I know. I knew that.
It's a rare track. I'm a fan. I like that one.
You're welcome to do it anytime.
Appreciate it.
I can't believe I didn't stop and just start bowing. No, Dallas is 38-42.
No, you're right.
I don't understand. Somebody tell me what Dallas is doing.
Waving the white flag.
Why would they do that? And why is this not like there should be a protest out front?
Seriously, there was a protest and Mark Cuban lost it.
Well, that's true too. That was a bad protest.
This is terrible.
That was stupid.
And maybe after that, they're, if we can't win that protest, we don't want to win anything. They're a half game back of OKC.
But they have the tiebreaker?
They lose the tiebreaker with OKC.
Okay.
C.
Okay.
C.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's OKC playing their last game?
Great question. It would be Sunday, right? Because everybody's playing.
They play Memphis.
On Sunday.
They play Memphis.
And Memphis is likely in shutdown mode.
Right.
So
maybe Dallas is saying OKC is going to win that game.
So why bother?
So let's go get Victor Wembanyama balls. Wembanyama balls.
It worked the first time. It worked perfect.
Balls Yama.
And that also works.
Okay.
I'm just surprised. I saw this item cross, and I was like, this can't be right.
I can do this story in 30 seconds, but get the ready, Mark.
Okay.
So the new quarter at Cal Poly started this week. So opening session, and we're meeting the students and doing the get to know. So one of the guys he tells them, okay, I'm a third year, I'm from whatever. Hey, but before we move on to the next student, Professor Willard, did you guys have Festus Ezeli on your show recently? I just started laughing. He goes, because I was watching the end of the Warrior game the other night, and I think I heard your name. Said I will not confirm or deny anything about this conversation. We will be moving on.
Perfect.
And your quiz is due by midnight.
Stupidest question ever.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonte.
All right. I think Shasky's going to yell soon. We're going live to the Masters still. We got a Warrior game tonight. We're taking your calls.
One last
Lucas,
note on the Mavericks night. Apparently, it is I Feel Slovenia night in Dallas.
Oh.
So Luka didn't want to disappoint his countrymen.
Well, and
you made that up.
Therefore, the fans have something.
Gotta Google it.
Oh, God. I actually am not. I don't even know how to spell it. All right. It's Willard and Dibs.
I Feel Slovenia.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Proposition Chicken is the iconic business with deep ties to our community. Our 9 Bay Area locations are open 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Proposition Chicken.
Yeah!
We're going to need to be ready.
I think just for the topic, talking about lottery and
Wembanyama balls.
Although, unfortunately, they don't do ping pong balls anymore. It's all, it's a computer, of course. Everything's a computer now.
It's a bummer.
Every draft combination is sorted out into like, not cards, physical cards, but then the computer selects one of the random sequences. There's no more ping pong balls or frozen envelopes. Be a lot more fun if it was.
Yeah, sure would. You know who's got balls? Joe Shasky. That's who.
Man.
That's the transition that I had. I'm sorry. That's what I went with. Executive decision. That's right. He does. And
Don't talk about that.
he went all the way out, flag in hand, to Oracle Park for today's home opener and saw all 5 of the Giants' hits and their one run as well. It's the Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. On a scale of 1 to 10, where are your emotions right now?
I'm feeling great. I actually had a really nice time today, guys. Like, I know that they lost and they didn't put the ball in play, and I don't know what Yaz is doing with 2 outs, putting a bunt down, but, like, all in all, a day at the ballpark is better than any day at work, right, for anyone out there. And there were so many people out there. I thought we had a really nice day today.
That's all true, but 1 run on 5 hits and losing to a team with just 1 win, that's got to get you thinking a little bit about some all-caps tweeting, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to show more versatility in my game.
Steph
Curry, like Steph Curry, he evolved his physical body over time. I'm trying to evolve my emotional state of mind over time, Dibs.
Well,
impressive.
Speaking of emotional state of mind, I mean, Shasky, that's my first question. How would you describe the emotional state of mind of the crowd today?
It's very interesting that you asked that. So there's a variety of things I was thinking about. First one, everyone get there early, 12:45, pregame festivities. And it was kind of a dud. Like, they didn't have any pomp and circumstance that I'm accustomed to because, yes, we've been kind of spoiled with all the championships and stuff, but no Willie Mays, no Barry Bonds, no Cepeda. I know those guys are up in age. It was Mike Murphy doing the first pitch. But, like, the whole orange carpet ceremony at the beginning, it didn't hit for me. Maybe it hit on television. It was kind of bleh. But it was great to see the entire stadium there. I thought it was popping in the stadium, but they just didn't give them a lot to cheer for. Now, I will tell you this. My first game with the pitch clock, I think it's incredible. And I'll get to the actual game part of it where there's, like, guys in motion and things like that with all the rules shifting because I thought that was spectacular. But, like, my wife, my cousin and his girl and everybody I talk to loves the pace of the game. And when you see the clock going on the side, it doesn't distract you. It actually lets you know, oh, some action's going to happen here. I should pay attention, which is what Alexis said. And I said, that's actually kind of cool. It moved so quick. And I'll tell you this, unanimously, everyone loved it at the yard.
That's an interesting way to put it because when you watch football on TV and the play clock's down to 5, it's down to 4, and we're all now trained that a snap is coming and a play is coming. So I hadn't even thought about it in those terms of priming yourself as a fan for action. Did you find fans having to, like, put their phone down and pay more attention to the game because the action is coming more rapidly?
I noticed that early on I was looking at my phone, and I did miss a lot, Dibs. Like, honestly, I missed a lot. And actually, at one point, Rennell in the opening game, pregame ceremonies told everyone to put their phones down, which was kind of like the old school movie theaters back in the day. Oh, turn your phone off and turn the sound down, like back in the day when you used to actually go to movies. But I'll tell you this, it was a big drink-a-thon. I think a lot of people were just ready to go out and celebrate the Giants and just have fun because opening day is kind of like an event. It was a who's out there. But I think we underrate Giants fans. They were packing that bad boy out. I mean, the concessions were completely packed. Maybe the stands didn't look filled to capacity because everyone was doing their annual, like, walk around the stadium, hang out, chill out in the plaza. There's new bar areas. I thought for a party event, it was popping.
Yeah, actually, it did look full. It looked full on TV. There's no doubt about that. But you actually sort of mentioned one of the big questions I have going into this season. Nobody loves going out there more than me. Joe, you know that. I mean, we're out there all the time, but I just, dang it, that like since COVID, they've not been able to figure out how to go get a slice of pizza or a dog and a beer and get back to your seat without missing an inning and a half. Did you see, and maybe today's a bad day to assess it because it was so packed, but Have they been able to do anything on that front? And I would think with the pitch clock, that's even more important.
Yeah, it's funny. We went to go grab some beverages and some different things, and you did miss a lot of action, but they've got so many televisions, and one of my buddies actually installed a bunch of the TVs there. They upgraded the televisions, and they've got the radio going all around the whole entire venue now. So, yes, if you want to be locked in on every single pitch, like I was thinking like playoff time, I wouldn't get up. I just know me. I would not get up out of my seat. But, like, if you wanted to pay attention while ordering stuff, there's literally televisions all over the bad boy. But getting food and stuff, the concessions are just they're gonna be slow. And I don't knock the Giants for that. I think that's just, it's impossible to feed 40,000 people, at the blink of an eye.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I know you're not a big drinker, but did you hear any chatter about the $9 beer? Did anyone make the pilgrimage to cash in on that bargain beer?
Let me tell you this, Dibs. They built this. I was over in section 233 of the club level, and they built this little outdoor plaza bar thing. That thing's a smashing hit. I guess I didn't even notice it beforehand. They might have built it right during COVID or whatever. There's all these new little party plazas that they've built. I actually think they did a pretty damn good job making it more party-friendly. So people were gathering, watching the game while hanging out around a table, like one of those tall boy tables that you would see, I don't know, at any club or anything like that. They have a lot of those areas, and it felt more like everybody was out having a beer, and especially because it's a Friday, it felt like all right, we're here to have fun to kind of a crowd.
Shasky, whether on credential, whether on tickets, whatever it is, I think we need to keep track this year. And you're 0-1.
Yeah, man.
You're 0-1, dude.
I know. Well, what pissed me off in the opening lineup, I'm like, Matt Duffy gets a great reception. Giants fans love him, clearly. Anybody with the member berries, Giants fans are going to be all over it. But no Bobby Witt Jr. And I'm like, I'm here to see Bobby Witt Jr. for Kansas City. And he ended up getting subbed in late in the game. But, it's like the only guy outside of Salvador Perez that most people can name if they play any kind of fantasy baseball. And so that was frustrating. But, my God, it was a snoozer for the Giants offense. What is Yaz is bunting with 2 outs? I want to know what the spreadsheet says on that one. That's what I'd like to know about that one. And Cobb, he pitched well, I guess, but he got hit hard a lot. So I don't know. Their pitching staff isn't so hot right now. But Blake Sable looks legit. One thing I will say about the bases, guys, I don't want to leave this remiss. Kansas City was running the bases left and right. And there was a couple of plays where a guy steals, and you see Estrada, because of the lack of the shifting, Estrada's got to come over from second base and cover second, and then boom, a hit and run. I said to myself, I can't remember the last time I saw a hit and run executed. So to see base path movement, it was actually a different version of the game as opposed to a second baseman standing in right field. I really enjoyed the action. It was 3 hours of action today, which was a change of pace.
Yeah, a little of that old school feel. I love it with the running game and the hit and run going on. Joe, what kind of team do you think this Giants ultimately is going to be? The 7 homers in a game, thrilling team, or more of this plodding, we strike out a lot and only score 1 run team?
Dibs, this is going to be the ultimate feast or famine game. This is low caps, high caps every other night. Right? That's what it is. The thing is, I don't even think their hitting's that bad. I think their pitching's overrated. I think this is the deepest pitching staff. What? Alex Cobb is your 2? What are we talking about? DeSclafani, who, by the way, looks yoked out of his mind when he's walking out onto the field. He's your 3. I think they're going to flip-flop those 2. I think DeSclafani's going to end up being the 2. But, that's a step down. You lost Kevin Gausman and Rodon in back-to-back years. Gausman hasn't surrendered a run in 12 innings this year. And so I love Logan Webb, but I don't think he's a true ace. He might be the number 1 in this staff. I think their pitching staff leaves a lot to be desired. It might be deep, but it's not high end. It's not.
Brother, I love you, and you're a garlic fry baseball guy, but you're overreacting to the moment. All I've heard is you and many others hate on DeSclafani for a year and a half. Now you want him to be the 2 because he had 1 good outing? Alex Cobb's ERA this year's 2.5. He's fine.
Well, he got hit hard in this game. I thought that they played surprisingly good defense behind him. Other thing to monitor, guys, Craw looks slow. He's always been slow. He looks really slow. I'm just calling it what backup shortstop is an issue. They got to get Casey Schmidt up here soon. I'm serious.
Well,
they need to get Casey Schmidt up here. The shift, God bless Crawford. He's still got an arm. Moving left and right, there were a couple balls he didn't even move on. He didn't even move.
Man.
Hitting 143 so far.
Yeah.
he's always been kind of a love first, hit second kind of a guy. But I think the shift, man, it's something to monitor. I love Crawl. I think he got the biggest ovation today.
Well, of course. He's the only one that most of the people have heard of. But listen, dude, I'm going tomorrow, and if they win, that's it. I'm 1-0, and you're 0-1. And since you overreact to one game, then you don't get to go anymore.
Dilly and Wibbs, I love you guys both so much. I got to say, Sam Lubman made the first error of the season at AT&T Park. He orders garlic fries because he has to have his garlic fries, and then says, "Sir, I would like actual garlic on my fries," and returned the fries immediately, and they literally scooped garlic and threw them on top of the fries. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
There wasn't enough garlic on his garlic fries when he ordered them?
Yeah, he goes, "Are you platooning the garlic?"
That's a funny line.
That's not a bad line. And actually, if he got the garlic, then good on him. But yeah, I don't think I've ever sent back an item at a ball game.
See, I literally turned to him and said the exact same thing. Mark, I don't think I have the guts or the heart to do that. And so that's something you guys can chew on.
Yeah, all right.
Do you put ketchup when you get garlic fries, or do you just eat the garlic fries without ketchup?
No ketchup on the garlic fries. But when you get to the very end, I think the only way, if you want to eat the entire thing, the only way to consume them at the very end is because it turns into a mashed potato, is basically having more ketchup. Ketchup with the jersey, it's not a good look.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I had to sit out that conversation because I don't put ketchup on regular fries.
You don't?
Nope.
Yeah, wow.
I just eat them.
Yeah.
Just put salt on them and eat them.
I can go either way with regular fries, but garlic fries, I've never found the need to put ketchup on them.
Right.
Some people do. Anyway,
Joe,
thanks, Joe.
Get home safe and stop making the Giants lose.
I will do that, Mark. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Okay.
Boys have good. Oh, by the way, this is the first page of the peace treaty. I don't know what's been going on with Festus, the whole thing. Peace treaty, boys. I'm all in on it.
Oh, brother, I told you.
That's all love.
Yeah, he reacted the wrong way to it. You listen. Keep our names in your mouth. Exactly. That's the rule. You guys can talk about us whenever you want. That's the rule.
One, boys.
All right, see you later, brother.
See you, Joe.
Anyways, Joe Shasky puts ketchup on garlic fries, and
only at the end.
Only at the end.
Yeah.
And a representative of Sam Lubman who sends food back at a ball game. That's an interesting maneuver.
That is, especially, garlic fries, if they're not totally heapily covered with garlic, it's still going to be good, and you're going to get that garlicky goodness.
By the way, I'm not somebody who's anti-sending something back. Like, you're going to a service industry place, and if you're not happy, you should speak up. Like, I actually had to help my oldest son would go to a restaurant, I don't know, week and a half ago. I wonder what y'all think about this. Just quick aside. You get a food item. The restaurant didn't mess it up. They made it exactly as, but you take a bite and you're like, I don't like this at all. Like, I do not like this at all. Is that okay to send it back?
Really important. What was the item?
It was like a breaded chicken sandwich of some sort. Why is that important?
If it's basic enough, you should know what you're ordering. If you like it or not.
But it was like flavorless. By the way, this wasn't me. This is my son.
Yeah.
But he's a little bit of an introvert. I don't know where the hell he got that. But anyway, like I go, buddy, because he took a bite and like threw it.
Damn, angrily.
Like he was very put off.
Probably
by this
really
item.
hungry, right?
He was, and he had to wait a while for it. And by the way, the item that he wanted, they were out of.
Yeah, that gets
tough.
tough.
He had already gotten kicked to his second item.
Yeah. And
then he took a bite, and he's like, oh, God, this is terrible. But I had to encourage him. I go, then send it back. He goes, but they didn't do anything wrong. I go, but they're supposed to they want you to be happy.
Yes.
So let's order something else.
Yeah.
And so I had to kind of guide him through that, and he did, but I could tell he felt very guilty.
Yeah, that's a tough one because I'm kind of with Lucas. I mean, you went out and you ordered it. I famously on a trip with my kids, I ordered a jackfruit sandwich back when I wasn't eating meat, and I didn't really know how much I actually disliked jackfruit. So when the sandwich came and I had about 3 bites, I was basically saying, I don't like this. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
Didn't send it back because that was a me problem. I ordered something that I didn't even really know if I would like it or not. So when they sent it to me, I had to basically wear that one.
Huh. I mean,
and you know me, Mark. I will send anything back at any time. You know me, Mark.
The restaurant wants you to be happy. Like in the grander sense, I think we're talking to the server as if it's on them. This is a restaurant. Like, they're okay. They have one more meal. They can get you a meal. They want you to be happy. They don't want you to go home and be like, never eating at that place again.
But maybe the chef finally got a break, you know? He finally is getting that cigarette break that he's been waiting for.
The chef! Sorry, whenever I hear that word.
You know, hey, Louie, you got to make something else. The kid at table 11's not happy.
I mean,
I'll show him.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I mean, they want you to be happy.
They do.
Be happy. You're here to be happy. You go out there and spend $150 on a meal, and you're like, take one bite and you throw it on your plate. Maybe that's why I helped them send it back. I'm like, I'm paying. I'm not taking you home hungry.
Yeah.
Get you a meal.
What was the server's reaction?
They were great. They were great, and they got him something else. And then he ate half of that, and then I ate the other half of that.
But he at least liked it.
The one thing that, this is what the selfish person thinks, you know that they've got to throw away the meal that they're taking back. So I'm always like, just leave it here. I got that. I'll eat that.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're going to take it in the back, you put it in the garbage. Because my son touched it. But that's my son.
So I'll eat it.
I'll eat that. Just leave it right there.
That happens sometimes when I go to a tavern and, hey, let me get a beer. And they pour your beer and 2/3 of the way through the keg blows. And it's like a good bartender will say, hey, this one's on the house. I'll get you another one when we refill the keg unless you want something else. It's like, all right.
By the way,
take it.
That same restaurant, the last time we went there, we walked by one time, and it was just me and the lovely Christy that time. Walked by, and guys like, hey, you want a beer? I was like,
want a beer?
Took words right out of my mouth. But they had poured something incorrectly, and I was like, that's awesome. And you're going to go pour it out.
Yes.
Just cruise around and be like, you want a beer? Like, yeah, I do. We had a beer.
Perfect.
We had a beer. It was great. Anyway.
A quick aside on something we talked about last segment.
We just did a quick aside.
This is actually a sports aside.
Quick, okay.
Because I was looking at something on the TV while we were doing the Butcher Boy thing, and Tim Bontemps is reporting that Dallas has to give up their pick to the Knicks unless it lands in the top 10. It's a top 10 protected pick. So if the Mavericks make the playoffs, then they're out of the lottery.
Yep.
They lose their pick as a part of the Kristaps Porzingis trade. But if they fall into the lottery and that pick falls into the top 10, the Mavericks get to keep their pick.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see what the league does here. Because if you're just joining us, the Mavericks, only a half game out of the play-in tournament, are sitting Kyrie Irving and three other top players.
Yeah.
And Luka is playing only a quarter. And then he's sitting. And this is all announced. And I was just watching Jason Kidd talk to the assembled media.
Looking, yeah.
Well, I mean,
looking good.
He had a backwards hat on, didn't he? Anyway, he comes in, and obviously we're in a studio, so the sound of the TVs is off, but we're getting the readout of what they're saying. And I'm looking at what Jason is saying, and he is not trying to sort of make this look like anything other than what it is. He's like, look, this is an organizational decision, and so I've got to go with it. He's basically kicking the decision upstairs, which it was, but he's not trying to run from the fact that the Mavericks are just tanking right in front of everybody.
Right.
And Mark Cuban has already been caught once verbally talking about tanking on a podcast years ago.
Yeah.
I think that led to a fine, if I can.
$600,000.
Right. Like, you are openly tanking right in front of everybody to see on a night where people are on their way to the arena with expensive tickets in hand, thinking that you're going to desperately go after the last playoff spot.
Right.
And in the car on their way, they announce, we're sitting all our good players. Luke will come out and give you a ceremonial wave, and then he's going to go put jeans on. And we out because we want our draft pick, because realistically, let's say we do get the 10th spot. We're not winning a championship. We'll get our butts kicked.
Right.
And they're right. But I don't think that's going to sit well with anybody.
No, and it's just a further example to me of why this NBA system is broken and the play-in is not solving what ultimately the real problems are. Because you're right, even if Dallas wins and they somehow climb up to the 10 and then they beat Minnesota in the 10-9 game, Lakers beat the Pelicans, and so the Pelicans have to beat Dallas. And then Dallas beats the Pelicans. They're the 8th seed. Dallas, you're a playoff team. Now you got to go take on Denver, a well-rested Denver at altitude in a best-of-7. I don't like your chances.
No, they'd get killed. They're terrible. They're the worst defensive team in the NBA.
Right, and so now the pick that you might be in the lottery and you might be able to land in the top 10, which means you get to keep your pick. Now you lose your pick. The New York Knicks get it as part of the Kristaps trade. So not only do you have to exert all this extra effort for nothing because Denver houses you, but now you lose a draft pick. And so instead, you just openly shut it down. You openly tank. And meanwhile, Sacramento, they're not tanking, but they're not going to try tonight. So these games, we got 3 days left in the regular season, and 2 of the games are being rendered largely meaningless based on situations.
Speaking of which, did we get a 4:30 update on tonight's injury report from the Sacramento Kings?
We got a new injury report, but no changes.
No changes.
They're all still doubtful, right?
And they're questionable.
Okay, because I saw something on ESPN. I'm looking here. It says doubtful.
Doubtful.
Herder, Sabonis, Monk, Mitchell, and Lyles.
Doubtful would have been way too much of a tell, because that would have been like, we're sitting everybody. Like, they all have hangnails, and they're all out. So they're just going to make them questionable. Spread is standing firm at 9.5 at this hour.
Yeah, the official NBA injury report still has questionable.
Thank you, Grandy. I appreciate that. I was just looking at the ESPN, which has them as day-to-day, Mark.
Oh, well, of course.
Fox, Murray, Herder, Sabonis, Monk, Mitchell, and Lyles. They're all day-to-day. Matthew Dellavedova.
He's out.
He's not day-to-day.
He's out.
Oh,
he's out. I do think
thoughts and prayers. He's not even day-to-day.
Right, no, he's dead, apparently.
Yeah.
No, and I do think the NBA, by the way, should change day-to-day to night-to-night. Like, almost all of the games are at night. So why are we day-to-day?
Or maybe hour-to-hour based on what we've learned from Dallas, where they changed course. And Jason Kidd was asked, does he agree with the decision? And his quote, "Those are my bosses. So yes." There you have it.
Jason's been... He's been strange. I thought his press conferences were odd during the Warriors series last year.
Yeah.
Where, he just was like, well, we're not going to beat the Warriors. I mean, they're great. I'm like, this is the Western Conference Finals. And now this. Yeah, we're sitting everybody. Do you agree with it? Well,
those are my bosses, so yeah. I agree. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Warriors of Sacramento tonight, if you hadn't heard. Warriors Live starts at 6 p.m., just over an hour from now. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And a special shout out to one of our YouTube watchers right now, Philippe Estrada. Thank you for watching, Philippe. Philippe just put in a comment moments ago. Hey, Willard, you sounded like Bochy when you were grumbling earlier.
Right.
That was the point.
So good.
Yeah.
You get a 5 then for that. Because you went for Boch.
That would have been really...
You got a Boch. That's really good.
Yeah, that was crazy. You sounded like Bochy just now. That's weird. All right. We're going to go to the Masters in a little bit. We'll go to Augusta. We got room for plenty of your phone calls as we get ready for Warriors and Kings. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Would you rather, if you're a Warrior fan, the Kings just sat everybody out, or do you want their best punch? That's what's on the line in a game that starts in just over 2 hours right here on 95.7 The Game.
It was crazy.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Was it TLC that did Ain't Too Proud to Beg? The newer version. I know it's an old Motown song, too. I am not too proud tonight. Sit them all.
I'm with you, Mark.
Give me the win.
Yeah.
Give me the win. I do not care. I think it's a missed opportunity for something that's a whole lot of fun, but I also understand that maybe that's getting a little bit distracted by something that's not as dramatic as we want to make it out to be. Like, I don't know necessarily what the Kings gain by sitting this one out. Is it safety? Is it, keeping some secrets about how they would attack the Warriors? I don't know. I don't even know what that's all about. But what do they gain by playing and playing hard? I don't know that I could answer that either. From the Kings' standpoint, they're going to be the 3 seed. That's the deal. I'm interested to see how they play this one versus how they play it on Sunday in Denver. Are they sitting everybody out? Maybe they will. And if they do that, I don't really have any criticisms here. I just know that the fans who are going to Golden 1 tonight are, if it goes the way it looks like it's going to go and the Kings are going to sit a bunch of players, they miss out on something. They miss out on something that was going to be a different vibe, for sure.
Are they owed anything, Mark?
The fans?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not deciding that the Beamers, Team Beam, is owed anything. And Sacramento had a chance already to take on the Warriors. Granted, it was back in November. These two teams played late October, then November 7th, November 13th, and then not again until tonight. So a 5-month break between these NBA rivals. And I know the schedule is kind of an odd thing. Sometimes you play opponents on back-to-back nights in 2 different cities or sometimes the same city. It's not an easy thing to make an NBA schedule, but when these two teams played way back in October and November, nobody would have thought, hey, playoff preview, baby.
No one would have thought that, and no one would have thought the Kings were going to end up where they ended up. The Warriors have won 2 of the previous 3 meetings so far this year, and I think there are plenty of very, very fair questions still out there with regard to who this Kings team is. When you
know who they are.
They're
adorable.
I know. I think they are. Gosh, why is her name escaping me? She's a broadcaster for the Kings, and she was on with
Katie
Bob
Christensen.
Yes. So she is on, and there's videos of her, the broadcast that she does with Mark Jones, where when the Kings clinched the playoffs, she went through 2 minutes of barely being able to talk through it because she was so emotional.
Right.
And she's been there for this entire experience. She's been there for 16 years with the Kings, and she's watched all of the failures over and over and over again. So it was touching, but I also watched it, and you're going to hate this, but as I watched it, I'm like, how do I find a way to explain without offending anybody that this is what I'm talking about?
Right.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
You don't think that you're saying that Tim Roy won't be emotional when the Warriors clinch a playoff berth if it happens tonight?
I mean, if
sorry, Tim, I had to use you for my own devices
if
there.
If broadcasters crying because the team made the playoffs isn't adorable, I don't know what is.
It's been a long time for Sacramento.
Yes, and so it's engaging. All the other words I've tried to use.
You've tried.
I'm like, it's mesmerizing. It's intoxicating. It's an intoxication sensation.
And that's $1, yeah.
It's adorable. It's adorable. It's an NBA team that drove a long-standing and fantastic broadcaster to tears by making the playoffs.
Right. And winning division.
More than half the league makes the playoffs.
Yeah. 16 of the 30, and 20 of the 30 if you count the play-in, the cockamamie play-in.
I felt a little empowered, Dibs. I probably shouldn't because I know nobody's going to believe me here.
Yeah.
No one's going to be like, you know what, Mark was right. But it's adorable.
It's neat. I would go with it's neato.
Okay,
it's just neato, which is not, it's not that much different.
It is. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're right. It is adorable.
People are crying.
Right.
They're crying because they're 48
People taking selfies with the beam, and it's a magical year.
48 and 32.
To that end, I look at tonight, Sacramento and Golden State, and on the one hand, I wish that both these teams were going to go at it full up and really play this one like it matters, but it doesn't really matter. And Sacramento is basically landlocked at the 3.
For them, it doesn't.
And I don't believe in the NBA in the rest versus rust discussion. Like in the NFL, I'm here for a discussion about whether or not sitting out your players in an NFL game affects them a week later if you've got a playoff game. In the NBA, I don't believe that that's a thing. Sacramento could not play their guys tonight or Sunday and not have another game until next weekend, which would be the case. And I don't think that any of those NBA players are going to come out and be rusty after 80 games in the association.
I agree.
Especially when you and I talked about this before. Sacramento has played its players more than any other team in the association this year in terms of not sitting guys out for load management. So if they want to load manage it now, sitting on the 3, I think it actually makes perfect sense.
Do you? There's a little bit of surprise. I would have thought that the Kings would have wanted to go for 50 wins. After everything they've been through, I would have thought that mattered to them. I'm actually kind of glad that it doesn't, because it doesn't. But they're 48-32. They need to win these last 2 for 50 wins. I would have thought that would have mattered. Apparently, it doesn't. I think that's a mature thing from Mike Brown,
right?
To be like, no, we're not doing that.
If it was going to be a franchise best, then I could see maybe they push for that. But 50, it doesn't really matter, right? 50's not a mark.
No, I mean, well, a little bit. Certainly for them it is, but it's not a mark. But I think also because of that, because of the Western Conference being as muddled and as weak as it is, quite frankly, the Kings feel more dominant than they are. And this is why I think that if the series happens, that the Warriors will beat them. The Kings are not that much better than the Warriors. They're 6 games ahead, and if it goes the way it goes tonight, they're going to be 5 games ahead of them. A non-50 winning team, they are 23-7. If they lose tonight, they're 23-18 at home. Their road record's better than their home record.
They've barely had to change the bulb on the beam.
Thank you.
With 23 wins.
23 beams.
That's it.
Like that's not dominant basketball.
Nah.
Okay? There are 4 teams in the East with a better record than the Sacramento Kings. There are 6 teams who have already gotten their 50th win in the NBA. The Kings aren't one of them. So it's a solid team. It's a great story. Super adorable. And they're going to be a problem, but they're not dominant. They're not. This is not a dominant basketball team.
They're a problem with a lowercase p. They're a small problem.
Well, no, they're good. They're good. But you hear my tone? They're good. They're good.
When somebody says that they're going to backhand the Warriors.
Wow. Okay.
I mean.
Okay.
Not that anyone would say that.
Yeah.
But we can revisit that next week.
Again if it happens.
If it goes that way. Yeah. If the Warriors win tonight, 43-38, they will not, by any way, shape, or form, be the 9. So they would be 8 at the worst with a victory because Minnesota's already sitting on 40 losses. Yep. So it is a big one for the Warriors. It would be great for the Warriors to win, get a little help, and then they could pull a Dallas Mavericks on Sunday and sit everyone.
Yeah, and if you want to know what we're looking at in terms of scoreboard watching, the Lakers play the Suns tonight. Okay, so that's going to be one that you want to keep an eye on. The Clippers are off. They host the Blazers tomorrow. I'd love to see them try to find a way to lose that game. How the hell do you host the Blazers and lose right now? You only need 82 points to win that game. So the Clippers are probably going to win again. And then we get to the final day where the Warriors will take on the Blazers. And then as far as what the Clippers and Lakers will do, the Lakers are going to host the Jazz, and the Clippers are on the road at the Suns. So here's the thing.
Well, just real quick about the Suns. Tonight, they will not have T.J. Warren, Devin Booker, Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, or Kevin Durant.
Oh.
They all have been listed as, you're out.
You're out. Well, the Lakers want to win that game.
And the Phoenix Suns don't.
Right, so the Lakers will go win that. But the interesting one will be the finale Sunday where the Suns are hosting the Clippers. Because my sense is there's a decent possibility that both teams, the Suns won't care.
Right.
And the Clippers are going to want to lose. Because if the Clippers lose and the Warriors win, the Warriors will move to the 5.
Oh, this is so
and
great.
They'll get the Suns. Oh, maybe the Suns will. Maybe that's what oh, gosh.
You had a light bulb?
Well,
Was that a light bulb moment?
The Suns-Clippers game stands on Sunday to be a game of maybe both teams are just going to be sitting there playing duck, duck, goose. And they're not like the final score will be 1-0.
Chuck lose.
I think you're both going to want to lose because if you're the Suns, don't you want to rig it so that you play the Clippers? If I'm we keep looking at it like nobody wants the Suns. If I'm the Suns, I don't want the Warriors either.
Right.
I don't want the Warriors. I want the Clippers. So lose your game against the Clippers, and you'll get the Clippers.
That's interesting because the Clippers have to get through Portland, as you mentioned it.
I mean, how?
The day before.
How can you lose that game? It's not even possible.
I mean, Portland's actually played pretty well over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, Portland, as much as they...
I think people are saying that because they played one good game. They played one good game. I don't think they've played a lot of good games.
I think they've actually won a few games.
They beat Minnesota on the 2nd. Last Sunday, they beat them by 2 points.
Big win.
Other than that, they've lost their last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've lost 7 of 8, and they've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've lost 14 of 16. So, no, they have not played well.
They've only lost 2 in a row, as it sits right now.
Correct.
They're 2-8 in their last 10.
One of them was to the Spurs.
But if you're the Clippers, and so the Clippers, well, they'll know going in what they're looking at. If the Warriors win tonight, the Warriors go a half game up on the Clippers. And if the Clippers really don't want to face the Suns, how do you go out there? Can you cook it against Portland? Maybe they sit everybody against Portland.
But you got a danger game that you're playing. If the Clippers lose them both, and the Lakers win them both, and the Warriors win them both, well, you just kicked yourself into the play-in.
That's a great point.
So you got to win.
Great point.
So you got to win, but then you got to lose. So if I were to predict, I think the Lakers are going to roll and do their thing and put pressure on the Warriors and the Clippers. I think the Warriors are going to win both of their games and solidify nothing worse than the 6. The Clippers will be sitting there after a win tomorrow, whereas the situation of if we win, we're the 5, and if we lose, we're the 6, and the Suns are going to be like, we want you to be the 5, and everyone's just going to stare at each other. And it's going to be 3 hours of shot clock violations,
right? And
the final score will be 0-0, and they'll go to overtime.
So many overtimes.
I think that's going to be weird.
That would be so great for the product if, I mean, literally.
That's my prediction. Take the under.
I mean... 71 turnovers for the Suns, 68 for the Clippers. Not a field goal attempt in the game.
They'll just sit everybody. It'd be like, towel boys be running around out there with jerseys. I don't know. But that's what I would do. Like, that's what these teams are going to want. The Suns don't want the Warriors.
But to your point, if the Lakers play today against Phoenix playing nobody. So let's give the Lakers the win.
They'll win.
Then the Warriors win. So now the Lakers are a half game back of the Clippers. The Warriors jump the Clippers. So going into Sunday, the Clippers will have to win to avoid that play-in game.
Right. Well, except the Clippers have a game against Portland tomorrow in L.A.
Right.
So how you lose, again, I think you got to win that to avoid the play-in stuff.
Right.
But then if the Warriors and Lakers win again, then that puts the Clippers into a situation. Hold on. Could it be a situation where the Clippers have to, if they win, they get the 5. If they lose, they get the 7. That's what the Warriors want.
Right.
That's what they really, I think everybody just wants everybody to win out. Warriors, Lakers, Clippers, everybody win both their games.
Right. And then the Lakers are in the play-in.
And the Warriors are the 6, and they get the Kings.
Right. And then the Clippers, darn it, we got stuck with the 5. And I mean, if
but
the
you
Clippers
got to win though, or else you're going to be the 7.
Ideally, the Clippers would somehow have the Lakers lose to the Suns tonight, because then they could control their own destiny in terms of kicking one away against Portland.
Well, the Suns have taken care of that, haven't they?
They sure have.
By playing nobody.
And this is where I have the biggest issue with this whole play-in scenario is these games are supposed to be the biggest of the big. These are game 81 of 82. We should be so thrilled over these games. And it's one thing if, okay, San Antonio and Houston, you're playing out the string. I get it. Portland's going to try their level best. I don't think that they're going to lose on purpose because they're not going to be in the bottom 3. Like Detroit, San Antonio, and Houston, you're the bottom 3. You have the best chance at winning the lottery and getting Victor Wembanyama. But beyond that, like Portland, they're going to try their level best to win that basketball game, but some of these teams aren't.
But yeah, they're a bunch of 20-year-olds running around out there with no clue what to do. So this is actually, as I start to think about this situation actually sets up for the Warriors maybe even better than I thought, because both of these teams, maybe they want the 6, but they can't risk going for the 6 because you could end up in the 7. So if the Warriors just take care of their business, I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot, and it looks like the Kings are going to help the Warriors with that process.
Right.
It looks like it. We got another injury report coming out in 12 minutes, and we'll find out if there's anything up to date there as far as what the Kings are going to do. Let's go to the phones. Adam in Fairfield. You're on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Adam, what are you doing?
Thanks for having me on, guys. I'm on my way up to Golden One. Actually, going to go support the Dubs in Sacramento tonight. You asked the question. You asked the question before the break. What would I rather, as a Warriors fan, have like them play their guys and have a good game, or just have them sit? As a basketball fan and a guy who's played basketball, I want to see good basketball. So that means seeing De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis and Barnes and everyone play, because I just think it'd be a really good, high-scoring, fun game. If they don't end up playing their guys, there's still that side of being a Warriors fan that are like, well, we still need to see our guys play, which we are going to play everybody, and I want to see some just good, consistent basketball and then put, a full 48 together, which I think they'll do with only 2 games left. So just to answer your question, I'd rather see them at full strength.
Yeah, I get it, as long as it leads to a win. And here's the other scary part for the Warriors. We're acting like if the Kings sit all their guys, well, that's an automatic win. Well, the Warriors have shown they can lose to anybody on the road.
True.
Anybody. Wasn't there a game earlier this year where the Suns sat everybody and then beat the Warriors anyway? I'm pretty sure that happened. The Suns cooked everyone out of the game, and they beat the Warriors anyway. I don't even know if it was a road game. It might have been a chase. But I have a very vivid memory of there was a game that the Suns kicked this year.
I'm looking at it right now.
And they beat the Warriors anyway.
125-113 at Chase Center.
At Chase Center. Yep.
And the Suns were led by Mikal Bridges, who had 26. Dwayne Washington Jr. with 21. Dario Saric, a couple of punctuations in his name. He had 19. Torrey Craig with 12. Bismack Biyombo with 8. And Steph Curry's brother-in-law, Damian Lee, with 22.
Oh, that's right. He
no
went
Booker.
Off.
Didn't have KD yet. No CP3. You didn't have DeAndre Ayton. Even Landry Shamet didn't play.
Oh, good for Landry.
And the Warriors got cuffed around. The Warriors only had Clay, Draymond, Steph, Wiggins, Looney, and Poole available.
Oh, is that it?
And
nothing will. Oh,
Dante.
Yes.
Iguodala played 12 minutes. There you go.
Good for him.
There's the problem.
That's nice.
I want Iguodala.
Nothing will activate the Golden One crowd more than if the Baby Kings, little babies, because they're already the Baby Kings, if their little babies come out and play alongside Steph and Clay and they're hanging in there. That will activate that crowd quickly. So this is a show 'em who's boss deal real fast. Matt in San Jose, next up here on Willard and Dibs and Dibbies and Willies. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
Willie and Dibby, I am actually at a dispensary.
Oh, good for you.
Nice. More about what I'm doing. But, look, okay, so look, there's an argument to both sides, right? I mean, do you chase the win? If you're the Kings, yeah, I mean, go for the win, whatever. You want to see that. As a Warriors fan, I don't want to see Sabonis coming here and get a 25-point double-double. But at the same time, like, the Kings don't really have anything to play for either. They're locked into the 3rd seed. But the Warriors struggle with these young, athletic, I'm going to go there, plucky young teams that they're fresh out of high school and don't know how to dribble the ball yet, and they still manage to lose to them. Orlando, Detroit, the Phoenix team that didn't have any starters. At home, no less. So, yeah, I'd love to see them go out there and just put a bunch of no-names out there so the Warriors have a better shot at winning, but who's to say that's going to be the answer?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, because we just assume everybody's young and athletic because they're on the Sacramento Kings. If you're just joining us, we'll go through the players who are listed as questionable tonight for the Kings. And thanks, Matt. De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. That is the list. So what you're talking about are the 1, 2, 3. Then comes Harrison Barnes. He's the 4th leading scorer on the team.
Yeah.
He's in. All right, so you got Barnes. So you got that. And then Monk, Murray, Lyles. Terrence Davis is your, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8th leading scorer. He's in.
Good.
Davion Mitchell is 9th. He's out.
Yeah.
Get ready for, and I don't even know who's healthy in this group. Are we going to get Metu? Are we going to get maybe a little Holmes? Maybe some Rashawn Holmes?
Chimazi, Metu.
I mean,
Alex Len. Do we get Len?
Well, of course we do.
Keon Ellis.
I gave up losses for Len.
That's a 2.
No, thank you.
Happy Good Friday
not worth
to
any
you.
more than
That's
that.
all right.
Honestly, like I don't even know who the Kings have to offer tonight. So if all of those guys are actually out.
Right, and odds are that they will be out, listed as questionable. Mark Grandy with all the latest on the injuries coming up here in just 12 minutes as he's refreshing feverishly in the back, getting ready to bring us the most recent injury news as it's made available.
Yeah, we get the 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time injury report in 6 minutes. Also, in about 4 minutes, we're going to hop out to Augusta National to talk to Aaron Oberholzer of the Golf Channel.
I love it.
Former PGA Tour professional, got to as high as about 20th in the world, and is a San Mateo Bearcat. Local guy.
And he's a Golf Channel on-course reporter or studio host?
This was the studio analyst.
Okay, yeah.
Is the main thing that Aaron's going to be doing out there. And we're in a situation where things got delayed late, and so drama on the course as they depart today without knowing where this is going to go. But like Tiger Woods is tied for 50th. He's one of 2 players right now at 2 over par, with the projected cut being 2 over par, but he's got 7 holes left to play, and so that's going to have to be tomorrow.
Yes.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Here we go, gentlemen. What do we got?
All right, we have some Kings updates for you. Mike Brown has told us who is playing and who is not tonight. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Kevin Huerter, all out. O-U-T, out. Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, and Davion Mitchell and Trey Lyles will play.
Okay.
All right, a little mixed bag.
So he gave you the B team. The B team is in. We thought we were getting C team. We're getting B team. Well, you better be ready, Warriors. You're getting the B team. You're getting the B, not the C team.
Right.
You better get ready. B team. Give me the 3 who are out. It's just
Sabonis,
Fox, Sabonis, and Huerter.
And Huerter.
The best 3 players.
Right.
The best 3 players. Let's call it what it is.
Yes.
This would be like the Warriors being like, no Steph, no Clay, no Dre. But we got Jordan Poole.
Right.
And Andrew Wiggins.
And DiVincenzo and Looney and, the rest of the guys. So you can't take that too lightly, especially, Mark, what I missed.
Well, Lucas, this is not the B team. It's the Beam team.
Ah,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry. Gave
No,
me a
it's
shot.
okay.
The B-Beam team.
Yeah, the
okay.
B team. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No need to apologize.
No.
That was funny. I wish you would have shared it with the whole audience instead of just the audience of one.
That was in my ear, so I just was laughing.
It's very good.
Anyway.
Couldn't even get it out.
Yeah, exactly. I think, when you look at what the Warriors have done on the road this year, I don't think that they're letting their guard down, Mark. That's all.
Well, they can't. They can't. But I will say this. There's a little bit of a danger zone here because this sets the Warriors up for embarrassment now, doesn't it? Like, now you've got... This is no different. Actually, it's even worse. But last week, they're going to Denver, and you get word that Jokic is out. Don't you have the same reaction? Oh, well, they have to win. Well, they didn't. They didn't. And yes, Denver's got other good players, and that's only 1 player. This is 3 players, so it's different. But my God, with what's on the line and the Kings sitting their top 3 players, you best go win the game tonight.
Yes.
You best go win the game.
This is from a team that has been embarrassed before this season on a number of different occasions, actually, including losing to Charlotte. They lost to the Detroit Pistons, Mark. The Warriors. Those Pistons, not the James Wiseman Pistons.
This is James Wiseman.
Yeah, who he's been out he only played 2 minutes.
Yeah.
He left injured, and Detroit's winning. So
yes, they are.
That's about all you need to know.
Things got really good when he
about
left.
That. So this is a Detroit team, and I know Cade Cunningham was playing at the time, but Detroit is terrible. And you lost to Detroit. You lost to Orlando twice. So this Warrior team has been embarrassed before, and we mentioned the loss to Phoenix when they sat everybody. So I don't think that anybody's in the locker room right now counting this one as a win.
No, but you better win it.
Right.
You better win it. It's a must win.
Yeah, it's a must win, Mark. You're right.
Whoa.
It's a must win.
Wait a minute.
I'm too tired to fight you. It's a must win because if they don't win, then
bad things will happen.
Then they get to play again Sunday.
Right.
And if they don't win Sunday, then
no.
they go to the play-in game. So
right.
It's a must win.
Yes.
Because if they don't win, then they still get to play basketball.
Then bad things happen.
Yeah.
I think the only adjustment we need to make on this idea of must win is it's not like you must win or you die. You must win or bad things happen.
Then it's
the
all
play-in
semantics.
tournament is a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
Sure.
The Warriors should be out of that.
It's a must win.
Thank you.
I'm going to start agreeing with that because it's an uphill battle. No more fighting for me. No more arguing.
Do you know what happened to the spread with this news?
Not a darn thing, I would imagine.
That would be incorrect. Game show music, please. Would you like to guess what has happened to the spread since Mike Brown spoke? In fact, it went off the board and it literally just reposted.
Okay.
Just reposted moments ago. Mike Brown sat down at the podium with the Warriors favored by 9.5. What do you think the number is now?
No Herder, no Sabonis, no Fox. We kind of knew that'd be the case. It probably ticked up to 11.5.
Ooh, very good. 11.
Okay.
11. Might get to 11.5 in a second when everyone gets their hands on it.
Yeah, and I guess that's the surprise money. People just flooding in like, oh, it's confirmed. Flood the market with Warrior money at 9.5, and then
I wonder if that's money or because they pull it off the board when something happens like that. It may just be an adjustment from odds makers, but obviously the sense is, I don't know why with the way Warrior basketball goes, but the sense is that they're now going to run them off the court, and the Kings are playing without their top 3 players. But they got enough players to go out there and kind of again put a plucky effort out. And I think Golden One is going to be loud tonight.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So we'll get to JD here actually in a half hour. He's at Golden One. We'll let him get you all ready for the basketball game that's coming up here in an hour and a half on 95.7 The Game. But right now, out to one of our very, very good friends live at Augusta National. He is Aaron Oberholzer of the Golf Channel, and he today watched half of a round of golf for many players. Hello, Aaron.
What's going on, Mark? How are you, man?
I'm good, buddy. How was dinner? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything. This is such a crazy week. It's pretty much the most important week I know on my calendar as far as doing what I do this week, studio shows. It's the most important studio shows of the week. So my mind is slowly turning into mush as it always does this week, trying to remember statistics and all the things that I need to remember about these guys. But we're having fun, and we're hoping we get some golf in tomorrow because it darn near looks like a washout at this point.
Yeah, nobody wants a Monday finish. We all set our calendars, Aaron, for Sunday at our buddy's house, and we all huddle around and watch that final round, but it's feeling like maybe a Monday finish. What would you say, aside from the weird weather, is the headline so far through a round and a half?
Great question. I would say Brooks Koepka is definitely the headline. What he's done the last 2 days and was able to get both of his rounds in before the weather came in. What he's been able to do the last 2 days has been nothing short of spectacular for a guy who none of us so-called experts knew where he was physically, knew where he was emotionally, knew where he was with his game. We didn't know where he was because obviously he went to go play on the LIV Tour. So we're not paying super close attention to the LIV Tour, and it's really hard to compare the two tours due to the fact of the competitive balance of what's going on. 3 rounds and shotgun starts are not 4 rounds and 48 guys are not 4 rounds, 140 or 50 guys and cuts and much more difficult golf courses, in my humble opinion. And so I didn't know where he was at. I didn't know where any of the LIV guys were at. and I've said that a couple times on TV this week. So for me, that's one of the biggest surprises. The other surprise is Rory. Rory missing the cut today. It just goes to show that people were saying for years how it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to win this event and complete the career Grand Slam and become the sixth guy to complete the career Grand Slam in the history of the game. And it's just not. It's never a foregone conclusion. That's why we love sports. It's never a foregone conclusion. You never know what's going to happen, especially in the game of golf. There's too many variables, and it got Rory again. Augusta got Rory again. Whether it's the burden of expectations, or whether he just can't seem to figure out the right momentum coming in here and the right mindset coming in here. Whatever it might be, it's going to be a very difficult get for him getting this one. I think it's going to be the tough one. My colleague Mark Rolfing said it best at the beginning of the week. Basically said, there are a lot of mirrors out there on this golf course because you come back to the same place every year. So you have to look in that mirror on 10 where you hooked it into the woods in 11 over by the cabins and made triple and lost the Masters. You've got to look at yourself when you've knocked it into the pond on 13 in previous years, or in the creek, Rays Creek in previous years, or in 12 if you're Jordan Spieth in 2016 and could have won back-to-back Masters, knocking it in the pond in front or the creek in front of 12. You've got to relive all those shots in your brain. So it creates a lot of scar tissue over the years.
Hey, Aaron, real talk on Tiger Woods. We're all impressed at the resilience, obviously, and we'll see if he ends up making the cut, which would be fun. Is he just really, in essence, though, playing ceremonial golf now? I mean, he's not going to win any of these things, is he?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if we're talking real, no, he's not. But I've said that before, and he's proven us all wrong so many times, Mark.
Right.
Which is why he's the greatest he's the greatest player. And, obviously Jack Nicklaus is still the greatest champion with the 18 majors, but and I'm biased because I played with him in college when he was at Stanford and I was at San Jose State, and we were the same age, same vintage, and he's the greatest player I've ever seen, and I do believe he's the greatest player to ever play the game. But at this point in his career, with a leg that, in all reality, he could have easily lost that leg. He's lucky to be walking. In some cases, he's lucky to be alive, quite honestly. And I think he shows that perspective. And this boy, I'll tell you what, you listen to his press conference this week, it really was more sounded like a man who's resigned to the fact that his better days, his best days are definitely behind him. And he's just kind of happy to be here. That defiant kind of Tiger that was, I don't care what you say, I'm here to win, even after the back surgeries and the knee surgeries, that even that guy's no longer there. It's a very different perspective and that I've ever heard from him. And even to a certain extent, to hear my colleague Nota Begay, who was teammates and we all played against each other and they played together at Stanford when we were all in college together, to hear Nota, who's close with him, the way Nota was talking on air about him earlier in the week, I was like, man, that sounds like, Nota's giving him the ride off into the sunset. Not that he's going to stop playing, but just that those competitive days that you're talking about, those competitive days of, especially the dominance, but just the ability to compete at the highest level in major championships, those days are probably over.
If he can only make the cut, so we can all have something to root for early morning, Saturday, Sunday, and likely into Monday. Aaron, if we look down the board, I know Rahm is 3 shots back. He still has to finish his second round. Who else down the leaderboard might you tab as somebody who can track down Brooksy?
Another good question. I'm telling you what, there's not a lot. You've got obviously Sam Bennett, the USAM champ. An amateur, that would be, you talk about a story, that would be incredible, but I don't see that happening. I don't I don't see Victor Hovland doing it, quite honestly. I don't know that Victor I'm not saying he can't do it, but I just don't see it happening. And I don't want to get into the nerdy golfy stuff why, because I don't know if your audience would really, they'd probably shut the radio off. But I can see Colin Morikawa. I think if he can get the putter hot, depending on the weather, because the weather's, what's going to happen? If it's a washout tomorrow, that's a big deal. If it's a washout tomorrow and no one has to play in that stuff, the narrative changes going into Sunday, because Sunday looks decent. It doesn't look great, but it looks decent. Like they're going to get it in on Sunday, but probably not the whole thing, because they still have to make the cut, obviously, and play the third round. But let's say tomorrow's a wash. Well, now it's game on, and we're looking at a Monday finish, unfortunately, but it's game on, and now you've got more guys in the mix. If they play tomorrow and they can get through this stuff and they don't get the 1.5 to 2 inches of rain they're talking about, which I would think would shut down play for most of the day, if not all the day, in the entire day, then you're only looking at a couple of, less than a handful of guys that can do it, the way Brooks is playing right now. Because, if the conditions continue to stay this way all the way through, it's hard for me. The way Brooks has played in major championships in the past and his ability to close, he's a proven closer in big tournaments, which is why he's got the nickname Big Game Brooks. The guy just knows how to close. He knows how to close big tournaments. And if it was good weather and everybody was playing the rest of the way, this is almost Brooks's to lose from this point on, depending on what Rahm can do. But obviously Rahm's got to finish the second round. There's a lot of golf to be played, obviously, on a very difficult golf course that can, a triple can sneak up and grab you at any time. But I don't see too many names on that leaderboard that can track down Brooks the way he's playing right now. Brooks is going to have to make some mistakes. But then again, if Rahm outside of Rahm, which is the only other guy I see outside of Morikawa, I don't see Spieth. Scheffler's not playing well. It's thin. That list is really thin.
Aaron Oberholzer, Golf Channel. Hey, real quick before we go, like 30 seconds. You're a good Bay Area sports fan. Pick any one of the teams and give us your quick take about them.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. I live in Arizona now, Willard. I don't even know what's going on up there.
Stop. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be an educated point. Just make a point. Just like, what do you want to say? You want to say Jordan Poole can't close or something crazy like what do you want to say?
Is Draymond still talking a lot of ish up there?
Well, when is he not? When is he not?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Listen, when I was a kid, my birthday, as you know, Willard, is close to yours. Yeah. So it's in February, early February. So
Aquarian.
my dad will always take us to a Warrior game. So my heart has always been with the Warriors. I remember Joe Barry Carroll and Sleepy Floyd back in the day in the Oakland Coliseum, and being able to watch those guys play. So I'm always going to be rooting for the Warriors, maybe even over the Giants, because I like baseball, but I know you were such a hardcore baseball fan and Giants fan growing up when we were kids in high school. And then it's either Warriors or Niners for me. I'll tell you what, I want to see the Niners. I want a quarterback. Can we get a quarterback?
Okay. See, now it took us a second, but there's your hot take. You're not okay with Purdy or Lance. You want someone else.
We could get a quarterback, we could win a Super Bowl.
All right. We'll do what we can. Aaron, go to bed. It's getting late out there.
I'm going to bed.
Okay. Night.
All right, later.
Okay, thanks, there you go. That's our buddy Aaron Oberholzer, and he hates Trey Lance and Brock Purdy.
Man.
We'll be back to react to that breaking news in moments on Willard and Dibs.
Baseball is back. The free Odyssey app lets you listen to local coverage for the team you love, live stream your favorite sports radio station, or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget, we talk to the manager every
Okay, if you are just joining us, first of all, what are you doing?
So where you been?
What the hell are you doing? It's not like anybody works on a Friday anymore. The traffic starts at what, like 12:15? Especially because for a lot of you, if you got chitlins, you might be heading into spring break. So yeah, better figure yourself out next week. You got people in your house just staring at you, going, cook me something.
Is that what you're looking at?
That's exactly what I'm looking at.
Because some
brother.
kids are coming out of it this week.
Well,
depending on what district and how you partake.
Yep. No, we're heading into it, and I actually won't be looking at anybody saying cook me something because two of them are teenagers, and I don't even know if I'll see them before I come to the show.
Yeah.
Because they sleep, brother.
True.
I mean, they sleep, and then they sleep. I can't even believe what hour they sleep to. But little guy will want breakfast at about 7 a.m., so we'll be ready for that. So we got a basketball game coming up, and if you are just joining us, the Sacramento Kings have made it official. Not one, not two, but three of their best players. Their three best players will not play in this basketball game, and it's certainly it leads to what I think is I don't know if it's like an interesting dynamic as much as it was already a game that the Warriors needed at a very, very high level. But now it sort of changes the vibe, I think, from a standpoint of you are beyond expected to go win. But I feel like we felt that way last Sunday with Jokic out in Denver, and they coughed that up. So hopefully, as Steve Kerr said after that game, they don't play more mindless basketball.
Yeah.
And the Warriors go in and win these last two games this weekend and lock up a non-play-in tournament position.
And they're both, equally big. They're must-wins, Mark, when you look at it, because if you don't win, you get to play another basketball game. So must-win situation tonight against a depleted Sacramento. You got to hope for the best. And just looking around the scoreboard right now, Dallas is playing without a bunch of their players. And Luka Doncic said he's going to play a quarter. Dallas down 17-10. Luka 0 for 5 from the floor.
Oh, my gosh, he's missing
0 for
shots
3 from 3.
On purpose. He's missing shots on purpose.
They're 3 of 14, Mark, as a team from the floor.
Oh, my God.
And this is, we can talk about how the play-in tournament helped to resuscitate so many teams. So many teams are in it.
Well,
and this is great. What we're seeing tonight is exactly what's wrong with the association.
Well, unfortunately, it does sort of feel like that. The Grizzlies are ahead in Milwaukee by 8 right now. It's only the second quarter, but if the Grizzlies win that game, that eliminates the Sacramento Kings from the 2 seed.
Yeah.
Which I think is sort of what they're feeling. This is weird because we went into this. Think how many weeks in a row we've said now, man, when we get to that last weekend, there's going to be so much on the line. And there is, but there's seemingly only about a third of the NBA that's going for what's on the line, and everybody else is just laying down. And what that's going to lead to is you should, in theory, if you're a good team and you want it, you should be able to steamroll this weekend.
Absolutely.
The Warriors should not even have any difficulty winning both these games by double digits, quite frankly.
By 20 plus.
Yeah.
And, you got to tip your cap to Memphis for having a lead over Milwaukee because Antetokounmpo's got 6 points. Not Giannis, Thanasis.
The other one. I congratulate you for knowing the first name.
I had to Google it.
You did it.
The Milwaukee Bucks team that they're rolling out is another situation where they don't really give a crap.
Right.
You got Marion Beauchamp. You've got Myers Leonard, not the lemon.
Yeah.
Myers Leonard. L. Wigington, Lindell. And I thought it was Al Green, AJ Green. Mark, this is supposed to be the high water mark in the association, the second to last full slate day, and this is what we have.
Memphis is playing their full lineup, and they're only up by 5.
Right.
They're only up by 5. But it is.
What are we doing?
It's unfortunate. And again, you already mentioned the Suns, for instance, are laying down at the Lakers tonight, and that's a game that matters a lot. 888-957-9570. We got time for a couple of more before we hand it over to JD at Golden One Center. Let's go to Drew Down, one of our favorites, always all over our YouTube chat. What's up, Drew Down? What are you doing?
What's going on? What's up, Willard? What's up, Bibbs? Well,
What's up, Drew?
Some people appreciate the YouTube chat, but other hosts, they don't quite appreciate it like you guys. So I got to come down Steiny Road. He said I have tool bag tendencies earlier. So I commented, Guru. We love Guru, but Guru was like, man, Phoenix, Booker KD, Chris Paul. Hey, this is a fourth option. I'm scared. Clippers. Kawhi played the whole half. I'm scared. I'm worried. The Lakers. LeBron. And I was like, Guru. I was like, do you just walk around all day like nervous? Like you scared to come down the stairs? Like what's going on? And Steiny read my comment. He's like, well, I shouldn't be reading this because Drew Down has tool bag tendencies. And I'm just like, wait a minute, brother. I'm like Chris Tucker, bro. I'm like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth?
First of all,
gutter. It's only because you were there. You drug me down there, brother.
It's a pretty. It's
hate for Steiny,
It's a pretty good Guru impersonation, Drew. So you've got that. But I appreciate you explaining that Steiny actually acknowledged you. I thought you were going to say that he didn't give a lot of love for the YouTube chat because he doesn't know how to work it. Like I will tell you, this is a little inside info. When I come in and YouTube is on our screen right to my right, those of you who are on there, you know what it looks like. I don't have to log back in. Like Bonte and Steiny are doing this on my account. So they don't even, I wouldn't have thought that Steiny, if I log out of this thing, Bonte probably get back in. Steiny's out on YouTube completely if I just log out.
Well, you don't have to log in to see it. You just have to log in to comment. So I don't.
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't know if Bonte might do it on his laptop. I don't know if he comments. I normally am much more active today, pretty quiet, but sometimes when I go to do the same thing over in my seat, either Shasky or Guru will be logged in, and I try to always remember to log them out so that my comments, I want to put my name on it, Mark.
I hear you. Yeah, same. I mean, you're not going to comment as well. And by the way, you don't want to be anonymous. Doc Pandia was just in there. Doc Pandia said, "Did someone say injury?" With everybody sitting out tonight. Actually, no, we didn't. We did not say injury.
Right.
Everybody's sitting out for no good reason.
James Wiseman was injured. We don't know the extent of his toe issue.
Yeah, exactly right.
I'd actually like to issue an apology. It's a facial laceration, and I believe he's returned to the game.
Okay.
Oh, you know what that is? Wow.
Say it.
Laceration sensation.
Thank you.
And he has. Yeah, he has returned to the game, and he now has 3 points and 3 rebounds.
This is James Wiseman.
He's still minus 14 on the plus-minus, and they're winning by 7.
But if they get the win, he gets credit because he started the game.
Well, he's not a quarterback. You don't get, starter wins. That's only quarterback.
Basketball Reference, they have the record of every player based on games in which you played. So.
Games in which you played will not be on the historical reference page for Sabonis, Fox, and Herter tonight. But here come the Warriors. Let's get you out live to Golden One because coming up next is the game and Warriors Live with John Dickinson ahead of the Warriors and the Kings at 7 o'clock. For Mark and Lucas and Dibbs, Mark Willard, have a great night. Have a great weekend. Shoot your shot, Warriors. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top